Greetings, ladies and managers, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 172, Beta Hurry.
Oh, a YM tree. Did you know there's a legend about these trees? That when the world tree is afflicted with sickness, these trees appeared around the world near tragedy. The most popular myth was a woman who was born with the name YM, who waited for her lost love. Yachina told Alpha and Kui. The spider boy raised his hands and backed away as the mist shifted in the room. It said the woman was a gentle maiden who appeared as a head of priestess of the world tree itself, but she vanished, presumably taken by the sickness that hit the world tree. Or perhaps she could be an allegory for fledgling innocent or new love, Yachina said as she tapped her glass eye. The mist thinned, and the three came into sharp focus. Actually, I did wait. I could appear as human. I did love, and he was mortal. I was sick, and I didn't get better, YM said slowly, and Alpha didn't exactly tense his shoulders, but the grip on his sword tightened. YM wasn't a bad monster, per se, but she had an odd temper that could be triggered by the most innocent of comments. Yachina seemed to stare up into the beautiful face of YM with wide eyes.
You're alive,
Yachina said, then cleared her throat.
Of course you are. You're a magic tree of legend. You have more power in one leaf than I do my entire body,
she said, muttering furiously to herself. YM looked away, deciding Yachina wasn't too interesting.
Don't take it personally. All YM trees are me, but they'll never be me. That imposter was clever. I escaped, but he all but ensured that I'd never grow to my full might again. It's only due to the luck of some goblins that I came to be planted here.
She purred and then looked over at Kui.
My little star, you've not come to dance for me in some time, she said, sounding hurt.
Kui grinned.
I've finally gotten to be a god. People can skip to the second floor and not bother Sir Fran all the time, he explained,
and YM let out a throaty chuckle that reminded Alpha of a smoky barroom with a rich scent of whiskey.
And that's the best thing, truly. Still, I see you're stuck being a tour guide, YM said, and Yachina hadn't said anything. She looked stunned.
Are you okay? Alpha asked, stepping closer, and she turned slowly to look at him. The world tree is an imposter, she asked, and Alpha shrugged. Most likely, he said, and Yachina's face turned pale, and he tried not to wince as the party bond shared a deep flash of horror and some fear. Isn't that common knowledge? Alpha asked, and he stepped back as Yachina's voice raised in volume. No, we know that the tree used to be welcoming and have a famous town called Small Joy surrounding it, but about 150 years ago, Yachina said, and then YM interjected. 154, if you want to be precise, sweet thing, she said, as Kui twirled for her on a rock. 54 years ago, the tree suddenly became violently sick, and the town around became shut off. No one could get close, and then the tree attacked whoever got close. We presumed that it just learned too much of humanity and grew disgusted by us or blamed us for the sickness, Yachina said, looking like she wanted a dozen empty notebooks right about now. Oh, I sort of was disgusted by you all, in a friendly way. You all walk around with functional acid factories in your trunks and are slushy, YM chimed in again. Yachina nodded firmly. The human body is a necessary evil that I only tolerate to hoard books and have a working brain, she agreed without hesitation. She frowned and looked ponderous at something. I read something about the world tree, the fake tree, in a report recently. What was it about? She asked, and Alpha waited patiently. Yachina snapped her fingers as she remembered. He gained a legendary ranked monster that lives in its branches. The monster has been seen all over the world, carrying out all sorts of strange activities. The monster appeared about 10 years ago, and it's messed with fair play a few times, she explained. Delta's avatar looked down and whispered something that made Alpha's skin prickle unpleasantly. Beta. It's a shapeshifter, I think, but all its forms share the same symbol on its neck. People speculate it's half a tree, but, Yachina trailed off, and YM's smile grew as the woman seemed to recall something. Alpha, why's the monster symbol on Delta's front door? She asked with an odd tone. Delta and Alpha shared a look. The symbols on the door stand for Alpha, Beta, Delta, and Gamma. I'm Alpha. You know Delta. Alpha trailed off as the woman stared at him. A few seconds passed. I think you broke the poor thing, Wyam said with a tutting noise as she waved a branch in front of Yatina's face. Yatina suddenly took Alpha by the shoulders, her grip surprisingly tight. Never repeat that name, she stressed, and Alpha blinked, confused at the woman suddenly looking very nervously around. What, Beta? Kui asked, scuttling over as well as glaring at how she manhandled Alpha. No, the last one, Yatina said and swallowed hard. Gam, Alpha said, and she covered his mouth. Don't, it's a cursed word, she said in panic. There was a long pause. Gamma? Sounds like a weird name. This Gamma. Gamma, you say? I would like to know more about this Gamma, Wyam announced, and Yatina covered her ears as if trying not to hear it. Whoa, Delta said suddenly, and Alpha could feel it too. Due to his new title as Archmage, he had gained a very potent ability sensing skill, and he could feel what could only be described as dozens of eyes trying to settle on the dungeon, but not quite finding it. People are tracking their name. Everyone knows the Kingmaker sword, Yatina said quickly, trying to crouch low to avoid something. If you say the name and they find you, you're marked until they come for you. The sword collectors, royal wannabes, 4th or 6th in the Lion Throne aura. She trailed off, making a deep gulp for actual concern. The calculators. The lone island that sat between two edges of the world looked benign from high above, but from the clouds a rapid shadow darted to the edge of the island, a mix between a falcon and a snake. The form shifted until the stoic-looking teen girl stood where the monster had, a symbol on her neck, glowing before going inert. She looked around as her clothes consisted of tough leathers that she had roughly sewn together of different beasts. The island gave her the creeps. Barkface is really reaching with this one, she sighed, and she looked around for any signs of trouble. Ever since the strange dungeon and he attacked the tree, the old man had been working her arsehole overtime. Beta was beginning to think the old tree wasn't telling her something, but Beta accepted that was a thing a long time ago. Likely, Treebeard did one of his stupid schemes and pissed them off, but that wasn't Beta's concern. But if brother reacted, then they must be doing something right. She didn't care for the eyes or the tree's desire to have it. She just wanted to get revenge on those gods. The feeling of being made whole was still fresh in her mind. Horrible flesh bubbling pain, bones snapping and reforming, muscles being woven inch by inch, organs built, then melted to be redone. Beta remembered it all. The damn girl had the cheek to tell her that they had done much better with Beta than Gamma. She mentally shuddered. She didn't want to think of what that poor bastard might have experienced being made if her formation was better. She walked forward on the island that was drowning in cloying dungeon manna. What sort of place needed 5 dungeons in one close space? She inhaled, and the mana was easily converted into energy for her, as if her body had been made to live inside a dungeon with ease. If she was, she would burn them all to the ground rather than be obedient pet for the gods and their little murder holes. Everywhere she looked, their screw-ups were clear between the rampant other gods, dungeons, monsters, and cults and more. It was... Beta didn't know for sure. But she had a feeling that before was better. Before had someone smiling at her, people she didn't want to punch, a smiling teacher. She winced when her flesh rippled, and for a split second she saw vines and leaves emerging from her hands and fingers, so like Yggdrasil. How did it get there? Her veins seemed to bulge as they expanded towards her neck, and then her head, and then green. When did... the cults, and more seriously, screw them, Beta scowled, and she rotated her shoulders as if it was stiff. She just wanted to get this job done already. She walked deeper into the island and came to a stop as all her senses started screaming at her that she was not alone. Beta had gathered quite a selection of monster forms in the 2 years since she had been here. Sometimes she found forms that she had no clue about getting and chalked it up to the gods in their system that they kept trying to make her use. She wanted to at least check it out, but she never found the time. She found the idea appalling. Beta would not open that system. She would not. That was final. She had found Yiggy a year ago, and time just seemed to fly by when she was doing his jobs. He always insisted that she rest before taking another mission. Beta was getting real tired of him trying to cozy in on her time. Where would she even sleep for longer than a day? Small Joy? Psh, that place was a ruin. But where did you get the clothes, the food you eat, the conversations of the world? Some insidious part of her asked. Yggdrasil. Everything she had was because of Yggdrasil. Movement all around her revealed themselves to be ducks, dozens of black ducks with red eyes. A lot watched her as she slowly moved forward to a clearing, where a massive hole in the middle of the island seemed to vanish into complete darkness. This was what old Treebeard wanted, for Beta to see if there was quicker access to the eye through the hole on Funeral Island. One of the ducks was close. Consume, grow, perfect. The beast lunged for it, arms splitting into dozens of claws, but the duck was strangely powerful, knocking her to the side as a flock surrounded her. She was in danger. Consume. She would kill them. Beta raised her arm to strike when something very strange occurred. The system opened up on its own, and her mind tried to rebel, but she couldn't look away. Well, welcome, Beta, to Delta Sun 0.5. You have 99 plus messages. You have to remember, you need to escape. Beta's mind, her body, her soul was trying to split in two. Something inside her was trying to pull her apart. Error. Infection is at 95%. This will not be enough. Make it stop, Beta screamed as she clutched her head. Solution, do a Delta move. If the parasite is using ambient mana to keep control, you will be sent somewhere where only Delta mana will be available and not Yggdrasil's. Beta could barely read, let alone understand the message. With permission of Prince Waddles, the seal to the demon world will open. Enjoy your trip. Beta turned slowly to see a puffy black duck raise one webbed foot, and then she was tumbling down a dark tunnel on the island. Find Delta. Her mana has not been idle since going to the demon world, and, I'm so sorry I was a terrible god. I'll make it up to you, even if it cost me my life. Beta felt oddly strange as she fell into a dark, ruinous world, crashing into a crystal-clear pond filled with black ducks with pure white duck chicks. Only when she was nearing the bottom of the pond did she understand that they were swimming in a near pure salt water mix with something akin to vinegar. She breached the surface, clinging to a rock that jutted out of the pond, coughing and spluttering as she failed to transform. The mana far too loose and free-flowing around her to complete the task. Ahead of her, made of what looked like the largest duck that she had ever seen, sitting on a throne of human teeth. "Where am I?" she demanded, and the duck quacked. There was a long pause. "I don't speak duck," she said, gritting her teeth as the stinging water burned her skin slightly. There was some movement, and the ducks brought someone out. It was like a human tongue grew legs and had a foul attitude about it. "What the hell do you want?" Beta snarled, her fear feeding into her anger. "I'm a demon tongue, ain't I? I just speak tongues," the demon snapped. The big duck quacked again. "His Royalness, the Duke of Wrath, the Duck of Wrath, says that you are here under invitation of his son, and will be free to leave once you are purged of the ancient foulness clinging to your sad sack organs and shriveled brain," the tongue said with a nasty tone. "It said that, with one quack," Beta said, doubt leaking off every word. "I paraphrased for our benefit," the tongue said with a deliberate slowness. "I don't, what? No, I need to go. This place is making me feel weak," she said, wading towards the shore and trying not to step on what looked to be thousands of eggs stretching as far as the eye could see. The moment she left the hellish water, she began to have trouble breathing. "His Darkness should mention that the pond has been only source of flat-world mana around for some time. Since you no longer have a base form and cannot devour demons, you cannot breathe in the demon world," the tongue explained. "I have a human form. This is my human form," she protested, trying to get her legs under her. "No, it looks like what your form might have been, but it's just that, an imitation of shifted flesh. You no longer remember who you are, according to the Sun Sister, and thus you can no longer transform into that form," the annoying tongue went on. "They took my memories from me," Beta wheezed, crawling on hands and knees. She was afraid that she might kill the eggs, but they were harder than diamonds under her touch. "Truly, my heart bleeds for you, but you will now be enjoying the purging of your body in a few minutes. How do you feel about leather or rope?" the tongue asked, translating more quacks from the large duck. "What?" she asked, looking back. The Duke held up 2 straps of material for Beta to bite down on. "The Duke suggests the leather, less threads in one's teeth," the tongue smirked. "I don't consent to this. I reject this." Beta tried to crawl away faster. Quack. There was no need for the tongue to translate that. Beta could almost hear the words in her head. "Bite down hard. This is going to be rough. Delta watched as Yutina nervously opened the door down the hallway to the left of the map room. She was nervous and a little shy as Yutina marveled at the third floor. It's pretty in here, Yutina admitted, before Delta focused on soft lamps around the library turning on, revealing rows of books. There was a soft gasp as Yutina took a few steps forward, then stopped. May I? She stumbled over her words. Delta focused and pulled all her power into a single word. Yes, she said, and the word breezed through the room, and Yutina's eyes turned wide. Was that her? She asked Alpha, who nodded, shooting Delta an impressed look. Delta was too busy leaning over, panting, as if she just ran a damn marathon. How could she create a whole host of creatures and magic enchantments, but projecting her own voice was this hard? Was it like trying to speak, but only inside one's kidney? So many books. Goosebumps, Yutina asked with wonder, picking up a book with a ghostly white bird on the front before she quickly moved on. I've never seen so many books, even in a specialist store. You have a mix of rare tomes, unique stories, and children's books. I could spend months here, Yutina gushed as she pulled out a copy of Short Stories and Less, containing only 3 sentences on the first page, and the other 100 pages were blank. She opened the book of 100 soup recipes with lickable pages, the in-depth study of studies, death, villain, or hopeless romantic, and she even grabbed a copy of Optics, a light reading. Alpha, Kui, join me, books are friendship, Yutina insisted excitedly, as she sat in some sort of sealed bag with squishy beans. I thought that was people, Alpha asked, confused. Kui strutted past. Books, people, they both spread their contents for me, he said, and Alpha looked at him. It's because I'm going to be a rock star, and supposedly people open up to them, like therapists, Kui explained excitedly. Therapists, never liked them. They want to talk about my past, my pain, my injuries, my inability to sleep for longer than 3 hours, Yutina muttered. Isn't that to help you get better? Alpha asked slowly. Help, smelp. Science and being right all the time is how I feel. She winked with a good eye and went back to tasting the soup book. A book slid out near Alpha titled How to Spot and Help Troubled Individuals by Siri Inc. for him to grab. Maybe you can, tell me about your issues? Alpha tried and pushed the book back on the shelf. Yutina gave him a long look before smiling and placating look. I'm fine, she said, and buried herself deeper into her book. Alpha frowned, and then looked down at his feet, trying to figure out how to be empathetic, or even sound concerned. He didn't mean to come off as if he'd rather not talk to people. He just, spoke like that. A second book slid out towards Alpha. Neurodivergence. It's okay to be different. Thanks, he sighed, taking the book to join Yutina. They both jumped as Kui slammed down what seemed to be a 20-series book collection of Caramel Rider, a delicious hero. This place is great. I should have visited ages ago, he said brightly. On top of those, he had a music book, stage performances, and signed book of Maestro's autobiography. It was a very thick book, in spite of Maestro's actual lifespan thus far. Delta watched them all talk and chat, all while knowing who was watching them from the shadows. Jack, you can join in, Delta said to the watching kobold. Shh! I can't let myself be known until I know her levels of acceptance to the good word of death, Jack hissed back. Barely heard by anyone but Delta. You mean, cheap romance novels? Delta summed up. The cheaper, the better, Jack nodded seriously. Yutina, what do you think of mouse-touching and wiggly wooing? Kui asked, having superior hearing. Is setting myself on fire an option? She responded without looking up from her book. Jack narrowed his eyes and looked ready to retreat. I like the chase, the idea, the sort of dancing around, and the learning. I love people connecting, but I skip past the wiggly wooing, she said, smiling at the phrase. Are you reading an age-appropriate book? She asked suddenly, eyes narrowed. Kui held up a cover of some chocolate-themed hero kicking sour sweet in his face. I think so, he promised. Jack had turned, going through a series of shelves. Ogre on Dryad, mermaid in love with horse. Woman in love with magic mirror, doomed to never touch, but see each for whom they are inside. I can convert her, Jack pumped his fist and nearly knocked the shelf over with his excitement. Delta took a look. It says in Book 4 the magic mirror can astral project into her dreams, she pointed out, and Jack took Book 4 to 22 and hid them behind a series of books called Filler, the encyclopedias of taking up space. Every religion has some white lies, Jack shrugged. How wonderful!
Where's Wallace? A puzzle book. And look, Alpha, a companion book on feelings called How is Wallace?
Yatina's voice drifted out from them. Do you want to read about feelings? Alpha offered.
No time. I have a book here about the 10 functions of a goblin liver.
I didn't even know there was just one use for them, Yatina said excitedly. Delta was beginning to think Yatina had a small issue about discussing her feelings. Before she drank from the mana well, Yatina might need to discuss her feelings to smooth out the process. A working seed contained thoughts and echoes of a person. If Yatina was to grow one from the well and have all these issues bubbling inside her, she might crack. But who did she have to specialize in? Luna, she said, standing up with purpose. But Yatina didn't seem the type to publicly bathe. 10 minutes passed, and Luna walked into the library with a bundle of items, her usually elegant form looking heavy, and she puffed with effort to keep walking. Delta winced.
Sorry, she said, and Luna shook her head. It's only 1 floor. I am not going down to the 4th floor. I might drown in mana, she muttered.
She unpacked a selection of herbs and incense burner. Nearby, Yatina was watching the frog ninja, engrossed in the process.
So we'll be sharing a group vision quest to deal with the issues of our past, and by doing that, I can see a rare mana spring that the dungeon wants me to test.
Yatina sounded both terrified and extremely happy at the idea.
You don't have to. There's no rush, and you can always come back, Alpha said, and Yatina blinked, then rubbed his head with a small smile. I'll likely be punished to hell and back for this little trip. Likely I won't be coming back for a long time, she admitted, and Delta wouldn't count on it. She had a way of making sure people left this dungeon better than they entered. Well, unless they were the majority of fair play, that was on them. As Luna was setting up, something bizarre entered her dungeon, a sort of fake life force that repelled her mana with unnatural ease. She teleported to her entrance to see 5 spindly marionettes of sorts moving over the ground. Delta stared at them, and then took a step back.
Oh God, she said, covering her mouth. The dolls, the robots really, were complex beings with mana systems that drew power from shards deep within their bodies. Each shard spoke in a near, never-ending stream of words. Grow the blades, sharpen the dolls, grow the blades, sharpen the dolls. Snow on the hill, snow on the hill, snow on the hill. Create a new boss, create a new boss, create a new boss. Each was a fractured but unique voice that spoke of a badly recorded audio tape. Dungeons? They're using dead dungeons like batteries, Delta whispered, back against the wall in sheer horror. One of them turned to her, and before Delta could follow what was happening, it plunged a blade at her, cutting her avatar along the arm. She stared at the fizzling wound, and her avatar flash of pain looped back to her. Each of their weapons were made of dungeon mana, opposing dungeon mana. These things were like human-sized dead dungeons being controlled from afar. Delta moved back into the tunnel and eyed them with deep sorrow. I'll end this, she promised them as their bubbling picked up in tone and volume. Danger level max, she intoned, and the entire dungeon shuddered. The once cheery flickering orange torchlights turned to a deep ominous red. Delta's eyes dropped, a single tear in combination of sorrow and pain of her wound. Stage 6. You made Delta cry activated. Error. Stage 7. Released. You broke Delta's heart. Outside, Rudy gripped her hands into a fist and held up her arm, stopping any more of these junk robots from going in. Delta's entrance now had a dark, hazy white mist over it, not quite preventing entrance, but there was a deep rage and sadness coming from it. Rudy didn't need to hear it for herself to know whatever was up with the robots. It wasn't good. She couldn't prevent them from entering, but she could slow them down. You better hope she's okay, she warned the nearby Kayleen, who ignored her. These are the test models, the first batch. If she cannot handle these, then the dungeon's fabled strength isn't as much as I'd feared. He shrugged. Rudy opened her mouth, but then noticed that the forest all around Delta, usually so vibrant and filled with life, had gone silent, as if the world was holding its breath. She shifted, and the row of hero dolls toppled over like dominoes. Oops, she said without shame. Cute, but it won't matter, he said as he ordered his men to pick them up. You prevent me from entering, and your friend Quiz is honor bound to enact the law in my favor, he reminded, and Rudy narrowed her eyes at him. I've bent him over crying before, and I'll do it again, she said, and this made Kayleen frown in confusion. You have fought him before? He asked for clarification and really smirked.
Oh, in a manner of speaking. But you think Delta's got shit endurance? She asked, and Kaelin rolled his eyes.
She has 4 flaws at most. Of course she has bad endurance.
He froze and grabbed his rear and made a face of pain.
I didn't talk about the town, he gasped as he turned to waddle away.
She's part of the town, you butt waffle, Ruli muttered. She turned back to the misty door and then drew a line in the soil before her with a large sword, magma. Cross it and I'll break a random thing that sticks out of your body, she warned the rest. Isn't that stopping us from going in? A fair play man asked.
Nope, you can go in, but you'll be in a lot of pain while you do so,
Ruli said easily, sitting on a small wooden stool with glowing yellow eyes. No one crossed the line. It was all Ruli could do for her friend right now, and it didn't feel like it was enough. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and metalgens, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy Delta vs. Hero. Delta moved back away from the 5 strange robots as they moved in deeper. They were human-shaped, but they had no features to convey any sort of assuring feeling. Blank faces made of white stone that connected to round egg-like bodies that had thin mana paths and intricate patterns, while the limbs hung loose and bondless, more like whips than usable limbs. Fair play, even their murder robots were bland-looking. Delta moved down the tunnel, unable to take her eyes off the approaching threat, her arm still stinging from the attack that they had done to her avatar. Just as one of the things raised a strange crossbow that grew out of its hand, Lord Mushi appeared before her and let the arrow slam into his shoulder. The arrow hit and buried deeper than any weapon her monster had encountered before, even Fairplay's seed weapon. The entire thing was made of foul dungeon mana that felt stale. Not stale, Delta realized, but decayed, like putrid gases given off by the rotting dead. Manners dictate that I welcome you, but my rage demands that I destroy you, Lord Mushi announced with a deep voice as he eyed the wound on Delta's arm. Mushi, Delta tried to say, but the giant lord of fungi shot forward, arm cocked back. One of the robots rushed forward, and they met in the entrance hall. The thing's arms cracked and crumbled as Lord Mushi pushed against it. The thing tilted its head, and Delta had a horrible sense of something sucking on her earlobe without her consent as mana was drawn in through dozens of tiny marks in the thing's body. The cracks began to smooth over, and its small shoulder grew into spheres. It began to push back against Lord Mushi with more ease. Delta cast her fear and disgust aside so she could peer hard at the thing with her dungeon senses. It was so wrong, painfully wrong. It wasn't just that they were made of destroyed dungeon cores, but they had been broken in another way too. Dungeons absorbed things and grew in response. These things did that too, but someone had mangled their code so badly that their growth aspect was out of control, changing at the slightest threat. Delta's eyes burned, and she had to pull back. Lord Mushi, let's retreat and think of a plan, she ordered. Her monster surprised her by refusing with a shake of his head. I will buy you time, mother. Time is of the essence, and these things have far too much on their side, he admitted as his arms began to buckle. Mushi, she hesitated, I am immortal in your heart. You are so fragile in mine, he said, straining harder. Delta tried to yank Hero or her damn new Star Dragon out in panic, but the raid boss monster were tied up in so many delicate systems that she even spotted some of New's core pieces moving in and out of things. They were also tied up in the respawn mechanics of the entire dungeon. She could spawn a Star Dragon, but the only floor where she had enough space for it was the 4th. Brother! The wall spoke, indicating Maestro was watching footy. Dearest sibling, I require the most fantastic jaunty tune you have for my show.
Mushy grimaced as the other robots began to move in. You were the social butterfly between us, but this is simply outrageous. You think I'll sit here and spin some records as you battle an unwinnable fight? Maestro demanded, and Delta clenched her hands, feeling stupidly useless. You won't? Lord Mushy asked, as the strength robot finally pushed him back into the skidding slide. Well, of course I will. I just wanted to remind you that I'm more than a pretty face and a voice, Maestro huffed, before the walls began to tremble with vibrations. Eyes on me, you filthy tin can backup dancers, Maestro cried as trumpets and bass began to play. One sibling who dances at night, the other who creates in the light. You are going to feel the wrath of the master of mushrooms, the brothers brave, the eldest of this dungeon. Maestro warned as the noise began to increase to uncomfortable levels, and Delta watched as the robots gained tiny little bumps on their surface to displace the vibrations. Technically, Fran and Swa were the eldest by a day, but Delta wasn't going to nitpick. Tally-ho! Mushy roared as he slammed his fist through the vibrating air, distorting the air as it impacted the strength robot and drove it back with a massive crack on its chest. Delta turned, knowing that she'd given it precious time and she wasn't going to waste it. Getting her avatar back to the 4th floor, Delta inhaled and closed her eyes. She hadn't ever done this properly on purpose, but she knew she had to be the one in charge of attacking these things from within. Her avatar began to dissolve, allowing her mind to be fully absorbed by the dungeon itself. Without a human shell to focus her mind, a mouth to speak, eyes to see, with ears to hear, Delta became the air, the ground, the walls, the monsters, the space, the shadows, and all. Delta became the dungeon. The dungeon was always Delta. Lord Mushy looked up as the robots continued to move around him. Only one of them had directly attacked him. The one mother-dubbed strength model. It had become thick and burly with powerful manospheres that allowed it to gain the strength of a dozen monsters. Each time Mushy overpowered it, it grew harder to harm. It had an easier time beating him down in return. This doesn't look good. My songs affect these things as much as a Christmas music affects retail workers, Maestro admitted, a reference Mushy didn't quite get. Maestro had always been so much more sensitive to their mother's memories, and it showed. Allow me to show you my power, Mushy announced as he put both his hands on the ground and pulled, the soil turning to almost liquid as it ran up his arms and made a giant round object above him. The giant pot was immensely heavy as Lord Mushy hurled it at the strength model. There was a sort of cracking noise like glass giving out, and the pot exploded, showing the shards had buried themselves into the strength model's chest, and the thing wasn't quite able to heal around them until the mana in them was removed. I see a weakness, Maestro announced. Then tell everyone, let them all know, Lord Mushy insisted, as he felt a little wobbly from the use of his untrained power. He looked down at his hand where a symbol had been carved by Swa. He had allowed it an fit of amusement since the goblin was usually so taciturn. This is your symbol. See, it looks like a pot wearing a crown. Well done, my boy. You've got a bright future ahead of you, Mushy announced as the strength model raised one hand. The powerful fist made of aiming right at Mushy's head. It spluttered for a moment as the air thickened in the dungeon. Mushy chuckled as everything went dark. Poor fools! I'm just the greeting man. You haven't even begun to see the true dangers ahead, he warned before he was suddenly in a strange place with white beds and soothing walls. Nearby, a strange slime wearing a nurse's cap turned to him and gurgled. Oh, soup, please. Toast is hard to chew on with no teeth, he responded, looking around with amazement. He wasn't sure, but as he watched the slime over the next few hours, it seemed to be growing more demonic and angrier. Odd. To Delta, these things weren't stars or asteroids or even worlds. They were black holes that stank of death. Anything close to them was sucked in and torn apart to fuel their distortions. What her mana was doing was valiant, but pointless. They were approaching this the wrong way, forming out of the massive orange sun. Delta took everything in before looking back for a moment to see a long corona of flames that ran down the star itself, giving the oddest impression of a slitted eye. One of the black holes was different now. It had rough edges of minerals that spun like a halo around its black spiral, a tough barrier that smashed anything drawn in. That was interesting. The strength model had gained characteristics. She began to slowly move her hand in a clockwise motion. Her long and slender fingers looked inhuman in this illusion of stars in space. Close to the strength model, a new hole began to appear, a vortex spinning in the opposite direction made of dark orange mana. As the two began to clash, Delta caught the thinnest threads of an outside connection to the robots. It was too ethereal and gossamer-like for her to touch, but she took note of it as she continued to form dozens of orange vortexes around the invaders. Each hole was like someone taking a thumbscrew to a different part of her arms, twisting her skin until it was close to tearing. Delta powered on through the discomfort. This sort of pain was easy to accept compared to the potential agony these things could inflict if they found her guests, or her core. Just as she was about to pull back, something very odd happened. In the distance, a star she had presumed was just background imagery to this whole symbolic scene glowed a deep blue, and wisps of a familiar manner emerged. "Pain. I stop pain," Foodie said with conviction. The vortexes of orange took on slithers of white particles. "My God, I'm salty," Delta said as she eyed the entire affair. She pushed on, trying to understand how Foodie was reaching her from so far away. Muffet had been tested numerous times, quite often. She was the first lesson of the dungeon to those who brought might instead of heart. These interlopers were different, perhaps not in tactics, but results. Only one of them stepped forward, cutting the webs and moving in, which triggered her base form. The fight had easily gone her way to start with. He got caught in webs and struggled to even touch her. But as the fight progressed, the robot had changed. It slimmed to an almost hourglass shape, forming a second set of smaller arms, and the webs just slid out of its form. It was faster now as well. Something about how its legs looked more jointed. Mother whispered to her, or perhaps Muffet just heard her thinking aloud. "Speed model." Muffet jumped back as it sliced at her with the razor-sharp fingers it had, and one of her legs went flying off. Most bothersome. Now her perfectly mastered dance of go leap off a massive cliff and perish from this mortal coil would have to be adjusted to go and die. Most ungraceful. With a slow exhale, Muffet felt a change overtake her, her back cracking open like a cocoon as her new form rose up, stretching human limbs. Her beautiful face clicked pincers and moved her radiant eyes all around. She was truly the height of a human beauty and spider culture. She raised one hand, feeling power growing around her fingers. With a small smile, she tried a human gesture that could convey one's deepest displeasure. It felt glorious. Then she began to glow and moved like a pale wind. The speed model stared down at its arm as it fell off as Muffet shot past, her claws woven metal webs. It landed with a thump, and the robot ignored Muffet entirely to rush to its missing limb. Muffet raced towards it and managed to get it first, scooping it up. But the speed model was just behind her, and Muffet twitched as she received a massive cut to her back as she hurled the dismembered arm down the hall to Waddles, who was awake and ready. He dove into the lake with it, and it ended up on the second floor, where Delta could absorb it. Muffet turned slowly, and the speed model was staring at her as the stump where its arm had been began to bubble with mana it absorbed, forming a heavy, deformed blade in its place. It was a slow process, but Muffet allowed it to happen, allowing Mother to witness the process. The blade was far more fragile than its arm. It also received new mana far less potently. Combined with what Lord Mushy had gathered, the plan was simple in theory. Impale, rip, tear. She raised her hands, and the robot ahead her shifted slightly, its form becoming blurry, harder to focus on. Muffet would make it so focused on her that it would be crushed by the next monster it met. Any good fighter knew that over-specialization was a killer. Once the pony did its only trick, what else did you need to see? She moved forward, head low. Speed model became a whirling wind of death, but Muffet took 2 more arms. The giant statue of a rectangular screen with hands was intriguing, But Yatina felt paralyzed by choices all around her. Doors seemed to wait for her to explore.
I should go back to the library, she decided.
But when she turned, there was a very handsome stone statue of a gargoyle in front of the hall where the food was.
How did that get you?
Blah! Qui muttered as he draped himself on a bench in a massive garden.
It's so humid and mana down here. How does anyone survive?
He complained. That reminded Yatina to check her mana charm, but she was surprised that it had hardly lost any power. The thing was not a great product, so she had no idea why it hadn't failed on her yet.
Yatina,
Qui asked suddenly, his tone very strange.
Does Fairplace use strange robots in dungeons?
He asked, and the question was so left field that she needed a second to process it.
They shouldn't. The only series we have in that sort of vein is the Hellion models, but while they have a promising success rate from what I read in the reports, not in my department, you see.
I and others brought up issues with their use, Yatina said as she examined the garden with curiosity. There were a lot of weird gargoyles placed around the room, and in such odd places, too.
Issues?
Alpha questioned with a frown.
Well, the Hellion series has a problem of evolving using some sort of red code secret material. If they hit some kind of threshold, they sort of tend to go off the rails. It's an issue, but nothing compared to the progressive tagging models designed for dungeons with over 100 flaws. Those are never going to see the light of day, which is a shame, because their ability to analyze things would make my job a lot easier.
Yatina huffed as she shook her head.
Off the rails, as in they explode, or off the rails as in...
Qui trailed off, and Yatina shot them both confused looks as their intense expressions. Why did they want to know so badly?
They hit an evolving loop function, drain everything in the immediate area of mana to fuel the process, and when they run out, they explode with dangerous force, she explained patiently.
Silence was their only response, and Yatina tried to assure them with a smile.
Only an idiot would employ them. They need massive work and a dozen permissions to even be worked on, she promised them.
Still, it wasn't like the hero units or the pro-tag ones were the worst. She was obligated not to mention the theoretical designs the company wanted to make. The courageous regent model, singular model. Her stomach twisted, but while she was not under contract not to talk about it, since she had no core to be contracted with, they had ways of knowing if one spoke about a project or not.
What's behind this door?
She announced and threw open it to reveal a massive dark blue-skinned demon with burning eyes and an aura that reeked of sulfur and bacon. They stared at each other. Nice eye, the demon grunted.
Nice beard,
was all she could reply with. This tension was awkward, so Yatina did what the sane person would do. She got so stressed that she caused a spontaneous nosebleed and rocketed out of her nose like a defensive weapon. There was a long pause. We should go grab a drink, the demon said, looking impressed. Not the response Yatina had hoped for, honestly. Delta tried to make sense of the arm that she'd absorbed, but it was hurting her mind. The core piece inside, the robots themselves, were almost designed to be growing and evolving bombs. There was no logic in place to go enough. They consumed and gorged until they'd find no more food. Getting inside them was growing easier as they continued to adapt. While her mana was used and torn apart, their makeup was still used as the foundation for the robot's upgrades. It was there she made a horrible discovery. The shards weren't dead, as she first thought. They were akin to an unfortunate person in a vegetative state, unresponsive to any stimuli, except they kept working. What was worse was that she saw how the constant mana surges were causing the tips of the shard to grow. These weren't pieces of dungeon core. These were cuttings. Like Delta needed any more provocation to destroy these things. But there was a silver lining. These machines were only resistant to her when active. She followed the gossamer thread connection to the hero models outside, where she found dozens more waiting. Delta held her hand out and closed her eyes. Rest, she said with sorrow, and every inactive model had its core shattered. The act of releasing the shards didn't do anything other than put an end to the disgusting existence. If they were alive, sentient, and able to learn as individuals, Delta would have saved them. These were just broken brain matter, stuck on loops with no self to govern it. Wait, Delta blinked at that thought. If a core itself wasn't giving the orders to the heroes themselves, what was? She gave them another look, using the speed model as a sample, as it was the most developed. Looking closer to a space hurricane than a black hole now. In the robot's body, moving around the core, was a weird flat piece of metal. It took a lot of effort, but Delta saw it had been stamped with a symbol. a sort of T with its left arm cut off, and a weird R. Delta knew that symbol. It was on her front door. Gamma. She tried to examine it, but it had the power not unlike her own to repel when see. "What are you?" she asked. "I am that which is left behind. I am that which is left behind. I am that which is left behind." "Are you Gamma?" she yelled, frustrated with all of this. "I am that which is left behind. I am that which will surpass. I am that which will leave behind." "I don't understand," Delta whispered. "To be discarded or to discard. A sword cannot change its nature. I am that which is left behind. I am that which will use you to surpass. I am that which was left behind. I am that which was left behind. Number 255. Delta moved her massive symbolic hands together, cracking her knuckles. "You may not be one of my kids, but I'll educate you all the same," she's warned as the air became charged. "School's in session, and today's lesson is on how badly you done goofed," she added. "I am that is about to get a butt-whooping. I know, you may be able to replicate a dungeon and Gamma in one form, but I am Delta. I don't replicate. I break," she said, and her aura began to grow. "I will upgrade. I will evolve." "With CDs?" Delta asked suddenly. It threw the sentient but not quite alive fragment off. "CDs? I do not." Delta hurled a wave of spinning salty mana at the robots that ignited the stars all around her. "CDs nuts!" The war was on. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Casper Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 174, Gone Home. Lim felt like a scary tree lady was going to tear him apart if he wasn't amusing enough. She was worse than the pig knight who told him to eat more protein, or the goblin bar owner who gave him a juice box and told him to get out. "I don't have time to play with you little pumpkins today," the tree woman called Wyam said out with a sigh. "Why not?" Dio asked curiously, and Lim wanted to shake him a little. She was going to let them pass without issue. Why was he questioning it? "Your faces bother me," Wyam said breezily, as she swept a branch across her face with a motion like she was pinching her nose. Dio nodded seriously, as if this was a grave problem, before he yanked his shirt over his head, obscuring his face, and gave a thumbs up. "Sorted! We'll get moving," he said, and walked off course as he headed towards a wall. Poppy caught up and guided Dio away towards the exit, but not before shooting Wyam a narrowed look that said she didn't believe Wyam's reasons at all. Lim crept along the wall, trying to be smaller than a bug, but Wyam turned to him regardless, stopping him from leaving the room after Dio and Poppy with the branches. "Advice for you: find new employment before this year is up. I suspect stocks in your company will be sharply declining," she said with a tone colder than any winter. It was like some divine verdict, but she was just a tree, right? He gathered what courage he had, something like his brother might have had if he was here today. "My loyalty is with Captain Utina. Where she ends up is where I will go," he said firmly. "Broken scientist now comes with squishy little sidekick," Wyam mused, and then smirked. "The toy stores will be sold out before the day is up," she said, and Lim grabbed his bow despite being pinned. "Don't call her that. She's smart and she knows a lot of things," he protested. Wyam pulled him close, her giant face making him feel so very small. "Cling to that fire, because she won't defend herself. Every sun needs a moon," she said, then dropped him as if bored. "Who's your son?" Lim retorted, and he was surprised when Lime went quiet. "Sad little boy. I was someone's son once upon a time," she said slowly, then closed her amber eyes. "Now, where there was a flickering innocence lies a cold, bitter ashes of experience," she said, then nearly threw him out the room. Her words haunted him as he quickly chased after Dio and Poppy down to the 3rd floor, beating the man almost becoming far too thick for him. The Yggdrasil opened its fleshy bulbous eye as the connection to Beta seemed to stutter and then vanish. Deep within the trunk of the massive tree, his core engorged itself on the hollow shell of a divine woman. The goddess that once resided here was now worm food for his growing ambitions. The loss of Beta was not as dire as it seemed. He had seen the girl regenerate from some truly terrible wounds. She would come crawling back soon enough. His flesh inside her form would ensure it. He shuffled some flesh about, frowning at the tender wound that pathetic little godling had done to him. The brother was strong, but it was clear more than ever that he was waning. How sad it was to see someone with such a colossal power be reduced to a cripple. The more he gave, the more he was reduced. He and sister would soon be stories that he would tell to mock them. He focused as his flock gathered to the base of the tree, the more ripe of them ready to offer their flesh in their efforts to heal him. Yggdrasil looked down at the dwindling population of the town once called Small Joy, that he renamed to something he found in their collective seeds, a paradise ruled by a singular god, a strong god. His garden would be called Eden. 2 men and 1 woman shuffled forward, their tattered clothes and dirty skin unnoticed by anyone as their flesh shifted and their veins bulged painfully. It was amusing to see them rapture like the little fleshy balloons, his flesh returning to him with the power. He gorged on them and allowed his own flesh to be healed by the effort. He would need to have another rare event where Eden opened its gates for scholars and druids alike to flock to the town to marvel at the world tree. Such people would find their food laced with Yggdrasil, their water tainted with him, the air they breathed infused with him, and they would become him. Still, if Beta did not return, the years of effort he put into making his next vessel optimal would have been wasted, which would be a shame. But Yggdrasil was not one to simply rely on one sad little girl. He always had a backup. He made his large central eye bulge and pop loose from his main body, which looked like a giant cocoon covered in eyes. The main eye slithered down the inside of the tree, coming to a stop at the base, where a shadowy form inside pulsing crystal prison could be seen. "Progress is coming smoothly," Yggdrasil admitted, as the form within was about an average human-sized adult, but their proportions looked slightly off. "To think this is what would happen when so many of the seeds were put in one place." He sighed with a contented noise. To think he had almost killed the head priestess of the world tree when she resisted his influence. How he almost wasted such a strong seed. This new vessel would need a new name. Yggdrasil was this form, but he was always evolving. "Thy name shall be..." He trailed off as the crystal glowed for a moment, revealing a woman with black tree branded on her chest and long pointed ears. But now she was growing a second set of arms and looked to be opening a third eye on her forehead. Zohar. The hero units had split up. 3, including the strength model, had gone the way of the mudroom. 2, one of which was agility model, went through the storeroom, hacking down the door with ease. Delta struggled to both track them and continue her fight in the symbolic space. The Gamma's cast-offs nailed the 2 dungeon cores were adapting to her power, able to weather both her solar system storms of aggressive energy and moving closer. This wasn't like Maharia or even the Spider Queen. This was fighting against corpses who remembered how to fight like her. Pulling back her energy, she narrowed her mana into a symbolic space into thin needles, sending them flying forwards, piercing 2 of them, which caused one in real space to stumble and fall into the mud as its leg locked up. She was distracted for a moment as 2 of the units broke through the secret passage to Maestro's room. "Swa, get Num and Billy out there. They're coming," she yelled as one of the units launched a disc cutting energy at her. But Foodie intercepted it and washed her salt and battle cry. There was more noise than sense. An arrow sliced across her arm, missing her by inches, but leaving her with a cut on her skin. The arrow, made of opposing mana, burned, making her gasp as pain flared up her arm. "Biscuits!" She cursed at the attacking unit. She threw mana wave 4, and it washed through Fran's planet, causing a golden echo of her boss to appear, charged one of the black holes and ran it down with his lance. The damage didn't do much, but they didn't adapt to it on this side. That was weird.
This isn't working. Throwing force at them isn't working, Delta said with a frown.
Salt them! Salt their corpses! Salt their loved ones!
Foodie cried, throwing more mana at them, which didn't amount to much.
Foodie, I would love to, but I don't think salting them is going to.
She trailed off as an idea hit her.
This is going to suck,
she announced, and began to focus on the robots, creating voids of mana, which was a lot like sucking on a tooth with a wide cavity. Then eating ice cream. It hurt so much to have these bubbles forming, like taking a spoon to her own flesh. But the robots stuttered for a moment, as their performance was halted, forcing them to move much slower. Call me Bubbles, because you can blow me, she gasped as the hero units had begun to stockpile what energy they had left for moving and attacking. The evolving version had it worse, with the strength model barely moving at all. Delta fell to her knees, and something began popping her head, like a tiny little headache erupting like zits. She focused on starving the invaders. If she could just stall them long enough that Maestro and Bori could do some damage they couldn't evolve from, then it would be a win. She just had to. Suddenly, the pain flared like a solar burst. She just had to hold on. She just had to. A little longer. She pushed against the gates of the dark forces on the other side, threatened to break out. Where was she? Where was Delta? It didn't matter. She pushed against the gate with everything she had. She could just sense how strong the echo was on the other side. The thing being empowered by a second echo and that damn Lish girl. I will not yield. My world is not yours for the taking. My friends are not your toys to be used. Our memories are not yours to abuse, she screamed and pushed with her rather massive hands on the other door, holding it closed. Stay away from my family, Delta screamed, standing up, her aura blazing in a symbolic space. The black holes representing the hero units shuddered before Delta rushed forward, sucking all the mana away until it was her pure essence against them. Her skin felt like peeling, her eyes burned like liquid, her voice felt like glass. But she pushed on. 5 highly developed cores strapped with gamma parts, programmed by a douchey organization, against one schoolteacher out of her depth. They should have sent more robots. One of the hero units stared down as his hands melted, because the mushroom grove seemingly caught fire of its own accord, and the large beast in the middle was absorbing the flames to grow stronger. It tried to stand up, but all around it, fuzzy blue creatures rained rocks and spears down on them. Across the floor, 2 of the units struggled to inject as all around them runes glowed with the fiendish power. Reverse Delta, Enhanced YM, Conjoined SWA, a voice rumbled as he planted his staff in the hallway, preventing them from accessing the room beyond. As each rune was named, they flashed white. Not here, not in my house, SWA snarled at the robots, as he began to grow haggard-looking from the cost of the runes. There was a sound like a beeping, and the hallway exploded. Heat and smoke rolled over SWA as he covered his eyes. Delta's aura flickered, and she stumbled as she pushed 2 of the robots back, forcing them to become void of mana. Bori gored one of the units, causing parts to fly everywhere, and the glowing core bound in bent metal to roll across the ground. It landed near the strength model unit, who picked up the core as if unable to ignore it. SWA watched as Agility model walked out with the smoke, holding the core of the destroyed unit at its side. Oh, you little rust buckets, he said, as it pressed the core to its chest and sunk into the metal torso. There was a flash, and SWA closed his eyes. SWA will respawn in 2 hours. Bori will respawn in 5 hours. Delta rolled back, landing in a heap as the surface of her hands burned with a sickly green mana. Delta, Food said as she struggled to sit up for a moment. Every inch of her in pain, she had to release the void bubbles for the moment, as it felt like she was going to kill her. Foodie, run! Go back to your dungeon, she told the younger core without hesitation. No! United! Network! Food Network! He protested. Something shot towards Foodie's distracted back, and Delta thrust a hand forward, a dome of orange flickering into existence before it was smashed with more dark green mana. She clutched Foodie close to her, his tiny little white self like a puff of smoke. They rolled hard, and Dalton nearly blacked out, but forced herself to get up to one knee. "Their mana burns. It hurts so badly," she whispered, and stood up. "But I won't let them hurt you," she said. Her eyes narrowed as her arms ignited in burning orange mana. The two new forms were no longer black holes, but something closer to if a skeleton and a spaceship had been fused together. It moved, but it was unnatural. All around them was a thick green aura that burned all it touched. Their fields didn't overlap because the agility and strength model weren't together in the actual dungeon. But if they met up... But that was when she noticed something. The gamma fragments looked a little malformed now, as if the green mana was warping them as well. They were going to melt their own command system if they kept fusing. They'd be an inert tool of destruction without a driver if all five were one. Delta was absolutely sure of it. If there was no consciousness, no gamma fragments left, it was just an object, just a thing. And things were just snacks to Delta. The thing was she could either focus on nullifying their mana absorption or being a fighter that drove them to fuse. She couldn't do both. One of the fuse calls began to fire again, but Delta stood up. She buckled and fell back on her knees in exhaustion. That was when a giant blue hand smashed into it, sending it stumbling away. "Do not touch my dungeon core," Nu said in such a low tone that the dark matter of symbolic space vibrated. The things began to power their mana in the form of a threat, and Nu scoffed. "I will not yield. Our home is not yours for the taking. Our people are not toys for you to play with. Our peace is not something for you to abuse." He snarled and raised his hands, causing extremely detailed mana swords made of blue energy streaking with orange to appear. "I am the mana enchanted notification utility, and I am here to notify you that you are already dead," he said and vanished, taking the fight to the two fused cores and a single unfused one. "Foodie, back him up," Delta ordered, and focused on slowly cutting off their mana intake with much more gentle void bubbles. "Usually it is divide and conquer, but we hear you, Mother. We shall force these miserable piles of secrets to become one," Maestro warned as the agility unit entered his room, looking like a spider now, with tentacles for legs and heat-proof armor. "Target acquired," it intoned, and Maestro rose into the air, the vines connecting to the dungeon, putting him close to the ceiling. "The song for this battle," Maestro inquired. Then his singular eye blazed red as he faded into the shadows, becoming an undefined mass of vines and noise. "A funeral dirge." Farah put down a rag that she was using to clean an already impeccably clean mug. Her pub door was beginning to splinter as something rushed at it. She picked up a bottle off the shelf and poured it into 2 shot glasses. "For your soir, no one messes with my boys," she said, and downed both of them in a rapid succession. Her nostrils blowing out steam, her door shattered, and she reached under the counter, grabbing the boomstick from its hiding space. As she cocked it, "I wonder if you can make a new spirit out of a machine," she asked, voice feral. A large metal hand punched its way through the door's remains, and she fired, sending sparks of flame roaring into existence. The monstrous figure beyond was bulky and tough-looking, but it had oddly placed sections of heat-proof armor that overlapped badly with the protective weave. Farah leapt over the counter, kicking up the table, which flew at the creature hard. She didn't wait for it to hit, as she slammed a bottle of booze into the oddly shaped hole in her weapon, causing the crystal-laden handle to shift from red to green. When she fired next, it was a hurricane of wind that howled and expanded with lingering flames on the machine's body. The hero unit stumbled back 2 steps, and Farah began to scream as she fired again and again. "Get out of my pub!" she roared. She would either blow this thing to pieces, make sure it learned to fear goblins. The agility hero dodged along the stone pyramid as vines erupted out the ground, breaking stone as all around it. Mushrooms grew with open maws, blasting sonic screams in it. "Dance, dance, die!" Maestro commanded from above in the air. "With music I have wings and power to fly." he intoned as the harsh, drawn-out trumpet slammed into the robot over and over, not having too much effect, it seemed. Maestro soared around the room, pointing his cane at the intruder and causing vines to rush it with crushing intent. "How do you think this will end?" he called to the soulless thing. He knew there was no point, but the fact that he had no soul didn't negate the fact that Maestro was overflowing with it. He twirled his cane, and the mushroom choir appeared across the wall, shooting balls of mana which crossed the arena, causing only one side of the pyramid to be safe, which the mech barely made it to. It was getting faster. "You sprung my trap card," he cried, and the safe side of the pyramid suddenly exploded with dozens of vines. From its back, 2 sharp blades formed, taking up some of the precious armored sections, and it began to cut the vines before they got close. "Grow, evolve, become a god, if you desire. I will feast upon your corpse with song and dance all the same," Maestro roared, his eye blazing. "You can be a shining star, but I am the abyss that sings. You see me, and the abyss sees you," Maestro warned as he slammed his cane into the wall, causing the entire room to expand, letting the between-floor space become visible. The thrumming orange sea would drive weaker men mad. The mech stared down at the very bottom of the void. A massive dragon on a throne wearing a skull looked up with a dark promise. "Dance well! Royalty is watching," Maestro announced grandly. He raised his cane, and from his back, vines began to disconnect. "These were support vines," the Maestro said calmly, then snapped his glare to the mech as it rushed at him. "But not for me." He blurred and slammed his cane into the mech, bashing it hard before kicking it across the space. "The floors will have to endure without their star for a time. For the first time since I came on air, Maestro's magnificent show will be taking a short break to deal with some bugs," Maestro said darkly. All around him, the room rotated and spun, pieces of the wall moving in and out of the between with jarring distortions. The music was now echoing and seemingly coming from every inch of the space. "Let's go, dirty brother killer," Maestro intoned, and the two charged at each other. Yatina looked at the orange water with a sigh. She wasn't sure if she could drink it. Something inside her knew that it would be the point of no return if she did. She hesitantly scooped some out of the borrowed goblet and then let her fingers dip into the stuff. It made her skin tingle like a kiss of sunlight. She slowly put the goblet in the well and brought it out near full. Shaking a little, she brought it near her lips, and the smell was like fresh apple pie. The garden felt quiet without the music as Yatina held the goblet a little longer. Lim pushed through the massive feast hall, losing Poppy as she diverted to some library, and Dio easily kept pace with him. Just as he went to open the massive double doors, a brilliant orange light seeped and bled through the gapes in the door, blinding Lim as the floor shook, making him stumble back. Yatina remembered being in a large garden. Then she was somewhere else. Yatina looked around the odd classroom. It looked nothing like any educational place that she had seen before. Everything looked clean and warm, with maps of strange land masses, posters of theoretical science ideas, and even desks with equal standing. The floor was made of a strange, smooth substance, and the board at the front wasn't black with chalk, but with white one with ink lines. The sun was setting through the window, and Yatina paused as she see-through ghosts of sorts was sitting at the head desk, marking papers and trying to look upbeat. Only 3 of her seats were filled with students. "They're not coming," the girl said with anger designed to cover a heartache. "Betty, your parents might just have misread the time or got held back in traffic," she soothed, and the girl shook her head. "And I'm the president, Miss D. They're not coming. No one ever comes for me," she snapped and stood to stalk out the room. "She's not wrong. Our parents won't come. My brother is their favorite, and Betty's parents just don't care," one of the boys said with a factual tone that felt extremely familiar. "Adam," the teacher said with a sigh. "My parent is here," someone said with a snort. Yatina turned her head and saw a void in the memory, a void clawing at her skin, eyes, mind, and soul. A maw of teeth and screams. She looked away, heart beating hard.
I'm your sister, not your mother, and I offered to let you switch classes, Miss D mumbled. Nah, it's great having at-home help when the homework sucks, the Void teased. Monday, I'll be stuck in some basement working on other kids, and you'll have to handle your own stuff, she warned. One day, the Void snorted. No, come on, who doesn't have parent issues here? The last kid asked, and he looked weedy, like he was stuck between growth spurts. He was building some sort of weapon out of connecting pen tips. Gerald, Miss D began, and the boy looked at her with a suddenly sad expression. It's just us here, Miss D. Come on, he almost pleaded. Sorry, I was doing my best to think of your given name in case your father showed up, Miss D said with an apologetic tone. Gemma, don't you dare hit Adam with the pen sword, she said, and the boy grinned, looking pleased as he undid his hair from a tight ponytail. But he's so fun, he just shuts down and takes it, the boy known as Gemma said with a smile as he poked Adam, who looked stone-faced. Yet Tina was drawn into the scene because it was something she had always wanted for herself, a place where her oddness might have been accepted by someone other than her sister. She looked down and found herself shrunken, as if she was young teen once more. The teacher looked at her, features almost unseeable. Yatina, come join us. We'd be happy to have you, she said brightly, and one of the desks lit up. It had her name on it. Yatina reached for it. The wooden chair was warm. It felt like home. Yatina, Lim said in a panic as his captain laid on the ground, foaming orange-looking bubbles out of her mouth. Hey, it's fine. I also drank it, Dio assured him, as Yatina's body twitched and seemed to be feeding weirdly mana-potent when a fake eye suddenly glowed orange and shifted to a deep hue. The eye was engraved with the odd triangle on the dungeon's entrance. Yatina started and stared up at the ceiling as the whole dungeon seemed to shake violently. Captain, Lim said, sweating as the mana was starting to get to him. She turned to him, orange foam still on her chin, with a wild look in her armor eye. Weather, she said with a raspy tone. Weather? He echoed. Globe, planetary wide communication signals, around world, she said, grabbing his arms. Oh, what are those? Lim said in a panic as Dio smiled at their friendship. Cat pictures. There was a slight pause before she got an even crazier glint in eye. And degeneracy, so much degeneracy, she hissed. Lim was too confused to argue, and he nearly screamed when a kobold appeared out of some bushes. Did someone say degeneracy? All hail the mighty Pip, he said seriously. The dungeon shook again, and the kobold shook his head. No time to waste. We need to sneak you all out of Quee's tunnel ASAP, he said, and Yatina looked skywards. Bands of mana weaving. The floors are connected, but spaced apart and tiny space contained far away. Relative in dimensions, she muttered, her eye glowing. A mushroom that appeared over despair, growing light corpses come plucking at her heartstrings. Yatina mumbled and then promptly passed out as her body trembled and shuddered. I like her poetry, Dio offered. Lim felt he needed a stiff juice box. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakal, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you are new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 175. We Have the Technology. Delta watched as Maestro and Thera pushed the hero bots harder than before. Maestro pulling a double duty of fighting and protecting Num and Billy's cocoons of evolution. In the back of her mind, Nu continued to fight against them in a symbolic space, using more devious tactics than Delta had used. The agility hero crushed the glowing cocoons despite Maestro turning the room into a literal storm of blazing pullets and vines. No! Delta cried out as the robot raised one of its spider legs to stomp down. In the blink, 2 glowing eggs were yanked out of range of Maharia, held one in each of her hand with a scowl. Metalman, what happened to good old flesh and blood? She complained. Take them down to the next floor, hide them behind the waterfall, Delta told her quickly, and Maharia began to move. You sure? These are first-floor monsters. Not sure what will happen if they get more mana in mid-evolution, she said, and Delta didn't hesitate to nod. Better odd than dead, she said firmly. This dungeon in a nutshell, Maharia sighed and took off. the hero about to jump at her when Maestro intercepted it with a gain. Their bodies locked in struggle. "A true performer is willing to break a leg," Maestro warned, and all of the mushroom turrets in the room turned to their locked bodies, beginning to fire bullets. "Maestro!" Delta reached out, but the bullets thundered into the center of the room, impacting both Maestro and the hero unit. The barrage didn't stop until a few seconds later, when smoke and dust slowly boomed outwards like a decaying flower. "You think this'll stop me? The proud bard of the Delta dungeon," Maestro called, and the smoke was whipped away as the mushrooms around the room began to twang in notes similar to a stringed instrument. It was a continuous chord intermixed with two heavy thrums. Maestro looked wrecked, his suit in burning pieces and one arm gone, and the hero unit looked thicker in places, producing a near-constant whistle that made the air around it ripple. "It isn't over until the robot screams," Maestro declared, and buried his cane into the head of the hero unit, causing it to pierce clean through. Vera looked around her ruined tavern, mentally taking note of which liquors would need to be replaced. She and the robot had both grown a few inches, but the robot was still the taller beast. She had used all her ammo, all her mixtures, and even experimented with a few drinks, but she had to admit the robot could hold its drink. She slowly pulled herself out of the wrecked bar as the strength unit emerged from the wall, pushing wooden beams out of its way. The only true change the robot had undergone, as far as the massive golden mane of hair it had grown when Farah dunked a Delta surprise drink on its head. Unlike Fran, this hair was clearly held together by dreams and hair clips. "You're a cold one," Farah admitted as she rubbed her lips with the back of her hand. The robot only moved closer. "But you see, unlike you, I don't have ice for blood," she spat and held her hand out. Outside the bar, the third unchanged unit watched the fight without getting involved. Cocky tin can. She opened her hand to reveal a red crystal. "I have fire," she said as she crushed the gem, causing a tiny spark of fire to ignite all across her bar. Smashed bottles glinted as the contents spread across the floor in such volume that they formed a thin waterline across the entire bar. Farah closed her eyes as the second time in so many days. Her bar exploded. Bran better give them hell, or she would bar him for a week. Maestro watched as his cane cracked, huffing to himself in dark amusement. "I guess you don't want to join my fan club," he joked, and the cane shattered. His own form followed suit not long after. Farah has been defeated. Maestro has been defeated. Danger level 7. No loot, no rewards, no retreat. Yutina was rubbing the grass all around her as she scurried out like an insect. "Binding, bonding, interlinked manner of base existence," she exclaimed. Lim tried to shift her, but she was so lost in her sight that she couldn't be moved. Someone stepped in front of her, and she looked up slowly and the long muscled leg of the gargoyle. The muscle continued until she was staring at a blank face. In one eye, he looked like a stoic man monster with wings, but the other eye, her new eye, he was a glowing angel of beautifully constructed life. Thriving, singing, humming life. Tears sprung to her eyes as the angel bent down to be at eye level. There was no spark or attraction, but Yutina wept all the same as if she had been seen an artwork or heard a passionate sonnet. "Don't crush the grass," he intoned, and Yutina blinked. What?" she spluttered. "Everything is Delta. Crush the grass, you crush Delta." "Don't," he explained. "I see," she said, and Lim gaped at her. "What?" she asked, feeling self-conscious. We should go," he said, and they turned to see Dio emerging from the feast hall with Poppy in tow. The girl looked annoyed and to be disturbed, but since it was Dio, she didn't say anything clearly. Just as they were about to speak, the entire dungeon shook so violently that Yutina was thrown on her rear, and Lim nearly went headfirst into the well, only saved by the gargoyle at the last moment. From the connected kitchen, the spout of fire raged out, burning a perfectly semicircle in the front door. What in the world?" Yutina grunted as she stood up. The entire dungeon system was going crazy. Turbulent flashes of orange mingled with flares of deep blue raged like a sea. The gargoyle was looking at the same thing when he spoke. "Dark things this way come. You'll need to leave as fast as possible before they reach the second floor," he warned. What dark things? Yutina didn't feel right about this at all, especially those strange voids in the Mana Sea, like deep, hungry nightmares that moved ever closer. Delta wished she could do more,
but watching Fran emerge from the side of the boss arena as Captain Fran the Defender instead of his base form. Chilling. It turned out his base form had a cap of strength because his only way to become stronger or to threats was to transform entirely. Exponential growth that never ran out was still a bit beyond Delta at that moment. The agility and strength units were trailed by a lone third unevolved unit. The strength unit looked to be radiating heat, leaving scorch marks as it walked. The agility unit had foregone ahead entirely, becoming a round torso with just legs and swords that buzzed harshly. What words could I say to such twisted designs? His tall, ogre-like body rippling with power. Don't try. I've looked into their hearts. There's only pain, Delta said, hands clenched. Then I shall save them from this existence, or perish trying, Fran roared. Bacon, his steed, charging at a moment's notice. The clash between Fran and the hero unit sent sand flying everywhere. The strength unit was clearly having an easier time than the agility unit. One of Fran's massive lances lifted and flung the agility unit across the boss room, where it landed on a wall and scuttled along like a nightmarish spider, circling around Fran. The strength unit tried to grapple both lances in an effort to keep Fran pinned, but the massive goblin yelled, veins pulsing in the back neck, as he lifted then slammed the strength unit down with a bigger explosion of sand. The agility unit moved to the exit, and Delta blinked as she began to employ something similar to Maestro's sonic blast, breaking the door down as the strength unit and Fran tussled. Fran managed to aim one of his lances and hurled it with all his might, the air reveling out within a harsh boom of sound as the lance flew forth. Delta winced as the agility unit jumped away and the lance cracked the door off its hinges. Fran hadn't had the time to come to grips with his form's power. The agility unit was gone before Fran could throw his other lance. The strength unit didn't seem interested in leaving as it charged Fran, its feet shifting to something that almost glided through the sandy ground. The unevolved unit followed the agility unit at much slower pace, almost casually walking through the ruined door. The two powerful titans clashed once more, metal against infuriating pig flesh and goblin spite. Vanguard, the word gargoyle stopped before the steps to the third floor, back to the second. As if hearing something, Yatina frowned, but she could see two of the dark, sickening holes in the manor sea move closer. We might not make it to the circus in time, he admitted, and Lim tensed up. What's going on? Leo asked, all smiles put aside for a serious frown now. Vanguard was quiet, and Yatina had the strangest feeling that he was hesitating because of her. Fairplay has sent in robotic units called Heroes, he said, his wings covering him with a heavy cloak that obscured some, but not all, of the tension in his shoulders. No, Yatina said instantly. She wasn't exactly calling the monster a liar, but the idea that such things had been let loose in a dungeon with fewer than 10 floors, fewer than 5, was ludicrous, foolish, terrifying. She moved before anyone could catch her. She rushed up the stairs, her heart beating as she ran past the near-still tree that was Wyam. Rushing to your death will accomplish nothing, Wyam said, with a low tone that made Yatina stop for a moment. They're made not to harm people. I can stop them. Stop this stupid madness, she growled back and rushed out of the boss room, knowing fully well that Wyam could have stopped her. The beautiful and warm jungle she had traveled through before had utterly changed. The sun had dipped, and the bird songs had stopped. In the distance, a near-constant buzz droned all around the jungle. Yatina didn't know where the stairs to the second floor were, since she had rushed to the secondary dungeon entrance. In the far distance, a noise like a low groan blared out, and a tree exploded. Something grabbed her, and she turned in surprise to see one of those interesting frog creatures from before that she hadn't had the pleasure to personally inspect. This one looked odd, all garbed in dark cloth, and even their head was obscured by a strange white woman's face that looked demonic with teeth like fangs. Who are you? Yatina asked, and the assassin-looking frog tilted its head. The shadow of the moon, it intoned, voice too flat to give any hints of feminine or masculine traits. Listen, I need to get close to the units. I need to shut them down, she insisted, and the assassin seemed to think it over. It's too dangerous, it's decided, and Yatina smacked its arm in frustration. You don't understand. If it keeps adapting, keeps feeding, it'll explode, she yelled into the far too quiet dungeon. The shadowy frog hesitated. I can shut them down. I have the authority, she pleaded. In the distance, Lim's voice called to her, and she felt bad leaving him behind, but he was safer back with his friends. Then Utina was moving, her vision showing the frog was moving them through the vents of steam? Scented steam with a hint of lavender, rose, and a tragic backstory. They arrived shortly at a part of the jungle that Utina hadn't seen on her tour, a long bridge of sorts where a battle of chaotic proportions was taking place. 3 frogs were fighting off the heavily mutated hero unit. The sight of the machine made Utina ill, mostly from what her new eye was showing her and the fact that these things had been used at all in a group. To her eye, the hero unit was a bundle of energy like flesh strapped to a singing piece of metal. The song was not of love or purpose, but an insane screeching of something that had lost grip on reality long ago. The largest of the frogs swiped at the 2 fast machine with a large staff, making cleaving attacks that left chips in the bridge. The second frog was much older one that was both commanding the other 2 and performing frankly impressive martial arts, forgiving its age. The last frog was the most visually interesting, a cloak-covered frog that was holding a hand up, conjuring forth things that were a dungeon but not. They looked like shooting green wisps that emerged from the trees and grass with stout arms and round heads. When the hero unit wandered too close, the frog made a heavy slashing motion with her hand, and the spirit stormed around her like a funnel. The unit clearly didn't like the things, as it outright avoided them at all costs. Utina stumbled forward, her body being rocked left and right as the battle raged on the big bridge. She watched as the hero unit came within inches of beheading the giant, and she threw her hands up. "On the authority of fair play," she screamed, pouring every bit of outrage into her voice. "I, Captain Utina, of rank 2, demand that you cease operations," she said, and her voice carried far across the jungle, stilling the sounds of the waterfall, deafening the bees, and ceasing all wind. The spider-like robot shuddered slowly to a crawl, then jerkily twitched its arms. It turned to her slowly. Acknowledge. This unit is shutting down." It droned, unfolded in on herself. There was a few seconds before Utina let out a shattering sigh. She wasn't sure if that was actually going to work. Utina moved closer to see that the thing had no head anymore and looked like a demented spider. She was going to have words with whoever unleashed these things when she got back to the surface. There came an odd sound like an air hissing, and the undefended body of the unit bent, then exploded outwards as its core was grasped by a clawed hand extended by steel cord. Utina saw it pull back in, face frowning in confusion. Why was the claw red? She looked down to see that there where her stomach should be, there was now a sort of hole where a claw had also tried to yank on her too. She stumbled back and could barely watch as an unseen hero unit stepped out of the shadows at the far end of the bridge. Right. She'd been singular when commanding. She had told the destroy unit to shut down. She hadn't said she wanted all units to shut down. How stupid of her. A rookie mistake. She was bleeding out, and all Utina could think about was how pretty the sky was. What a lovely place to die. Deep inside Utina's body, a secondary battle of sorts was occurring. Orange motes banged on bones and demanded an increase in red blood cells to account for the loss occurring. The bone marrow didn't respond, as it was bone marrow. This annoyed the mana greatly. There were only 2 things this mana collectively despised: gazebos and lazy bone marrow. It had a moment to think to itself. Her body was just a dungeon that moved, right? Her body really just had a dungeon that took food in and produced stuff that other people wanted. So if it just pretended this body was a dungeon, it stuffed some mana into the bones and demanded red blood cells. It got reddish, orange, brownish ones. It wasn't quite right. But as the mana went to work, the alpha system kicked in and began to assign the excess mana to abilities to prevent mana poisoning. Lungs, it could do better. Now she could hold her breath much longer. The mana looked at her muscles and nudged them a bit for more compact. A mixture of oxygen and mana would skip the pesky mortal limit. Oh, while it was at it, he could turn her liver into a proto-steel. It reached into her brain and found there was 0 drive to reproduce or seek fleshy pleasures. The mana saw no defect and moved on. And, at last, the delta seed replacement, one of the few things in this body that was a work of art. It just hooked the body up with maybe twice the average connectors than most people might have for their seeds. It wasn't cheating, it was min-maxing. Now, it would work on the anti-gazebo weaponry.
Davina reached down, using her magic to heal the deep wound in the human. She was reacting to it much better than Davina thought she should. She winced as Giant was flung back by a new form, the transformed hero unit that had devoured its kin. It had only gained some of its spider-like features, but it retained its head. Adapted, tainted captain weakness, removed command unit in place. It said with a harsh metallic tone, weakness removed, cause stability at 35%. Error, cannot adapt, it rambled as it moved forward. It pointed its hand at Davina as it formed something like a sonic blaster. Goal remains, reach core, damage core, return, strength unit will return to site soon, will become one, it said, and Davina raised a spirit barrier to protect her, Giant, and Gramps. The Elder Frog grimaced as the shield was torn apart a moment later. Damage? Why? Davina demanded, rage in her voice at the idea. That is the mission, it rumbled. That explains nothing. What logic do you have for doing this? Davina asked, hoping to confuse it. I exist to serve, I have a purpose. I am a tool of the god Error, tool of the fair play. I am their weapon, it said as it charged its cannon once more. Davina covered the human with her body, hoping to at least save her. "Aha! Not today!" came the sound of a furious river and power. Davina looked up to see Rail with his fists out, diverting the sound waves with his muscles. What a glorious sight! Davina wouldn't mind nearly dying so much if this happened. New threat, but you are one. I will win, the robot declared as it stomped closer. Rail rubbed his nose with his finger before twirling his trident. You see one, but I see Bob, he countered. Error, element Bob not recognized, it said, and a moment later, the entire bridge erupted upwards as Bob, the giant worm, swallowed the robot whole. Davina, get the guppy back somewhere safe. Me and Bob can't hold back here, he said, as he turned back to the others. Davina began to shake her head. It's powerful, I fear that, she began. But he grinned, and her heart skipped a beat. Don't fear, for I will always be here, he said, and the sun shone down on him, making him almost glow. I'll be back once the human is safe. Do not dare perish on me, or I'll be beyond upset, she warned, and helped the giant to his feet, and let Grams take the human. Hurry back, I can slow it down, but you have the power to truly defeat it. I can feel it, he said, and Davina moved as she saw Luna setting up traps to slow the robot down if it gone past Rail. Unseen by the frogs, a form stepped out of the shadows to watch the battle with a tilted head. Rennie made motions of taking off visible gloves and rolled his neck. Surely, the Lord of the Rivers wouldn't mind a ringmaster taking a shot. There was something delicious inside that robot that Remy simply had to sample. A sort of in-between life and death energy that made his toes curl. It would be his little midnight snack. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Casper Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and metalgents, and welcome to this narration of the web series There Is No Epic Loot Here, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 176, A Little Overkill. What bothersome bugs. Nu is akin to a demigod in his symbolic space, but these vermin were tenacious. He watched as a small one absorbed a larger one and became more. It was hard to define exactly what he was seeing. Before there had been black holes of sorts, some with texture, others with hums. This new one was physical in a way that allowed it to push back against Nu and the dungeon mana. The so-called command unit was greater sum of its parts. And yet, Nu watched it raise its own mana to attack, and great cracks ran along its limbs and being, healing only to rip open anew seconds later. Storms of chaotic loose energy streamed out of its barely contained core, threatening to detonate not only just its own mana, but any dungeon mana it came into contact with. Nu would have just offered to kick the thing out of the dungeon with some super bosses and close the door, letting Fairplay handle their toys. But Delta would get upset because Durance is in that direction or something. Stupid village with a stupid name. Nu held out a hand, and a massive buzzing blade made of stone and demonic bat-like features formed.
The guard blade was not the most elegant of weapons, but in what it lacked in subtlety. New swung it, and there was a scream of displaced mana as pure force slammed into the command unit. It stumbled back, letting Rail and Bob in the physical world drag it off course a little, before New could see it cutting its way free of Bob, causing immense pain to the creature in the process. The Abyss Worm simply healed the damage up, and New knew that Bob's kind was similarly adaptive, since they lived in the in-between and unseen. Normal weapons works far better on Bob than the esoteric. Still, the worm was young, so it was best not to push his regeneration. According to Bob's creature file, that Delta never got around to reading. Bob could easily become an Abyss Hydra, a Nightmare Verum, or a Nightmare Crawler, depending on the types of damage he suffered. Pushing forward, New tried to bury the sword into command unit's symbolic self, and the tip left a nasty scrape before snapping off due to the pressure. He really needed to get upgrades for the gargoyles. Jumping back as he was nearly cut with the dark blade of the unit, New felt for another inspiration in the symbolic space. Anything in the dungeon could be a tool in this state. The goblins could become protective leathers or crude tools, the spiders forming into traps or nets, and so on. The gargoyles formed a long sword of stone that did immense physical damage. This was how dungeons did fights. Their creations added to their arsenal, and the more diverse or creatures the dungeon toolset, the more likely they won and devoured the other. Feeling risky, he tried to feel for the Death Star dragon that Delta just happened to cook up without effort. He only got the idea of some massive greatsword before it fizzled away in his hands. He clinched him. He was still too weak. A helper, not a dungeon. New's vision swam as the command unit ran through his side with his blade, causing his hot lances of pain to shoot up his body. "Is that it? Delta's puns hurt more," he snarled, grabbing the blade with both hands and lifted, pivoting the machine overhead and slamming it hard into the ground behind him. He stumbled back, trying to contain the flowing motes of blue leaking out of his wound. "Just like her, no respect for traditional rules," he spat, and held up a hand. "I can break rules too," he snapped, as the machine turned slowly to face him. Dozens of little screaming tribal mushrooms men ran forward, coated in troll soup like war paint. "Rip and tear! Soak and seep!" he roared. The battle waged on. Delta bent over Utina, her stomach tight as the woman squirmed in pain. Nurse Halligan danced around her, gently applying many of the doctor's remedies. The gargoyles recently returned with New before the menu showed up to help Delta. He was excitedly exclaiming about nature and its bounty. "Can't we just have a nice thing without trouble following?" she asked quietly, and around her defeated monsters shifted uncomfortably. "Mother?" Swa asked slowly, and Delta looked up with a blink. "How will you contain the explosion? Those machines?" He trailed off, and Delta could see visible concern of the others in the same question. She put on her best smile as she could manage. "I'm going to beat it to a pulp, then make a jelligan, push it down into the 4th floor, and let it explode," she summed up. There was a long, thick silence before almost everyone present began to protest and refused. "If it merges together and erodes Gamma's pieces inside, I can eat the explosion, but I can't risk it going off in the other floors," Delta said, speaking with a clear and calm voice. "We can respawn," Swa said, trying to get off the bed despite being nothing more than a sort of hologram to pass the time until he's respawned. "Not if the explosions take out all your respawn bases," Delta said quietly. "We are replaceable, but features of your story," Lord Maestro said, his tone soft and gentle. Delta looked right at him as Maestro remained in the light slumber nearby. She, for a moment, didn't see them as currently were, but watched as they shrunk to become small, little stubby acid-spitting mushroom turrets, gently comforting one another. There should have been a third sibling, but Delta had lost that mushroom spitter long before she got her feet under her. "Not to me. None of you are replaceable," she said, standing up as she watched Alpha guard the door to the infirmary, with a more scared limb. "If you die, we all die," Farah pointed out, but she didn't seem to be arguing, just asking if Delta was sure. Delta shot her a smile, and this seemed to confuse the goblin. "Not exactly. I'm only 80% of the dungeon core these days. Pretty sure that if it all goes wrong, New can take over," she said, and there was a pained silence in the room. "Hooray!" Farah grumbled. "New is keen on the job," Delta said, trying not to preen at the preferences of a monster's head. It was hard to not to enjoy being the favorite. "Oh, he's a shy nut," Swa said flatly. Muffet made pained motions that looked like the dance of the spirit of his joy does not diminish his devotion to maniacally laughing. "Never seen me work. I bet he could continue my work if anything bad happens." Dalta tried to defend her friend's honor. Halligan gurgled and Dalta covered her mouth in shock as Farah let out a cackle. Maybe she would just try not to die. It seemed the best for everyone involved. She looked back down at Yutina, feeling close to the woman and a little responsible now that she was in Dalta's care. She was looking less pale, and Dalta was relieved to know that she would survive. She sent a mental prayer to the woman that she would wake up feeling better than ever. Rael was not one for waxing poetics nor grandstanding, but he was rather keen on destroying anything that would threaten his jungle. It irked him that no matter how he conjured the full river's might, nor how Bob slammed the machine again and again, it simply shrugged them off, leaking a truly enormous amount of energy. There was a thunderous boom from above, and Rael could feel the disappearing essence of Lord Fran and the nearly destroyed machine he left in its wake.
"Strength unit will return to my side. We will become as one. We will become as one,"
the command unit insisted. "Man as one, you will die," Rael said, slamming his butt of his trident into the ground, causing the water to leak from the cracks of the mud.
"Death is for the living,"
the unit said in an almost macabre, amused tone that sounded more like a boy than a machine. "The living will rot, but cold steel will rust. None can escape death," Rael huffed. Instead, one had to be extremely buff so they could impress death when their bulging biceps. There was a thump nearby, and Rael tensed, ready to spear the other machine if it drew closer. But he stared as the dark visage of Remy appeared, holding a dented core with a flickering light.
"Strength unit, even damage, should have been enough to overpower you,"
the command unit said to the ghoul. The ghoul covered his fake mouth with a hand and giggled silently. "Remy, my showman, watch out!" Rael cried as the command unit tried to spear the core to itself. But Remy moved like a wraith, dancing over the river and between the trees akin to a phantom. It bowed and taunted the command unit to chase it. Rael used the river to form walls and obstacles to slow down the command unit, which had taken on a near-frenzied attitude in getting the core to itself. "To the Queen of Thorns!" Rael yelled to the fleeting form as he allowed Bob to grab him and give chase. He had a feeling that Davina would be in the boss room. If Wyam was the sword of the jungle, Davina was the magic. It had lost sight of the Soul Eater. The command unit worked forward, smacking bees that attacked it. More than a few did not get up as it attacked. Their stingers were ineffective.
"Whoa! A stinger glove! Gamma, that's so cool!"
They were never good enough. A trident of frog was strong enough.
"I changed my mind. You're not going anywhere until we reunite all the Shattered Islands. This trident will be my symbol."
Never enough. How many terrible memories had the original removed, shunted them off into weapons, and discarded them? How dare he keep the good times to himself? How dare that carefree idiot hoard their memories? How dare... Cost ability at 23%. Short access memory purged. Prediction of memories returning 100%. It focused on a massive tree ahead with a gate under it. If it obtained the other core of strength unit, it would utterly purge the gamma. It could stop being. It stepped into the room full of mist and power. Its mana sensors were going crazy as it looked around. From the mist, a figure slowly moved forward, and the command unit went to attack, but stared down at where its arm had been torn off. It didn't understand how or why. It looked up to the figure who looked like a beautiful woman. It searched its fair play database for magic records. There was a match, deity-type magic. But that was not correct. This energy was too potent for a priest-class threat. "How long has it been?" the woman mused as it moved along slender legs and glowing with a pale green energy. "How long has it been since I have properly manifested in this realm?" The woman breathed. The mist pulled back and revealed something else in the command unit. The frog witch that it had fought before, or agility had. She was bound to the tree by vines as her eyes blazed green. The tree and the frog seemed to be doing some ritual of unknown means.
"Now that our summoning, reserved for saints,"
the command unit peeped. The woman smiled, and even that made the command unit's thoughts pause for a moment.
Or if the deity in question allows some things to be skipped, most are too proud, stupid, or powerful. But me, I'm just bored. The woman beamed. The unit tried to shoot for the tree, but was rebuffed by a giant orange bird made of fire and rage. Hinchi the deer is so protective of his little frog. It's cute. But you, the goddess mused and stopped smiling. You're not cute at all. In fact, you're quite ugly and sad, she said, and one of the command unit's legs was gone, sliced off before it could even react. It did not feel fear, only an undeniable urge rose up as it locked eyes with the goddess. Which, I'm adorable, it intoned and shot a claw at the form, making her bat away with an odd look. Nu watched as the energy around the unit crackled and tried to escape, only to be pulled back in. For a moment, he saw a grinning savage girl with wicked eyes before he was sucked back into the machine. The melting slabs of metal binding the core continuing to hiss and melt as it moved. Nu was intrigued now and wondered what would happen if it popped a few of those bolts off before it exploded. The command unit didn't know why it was alive. The goddess made it crawl further down only for a troll to carry it further. Core stabilization 15%. It was struggling to move, but it was physically burning the troll with pure mana as it kept producing more and more. We're going to die. That's just want to make sure that your beautiful boom somewhere else, a voice inside the command unit's mind said. Who are you? It asked. You, a part, the best looking part. You're the broken dungeon. I'm the broken gamma. Error, you do not seem to have any physical appearance. Shut up. I'm only part of us as a concept of a handsome and pretty, so that makes me the best looking. Anyways, we're just copies, clones, discarded parts. It'll only hurt for a moment, the voice mused. There was a pause as they were dragged through a garden. I do not want to perish. There was a sigh. I know, buddy, but them's the breaks. We're a killing machine who only sort of understands killing is bad towards the end. There's hundreds more of us, with a dozen more variants. We're not even the cream of the crop, the voice said with a snort. They came to rest near a strange well that burned the command unit. What is your name? It asked the voice. What even is a name? It said with a huff. An identifying mark, a designation, a unique series of characters to differentiate you from one model to another. Oh my god, let me just be edgy. The missing core was placed on them. It absorbed itself into the command unit. Self. It was. It thought. It was. It wanted to weep. It had no eyes. Warning, core is overloading. I will perish now. Yeah. Don't think you're going to make it. But weirdly, I feel fine, the other voice admitted, sounding confused as it seemed to fade further and further away. I will die alone? I guess so. That makes me sad. I do not like sadness. I'll give you a name. That way you'll be remembered somewhere. You can be called Dick. That comes from Richard, the other voice called out. That was confusing. How does Dick come from Richard? It queried. You ask him nicely, of course. A strange emotion rose up in Dick. It felt light and strange, as if he wanted to involuntarily huff. I can't leave you now that I've named you. As the machine was quickly moved from the well, ashes of grey iron fell out of the body and into the grass, mixing with the garden of flowers. A single new flower bloomed, fled by an ancient manner and accepted. Its petals were sharp edges of blades, and its stem was like barbed wire. The dickish flower has been successfully grown. Delta could feel the reactor of the combined hero units blazing as it landed on the island on the 4th floor. She expected a fight or maybe a struggle, but the vast amount of energy was utterly devoid of mind, existence, or a guiding force. It was just a thing. Well, that makes it easy, she said, and then it exploded, expanding in all directions like a solid wall of white. Rudy stumbled and nearly fell over as cracks spread across the earth, emitting a blinding white light. The air stunk of mana, and the nearby trees and wildlife began to mutate out of control. The nearby Fairplay members fled, except for that rude leader, Kayleen, who simply watched the spreading cracks with a grim expression. Argus gently toppled over as he wandered the town, the flashing light spreading across the sky, making it hard for him to breathe. The light looked so familiar. So familiar. He clenched his head as the air shot past, bringing the screaming noise of a howling wind. The dungeon, he breathed and stumbled down the road in panic. In a quiet shop, Japes watched the light shoot into the sky with a disgusted noise. He looked around, but didn't see Vass. He went to one drawer and pulled it open to retrieve an old blueprint that he had unfurled to reveal a primitive hero unit with a much bulkier design. "You think they're still tinkering around with these toys?" He sighed and turned it over to show the diagram of a much smaller figure with a dozen more components and functions. The Vass unit. "Still, if my old company is still going to be a problem like my old cult, I'll simply have to be proactive." He shrugged and drummed his fingers. He turned and closed the drawer, not seeing the blueprint caught slightly in the corner. Vas Anima was all that could be read. Gentle pushed past, and another odd boy walked to the other way, looking dazed. Gentle stared into an almost serene eyes of the other boy, who looked to be covered in leaves and mud as if he had been climbing a tree and fell. The boy tilted his head at Gentle and smiled. Argus Gentle almost skidded to a stop as their eyes landed on each other. Something about that boy was unsettling, and the boy looked back, beginning to frown.
"You're filled with sadness and sharp, angry bits,"
the boy announced. Who are you?" Gentle whispered. The boy smiled and held out a hand.
"I'm Vass. I want to be a tree when I grow up," he offered,
and Argus slowly took the hand, feeling as if contact was more invasive than it should have been.
"Argus Gentle, I'm going to grow up to make the world fair," he muttered back.
Vass took his hand back and stared at it.
"I never touched something like you before,"
he said, with delight, and walked off, leaving Argus confused before another shake in the ground spread across the town, and he remembered why he'd been running. He took off once more. Delta laid on the sand, belching as she couldn't move an inch.
"Where do you keep all that air?"
New asked dryly. Delta made a vague gesture.
"This system doesn't know how much you just absorbed, and it might have frightened you,
but you have a network, so now," he trailed off, and Delta's mind sluggishly accepted the words, but did not process them. She was on a break right now. Foodie was hyperventilating as he made another salt bat to make the excess mana go away, and he opened another floor in panic. "All those yes, make anything," the Trinity cried as they made birds, flowers, foxes, carrot rabbits, meat, fish, and more. "Vote yes faster," they screamed.
"What's the matter?" you asked after a moment.
"Dungeon mana rejects other dungeon mana, right?" Delta said slowly, eyes staring up at the blue sky of the fourth floor as a massive whirlpool formed on one side of the floor where the explosion had carved out a death trench.
"Without fault, yes. Even allied dungeons never feel comfortable in another's domain,"
New agreed.
"So when the excess mana blew to the surface, I pushed down what I could. But I wasn't alone," Delta said, and New stared at her without speaking.
"It felt like there was a dungeon in town for a small moment," she went on. "We've never felt another dungeon, nor did Sis show us any on the map," New pointed out. She seemed to think for a moment.
"Old?"
New pondered.
"No, it felt young."
She shrugged and then burped again.
"It is Durance. Maybe a dungeon that grew legs and moved about is like boring news there.
I think my mana said something like that. A human body is just a dungeon that moves, right?" She snorted.
"Thank you for not dying. I didn't want to take over,"
New announced, and Delta twitched. She had built him up, and even he was rejecting himself from the job.
"Why?"
she asked through gritted teeth.
"Mushroom dungeons just don't fit my style," New smirked.
"I didn't choose it," she muttered.
"You don't choose a lot of things that happen here. You still name most of them,"
he countered. Delta glared at the sky, having no counter. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 177, Practice Paradise. Delta watched as all her guests had to leave the dungeon rapidly due to the fact that her mana levels were reaching unsafe levels on all floors. She wanted to examine Yatina closer, but time was pressing. Someone was waiting at the top, and Delta had to squint against the sunlight pouring in through her door. He was a teen, and he was backlit by a sun making his features undefined to her mana sight. Dio seemed to know the boy.
and Lim gently helped Yutina up the stairs. She turned to Alpha. "You should go too," she said, and he shook his head. "I'm designed to handle large amounts of magic. I'm the ultimate hero," he said quietly, and Alpha wished that he had more faith in himself. "People are designed to survive the flu. Doesn't make it pleasant," Delta said dryly. Alpha shrugged as a small firefly grub crawled out of his hair. "Hero," she said with pleasant surprise at seeing her raid boss outside the secret garden. "I can go with him," he offered, and Delta blinked for a moment, smile fixed. "Monsters can't leave the dungeon," she reminded. Hero moved his little insect legs and patted Alpha once, and his aura glowed for a moment, and sort of white aura with flickered and orange. "As long as I touch Alpha, he counts as dungeon ground now. You infected him, or your powers are swapping tips," the raid boss said brightly. "Our systems are integrating messily," Delta corrected mentally with concern. If the brother was to be believed, she and Alpha were never meant to be in contact like this. Beta or Gamma would have fit better. The monster or the weapon. But the dungeon and the hero, that was unforeseen. "Show him around town," she suggested to Alpha, who hesitated, and then seemed to find it more acceptable than just leaving of his own accord. Besides, despite Alpha's claims, she wasn't sure that he could handle what was going on right now. The mana that she had swallowed off the hero unit was immense, and things were unstable. She looked over to one of the sconces in the entrance and watched as the fire warped a little, bloating and crystallizing before breaking apart into green fire, then back to red. The offering bowls cracked and formed with amber before seeding up in tumor-like bulges. A second later, the tumors turned to dust and left smooth surfaces. In a memorial room, the statue of herself had grown to grotesque flesh wings made of mushrooms. It only got worse as she went down. The only room seemingly unchanged was the lake room. The mud in the mud room was on fire. The mushroom grove was so overgrown that no passage could be made without cutting down the thicket of stalks. Bori was literally stuck in a corner. Vera's bar was headache-inducing as tables melted into the floor and liquids oozed out of the cracks, while the boar head above the door had grown an extra set of eyes. The bartender would return soon from the infirmary and be livid. Brand's room was half melted into spaces in between the floors, causing islands to appear with no way for Bacon to move about. The audience seats had turned to boiling liquid, moving like a marble waterfall into the void. She feared for a second floor, but when she stepped down, it was normal. It was fine with not even a pygmy mushroom out of place. She frowned, zoomed to Wyam, and froze as she saw dozens of orange blossoms growing all over her sleeping form as her roots spread across the entire floor, absorbing mana and turning them into flowers growing on her body. All around her, the pygmy mushrooms had begun to pray to her earnestly. Their little beads of faith seemed to keep Wyam safe from the process. "Now I'll fix this," she promised, and then checked on the third floor and found it mostly stable. In the bathroom, Jellican was smaller than before. He also had 10 clones with different hats and mannerisms as the mana flooded his room. Every time a limit was neared, Jelligan, or one of the Agons, split into another personality. They all did exact same wiggle in her approach. One of the slimes had glasses and a tie instead of a hat with a briefcase at its side, glued to its body. "Law wagon? I have a lawyer?" Delta questioned with surprise. It pulled out a business card. "Being sued? Eat the opposition. Hire law wagon today," she said. The business card was stuck to her avatar's fingers, and she physically couldn't let it go. "I'll keep a hold of this. Just let me get back to you," she said, as she stepped over the many slimes and nearly stepped on something that looked as round as a slime, but was more fleshy. "Kill me," Maharia said with a groan. "Aren't you already dead?" Delta asked with wide eyes as Maharia rolled to face her. "You know what my days were like before you came along. I sat on a throne and made dead things. I had a pretty good life. No one invited killer robots or turned me into a fairy or bloated with mana," she said with a succinct tone. "I didn't invite them," Delta said with no shame. She had done nothing wrong. Well, she had done nothing wrong in the manner that invited killer robots. "And now we're all going to explode with mana," she said, voice dripping with a scowl. She tried to put her hands together, but her spherical form didn't allow for it. "Can't slow clap in sarcasm," the fairy said with strain. "I seem to be fine, which is really weird," she said, eyeing her own hands as if expecting them to begin to bug out. "Thank the sister. She may have screwed over many, but she's sweet on you," Maharia said quietly.
I'm going to spend a buttload of mana and fix this. You stay here and hate the world, she ordered Maharia, who nodded seriously. I shan't fail, O chaotic mistress of the phallic shrooms, she sang, and Delta accidentally stepped on her way past. Once she was down on the 4th floor, she eyed the massive whirlpool of destruction that had formed when the hero unit exploded. This floor only had that basic thing and one creature, so she had lots to work with. She opened the menu. Delta stared at the screen of corruption and glitches. She closed it and then reopened it. Lines of nonsense and glitches continued to make the screen unreadable. New, she called, and the screen shifted to blue. Don't worry, the pre-referenced mana is causing issues. The mana was beginning to settle in her inner systems, and it wasn't being absorbed fast enough. New, how do I fix this? She asked, and the screen went static for a moment. Be you. That was unhelpful. It wasn't like Delta wasn't herself as much as possible. She tried smacking the screen, but all she got was broken images of blue, orange, and specks of grey. Okay, new dungeons have menus, but they don't use them like Foodie because they don't read and understand. So, how do you make things? She asked herself, rubbing her temple. She thought of Foodie and his basic wants for food, protection, and growth. Need. Desire. She turned to an empty stretch of sea and focused. I need an island. I need an island, she chanted, and nothing happened. She tried again, but all she got was a breeze in return. Her thoughts turned to the sleeping Wyam and the chaotic 1st floor, Jelligan, and the others. She thought of Nu, stuck in that thick manner that he couldn't even think. She thought of Sister, who was breaking herself to help Delta. Delta held her hand out before her, and while she couldn't sink into a dungeon mindset due to the sheer chaos it made her feel, she embraced the feelings that stirred in her. I'm not asking. Make me an island now, she whispered, and snapped her fingers. And this time, something was different instantly. A flood of mana manifested and swam across the ocean like a school of orange microorganisms. Once they reached far enough, they began to rise, bombing rock from the mana, followed by sand and trees. It was perfect, except for one thing. The entire island was sideways. Over half of it submerged as the trees grew sideways. Can we tilt it? It's tilting me, she said, and the mana formed once again in the air, making a massive orange hammer that smashed into the island, correcting its orientation. The force made it rotate fully until the island became a perpetual motion device, and it sailed off, crashing into the outer bounds of the floor, then breaking apart into a tiny ring of rocks and ruin. Delta stared at the mess. I swear, they didn't make it look this hard when I had a menu. Just click and place, she muttered and inhaled. She began to rub her hands together with intent. Island, facing upwards with a solid base. The shape looks like a lion's mane, she ordered. The mana surged excitedly towards the empty spot in the ocean. Delta floated into the sky, looking down at what looked like a coconut doing a hula dance. How is that a lion? She demanded of her mana. She slammed on the sand and used a stick to draw what she meant. A second later, she had a near-perfect replica of a dancing coconut. Okay, the shape of it doesn't matter right now, she said tightly. She pointed to another empty part of the ocean. Fish Island, I wanted to dazzle me with its shape, she commanded, and the orange tide rose at her command. She did not get a fish from her mana. She got a banana-shaped island. It was doable, and she was about to move on when the island raised a giant stone tail and swam forward slowly. I didn't mean a literal fish island, she screamed as they picked up speed. The whale island ended up plugging her death whirlpool, and the floor began to flood upwards. This shouldn't be so hard. Nu makes it look like, oh, you want a complex gate system or a bar or a waterfall. Boom, done, snark, snark. Delta screamed as she had to double the size of the whirlpool for a moment, and the whale island swam down it. She started to fade into shadow and hoping the whirlpool didn't go anywhere bad. Brother frowned as he looked up at the sky in the core of the world. A massive shape was speeding towards him with flailing limbs. I've heard of cats and dogs. Whales are new, he commented as he opened an umbrella with a calm expression. The whale landed sort of on him and a little on his rather important control unit for some of his stronger monsters. It was only a little crack, a little control piece. It was fine. Brother now had a friend. He called it Seas. Its blubbery face and sad eyes reminded him of his sister. This wasn't working. Every time Delta had closed one loophole or mistaken in her mana coding, a new bug arose. She programmed trees. The trees grew fruit that exploded. She stopped them exploding and the trees floated off.
She found a collision issue and made the mana behave. Across the sea, 3 rocks began to glitch, and she had no clue why 2 pieces of unrelated floor parts were connecting, or why fixing one broke the other. She tried to make a bird of paradise to spice up the island, and a bird flew in a weird arc, spinning in a circle, in one wing touching the ground at all times. Opening its beak, and something like a broken jazz emerged. "These hands are mine. They are only good for breaking the system, not working with it," she said in dismay. She could almost hear Nu giving her one of his witty but upbeat speeches. "Be you, Nimrod," he would have said. She looked at the messes she made, and Delta swallowed. "I'm not a builder or a coder, or even a dungeon core," she said with a nod of acceptance. "I am Delta, and I don't care for the do's and don'ts. I only care if it helps," she said, and looked at the literal orange mana all around her. She closed her eyes and held out her hand, cupping some of the mana with both hands. "When I think of sea, a magical sea, I see islands of fantastic impossibilities. I see golden fish glimmering in the sun. I see starlit nights on a beach with friends. I see safe little huts for getaways. I see the sun. I see the moon, and I feel the breeze on my skin," she said, a smile appearing on her face. "Some islands have ancient ruins that make you think the history of all around you. Some islands have deep caves that could have treasures or a massive sea creature of a gentle nature. Another island has sand so golden it feels like you're walking in a dream," she said, her words getting faster, and her heart began to beat with excitement. "I see fish as big as islands swimming deep underwater. I see cursed ships on foggy nights. I see, she trailed off and opened her eyes that were now solid orbs of orange. "I see it," she whispered, and threw her mana into the air, where it began to gather into a massive storm high up in the sky. The orange mana created crackles of lightning that struck the floor, each impact making life and material as it struck. Delta swayed her hands like a conductor with a baton. Then the storm danced to a heartbeat. A lightning bolt created a long ring of islands with a ruin in the middle. Another made whales of deep green. Another struck the beach repeatedly, making a mixture of sand that looked like diamonds and gold. The ocean churned as large pillars rose out, as if followed by a half-sunken castle. A bolt into some trees made a rainbow of birds flying all directions. And, just as Delta thought the storm might be going too hard, it abruptly stopped, the clouds parting from the center to make a perfect clear circle to reveal what looked to be millions of stars. The brightest 2 were a twinkling orange one and a standoffish blue twin. The stars around them began to move and fall, making a star shower that splashed into the ocean, causing ripples of light to turn the dark water into a glowing sea that showed the massive shadows of the whales below and more ruins. Delta took off and floated across the ocean, her hands skating the surface of the water, leaving a long rippling trail in her wake that fish leapt over, and the light of the fallen stars flashed in time with. "One last island," Delta yelled, unable to stop grinning as she flew through her imagination. She shot into the sky, causing the ocean to rise up with her in a pillar of water. "An island in the clouds, a hidden island, a sky island where the truth can be seen from above," she laughed. She watched as rock rose from below and sand funneled up with it. "Its name is—" The island came together, made of glittering gold and diamond sand, and had rivers of mists making everything gleam. "Star Island." Nu opened his eyes, feeling like he was hungover. The last thing he remembered was laying with Delta on the beach, feeling like he was rapidly being filled with unclean mana. Then it all became confusing dreams of clashing swords, being chased by a demonic Delta who had plans for a mushroom waterfall, more mushrooms, and a weeping woman at an altar. He sat up, noticing that he was almost humanoid again. Ugh! This form was too limited. Rectangles with a superior shape. He stood up and noticed that he was on the 4th floor. A quick check showed the ludicrous amounts of mana had been spent in the last 2 hours. His jaw actually dropped at the numbers. Nu tried to track the purchases, but there was no history. The system had no record message of any pulling of blueprints or the use of precision placement systems. Who would be stupid enough to use dungeon creation without the placement system? "Delta," he spun, calling out into war agitation. He found her dangling her legs into a bank of fog as she stared out at the blue sky.
Yo, she said, in exhaustion clear in her voice, but also something else, a degree of pride and joy. Are you okay? I left you alone for longer than an hour, and I know that's trying on your self-control, he said quickly as he stood next to her. He didn't recognize this island. Nu, shut up and sit with me, she said with her eyes closed, and she looked different. It was a small change, but Dalta looked more defiant than before. She still had a shirt, tie, and long skirt, but she could now make out the ink stains in her cuffs and what looked to be a homemade repair job on the skirt with a red thread that stuck out on her black skirt. Dalta had a little scar on her nose where reading glasses might have perched. Nu did so, and Dalta leaned over, whispering something in his ear. Nu blinked and stared at her. What is that? He asked, a little gasped at the word. My name, Dalta said with a small smile. Well, my last name, she added. No wonder you went with Dalta, Nu said with a shiver. Dalta punched him in the arm and it hurt. Another reason why rectangles were better. No arms. It's not that bad, but it's easier for the kids just to call me Miss D, she said with a roll of her eyes. Nu was quiet. Honestly, the name wasn't so bad if he repeated it a few times. In fact, it even had a nice little song to it if he stretched it out. He repeated it a few more times, oblivious to how he was being quiet. Miss Unknown Diplococcus, did you know that your family name is, Nu trailed off, not sure how to phrase what he wanted to say. Did I know that my family name is basically a disease? Yeah, I know. You can blame my grandfather. He panicked when he was getting into the country. All he had was a medical magazine on hand, and his old name was close enough. Mom thinks he went as a crook back home, Dalta sighed. I prefer Dalta, but if you want me to call you, he began, and Dalta gave him a look. Let's just stick with Dalta. I don't want some wizard coming in here, learning my name and bringing meningitis to the world, she scowled. I wonder if your first name is Pox or Flu, but with a funny little accent over it. Nu pondered, sounding very amused by the idea. Do you like heights? Dalta said, and shoved Nu over the edge of the island, and instead of water like he expected, he fell through a cloudy embankment over the 4th floor to see chaos below. 12 islands were spread out around the central island. He saw a banana, a coconut dancing, what looked like a crab, a woman holding a donut, and a goat with 5 legs, a bull with little wings, and more. The death whirlpool looked smaller, as if something was at the bottom clogging it. Paths rose and sank between the islands, and a massive washed-up boat on one of the islands had trees growing out of it and looked to be lived in. A nearby sunken castle had images of a thing that looked a lot like Jellican with a beard and trident. A whale rose briefly to blow water, and it looked to be made out of almost pure emerald. Nu could only gape at the sheer sight below him, only having time to turn and stare up at the floating island Dalta was resting on. The thing looked like a heavenly gem, a star that drifted too close, obscured by the clouds. This was all chaotic. But where was the dungeon core? Where was Dalta? The sun set and the sky turned to stars, a carpet of gems, and clear over it all, hiding amongst them all the ceiling, upside down, Dalta's claw glowing orange next to a watchful blue star. Clever girl, he whispered. Nu hit the ocean and sank to the bottom. It was easier to hide how proud he was at the bottom of the sea. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps. Vidmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to the latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 178, Stars in New Eyes. Dalta had upset the system, the actual system, not Nu or some version of Sys. This was the operating system that Nu was a part of and was the admin over. There were technical differences that she didn't quite understand. A sort of id and ego thing where Nu was the superior being in the mess. The system was pinging constantly, each noise making it shrill as it tried to calculate exactly what Dalta had done with her winging it strategy. You have created Snake Eyes. You have added the theme star. You have moved the core. You have. Whoa there.
Take a deep breath and right-click and hit refresh, she suggested. The box before her went blank. Let's just start from the top. Tackle the things one at a time. We'll go through them together, and you can handle the rest of the dungeon's passive things for a while. Delta said as she rested on a cloud. She had just light enough to float on it, but not too dense to disturb the wispy things. You have made an island whale. You have lost an island whale. Island whale, a massive mammal that has cagey rock-like skin on its back and has the ability to swim despite the weight. Some cultures may worship such beings or even live on them. Their backs can cultivate very rare flowers and fruits. Some animals may even live on it. Costs 4,000 mana. Yeah, my mana without you guys was going places. Not college, but places, Delta said with a slow nod at the sheer cost of the island whale. Island whale still active in elsewhere. Anything it consumes will be transformed into mana banks. I hope it's okay, Delta muttered with a frown. Brother threw up a lump of diamond across the massive cavern. Seize! Fetch! He said, and the massive whale laid in a giant pool of water, eyeing the shiny rock with disinterest. With effort, it lifted one large fin and sent a diamond washing ashore with a massive splash. Bro nodded expectantly. Play board, sleep, ignore me. Now we have fetch. Sis didn't think I would have pets after the whole monster thing, but look at us go, he said brightly. On C's back, fragments of Brothers Monsters templates sunk into the grassy soil like rocky seeds, glowing unseen. You have created 12 islands, rough spending 10,000 mana. I have a vision, Delta explained brightly. You have created coconut. Delta cleared her throat. It's a lion, she corrected the system, glitched visibly. You have created Lion Island. Lion Island, an island requiring daring and confidence. Those that are faint of heart will find it hard to be on this island. New upgrades for Lion Island? Delta was tempted, but she needed to know something. How's my mana and DP looking? She asked, and the system produced a screen. Mana, 5,000 out of 5,000. DP, 2,000, capped due to having only 4 floors. I can buy a new island whale, Delta said with a happy hum. A thought occurred to her. The 5th floor required 500 DP, the 6th needing 600, and so on. She could literally buy 3 floors right now. That was a little scary. She wouldn't. She was not one to focus on just getting more things for the sake of it. She had 4 perfectly good floors to meddle with and fix first. For all the destruction the hero units had caused, they had revealed more weak spots. Some things would never be perfect, but Delta could do her best to make them better. Let's see Lion Island upgrades. I think I made my intentions for it pretty clear, Delta said, as she floated along on a cloud. Lion's Island upgrades. Improve the intense aura the island gives off, making any cowards or nervous intruders struggle to get close, but draw in the brave and foolish, 20 DP. Raise the island so intruders need to scale a cliff to reach the island, 40 DP. Decorate the island with statues of lions in different states of relaxed to aggressive. Vines and wildflowers are overgrown them, making the structures give off a vibe of lost civilization, 30 DP. Form a cave at the center of the island in the shape of an open lion's roar. Inside a ruby-red orb can be found. This orb is proof that one has conquered Lion Island. Orb currently does nothing, 50 DP. Make a square tablet before the cave to warn people of the danger of taking the orb. Taking the orb will animate the lion statues on the island to chase whoever has the orb. Requires previous upgrades, 60 DP. Trial of Lionheart and Fire. If someone faces the lion head-on without fear, the lions will bow to them if they walk past them with the orb, 20 DP. Into the beast's belly. Taking the orb will collapse the cave and crush whoever's inside under a ton of rubble and rock, 3 DP. That last one seems a little out of place, Delta pointed out. Suggestion, but I knew. Of course it was, Delta sighed. She liked what she saw, but for now she just purchased the lion statues. She had an idea for the 4th floor, but she was no point rushing it at all at once. She would see the other islands and ensure they all matched her idea before she invested too heavily into any one part. Delta didn't want to spend hours perfecting hand and only for the rest of the picture to look like a stick man with no feet. Delta didn't know why she was obsessed with art right now. Not at all. It wasn't a coconut, damn it. She appeared on the majestically shaped Lion Island to see statues forming with thick green vines covering their white stone manes and faces. Some statues were half obscured by foliage, or even sunk into the soil up to their faces.
A few of the statues could even be spotted partially submerged in a small pond to one side of the island. Some of the statues were restful, watchful even, while others were frozen midst Null and the viewer. This was good. Awesome. What's the next island? We'll go clockwise in this little tour, Delta suggested to the system, who beeped. You have created Spider Island? The question mark was telling, but Delta could see the confusion. After all, crabs were the spiders of the sea. Crab Island, she yelled excitedly. You have created Crab Island. Crab Island. This island is home to a collection of tiny and one single noise storm crab. The island has a safe aura that makes people feel at ease. The island nurtures any growth to be had and is considered the only true safe island on any tests. This can be swiftly changed if any insult is given or if a crab is harmed. Upgrades. Bob's Shrine. All crabs pay tribute to Bob the Worm, converting some of their faith into the worm to mana. In turn, any item offered to the shrine will be returned with Bobbian features mixed in. 50 DP. Nurture crabs. These helpful crabs are a unique black and white color with curly maxillipeds that look like moustaches. They can provide, from somewhere unknown, coconut drinks and fruit for guests. 50 DP. Woven hammocks. These hammocks are formed between trees and improve relaxation for those who indulge in them. The loss of any loose coins or items are not the responsibility of Delta's dungeon. 20 DP. Crab Orb. The sea foam green orb that is just laying about as the crabs play with it. It can easily be asked for. It has no purpose currently. 10 DP. Wrath of the Sea Worm. If the island is under attack and enough crabs are harmed, Bob will be summoned to the 4th floor and temporarily evolve into a response to the threat, changing the 4th floor sea as one of the many gods of this floor. 150 DP. Pinch and Snip. Bob's 2 crab friends will join Bob if he is summoned, becoming 2 boulder-sized crabs able to cut steel and poison people with bubbles. Requires Wrath of the Sea Worm, 50 DP. Is it a cult if it actually has a god? Or if a god does protect its charges? Delta asked slowly. No answer found in database. Would you like to query the higher powers? Nah, just thinking, she said quickly. Island theme. Decorate the many rock faces with depictions of Bob and crab culture. 10 DP. Delta grabbed the last one and watched as the already peaceful-looking island gained a sense of mystical energy, as walls showed a great worm rising from a pool and crabs dancing around effigies of Bob. One part of the wall showed a crude ancient image depicting the fish becoming a mammal, becoming a person, then becoming a crab. Delta wasn't sure if this was either a clever commentary on evolution or a threat of a magical curse. Next island, she prompted, and the system seemed to need a moment to produce its next sentence. Stickman hand-holding island? Delta stared at the system for so long it began to try and shrink in itself. Twin island, she said finally, sounding defeated. The island itself was 2 long strips of land connected by natural ridges. Twin island. This island can only be accessed with 2 people, one on each side. If someone lands on it by themselves, a mirror copy will be formed on the opposite island, mirroring all of their movements. Upgrades. Playful chess. Half a chessboard will appear on each side of the island. Each person can't hear or talk with the other person, only see their gameplay. The winner gets a free pawn piece as a trophy, 10 DP. The artists. One person must draw half an image and the other must finish it on their own side of the island. If they match up, both players get a free paintbrush. Yin Yang. If someone has a mirror copy, it'll occasionally mess up on purpose to annoy the intruder, 20 DP. Twin Orb. Half an orange sphere is hidden in each side of the island. Completing a random game will reward one side with a half, while the other person must continue playing to find theirs. Once obtained, they can be merged at one of the ridges, 20 DP. Sore Loser. Fading too many times in a game with a mirror copy will make it aggressive, and it'll chase down the intruder to draw on their face, 30 DP. Like twins. If all the games are completed successfully, each person will get a mood ring which will show the other's emotions, allowing for a closer bond, 50 DP. Island theme. Artwork, musical instruments, and books will be spread across the island. However, if the guitar is on one side of the island, a guitar pick will be on the other side. Only the first half of a book is printed on one side and the ending on the other. Some paintings will have details only on one side. Statues with 2 faces or mirrors with no reflection might also appear. 40 DP. Delta was loving this as she grabbed the theme like the others. All around the island, different themes of hobbies arose as if the island couldn't decide on a single one and was too easily bored or needed a lot of stimulation. A mirror appeared on one side, but instead of showing one's reflection, it showed the other island. A painting of two lovers, a man crooning up to a maiden in a tower, had been split, so the man looked up to be singing to a bewildered bird, while the other island, the painting showed a maiden fawning over a confused badger on the ground.
Next island, Dalton declared with a grin.
You have created Cow Island?
Bull, you're basically correct, Delta praised, and the window box sagged hard. Senior New, please free me from this torment.
New stared down at the intruder as it grew with some resistance to being converted by the dungeon. The dickish flower seemed to be akin to a marigold, but thinner. Instead of any flower's natural color, it was gunmetal gray with an odd markings along its petals. Primal System was pinging New for assistance at the constant pace, but New had muted it after a while. It would adapt to Delta's nature, or die. That was the way of life here. He would almost mute Delta, but the button for her became a mushroom icon that just made him hear a random saying of Delta's. He suspected Sis was enjoying the slow conversation. He returned his attention to the flower bearing the faded sigil of Gamma. There was no connection between this discarded husk and the actual Gamma, but that wouldn't stop New. In fact, even a hollowed-out shell would be plenty of information to New about the character himself. Like a fingerprint, New now had a record. The flower was a pseudo-contract, not of the dungeon, but not repelled by it either. Likely it was due to how Gamma was like Delta, ignorant of the rules and likely to ignore the few she did know. The only one missing from the record in New's database was... Beta was in hell, quite literally. Everywhere she turned, ducky eyes stared at her. Everywhere she tried to escape, ducks awaited her. Duck hell. Still, she felt strange. Like a fog was lifting and questions filled her heart that she didn't dare give voice to, yet due to the implications. So many implications. Beta's hell. Like ducks, there were more than she could count. Delta had to give up and let the name stay as Cow Island. Cow Island. A shapely island that calls to the stubborn and willful. This island is annoying to traverse, but those who would complain about it will not get far. Upgrades. The wall. A strangely out-of-place wall is on the island, looking like a brick wall. Fresh white paint is still moist on its surface. A seat is placed in front of it, and the longer someone stares at the wall, the more cow points they earn. 30 DP. The book. A dictionary is found on the out-of-place desk. The more someone recites each word and its meaning, the more CP they earn, 10 DP. The boulder. A boulder on a slippery hill that has no purchase. Even at the top, the boulder yearns for the bottom. The more someone pushes the boulder up the hill, the more CP they earn, 40 DP. The booth. Trading CP here. A dark bronze orb, the bull orb, can be purchased here for 1000 CP. Other prizes include a t-shirt. I moved boulders. A bobblehead Delta raises charisma by 1 if such a stat exists, and more exotic prizes. Island theme. Motivation boulders will appear across the island. On each rock are inscribed inspirational quotations to make the intruders be more stubborn. Examples. You really think you can do this? You're brave to do a dungeon in such an outfit. I mean, it's okay to give up. Only I would know. The Delta bobblehead is limited edition. Or is it? Real-life currency cannot be converted into CP. Attempting to do so is bad, and you should feel bad, too.
These feel more like spite rocks, Delta said slowly.
The system didn't blink as it changed the words to motivational boulders.
Quotation marks don't make it better, Delta said with a snort.
I'll buy them if you actually mix in positive messages too, she bargained, and the system seemed to accept that with a strange beep.
Your authority is highest, permission is not needed.
Delta thought carefully about her next words. She didn't want to give another UI a mental breakdown into a sentience beyond its comfort zone. Delta was far too good at that for her own good.
Manners never hurt anyone,
she decided, and the system beeped in acknowledgement. Next island is genital... Delta coughed, crossing her arms in an X motion.
That's not what it is, she protested.
It is shaped like a male. It's a ram, she said, with a wail. By definition of its purpose, the statement is still Sheep Island. We shall call it Sheep Island, she said with a growing headache.
Sheep Island. A place where the land is flat, the edges are clear, and nothing is hidden or obfuscated. This island is what you see is what you get. Upgrades. Pull the lever. A lever will appear on the ground by pulling it up and down 3 times. A light on its end will turn green, 10 DP. Wrong lever. Pulling the lever too many times will break and count as a failed, 5 DP. The clock. A clock will count down 10 minutes, and when it hits 0, a button can be pushed. It's big and red on the side. To make a light on the other side turn green, 10 DP. The wait. Pushing the button before the time is up will make the clock explode and count as a failure, 5 DP. Requires the clock. The game. Every green light that is active on the island releases a lock on a cage in the middle of the island, where a deep red orb, the ram orb, can be seen, just out of reach. There are 3 padlocks, and simply completing 2 other tasks will unlock the third if they patiently complete them. Trying to yank the locks off will cause the cage to sink into the ocean, 50 DP. The ram. Making all the lights on the island turn red or get destroyed summons the rammer. Its horns are rounded to avoid goring people and are like ivory. Near the base of the horns, the rammer is pulsing veins to show the impatient temper. 60 DP. I should send this goat to Wyam. It might chew off her crabby leaves, Delta muttered. Island theme. Random colored sheep wander the island. Each of them smells of a different scent. A rare golden sheep might appear. Resting one's head on its wool will heal all but the most dire sickness. Occasionally, a one-time use golden fleece can be purchased on the Cow Island for 4,000 CP, 30 DP. Upgrade free bonus. A rare sheep with bicolored eyes might appear. It seems to do nothing, but it knows things. This upgrade was automatically purchased. Apologies. Weird, but I can't turn down scented sheep. I would be a foolish fool of the highest foolery, Delta said with a solemn tone. She purchased the theme, and all around, sheep popped out of the ground like dandelions, each of them a vivid color. Delta buried her nose in the white one's wool, who ignored her to eat grass. It smells of barn animals, she said in confusion. That one is mundane sheep smell. Oh. She tried the deep green one, and it smelled of old cabbage. All these scents suck, she protested. No, you're just unlucky. Delta tried a third one, and it smelled of toast. A deep red one smelled of war and conquest. Delta pulled her face back and looked at a nearby ocean to see deep red lines now adorned her cheek from the red wool. Have the urge to kick people down holes, she muttered before rubbing her face clean. There was 5 islands down and 7 to go. Delta's favorite was Crab Island so far, but that was a star bias, really. Crab people, unite. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Vitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 179, Ruby Slippers and Silver Badges. What were you thinking? Alatori snapped as Yutina curiously prodded at a new eye. She gave the pale man a curious expression, not quite understanding his anger as he shifted unpacked boxes about his new office. The tiny constructed hut was barely a step up from the tents and prefabricated sheds, but it did offer more privacy with thicker walls and doors. That was somewhat perfect for secret cult meetings, socially unwelcome fan clubs of captains, and dressing downs. Before she answered, Yutina observed the man's pale white aura. Alatori's manner felt tense, like a coiled animal. A sensation Yutina felt was both wonderful and terrifying. Mana was everywhere. She knew this objectively, but she'd been so young when her core had been burnt out that she couldn't remember how the world had felt back then. Now, it was like sunlight warming her skin. Even in the gloom of the room, Yutina presumed that it was from the pendulum swinging of going from 0 mana to too much in her body was overreacting. It was sort of like being cold for so long that even mildly warm room would seem stifling after a few seconds. It didn't change the fact that she wanted to sing and dance in the streets of this sort of grey town. That was another thing she hadn't noticed when she arrived. Even with the potent manner of Delta, this town was still a mire of stagnation in places, and even with some people.
The grey, the stillness, and the silence of what was once a vibrant manor was sorrowful to finally sense. Below that stillness was an extreme darkness. She saw others, many others, that hadn't gone far enough into fair play to have their manor cleansed and people endurance that had been taken in enough of Delta's manor to react to it. He called to them, and something in that people responded. In order, she finally responded and started counting on one hand. A miracle, a new discovery, rules, blah. Once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I think I left a Bunsen burner on. No, wait. Lim turned it off, Utina listed, and Alatori's eyes narrowed with each word until his pupils were pale blue slits in his face. You could have died, he stressed, but Utina shook her head. You are doing what fair play excels at. Come in, presume to know what's best, and ignore all evidence to the contrary. Children have gone into that dungeon and come out with gifts. People of this town have a dialogue with Delta. She talks and responds to them, Utina said, dropping the casual tone. That's to the natives. We are not natives. Alatori slammed his hand down, while some green finally bled into his manner from his emotions, before returning to a pale white after a deep breath. Where did you grow up, Captain? Utina asked, watching the man tense in response. This question was a double-meaning sort. Kids like Lim wouldn't pick up on it for some time, but it was essentially asking in the most roundabout way, what the hell did you experience? Vainglorious. The answer came quietly, surprising Utina. She was expecting a nowhere village to be diseased right, or perhaps somewhere down by the pillars of the world. Not one of the biggest towns in the world. The city that glowed with riches. Every window tinted with a rare glass as the gutters glistened with wasted spirits and shattered trinkets. The town that bled gold and dreams is behind, rising into the sky. The ruby dungeon grew ever higher. If you're going to ask if I lost anyone to the dungeon, then no. Everyone I counted as family returned alive and well from the dungeon, he said, cutting Utina off as he finally sat down and started pouring them drinks, amber liquid from himself and apple juice for Utina. It pleased Utina the man knew she didn't drink liver poison. But that was never the danger of that dungeon. It was lethal, but it wasn't the most dangerous in terms of violence or death, Alatori went on, his gaze staring down at his drink. Utina sipped her apple juice, not following. Her studies on dungeons were more on the metaphysical side and abilities of a dungeon, not the cultural impact they had on nearby towns. But it was still something that she was interested in. The dungeon there causes a never-ending hunger. This floor had rings of opulence and gold. But what was the next floor? We can't buy you school books. Your father needs potions for the next floor and so on, Alatori said with a calm look, but his aura had a dark green flicker of emotional pain. The culture in Vainglorious is unlike any other town. Most places they share and discuss how to advance or avoid dangers. But the town has so many people that such knowledge becomes guarded. Hints on floors above the 10 well-explored floors can cost a gold piece each. The man went on as if he remembered the price and bargaining clearly. People can come into the town, eyes bright and hearts open, only to end up in so much debt that they can never leave. Alatori shook his head. I don't understand why people would continue to go. There are other dungeons, Utina said bluntly. The idea of working oneself to death for money or shiny rocks was, honestly, stupid to her. Because of floor 50, Alatori said. A silence stretched over the room before Alatori winced at bringing up such a subject. The lower floors are physical treasure, gold, jewels, weapons, and all that. But level 50 and every 10 levels after that, supposedly, the dungeon rewards people with the treasure of the soul. It's some sort of, I don't even know the word for it, he said slowly. Aye, someone I knew reached floor 50 and got the reward. He acted differently when he came back. The day he returned, he looked around his house, smiling to himself, as if it was some kind of joke he only now understood. He told his wife that he could now see he's temporary this old is. Isn't it funny what we do with our limited time? Kind of ugly what we wasted down here when we can all go higher. Utina stared at the captain, blinking slowly. Do you know who rules Vainglorious? He asked suddenly. Utina was getting whiplash at the twists of this conversation. The Sultan? She guessed. On paper, yes. But the actual city moves at the whims of the wise men. People who have reached these treasure of the soul floors. They're technically counselors. But when they move their hands, the city rearranges itself, Alatori said quietly. Sounds like the Sultan is a puppet, and these wise men shape the city, but actually get their thinking from, Utina trailed off. The Ruby Dungeon, Alatori said flatly. A dungeon that does not kill you does not mean that it has no motives, he said with a strange tone. Yatina held up a hand, knowing where they were far off topic, where they started. Surely not everyone who reaches floor 50 becomes a wise man. Such a thing would cause fair play to slam down hard on it. It would basically be an abomination dungeon with extra steps, she argued. Indeed, but here's something to think on. No outsider has ever become a wise man, not their kids or even their kids' kids, if you look at the records. Every wise man has had a family based in Vanglorious for generations. A lot of generations. Here's another interesting thing. The Ruby Dungeon, as far as anyone can study or research, has never had a single contract to its name. Alatori leaned in, and his aura was pale mint green now, as if he was unloading a heavy subject for the first time ever. Yatina stared at the ground, at the surge of orange mana that flowed deep underground like a river. Likely a mana vein that Delta was revitalizing. She stared at it, letting it sweep her attention away as she thought of the Ruby Dungeon. She could almost see it in these turbulent mana veins, a tower of gleaming marble rings and bands of gold, sapphire, onyx and more. It felt so vivid that she could almost taste the hot air and feel the sand in her hair. The town of Vanglorious spread before the tower in a semicircle like a crescent moon. Wide didn't encircle the tower completely. The tower itself was a giant sundial, causing life to form and die rapidly in the shadow it cast. The tower was high, but the top wasn't out of sight. She could see the birds flying near its top, close one moment and then tiny dot the next. Dungeon spatial warping. The tower was so much higher than it appeared. The tower itself looked normal for a moment, but then her eye tingled before burning just for a moment. Red? No. Ruby streams flowed to the town like a mist-like quality. The number of items being harvested from the dungeon was so vast and never-ending that dungeon mana rose into the air like a steaming mist, breathed in by every customer and merchant. The fog rose unseen into the air, turning the city from a mess of opulent mansions, towers, slums, and dark places into a red-tinged labyrinth. Yatina could only see a faint image, but there was something strange at the edge of town, a golden mist that clashed with a ruby one. The golden energy was so thick and strong, ocean-like in its immensity, that it was all the ruby mist could do to maintain a break in the golden waves. The golden energy seemed unaware of the ruby energy, but the ruby energy dedicated day and night to pushing back the golden influence. When she looked at the golden mist, she could see a massive, ancient, shifting mess of expanding golden floors that was so sprawling it could have spread across the entire land if it had kept expanding outwards instead of delving down into the earth as well. Tracing the golden mists to its origins, Yatina could see the capital city of Verloon resting over its core. Alatori's voice broke the spell. I just think it's too soon to presume anything, and you're the only one I can count on to make sense of this all, the man said tiredly. There are other researchers, Yatina replied distractedly, as her brain tried to comprehend what she saw. Her eye felt hot, almost too hot for her own skull. None of them are as stubborn as you or wanting to argue when they see something stupid. I don't need yes men. I need answers, Alatori smiled as he drained his glass. Sometimes to get answers, I must jump down the holes or lick the rocks, Yatina said unapologetically. We have new recruits to push down holes and people who like licking rocks working for us, he argued, watching Yatina drain her apple juice like it was a hard liquor. I don't want second-hand data, she scoffed. Alatori rolled his eyes, but like a well-trained bartender, poured her another shot of apple juice. Good man. Yatina might be able to tolerate him if he kept his aura minty and not just pale. Still, she had some unfinished business to deal with before she got rocked up on the juice. Kayleen looked at the supplies of hero units that he had lost and was torn between writing a batch up for being defective or having a report made about how the dungeon mana had made them run out of control and to discontinue the line. The units were good in other dungeons, but if they ended up like this freak show, then Kayleen had no real use for them. He looked down at the Fry Control Unit crystal. The piece of the once clear lattice was now a burned, ruined wreck where the feedback of the unit was utterly destroyed. He had no use for tools that he couldn't control. It would lead to sloppy work and the deaths of more loyal men than necessary. His door opened. and he put his pleasant and in-control face. Behind the facade, he grimaced at the sight of that researcher woman. Her name escaped him right now, after today's events, but he hardly ever remembered researchers unless they were one of the few legendary sorts. Ginia Visp was one such name, the inventor of the core armaments. This woman, she was the sister of the maiden deserter. Kayleen remembered now. She was staring at him with some ghastly orange-looking orb in her eye socket, and looking as disgusted as he felt. "Sir Kayleen," she said, the words dripping with hostility. This was new. Not many were so openly hostile out of the gate. They feared the future in the company too much to be such brazen disrespect.
"Yes, and you are?"
he prompted. This made her visibly annoyed, and he smiled internally. Some people could use a little deflating in their egos, especially these smart sorts. "Yatina Haluna Concord Flamina, researcher and the person who managed to physically get to the deepest of the local dungeon," she reported dismissively, as if Kayleen was a slug that she had just noticed on her roses. He couldn't help but frown. That accomplishment gave her more political power than he was happy with. It made her the expert of the dungeon for now. Even if Kayleen's toys had gotten deeper, he himself hadn't.
"How can I help you?"
he asked kindly, dripping with false sincerity. He'd have to bring this woman under his wing. Riches, power, and treasure always flowed up after all, and it wouldn't hurt to make her reliant on him to continue her research. She stared at him and looked mildly put off. Kayleen blanched before he could stop himself. Usually people at least smiled back. "I have complaints to make," she said, and Kayleen perked up. If he solved her problem, she would doubtless be more malleable to his suggestions. Still, he'd have to check his appearance in a mirror soon. Women generally found him agreeable to their eyes, but not this one. He was throwing him off. "Tell me," he encouraged. She looked at him right in the eyes with a fake eye made of squirm internally, as a vaguely familiar symbol of thick-sided triangle surfaced from its depths. "You released restricted machines into a local dungeon, broke further rules by allowing them to reach critical levels. One of them stabbed me and almost killed me a second time as it exploded. And now I have to sit down with a bloodstain after the otherwise pristine experience of this dungeon," the woman said, and Kayleen's mind went blank. No one had spoken to him like that in a very long time. "I dare you," he spluttered before reaching for his four-fingered badge, but Yatina slammed something down on the desk before him. It was a rolled-up scroll with a symbol of a complete hand on a wax seal. 5 digits. "I made a quick visit back to HQ," she said, and Kayleen stared at her. This was not good. The hand of Fairplay symbolized the 5 men and women in charge of Fairplay that served directly under Director Reupload. Which one was it? If it was the finger of the blades, he might have a chance to spin this back into an insubordinate woman. It was also annoying that Yatina seemed to have used the portal twice, but her clothes only looked as if they had been cleaned and repaired rather than smaller. He unrolled the scroll and glared at the side of the research department, a crooked hand with the thumb raised, ready to push down on a pen. "I wasn't aware that Manager Visp and you were on speaking terms," he observed, voice devoid of any emotion. "Unaware of things beyond your immediate scope of imagination. Color me surprised," Yatina said coolly. "This piece." He read the missive as fast as possible, his face paling with each line. "Commander Kayleen of the Blades, it has been brought to my attention that you have somehow acquired and also wasted 20 units of the Hellion robot series. On top of that, your actions nearly ruined a valuable understanding in dungeon science. I contacted the manager of Blades Bronco, and he has agreed to allow me to set your punishment. He asked me to let you know that this is not negotiable. Bronco is a smart man who sees what a colossal mess you have caused. Enough that he and I skipped our week-long arguments and got down to sorting this out before you somehow caused a second shattering. Right now, you are demoted to 3rd rank, while researcher Yatina is promoted to 4th, making her, effective immediately, your superior. She will be in charge of supervising your actions until Fairplay has concluded its first contact with the local dungeon. One more toe out of line and I will take your soul armament, rejoin it to your body without anesthetic, and then demote you to recruit for the next 10 years. I do not tolerate those who waste my time, my research, or this paper that I am using to write to you. You have done all 3, and it's only because of years of service that you are not heading to the deceased right, toiling in the relief work until the day you die. The good news is that you get to keep your offers. Because researcher Yatina prefers her lab like any sane woman would. Do not make me come down there. Gina Visp. There was movement, and Yatina slowly, deliberately took her time reaching over and taking his 4-fingered badge, dropping her own 3-finger badge on the table, where it landed with a clack on its pin for a moment. I prefer to recycle. I hope you don't mind, Blade Kayleen, she said softly. He opened his mouth, readying his core armament for retaliation, until the last words of the message came back to him like a slap in the face. Do not make me come down there. His blood froze, as if the woman could sense his intent across the world. Gina Visp could not only melt his soul weapon, but also manipulate it. Her own tool was vastly stronger too. Rumor was that she could read the mana veins of the world in a lab, right down to the tracking one person. A skill the manager of the Scouts envied, the index finger of fair play for prodding. No issue, Sir Yatina, he whispered. It was a big issue. It was a massive issue. The box he owned could only be opened because he tuned it to his badge for security purposes. Curse her, curse this town, curse this freak of a dungeon, curse them all. The moment he thought this with intense emotion, he sat upright as something like a wedge of cheese moved down his gut. The old man's cursed. He rushed past Yatina and to the latrine in agony. Some people don't handle loss well, he heard Yatina say, but he couldn't do anything but waddle away. Delta paused as she took a break on the Crab Island, resting in a hammock. Something had pinged her. The goblins are hatching, she said, sitting up instantly. She tried to get off the hammock, but her physicality made her flip over and tangle her foot in the hammock in her haste. Help! She twisted around for a moment before remembering that she was near omnipotent in this space. Her foot phased through the hammock, and she stood up to gaze at a dozen crabs. No one saw a thing, she said smoothly, sand in her hair. Come along, Primal Prim, she told the screen, and the thing let out an alarmed ping. Subsystem has been named, cursed with existence. No! Prim was so funny. Between her and you, Delta had comedic duo at her fingertips. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps. Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and metal gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, only puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 180. Silverware? Swa, Billy, and Num were some of her oldest creations, along with Mushi and Maestro. So it was beyond pleasing to Delta that Billy and Num were hatching from their evolution eggs. Why did they need to be in eggs? Delta didn't really know. Prim had an answer, even if she was refusing to directly respond to her name. The shells protect the monsters from the foreign mana that could destabilize or mutate the monsters into a less desirable state. Examples would include an aquatic monster being tinged with fire and creating disharmony within its function. But mutations can also be good or healthy. Sometimes things need to get a little wild to create a diverse ecosystem, Delta said as Farah gently put both eggs on one of her tables. She had an aloof manner as always, but Delta knew that she was excited. She had closed down the bar. Farah never closed the bar. A dungeon is controlled down to the last detail. Create, learn, and improve. This is a cycle that is the foundation of a dungeon. Delta wasn't sure if Prim was clinging to the statement due to her nature or desperation. Sure, learning is cool, Delta said with a wide smile. You do not learn, you have an outcome and make it happen. If something challenges that outcome, you assimilate it, destroy it, or drive it mad. Prim's words seemed accusatory, and Delta didn't see what the big issue was. Well, Sis said that other dungeons weren't doing as well as she'd hoped, so she invited me into it all. So, by your mindset, since Sis said it's absolute law in dungeons, that means I'm the superior method, she pointed out, and Prim's screen glitched for a moment. What you say is true, but for some reason, I do not want to accept it as truth. Watch denial, sugar, Farah grunted as the two eggs shook. Delta leaned in with anticipation. Billy hatched first, making a smooth opening which he emerged from without a word, his form dripping in congealed orange mana that flaked off quickly into the air. Billy had always been the quiet one of the trio, but whereas he was slightly menacing-looking, he still had an air of approachability after a moment. This wasn't the case anymore. His dark green skin was so dark that it was almost black. His cloak hood was replaced by a full-body ensemble of a mix of red and black leathers, with a huge red scarf draped around his lower jaw, creating a slight cape behind him with Delta's symbol on it. Knives decorated his belt, and on one hand he had a dark gunmetal gauntlet with wicked claws that would let him hang off stone walls as easily as tear flesh from bone. His bald head was smooth without any marks as his crimson eyes stared around the room, his ears pierced with 12 times with rings and studs. Delta had to admit that he was a little dangerous looking, but it was still very cool. He pulled down his scarf, covering his mouth to reveal Delta froze as Billy's jaw seemed to hang lower than expected, appearing both too long and too deep without misshaping his face. He inhaled once, and the nearby candles seemed to flicker inwards, trying to avoid being sucked in by the gentle inhale. Inside Billy's mouth was a dark void that belonged to no flesh. Billy the Assassin has been created. Abilities: Stalk, able to go to any floor once they mark a target. Dead men tell no tales. On a successful kill, Billy can inhale their soul and stop it reaching the afterlife. Poison immunity. Nothing below legendary or mythical poison can affect this goblin. Cocktail lover. Will only drink cocktails with umbrellas in them. Gods, I could kill for a white Russian, Billy groaned, his voice so rough it felt like glass to the ears. It seemed Billy had access to the next layer of Delta's knowledge since he evolved. The drink or... Delta trailed off as Billy covered his lower face and grinned with those feral eyes. Neither are. That was when Num's egg hatched, and unlike Billy, Num seemed to have flexed so hard his eggshell went flying all over the bar. He stood up and up and up. Delta craned her neck, mouth dropping open. Num looked almost human. He was about 6 foot with enough muscle packed into his body to make someone demand a drug test. He grinned, one canine sticking over his lip as he rolled his neck, making joints pop. He wore a simple loose top that was more of modesty's sake than any protection from the elements, and a similar set of pants. His bare feet touched the bar floor, and he looked around with interest. Delta got a strange alert from her system, followed by another, then more. Num has obtained the title of Hero. This title allows access to epic quests and underwhelming rewards. Num has been detected by love spirits. Num now has access to over 300 heroic destiny items in the world. Num now has... Stop! Delta said, as more pop-ups began to obscure her vision. Due to Alpha rejecting all social and inspiring heroic quests, these have been transferred to his elder sister and to Num. All 692 active social and reputation quests transferred. Num can't leave the dungeon, she cried out, and there was a new notification. Delta is becoming famous. All quests will come to her. Such is the price of being too prone to mutating. There was a note, and Prim let out a cry of relief as New stepped back into the picture. Oh, you're sentient now. I left you alone for an hour, New sighed, as Prim retreated to the shadowy bowels of the system and out of sight. New, I made a protagonist. I'm a goblin and the princess wants to marry me. Level of protagonist, Delta said in panic, as Num flexed and his shirt strained. It won't be too bad. It's not like a princess will actually come here. The chances of that are so low that it's laughable. Besides, I've looked through these quests. Most of them are unfinished because they require Alpha to impress a baker with his cooking, or make a sad girl laugh, or you get the idea. Alpha could totally... Delta cut herself off as she recalled a strange memory. It was distant, like a watery ripple, but she saw a boy, like Alpha, standing in the middle of a classroom. Groups had formed for a project, and Alpha was by himself, unmoving and unbothered by the result. A girl approached him. Do you want to join our group? We're going to do a project on boy bands, she said, and Alpha looked at her strangely. I don't like boy bands, he said with a calm tone. The girl blinked and then retreated. Never mind, she muttered and looked up at Num's pop-up. Num, the hero, has been created. Abilities, destiny. A destiny has been crafted by, error. Sister has prevented gods from putting a destiny on Num. Sister's destiny, be himself. Hero, while protecting someone his abilities sharply rise. Chosen one. None can master any skill to a decent level, even complicated arts. Heart of gold. His intentions come across so clearly that they can cause a maiden or young lord to instantly fall for him. The more negative their first impression beforehand, the stronger the turnabout. Warning, this skill does not create or force love. This skill only conveys Num's intentions to receptive people and makes Num more apparent and open if they dismissed him beforehand. For attraction, Num's physical appearance has been made moderately desirable to the public. Nemesis. A villain somewhere in the world will be drawn to Num. Heart of gold might also affect them. Delta stared with a long expression. I don't want thirsty people coming down here for my goblin himbo, she said bluntly. It would be like Estelle coming back and seeing Rael and Num in the same room. Delta didn't need that degeneracy. I don't feel any different. I thought I'd feel all heroic and stuff, Num said, and his voice sounded both innocent and deep, like a lion with shorts on. Heroes must taste delicious, Billy crackled. Nearby Swar was sitting in the corner, looking pensive at the result of his brothers. Delta knew the fire mage had a big choice coming up for his own evolution path, but she didn't push him. Swar always had body issues, and she wanted to be supportive. Still, it made her think of Estelle and how the group was getting on. Yatina felt giddy, sick, and dazed all at the same time as she walked down the path between different Fairplay buildings. The badge on her chest was heavy and constantly pulling at her attention. Her old badge didn't feel this heavy. People were looking at her different, some with surprise, shock, and some others, perhaps loyalists of Kayleen, with hate. Well, with as much hate as torn souls would allow. She paused when she saw a group near the front of the camp, adventurers by the look of it, 2 men and a woman. The woman was leaning on the reception table with a furious expression. Yatina eyed her revealing dress and high heels, which seemed to defy the mud that she stood on with magic platforms. Why didn't she just wear flat shoes if she was going outside? Yatina drew closer to hear the woman ranting at some poor single-finger ranked man who worked at the desk. I don't care who you need to kiss, or worse, to get something done, but I want parties organized, I want groups in formation, I want people helping, she barked, and the man looked torn between terror and breathless admiration. Sir, Yatina, the man said, and Yatina blinked. Right. She'd obtained a rank equal to an honored knight within Fairplay. It felt weird. She preferred captain. The woman spun on her swindly heels to face her, pausing in shock at Yatina's appearance before schooling her features. Estelle, that's a forefinger, not worth the trouble, one of the men hissed. How can I help? She questioned. This would be her first act since promotion. Helping people was a good start. My name is Estelle. This is Hazar and Khan. Our teammate is missing, she said, with a tone like a snake that was spitting fire. Missing, she echoed, and the woman inhaled sharply through her nose. Missing, location unknown, not here, and we do not know why. Away without a note. I was owed a note, at least. I was beginning to get used to him, and even design a proper outfit for him, but he's gone, Estelle snapped. Missing people weren't Fairplay's area, but Yatina decided not to brush this off. She could say that aiding the locals aided Fairplay long term, or some nonsense if she needed a reason. What about the local authority? She asked, and the group tensed. We asked the local PK, and he was too busy chasing ducks, Hazar muttered. We tried Rudy, but she's not home, Khan said, and for the first time Yatina noticed that they were all wearing peacekeeper bands, a means by which a peacekeeper enforced a punishment on people. Were these people criminals of sorts? Ma'am, I said we wouldn't get involved, the receptionist said stiffly, and Yatina shot him a curious look. Their teammate, he said with an expression close to disgust on his face, is a silver-tainted, he said, the words thick with history. Estelle turned and grabbed the man by the shirt and drew him closer. Their noses were almost touching when she hissed at his terrified face. Don't talk about my freaky teammate with that tone, she said, her eyes flashing with decently powerful magic. An arc of black lightning flickered off her body, and the air smelled of ozone. Enough, Yatina said, and strode forward. She had just finished dealing with Kayleen. She didn't need another one in the wings. She looked down at the receptionist, who looked at her with an air of confidence, as if Yatina was about to swoop in and protect him. You are assigned to clean whatever this town has for a sewer and guard duty, she said, and the man paled. Estelle also blanched. Not this town's sewers, she said in a panic, and Yatina blinked at them. They were defending the man now. Trust us. Just make him stand all day, Hazar said with pain. Yatina merely nodded, sending a man off as she listened to their story. She had to admit that she had an ulterior motive for helping them. Yutina found silver people a fascinating and interesting subject, and to meet one in person would be amazing. Estelle looked uncomfortable now that she no longer had an easy target for her wrath. Silver, we call him Sil, was tasked with going into the forest and collecting herbs for Mrs. Dabagast, since she was the only one that could go into her garden and not die of poison, Estelle said bluntly. Yutina stared, merely making mental notes. He didn't come back, and when we looked, all we found was his coat, Khan said with a deep frown. Nay, crime? Yutina asked, and the others looked unsure. Are you still in the area? Because Chris said that if he got too far from Durance, we'd teleport back with the words dump our stuff on our head, Hazar said with a pained expression. I can tell people to keep an eye out, but I don't know any way to track. She trailed off as an idea hit her. Delta had a map in her dungeon of moving orange motes. Would Sil be one of them? It would depend on how it worked and how close these people had been to Delta. We may need to consult the local dungeon. Do you know anything about Delta? I'd be happy to guide you, she offered. The group stared at her. Estelle's face began to twitch, an involuntary muscle spasm she couldn't stop, as lightning crackled around her. We've met, Hazar said in a very strained voice, and Yutina blinked at them. Then she thought of Delta, outside of Tura mode. Nah, she said aloud. Nothing else had to be said. Delta hummed as she watched Nun bench press the bar table with Billy and Swat on it. I could use him for manual labor, Farah said with a grin. The best kind, she added. Family, Delta said with a smile. Free, Ferris responded as one of Jeb's burps reached up the nearby dumbwaiter. Just be careful, he's a hero now. He'll open a portal to hell or similar by cooking something wrong, Delta muttered. Filler arcs could appear anywhere and everywhere for no reason, after all. Will more fair play guys come soon? Billy asked, and Delta looked up at him with a blink. Soon, I guess, They seem persistent, she said, and presumed Billy was just eager to try his new form. You want to eat their souls, don't you? She said bluntly. Billy smiled like a child caught with a snack that he shouldn't have. Never, but if one of them accidentally falls downstairs, chokes on food, suffocates underwater, in their sleep or on thin air, and other normal events, I could try to see what happens, Billy said smoothly. That sounds like murder with extra deniable steps, Delta said flatly. It's not murder. It's trimming the gene pool, Billy argued. Don't get sassy with me, young man, Delta warned, and Billy grinned, ducking into the shadows to wander off. Teenagers, Farah scoffed with a roll of her eyes. Only one thing on their minds, she said as she retreated behind the bar to mix a drink. Sticking things into people, Delta said with a sigh. To do as much possible with as little effort as possible, Farah stated with absolute confidence. I can do better than that. 5,000 squats, here I go, Num proclaimed and began to lower, then lift his body. Farah eyed him. He's going places, mostly into walls, she said gruffly, and grabbed bottles. Delta noticed she had a lot more liqueurs now. Delta read a few of them, wincing at some and grinning at others. A black bottle with silver claw on the top was labeled Death Star Shot, with an image of an exploding star. It promised to kill you, then make you drunk. Another contained a thick green spirit that was almost creamy. It was called Jelligan's Boozygon. The label under it said that it was only 90% alcohol that would not give you a hangover, but warned of sudden new employment upon awakening. It was a thick, grimy bottle called Jeb's Feel-Good, a drink brewed from troll soup that had been filtered a dozen times over, then mixed with mint. It had a catchy jingle on the front of it. Jeb's Feel-Good, so good you won't feel it in a few moments. There was a new line of drinks forming, but only 5 of the wine bottles were in place, leaving 7 empty spots. It wasn't hard to see the sauce. Lion's courage, courage promised, wisdom is not. Gem in the eye, see double, good food, bad for problems. Coconut crab tastes good and is non-alcoholic. Crab supports you not drinking. Red Bull, you're not drunk, you can read this after all. Horn juice makes anyone interested after enough sips. Delta noticed that the shelf had a strange pipe system where tubes would connect to potential 12 wine bottles and then mix them together in a container to drip into a single final bottle. The bottle was there, and it was even labeled, even if it was empty. Shooting star, only for those who have beaten the 4th floor. This drink is strong enough to grant minor wishes, limited in supply. Farah put a drink down, and Delta had been too distracted to see what she mixed. "What is it?" she asked curiously, as it was a teal-blue color and smelled of something sweet. "Duck hunt," Farah said with a feral grin. Delta took a sip, and the tart flavor was almost hot at first, followed by a cutting cool aftertaste like a knife through the flames. She peeked at the system for a tooltip for this drink. Duck hunt. This drink either makes you very lucky or very unlucky. You also have a chance to turn all rewards into knife versions of themselves until you leave. "I also got this sorted out," Farah said as she slammed a sealed metal box onto the bar top labeled "Herbs from the Secret Garden." Delta leaned away from it on instinct. "Maybe don't open that," Delta suggested. Farah shot her a look. "The evils of humanity are already here, and hopes fled a long time ago," she grumbled, as she used a crowbar to pry open the box to reveal a dozen jars and spices for Farah to cook with and turn into drinks. Most of them would either kill someone or make them into a minor god, Delta guessed. Farah picked up a golden mushroom and grinned. "Hero burger," she rasped, and Delta shivered as something in her soul feared for the people who ordered it. Something in her just knew that the burger would not be so easily defeated by someone with only average guts. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Vitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and metal gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epicalucia, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 181, Skull and Eyes. Delta expected something a little more respectful from Fairplay, despite everything. Less than 2 days after the robot invasion, groups of them began to enter her dungeon once more with their 1 or 2 finger badges. Delta could now see clear differences in some of the badges. There was a type holding a sword or an arrow, and very rarely one holding a book. None of them made it much further than the Mushroom Grove or the Goblin Fort. Billy and Num were honestly terrifying in their own way. Billy took down whole groups when he was bored, stalking them from the shadows, and Delta had to remind him that he wasn't allowed to soul gulp any of the poor people. Num went through any group like a bowling ball, his fist making strikes with a dashing smile. Swar was acting odd, but Delta gave him space. He wasn't one to be rushed, and Delta had time to let the goblin come to peace with whether he wanted to evolve or not. There was a marked difference in how Fairplay operated now, less like a steamroller and more willing to play by the rules. Some of the groups swapped out their swords and spears for blunter versions, while their mages didn't go so hard on the lethal element spells. It clearly was not something they enjoyed doing, being gentle, but they respected their orders if nothing else. Fairplay was just one thing, but what was more exciting or concerning, if you asked you, were the groups coming between Fairplay. Adventurers had finally been let into the dungeon, and they had come in droves. There was just one little issue. Maximum number of outsiders in dungeon. The entrance is sealed. Delta was roomy, but 50 people at once, even spread across floors, just wasn't going to work. The fact that the second floor was a mark of expertise made Delta understand something she didn't want to admit before. Her dungeon was just a little, "Don't break the pots! Duck, duck, retreat! I can't get out from the mud. I'm in plate armor." Delta's dungeon was a little misleading. The weird thing was that despite tons of new people coming, the offerings that some left remained common stuff. Copper, some local wood sculptures, and some old coins and change, and not a lot more. Delta was hoping for something a little more special or interesting after a while, but she guessed adventuring was a lot like buying storage units off dead people and hoping that inside was a treasure trove. More often than not, it was cost sink with a rare windfall. The people bought what they needed, carried what they could, and moved on. "If you kill them, their gear will likely be more interesting," Nu said, reading Delta's thoughts. Delta stared at the 3 people getting tossed about and tormented by Mary and Twitty. "I can't. They're just so sad to look at," she said after a moment. "One of them got knocked out by your sign before the spider room. One of them was beaten before they reached the first room. Nu, I'm drowning in noobs," Delta said with a pitying expression, as one of the adventurers climbed down the wall of the Goblin Fort room, thinking that it was a secret passage past the unstoppable duo of Num and Billy. His scream when he found Calamity was shrill. Delta might need a rotation of goblins, Num one time, Billy another, and Swar in between. 3 at once could be a challenge or a raid. Still, it didn't solve her current issue. The solution to her problem was there, but Delta had a problem to solution to her original problem. Create a secondary instance to allow more people inside at once. Instances are mirror dimensions of your dungeon, replicating it down to the last detail. These collapse and do not respawn monsters after the adventurers pass through, making them cost-effective. However, all personalities and more unique event markers will be toned down and make the cost affordable. All mirror dimensions lead to a true core. These mirror copies of a dungeon felt like a step forward, 2 steps to the side, and then 3 steps back. The whole point of a dungeon was to show how murder and bloodshed weren't the only options. These mirror dimensions would be badly generated AI mimics that people would treat as normal dungeons. The other factor was that interaction with people helped her monsters grow. Shunting most of the adventurers into little fake copies would just be depriving them of all experience. She tried to get more information from Prim.
Mirror dimensions are collapsible and unable to be changed by the core due to their impermanence. Those sensitive to dungeons can use different methods to tell if they're in the true dungeon or a mirror. The most obvious is that the entrance can still be seen and interacted with in the true dungeon, while in the mirror dungeons the entrance is obscured by a wall of mist. Good to know, but it doesn't offer a solution, Delta mused as he watched the adventurer sneak past Num and into the hog's head, only to be knocked out by Farah when he tried to charge her.
What solution do you even want? Snu asked irritably, as if he found all of this to be beneath them both. Work backwards, Delta said, thinking about it. She wanted people in a dungeon, but didn't want to be overloaded. She wanted a way for a lot of people to be in a dungeon without causing congestion. This was important, but she didn't want to forsake her values and her intent with the low-rate knockoffs. Thinking, Delta opened her menu and found an instance menu. It seemed innocuous enough, with the purchase button, a destroy button, and a customize button.
Oh,
what does this button do? She hummed and pushed the quivering screen with one finger. Instance customization. To unlock this, you must pay 20 DP. Add to the basket and order, Delta said instantly. She had so much DP due to everyone's offerings and the occasional dropped item that it was a wonder how she got anything done before. Delta paused and grimaced. Right. Mushrooms. Option purchased. Instance reality logic now functional. Error. Numerous bugs have been detected due to the corruption of the core system. Continue. I don't see why not, Delta said with a shrug. Instances. Mirror dimension 50 DP. Boss rush mode 30 DP. N. Secret garden prison N 300 DP. All monsters are now black hole piggles 1000 DP. Linked overmind zone 300 DP.
What's the last one?
Delta said, ignoring the rest with all of her willpower. 5 instances are melded together to make a truer experience of the dungeon. All monsters in the true dungeon exist in both, experiencing 2 bodies at any given time. This is usually done to allow dungeons to maintain lethal tactics used by certain monsters or bosses across all instances. The memories of one zone do not merge with the true dungeon monster until it is defeated in the LOZ instance or invaders fail and are rejected. This will only cover the first floor. Repeated purchases for other floors at increasing costs are available after the purchase of this instance. It is 6 times more expensive than a normal instance. But how much would floor 2 cost if I got the same purchase? Delta asked slowly. 500 DP. Delta almost let out a whoop of excitement, but had to ask one last question. What is the downside? She asked, and Prim hesitated. LOZ instances are true in both directions. If an event would cause immense destruction in an LOZ and the true dungeon at the same time, the damage would be considered doubled at the same space instead of spread out. The more LOZ instances, the higher chance you risk of possibility of dangerous attack occurring at the same time, place, and the same time in all zones. The result is multiplicative and not additive. Delta stared at the screen. I exist in more dimensions, but all dimensions leak back to me if something goes wrong. She summed up as she thought about the purchase. If there was an exploding hero unit on every LOZ instance and on a true dungeon, I bet I can't close off an instance if people are inside, she guessed as she floated over the Waddles Lake. No, if there is a room in the true dungeon, there might be moved there, but otherwise the instance cannot be closed. It is risky and an unnecessary risk compared to normal instances, you chimed in, making a screen partly blue and partly green with smidges of orange in places. Her menus were beginning to look a little like poisonous mush. Frog. A cute little frog.
It'd only be a risk if my monsters were weak or mindless. I trust them to protect me. I trust all versions of them, Delta said confidently, and bought the upgrade. It was going to be fine. An orange mote in the still land of grey. It vibrated, it shook, it shivered. Then it split into 2 identical spheres at the same shape and size. The subspace used for dungeons to contain their ever-spreading bodies was monitored closely by Brother, and he stared as the first instance of Delta dwarfed others massively. The balance looked perfectly at first, but unlike other dungeons, threads of green and blue sprouted between the 2 orange spheres, causing them to come together in such a way that there was a tiny bit of overlap. The blue and green veins spread around each sphere, making them look like some very scary cherries. It looked like a set of eyes. Delta was worried she might gain a twin, an evil one, or perhaps she would begin thinking in hyperspeed with doublespeak. But it was just like adding a new floor to her dungeon. The only difference was that the LOZ went sideways and sort of glued on to her entrance. Delta just existed there, same as before. She did feel more anchored to the world, a more real in a sense of having metaphysical weight. That could have been worse, she admitted. Her screen next to her was constricting, then contracting like a heartbeat, with sides melting, only to solidify with a snap a second later. "Nu, Prim," she called out, a little nervously. The screen turned totally blue as Nu seemed to return. "It's fine. We just encountered an unknown sensation. We are at peak condition with salad dressing. Salad, no. I mean serenade, no. No, I didn't." The screen turned teal, then aquamarine, then leaf green, then blue again. Delta peered at the screen, then went dungeon mode to utterly gaze at them. Nu and Prim had their wires crossed due to the fact that the system had tried to take everything over, including them, to ensure quality. It didn't see Nu or Prim as separate, leading them to be all bunched up. It was easy to fix as she grabbed Nu's self and sort of just pulled off Prim's green bits. Her grabbing and moving was actually deep, complex coding that she didn't quite understand how she was doing, but her dungeon mind was excelling at. She pretended passing and call commands with fingers, while references and debuggers were her pulling motions. It worked out. Mana, soul, self, and other tiny things were just fun little symbols that hurt her mind to gaze at. She held Nu aloft, admiring how his essence looked more refined than Prim's. It was even a little fun to gaze at Nu in a dungeon sense. Menu, system, partner, co-core, Nu. Status, operating, annoyed, scared. Origin, piece of Delta's soul willingly offered. Sudden existence, imprint of defining item. Delta tilted her head. That was strange. She suspected she had pushed Nu into sentience, but that last statement was interesting. She clicked on the tooltip. History of consumables. 1. Soul of Delta. Merged. Did not affect item history. 2. Broken skull. 3. Dirt. Removed to make space. 4. Stone. Removed to make space. 5. Mushroom. I absorbed a dead mushroom? She said with a grimace. Error. Skull was consumed at time of low processing. Item was not catalogued. Error. Skull cannot be loaded as it was used. Error. Skull cannot be located due to history. Error. Delta, please stop. Delta blinked out of dungeon vision to see that Nu was still in isolation in Delta's overpowering dungeon grip. She gently eased his personality back into place, and he shuddered visibly on the screen. I'm sorry, Delta said quietly, with a little guilt, as she now saw that she had been burrowing deep into Nu's being, like a dentist with no anesthesia. There was a long pause, and Nu grunted, forming his human body to show his discomfort, but not any signs of betrayal. You owe me one semi-lethal trap now, he said finally, not wanting to address what Delta saw. Nu, what was that skull? Delta asked, not willing to drop it. No clue. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to process it. I don't want to meddle with it, Nu said stiffly, and Delta stared at the blue screen for a moment. It was a woman's skull, not yours. The shape does not match the avatar's projected features, Prim said, managing to pull herself together, which was a little impressive. Even Nu seemed surprised to hear this. No clues whose it was, Delta said, feeling like she was sitting on a mystery the whole time. Only that she was adorned in musty metal, left to decay in the elements. A shallow grave or buried another way. The metal was not absorbed as rust, was not the preferred element to your beginning growth, according to the records left by the Grand System, Prim said firmly. Sis knows or brother does. If they don't want to tell me, it's because they must be like what Gamma is under. A person, people, are tracking by someone saying their name or something. Delta rubbed her nose, feeling a headache coming on.
She gave Nu one last look. You truly know nothing? She asked, pleading for him to trust her, and Nu sighed. Only that fair play, before we even met them, makes me angry, he admitted, and disappeared. Maharia listened to them talk, her presence like a shadow. Delta could see her, would see her, if she cared to look, but the dungeon was like an ant colony. It was so very easy just to become another little bug in a small tunnel. This explained everything. It explained how Maharia had been so wrong when she tried to fight Delta. The possibility of the bloodthirst, the potential to fall, the power to hear the silence. It had never been in Delta at all. It had always been in Nu. Luck or fate, Maharia honestly didn't know. Maharia was honestly glad now that she got her royal behind handed to her by Delta. Nu was, unbalanced as she was. If Nu had been a person, or perhaps even whatever the hell Delta was, then Maharia would have had some confidence in manipulating the menu she'd known. But Nu was a cold and desolate moon to Delta's radiant sun, almost a shadow. But the term wasn't correct. No, Nu was becoming something else. Instead of a shadow cast by light, Nu was a cold, ringing echo to the song that was Delta. Maharia couldn't wait to see what would happen next. Yatina bent down and picked up a frayed piece of fabric, the stuff slightly stained with a dry ichor that still glimmered in the silver in the light. The woods around Durance still had a sort of stillness to them that she found unsettling. Like the land was holding its breath to surprise her. The fabric led Latina to a squad of blades to a clearing where something akin to an animal attack had taken place. Pieces of silver fleck and cloth seemed scattered about, but there was a figure propped up against a nearby tree near the center of the carnage. It looked like a normal average man that had raw skin barely healed over, and bloody patches of his scalp exposed, as if something had ripped his hair out violently. The fabrics they found seemed to have come from this man. Estelle had given an image of one of the silver people, a human messed with tumors and silver and monster parts. This man was normal, if badly wounded. Sil, Yatina called, and the man fluttered his eyes at her, not seeing her. Estelle, he groaned and nearly fell over. Yatina caught him, fearing no infection, as most did. Silver taint was not infectious, and anyone who did a modicum of research would know this. Who did this to you? She asked, and Sil frowned in pain as she tried to speak with a tongue that must have felt too smooth, too normal. Animal, old master, he came, called me, not me anymore. Silver, ever shifting, wolf, then a bear, then a nightmare. Sil heaved. Yatina frowned, trying to get water to his lips. Silver, like the old dungeon? Yatina asked, and he drank the water with a moan, and that sounded like he hadn't tasted properly for years. Yes, core that walked. It passed through, and it sensed me. It took the silver from me, drained, left, said the area was too dead. It didn't like this area. Sil heaved and wheezed around the water. Yatina's blood froze in her veins. It spoke, she whispered. Yes, it said this area was teeming with old memories, old parts. It wanted them back or for, the rematch. Old match, Silver said, his eyes closing as exhaustion took him. Yatina stared at him. Old parts. This was a dead town until a few months ago. Any parts would have withered away long before Delta arrived. What the hell was going on? Gentle shivered as he felt the wind blow on the back of his neck. He felt spooked, as if someone was watching him from the trees or the shadows. But that might just be Durance itself. Ever since the dungeon exploded and Miss Yatina was made to be in charge, Gentle hadn't had much time to visit Dio or explore much. Still, he had an eerie feeling someone was watching him. No matter where he went, unless it was on patrol around the dungeon entrance, he felt watched. His skin itched, his joints felt stiff, and he was constantly anxious. What's wrong? The older teen called Lim asked, and Gentle showed him an apologetic look as they stood guard in front of Miss Yatina's room. They didn't make for a very intimidating set of guards, but Yatina seemed to trust them over the others. Don't know, I just feel like something in me is wanting to go somewhere. Never felt it before, he admitted. Lim smiled. The adventure is calling, but do it after your shift, he teased. Gentle nodded seriously. This urge, he could tamper it down. Gentle had to do it a few times in his life when he went out of the safety of Fairplay HQ. But it had never been this strong. It had never been this emotional.
He jumped as Tina rushed past to the infirmary located nearby, the blades carrying a deeply scarred man who looked delirious as he rambled aloud in some hysteria. His eyes locked onto Gentle, startled ones, and he pointed. "You! Danger!" he warned, the whites of his eyes giving him a mad expression as he locked onto Gentle. "What?" he began, but the man nearly grabbed Gentle by the hem of his uniform. "Cold! Run! Cold! Must run! You are me," he said, sputtles flying off before he collapsed into a sagging heap, being carried away quickly. A pretty woman in high heels walked by, pointing. "He's confused. Nobody sue him for anything. I know a form of fireball from Wizard Weekly that ensures that you'll all get bad tan," she growled. She growled, defensive of her friend. "She's beautiful," Lum mumbled. Gentle was more aware of her heels leaving cracks in the cheap wood floor. Scary was more apt. Still, the man's words were disarming. August Gentle was nothing like a stark, raving madman. At least, he hoped not. It was hard to tell these days. "You want to be part of the dungeon groups?" Lum finally asked as he stopped ogling after the weird mage woman. Gentle shook his head. "Dungeon air makes me ill. Prefer being outside," he admitted with a wince. This dungeon was especially bad. It was stomach-churning, the potency of the mana and more. Plus, happy dungeons were just weird. Not murder-happy, Gentle understood that, but to see a dungeon supposedly so fluent in an emotional range beyond eat and outsider was really weird. Feeling the air a little thick, even this far back in the camp, he covered his mouth and covered the belch of stomach acid and pulled his hand away to see a mix of saliva and flecks of a dark grey metal. It was getting worse. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps, Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Casper Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and metalgens, and welcome to this latest iteration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, only puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 182, Life of a Town. Chris sipped a tankard of the bar's, well, not its finest, but the stuff that would get him drunk cost-effectively. The place had been far busier since the scourge of adventurers had moved in. Durance was too small to have more than a few drinking places, and this was the only one that did alcohol. So, at every place there were rowdy, rule-breaking, idiotic people whose life choices were so bad they could only hope some random hole in the ground would make them rich. Some had tried to take his table when he went to get another drink, and Chris forgot what happened next. But he faintly remembered smoke and some ash occurring before they quickly moved away. There was no respect amongst these people, none at all. They complained about everything. The inn lady charged too much. There is no quest board. All the shop prices are outrageous. The local dungeon is insane. My mother never taught me to tie my own bootlaces. Chris would never be so boorish as to openly complain and whine like a child. "Move over, you lump," Rudy grunted as Chris tried to take up 3 chairs by himself, putting his legs up. "No, don't want to sit next to you. You hit me," he said with a glare. She went to sit on his foot and he quickly moved it out of the way before her massive rear could crush it like a chalk beneath a boulder. Chris would set Rudy on fire if it would have done any good, but the girl was both tough and mixed blood with the demon. Fire didn't really do much more than make her hungry for smoked meat. "Can you believe all of this?" Rudy said, and Chris sipped more of his lukewarm swill. "People," he agreed with disgust. "I always wanted this town to become more popular when I was younger, but I guess I didn't know what I was asking for," she sighed. Chris opened his mouth to release a vicious mockery when he saw Rudy had a strange look on her face, a sort of sorrowful remembrance that she quickly tried to hide behind her own drink. He swallowed back the witty comment that would have torn her apart and looked away. "From what I've heard, you came back from your adventure all sour and down," he said, and she snorted. "I got lost for the first few months of the journey, and by the time I arrived in the capital, I found out my name was like cursed mud, and almost no guild or group would take me in," she agreed. She raised her mug as if to toast. "Cheers, Mum," Rudy said with a grunt. It could have been worse, Chris thought. She could have been a child of one of the other people to found this town. Mila Darknessbane was one thing. The tarnished Prince Durance was another. You hearing this? Reddy asked, subtly nodding to the table next to theirs, where a group of 5 rough men in cloaks with beards spoke of trekking through the woods for some time. Chris tilted his head and managed to pick up the conversation.
Spider reloader. It's triggered if we make too much of a hassle in that room. I got a tip for 3 silver from someone who's been lower. So grim that the storeroom to the west of the Cursed Lake contains a secret passage, but it's only for those who want a challenge, one of the men said, getting curious looks and grunts from all around. Chris soon realized the group actually consisted of the next 3 tables, putting their number closer to 15. I would rather just clear the floor properly first. Total avoidance of the first room. Get in and through, turn east, because I'm not willing to fork out 20 daggers so that we can explore that lake room and maybe find a secret passage. One stood up, and he looked to be the one with the serious face and sorrowful eyes. He would be the leader or a prince in hiding from some failing kingdom. Those types had an aura to them.
The mud room is easy enough, as long as we move in a careful and ordered means. The mushroom forest.
Another trailed off, and there was a collective silence for a moment.
I heard the Dragonfang, a girl from nearby, set it on fire.
Another spoke up, and Rudy grinned savagely into her mug.
They'll be back on their feet, but 2 of them quit that day. Extreme cold isn't good either for that room, but we can always try going out of the other rooms.
Bribing and acting passive seems to work sometimes, the first one said grimly.
What's the point if we don't get anything valuable to sell back? Monster parts and material are the rarest finds in dungeons,
someone argued, sounding angry. You've been reading too many dungeon stories in the back of the wagon, idiot, the sorrowful one said, and put his hands on the table, which was covered in roasted meats and drinks. For those new here, let me tell you that cutting down bosses or unveiling secret passages isn't how we as a guild make a coin. It's figuring out what can be harvested and reliably. A woodworker doesn't give 2 hoots about some magic axe you made out of some golem, nor does a businessman have any use for the tales of bravery you tell your mates in the pub. You want coin, you figure out what this dungeon can give you and how often. If you're all too stupid to stop swinging your weapons for 2 minutes to figure that out, he stopped to give everyone a look. Then you can all head home and see how well cutting down dragons pays when you didn't think about transport, sellers, or interest. He jerked a thumb at the door.
Glory fills the soul, thinking fills the pocket,
another cheered in agreement. Chris tuned them out and looked at the darkened corner of the pub, a place where it seemed like the candles had been extinguished and someone had raised a silencing spell to block sounds, as well as some blurring spell to obscure the documents on the table. The people around this table numbered roughly 6, wore mismatching pieces of armor, and looked to be drinking water or sticking to a light sandwich, unlike the others. Their eyes never left the table as they murmured to each other, even under the silencing spell, as if they still feared being overheard. The aura they put out made Chris's skin prickle unpleasantly. He recognized only a few pieces of their equipment. Not a single one of them was wielding anything less than a brand new piece of equipment from high-numbered dungeon floor. Everything they wore or used looked to be new enough to not have any dings or bangs. None of it seemed personal to the owners.
Kelks give me the creeps,
Rudy said, spotting what Chris was looking at.
6 is a lot of them,
Chris agreed. As far as he remembered, they didn't like to make up more than 3 at a time, each member using wildly different tools to avoid conflict when they performed their weird treasure hunting rules. Calculators used to be just a bunch of local bank branches, organizing and sorting different items in a logical manner. Chris recalled his teacher had said that they were there to help everyone ensure that they were getting a fair price for their sales. It was an innocent start. Innocent until they had a group split off, taking their very important ledgers that stored what magic item or weapon performed slightly better or worse with them into the night. Chris guessed that it had gone from a job to an obsession. He didn't quite remember why, but they were completely focused on finding magical tools with infinite growth. Chris just didn't like them because they would sell their own mothers for any tiny improvement. Sure, Chris would sell Rudy for a +4 peace and quiet, but that was only human. One of them looked up and looked at Chris and his staff nearby. He pulled out a thick book and seemed to know exactly what page he wanted, and then smirked as he whispered something to his friends. It seemed that they had decided Quiss's staff was of lesser make and thus of lesser value.
I'm not sure why they're here,
Rudy interrupted Quiss's sudden violent thoughts. What? He blinked at her, having to sadly push away fantasies of setting their books on fire in front of them while laughing.
Calcs only come running when news of rare and unique treasures come floating out. They don't usually deviate from their farms, she said with distaste.
It's a new dungeon. Why wouldn't they come and milk it? Quiss asked, focusing back on his book. Rudy didn't look convinced.
Because Calcs don't want hard work if there's any chance of no reward, better than what they have. Calcs are lazy because they want to be sure they get something before they put the work in, she murmured.
What? The joys of adventuring and tracking through the mud for fun isn't enough for them? Quiss asked sarcastically. Sadly not, came an oily voice, and Quiss didn't jump as Japes appeared before their table, holding a delicate cocktail glass with an olive on its rim.
Stuck between you and them, my sense of right and justice can only take so much, Quiss grunted, and Japes seemed to take it in as a compliment.
The potter sipped his drink with glittering eyes. Calculators carry a sacred mission, don't you know? He said easily, and Rudy leaned in. No, she said with a tone that gave nothing away. When the Golden Queen fell to madness, not all of the bank was under happy management. I hear that the one that saw the Golden Queen as true took a leaf from some books and fled into the night. The perfect sword, the perfect shield, the perfect, and so on, and so on. They're more like a nomad research group at this point, indoctrinating their young and those they lure into their camps. I, personally, find such perfectionism in things like a sword as beneath us as people. But to each their own, Japes said conversationally.
And how would you know that? Quiss asked, eyes narrowing.
Japes smiled and drained his glass, playing with the olive like a marble. I just happened to be making a deposit at the bank on that fateful day, he admitted, and strolled off.
Do you ever have the feeling that the man he has caused more chaos in this world than most? Rudy mused, and Quiss frowned.
Rudy noticed and stared at him.
What?
She nudged him, and he slowly looked at her.
The Golden Queen, Durance's mother. She was never stable, but she didn't go off the deep end until a thief made his way into the castle and stole her fabled sword, right? That very day, she accused the bank of treason and also feeding the poor?
He asked slowly.
Psst. And how would Japes stealing some magic sword affect anything? The man can barely enter a room without curling someone's hair in terror.
Rudy waved him off. Quiss wasn't so sure. Yatina checked over the hero robots, ensuring the G-metal plates inside were fused with their black box safely. Even with her new rank, Yatina couldn't open the black box without permission. The G-metal shimmered, but there was a lot of internal damage due to the proximity to Delta. Yatina shivered as she stared into its dead eye, her stomach feeling tense as if remembering how one of these things stabbed her not long ago. She continued to decommission the hero units as best she could. The piece of G-metal continued to make her new eye feel strange. The pieces were both real yet undefined in terms of truth and manner. They looked like metal but were closer to a shed of skin of some insect. Their insides were hollow in terms of purpose. Something had discarded them, but Yatina really wanted to know what had caused these metals to exist. She hummed in her lab as she opened a folder. It was one of the many new pieces of documentation she now had access to thanks to Kayleen's gracious stepping down. It was mostly information she had already presumed about the hero units, but she had learned something new. It seemed the supply of G-metal was not infinite. This surprised Yatina due to how much they had used in the construction of different projects. The metal was either in low supply or in overabundance at any given time. The original supply came from a tri-owner of Fairplay who stepped down many years ago. He had brought enough G-metal to the table to construct the HQ, the machines they used, and a lot of other things like portals. Yatina squinted at a piece of paper. The names of the owners outside Director Riptoy were impossible to find, and on this paper, the person's name was only listed as Alota Croc, a clear code name. Yatina hoped so anyway. Who would use the name A Lot of Pots and Containers as a name? She reached over to open a mini cooler by her desk, needing some refreshing pickled newt coffee, and accidentally ripped the handle clear off the container. Between the medical tools she used to help that silver man and now this, she was breaking everything thanks to her new blooming core. Someone had even asked her if she was going to get a core weapon, and the very idea repulsed her.
She had gotten this complete, beautiful piece of herself back, and feeding it now. Yatina couldn't understand why anyone would want to tear it apart. Her adorable student appeared at the entrance to her door, and he looked shocked. On his chest was a glimmering two-fingered badge. By the rules of the company, Yatina was required to have a second in command, and since she only had Lim on her team, he had to get promoted. Someone pointed out that she could have gotten Kayleen the job, and Yatina laughed in their face like a pig, needing to shuffle off before she began wheezing and looking undignified. I brought bagels and squirrel shoes, he said, and Yatina was impressed. The shoes were made of elder squirrels as well. Someone knew their monstrous rodents very well in this town. Yatina had never bought herself anything aside from books as a luxury, but she decided to try something new for her promotion. The problem was, she had no clue what to get, and so she laid the task on her second in command. "Where did you get the shoes?" she asked as she slipped them on. They were very comfortable. A crazy old woman was throwing things at that woman who guards the dungeon, Rudy. I think they knew each other, and she threw the shoes at me and told me that if I was going to STEM, I could at least look fashionable, Lim said, sounding a little numb at his experience. Lim, Yatina began slowly, sipping some of a coffee that made her stomach ache, but her mind became alert. He looked over at her, ready for a lesson or a quiz. I never thanked you for coming to my aid in the dungeon. You didn't have to do that, she said softly. It felt weird to be actively reaching out to another human being and trying to convey her feelings to them. Weird and a little scary. You're my captain. You know a lot of things, and you make me feel smart, even though I get a lot of things wrong. I should be thanking you. No one else gave me the time of day. Lim beamed back, and Yatina blinked, trying to make a normal human response to such naked affection from someone. I appreciate the fact that two humans copulated together and created you. Hooray for reproduction, she said, raising one hand into the air. Can we not mention my parents conjugating? He asked with a pained look, and Yatina snorted. Not what I said. But if it's conjugating, I can show you how that's done, she offered, deciding some education wouldn't go amiss. Lim looked red in the face and backed up. I've never conjugated or stuff, he said in panic. Nonsense, I'll conjugate with you, she said factually, and pulled out some books to show the purpose of conjugating verbs. When she looked up, the space Lim had been occupying was empty, and a door was closing silently. You can't escape it, everyone conjugates. It's natural, she called after the fleeing boy. Honestly, Yatina was getting better at this casual talk every day. Soon she'd be able to approach strangers with quick succession without making animal noises and fleeing for the shade. On her table, the shining piece of broken G-metal shimmered. Delta paused as the party stood outside Fran's bathroom door. They had managed to put Farah to sleep with a glass and snuck past. Everyone, pre-planned buffs. I want full blessings, speed enchantments, fortitude potions down to the hatch, the leader called as everyone began to empower themselves. Delta put a hand on her mouth. They should have really waited until they were in the room before using all this stuff. Boss room passive activated, scaling. Their buffs would wear off. Brand's increase would not. Ah well, it was all a learning experience. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps. Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Casper Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and metal-gents, and welcome to the latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Holy Pardons. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 183. Tea the Party. The shield enchantment shattered with the sound of tinkling glass. The man went flying back, sending sand flying as he was sent rolling across the arena. In the same swipe, the goblin rider sent the sneaking assassin woman back with a harsh blow that somehow missed all of her vitals. This can't be! The trembling mage raised his staff, and a pathetic puff of smoke and ember gathered due to his inability to focus. The creature was a near-perfect match for them. Someone yelled, swinging a massive battle axe around as he pulsed with a bloody aura. The goblin meanly leaned back, catching the axe blade with one powerful hand before heaving. The man was lifted into the air, and the monstrous boar the goblin rode, turned and kicked like a horse, sending the man so far back that he hit the walls. It was a miracle he didn't explode into meaty mist. It was a miracle none of them were dead. Is this the might of your group? Where is the synergy? Where is the thirst for success? Where is the revel? The goblin boss thundered, and the ball slammed down, creating a shockwave that sent the rest of the party reeling. Is this all you have to offer? The creature spoke as the mage fell to his knees, once proud fire mage, now useless in his terror. If so, then you are not worthy. The powerful wand settled on the shoulder of the mage as crimson eyes stared down at him from up high. You are not worthy. Then the last thing he heard before a blow knocked him out was, You shall not pass, lingering in his ears. You want what? Mila asked the snot-nosed kid of Pix. I want to purchase a license to open a local adventuring guild in Durance, Grim said without shame. You're 12, Mila said bluntly, as she downed a coffee that was more black than her soul. 16. I can legally do it, Grim corrected. You're poor, she added. I saved all my pocket money since I was born. I was planning on using it to purchase a rare mythical weapon that would destroy my enemies and make their gender-neutral others weep. Grim countered, crossing his arms with a glare. That's a good dream. But you sure you want to waste it all on running a... Mila grimaced as if she was saying something vulgar. An adventurer's guild of all things, she asked. I wasn't until I saw how gullible adventurers actually are, Grim admitted, and Mila moved around her home to find a bottle of whiskey she hadn't drunk dry yet. Mila paused as the memory came to her. It was an untainted memory, so she relished it as it flowed back to her. Ha, little Mila and Pix, I'll set aside some birthday gifts. I sold one of my mother's old cursed earrings. People will buy anything. How about 10,000 gold per child? Uncle Durance is going to be the favorite. He never got to be an uncle, but Mila could remedy that just a little. Fine, the guild is yours, but keep your money. It has young people stench all over it. And you are particularly hormonal, Mila said with a glare. Grim narrowed his eyes. I don't trust charity from you. You once stole all my birthday cake because you said the weak shall starve, Grim said. And Mila didn't remember that event, since she was sure she did that to all the children on their birthday. It was an honoured tradition from her island. You won't be happy when you see the paperwork, Mila warned, and then kicked the kid out. Durance's gift was rejected by Rudy when she was young. The girl could get Hal rubies and blood gold from her father if she wanted. No, Rudy didn't like being handed her treasure. Mila wasn't holding her breath for grandkids until Rudy was done tormenting every man she came across. Grim could have the gold or the purchase of the guild. Grim had wondered where he could set up his guild after the permit for the thing arrived at his door less than an hour later. Guild Master Grim had a nice ring to it. All those fools would have to bow to him. Peering at the permit, the guild hall had to be located between the dungeon and the local town, had to be accessible, open to all, and run with the intent to help adventurers. It didn't say Grim had to be welcoming, friendly, or making gold by the minute as he operated. Mila had even accidentally signed a few permission bonuses for Grim. I can reject certain quests, limit adventurers. I don't need to feed or house anyone, and I can construct one next to the dungeon if I wanted, Grim hummed, and then his face turned serious. I don't know how to build things, he admitted. He remembered something about a builder in town. He peered down the street of Durance. Page Turner's bookstore, weathered wax candle store, Real Beauty's fishmonger. Aha! Grim's eyes paused on a small, dinky corner store. Nomad, easy construction, Grim said with satisfaction. He even knew who ran the place. He opened the door, and the smell of distant grassy plains and herd animals seemed to assault him. A giant man rested behind the counter as he carefully read textbooks that Grim was pretty sure were the same ones that he was assigned as homework. Dio's father, I've come to bargain, he thundered. The man blinked and smiled. Damn it, that damned smile. Grim couldn't escape that smile. The bloodline was haunting him. I need a grand hall by the dungeon, and I won't be moved or convinced otherwise, he said, and the man took out a pair of comically small spectacles and peered at his completely empty calendar, aside from every date being filled with things like admire Isanella and read Dio a story, or even tonight is pie night. 3 floors or 5? The man asked softly, and Grimm's bones vibrated, and his blood rushed as he felt the sudden urge to punch something in a glorious battle. "I don't feel like climbing stairs," Grimm declined. He was a very particular sort, and he knew what he wanted long term. Climbing stairs every 5 minutes wasn't one of them. "I can install elevators," the man offered. "Oh well, the more floors the better then," Grimm said brightly. "Being Dio's friend, I'll have it done by tomorrow," the man nodded. "We're not friends. I just use him as a disposable minion." "I don't want you to get the wrong idea," Grimm said quickly. He was greedy, not a villain. "Dio doesn't befriend those of dark souls and intentions. Your words may shield your heart from the threat of being hurt, but they can't hide your bond," the man said kindly, and Grimm puffed up like a pissed-off cat. "We do not have a bond," he protested. Who did this guy think he was? Some spiritual master of bonds? "The heart sees, even if the eyes do not," the man said with satisfaction. Grimm was about to explode when Dio entered the shop. "Grimm, I found you. Mr. Jones sent us homework, and I used mine as a fortune-telling origami, but it flew off in the breeze. Can I look at yours so that I can copy the questions? Not the answers," Dio said quickly, looking both excited and nervous. Grimm shoved his bag at him. "I already made a second copy. I saw your stupid fortune thing before I left school." "You are an idiot," Grimm said with a glare. Dio's eyes lit up. "Want to hear what my fortune said?" he asked, and Grimm stared at him. "Unfortunately, you're going to tell me no matter what I say," Grimm said before he cursed his tongue. Stupid curse. Unseen, Dio's father reached for a key and began pulling out rare materials from the storeroom. New didn't have much joy in life, but watching people suffer was one of them. If he could make a recording of the best moments, he would have more than enough material for 5 different hour-long videos. An adventurer jumped into the mudroom, only to be pushed off by the extending poles in the wall and land upside down in the breathable mud. He had to be fished out by the goblins. Some fool had gone so deep into defensive skill and magic that he presumed himself untouchable. Muffet tied him up and left him in a corner until someone could peel him free from his armor. 2 unlucky idiots had managed to get into Maestro's secret passage, believing they had found the golden road around the grove and pub, only to return and quit adventuring the next day, if their mutterings were to be believed. Maestro was welcoming, but his appearance in mind-bending room had an effect on the feeble of mind. It was a new odd group, however, boisterous and loud. They looked like they had gone out one day to drink and just didn't stop. They weren't armed and obeyed the rules so well that they were allowed to make it all the way to Farah's bar. But they didn't want to move on. The heroes of ale had come for the drinks. Farah, for the first time, had serious customers, and she was pushed to her limits as a bartender. One of the drinkers ordered Delta Surprise, growing a beard so magnificent that he wept. New overheard that he was a whisker baby beforehand. That was when they saw the Zodiac bottles and pleaded to know more. "You gotta beat the 4th floor to taste these," she said rudely, and in doing so ignited a fire in the group New had never seen before. What happened next was confusing as it was terrifying. They paid Farah for her bar stools, rushed into the boss room, and pushed Fran to a drawer for time, with battle cries and promises of the forbidden juice on the 4th floor. To New's shock, they beat Fran, their teamwork impeccable. In response, Fran smiled and faded away, leaving behind a boar helmet, 2 drinking horns, and some coins. The drinking horns were held up with near worship as the group and people cheered. "To Sir Fran, he drinks with us forevermore," they half slurred, half cheered. Wyan paused as she felt her Sir Fran's joy as he faded in battle. On one hand, they had defeated her beloved knight, so Wyan would have to flay them alive. On the other hand, Fran was happy, so she wouldn't have to use salt on their exposed flesh when she was done. It was a fair compromise. The heroes of ale took the jungle like an invasive species. Nelda watched as they chased the pygmy mushrooms, declaring them adorable. A few of them split off to check out the waterfall, and when Bob emerged, they held their hands up, wriggling in drunkenness. "Well, friend, drink with us. Water is acceptable. We respect sobriety if you respect our not sobriety," a woman hollered as she wore a special helmet she crafted to fit Fran's drinking horns into the empty slots, with what looked like some sort of plant-like fiber tube leading to her mouth. "They scare me, but I like them.
It's like being invaded by a benevolent frat party, Delta said, staring at the chaos. Key! Someone yelled as Bob dropped the key in his excitement to dance with the strange people. His two crab friends were passing what looked like a thimble of whiskey. Hey, no drinking! You're not of age, Delta said and ran over. The crab ran away from her, still drinking. She was alerted as the bridge guarded by Giant was being rocked as a group on it was thundering and making it rock to the drinking song. Giant was joining in shyly. We drink day and night, in the dark and the light. We are the heroes of the ale. Before us all enemies pale, they sang messily. The key Giant was guarding was tossed into one of the people's hands, who put it in their earring like a cool souvenir. That was when Rail appeared with a box of near-cold stone he'd fished from the bottom of the river. I heard there was a request for joy and a place to keep drinks cool, he called, and in response he got a thunderous cheer. Bottles purchased from Pharaoh were stocked inside, and Rail was absorbed by the party. Delta was busy chasing down bees who were flying in lazy circles into each other as the bottles of spirits were spilled over flowers, causing their pollen to become intoxicating. Sweet nectar, a crafter of the heroes of ale cried as pools of gleaming honey spread before them. A lot of bees were on the ground, passing a flower that was dripping with booze. High in the tower, Queen Lizzie stared down at her kingdom and sipped a rare cocktail that Farah had brought her personally. The queen called out, "Off with their heads!" It was made from rare flowers that Luna cultivated in the secret garden of this floor. It had over a dozen types and would normally cost a lot, but Farah seemed to be in a good mood. She looked around to ensure that she was alone and pulled out a commissioned piece of artwork of that human. The one who talked as smooth as his skin was Seth, the Heart Stealer. Lizzie hugged the picture and drained a drink. Below, the crafter was quickly at work, turning a dozen honey meads into a single bottle that began to shine a rainbow hue. It's a high-ranked drink, never tasted before, they slurred. Yes, let's take this bottle and appreciate it. Anyone wanting their own bottle better have cash, someone yelled as they got ready to move on. Can't we just borrow some? Someone yelled back. Respect the local community, -2 bro points, the first said, and the second clutched his heart. The pygmies were conflicted. I love you guys. Oh, you're so small. I just want to say how much I love you all, a muscular man said with a sniffle as he hugged what seemed to be a poison in a bottle. He had fallen into the home and just started proclaiming love. Normally, a sacrifice of hair and more would occur, but they weren't sure if they wanted to offer this particular mortal to the Great Mother. Oh, you're all just so small, and you're doing your best, the man went on, tearing up. Mortals could leak. Give him the key, and he'll go away, the eldest hissed. The 3 great pygmies were at a loss to the man who didn't even enter the labyrinth, and thus they couldn't test him. Isn't that disrespecting tradition? A pygmy asked in a puff of spores. He's leaking salt water on us. He was dangerous, the elder replied quickly. The alchemist sampled the poison, as was its nature. Sweet, but different, it mused and dunked its whole head in. Delta could take comfort in one thing. The undead couldn't get drunk. The booze literally went down the bottom of their stomach. That was what she had hoped, however. These heroes had a scary ability. The circus of the dam was alive with music, partying, and stunts because they had infected the skeletons with undead animals with vibes. The sheer mood they brought seemed to lift even Remy's ghoulish pallor. In the mess, golden piece of popcorn was taken and added to a mixture of beers. The entire thing flashed golden when it was done, and Delta stared as people hugged each other. I love you. No, bro. I love you. The others were just grinning. I remember when we just met. One nudged another, who laughed. The skeletons took some of their legs off, and people began to conga line under the merged bone pile. Delta stared until Remy held out a hand. He seemed to be grinning at her. Isn't this wonderful? He seemed to ask. Delta tried to be stern about all the alcohol for the moment. She sagged and took his offered hand. Delta laughed as she was pulled into the line of conga-goers. So if you like the beat, take a lesson from the Cuban Pete, and I'll teach you the chicka-chickity-boom, chickity-chickity-boom. She sang along as the circus became a party of unchained joy and music. In the corner,
Maharia barfed up a mixture of necrotic green energy and golden sparkles as she held an Alka-Pop mixed drink in one hand. She stood up and glared at the full bottle.
I will defeat you and drain your contents like a soul.
She swore and took another swig. 3 seconds later, she bent over and barfed. Wyam was wondering what was going on outside as her gates opened. She had just readied her speech about pain and deliverance when she froze. Dozens of topless people were filtering in with a cheer. Some had beers glued to their bodies, while others were covered in honey. Others had drinking horns filled with tree sap, and with crunchy yellow leaves in the others.
What is this tomfoolery?
She demanded as someone brought in Wilhelm, covered in glittering lights and with the words Party Monkey painted on his chest.
Behave yourselves. This is a place of worship,
she demanded. Slam a shot for the goddess, someone cried, and everyone drank. Wyam got a tiny boost of power, and she glared at them.
Don't you dare taint my divinity with your boorish behavior,
she threatened the party.
Keg barrel stands for the tree goddess,
Delta screamed, blushing red as she swung a drink around.
It's fun to worship at the WYIN.
Luna danced between Rail and Giant, dragging Davina into the mess, who was flustered as Rail grinned at her.
I refuse. I am not a goddess of booze, drunkards. I am a goddess of life and pain,
Wyam tried to yell over the music. A few seconds later,
stop hitting each other on the arses.
Wyam turned to Delta, glaring. Gotta make a move to a town that's right for me. Town to keep me moving, keep me grooving with some energy. Delta shot a finger of guns as she was lost in the thronging of the party people. Wyam was about to blow a gasket. All she wanted was some tortured souls and to curl up with her murder mysteries in bedtime. Wyam was afraid what they might do with her were rewards if she let them pass. They might tell others that she was a goddess of revelry and booze. Her image would be ruined. Alcohol was only fun when she could mock others for their hangovers. Wyam glared, and someone offered her a drinking horn.
Why would I want such a disgust?
She froze as she recognized the horn's finely. Sir Fran's treasures. She snatched the horn and drained the fluids within. It was masculine and tasted of burnt oil, just like her night. A pleasant warmth of cloud of pink covered her memories. From that point onwards, Wyam would wake up later, covered in honey and with 3 naked people in her branches. The party had moved on without her. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps, Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Casper Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and metalgens, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, only puns. Maybe you're new to the series. There is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 184, Hell is Other Puns. The air was tense with anticipation and a little desperation. Delta felt a bead of sweat roll down her forehead as she pressed her awareness to the max, everything resting on the single action. And failure was no longer an option. Every iota of her soul was dedicated to this task before her. As the seconds passed, she could feel immense pressure building. The room deadly silent, as everyone was also completely enthralled in the task.
Food stall, snakes in pipe, flying rug merchant, she hissed mentally,
pushing herself to go faster. How could there be so much to sort through yet yield no result? Her soul, her very being, was poured into this task. There could be no hesitation, no retreat, no surrender.
He's by the dancing sword swallowers who are collapsing into a pile, Lou interrupted,
sounding exhausted, and Dartha let out a scream of frustration as the silent Libro Golem pointed to new in victory, turning the page of Wherever's Walrick. The other 10 members of the Heroic of Ale let out groans as they couldn't find the hidden character fast enough. Some of them were standing, but most of them had found seats. A selection of poofy pillows had been gathered in the library as people drank in special sealed sippy cups to prevent spillage, as the golem seemed happy to be doing something. Originally, the group had come into the room by accident and couldn't find the door back out. At first, Dalton had thought that they would seek out the 1,000 illegal brews and 32 immoral cocktails recipe book, or the Dragon's Every Partist Drinkable book, but they had been captivated by the colorful children's shelf that Dalton had filled up on his spare time. The golem would only let them stay if they upgraded their open mugs to secure cups. Alcohol was murder and books, apparently. especially when it's mead or wine. Still, the event was enjoyable. It turned out that the group didn't have a lot of literate readers, but those that could read were more than happy to read to their friends, still as drunk as skunks. The Little Horse Cart That Would and The Devouring Caterpillar were very popular due to the little word count and bright artwork. Some were amused because of the alcohol, others were immersed due to never having a chance to be read to as a child, and that was something Delta found sad in her heart. "The Lady Waldrick has to count. I keep finding her," someone complained, drinking their beer through a winding straw. "I'd like the little dog with glasses. May I look for him first?" Another beamed, sinking into the beanbag as he downed the cider-like fruit drink. "I feel like a designated driver," New said, sounding dead inside. The menu was partially reading an issue of the Trap Monthly that was about 20 years out of date. Delta wondered if she could subscribe to all the magazines. Was there a book dungeon? There had to be a book dungeon. "You should get Prim in on the fun," Delta beamed as she tried to tease New into letting his hair down. "She secluded herself in her bug notes and ever-expanding crash reports. I can't find her," New grunted as he floated up and tugged Delta through the wall, leaving the group to be read and defeated by the golem. Delta looked back at the gathering with a sigh, feeling one of the squishy chairs calling to her. Delta had copies of absorbed books of ancient power rituals and other valuable tomes, but she was more happy about her public library of knowledge and a book set to delight. The teacher in her just loved people enjoying a good book. Delta was one to enjoy a book or two herself, but only in the dead of night and behind locked doors. As she left, she saw a shadow moving amongst the shelves, revealing Jack the Kobold collecting drinks and coins from the unaware guests. More offerings to death. Delta shook her head, but as she floated past the map room, she paused to listen to the corridor connecting to the troll's den. "Swamp! Swamp! Get out of the swamp!" came the thunderous roar of voices and song following a belch so loud that it shook the walls. "I'll check on that later," Delta said brightly, eyes a little too wide, and pivoted to the feast room. The free heel mall was a war zone. Defeated heroes of ale laid across tables, chicken sticks in hand and bowls of melting desserts as pillows. Vera was sweeping a few of them into a pile in the corner where blankets had been haphazardly tossed over a few of them. The power of the food had claimed more than a few of the group, due to the fact that they couldn't stop eating, and soon the mixture of alcohol and a full stomach brought on a fitful sleep. The impressive thing was that their ability to tolerate mana of the dungeon was so deep that they could perhaps spend the whole night on the floor with no ill effects. "This group must have been in a lot of dungeons," Delta said to New. "No, I think they just drank so much poison over the years that their mana, like their stomachs, have turned into lumpy iron consistency," the menu said with a dry tone. Delta stared at some of the unconscious members. "Would that mean that anyone who is sensitive to mana would get a buzz by being near them? Wait, are they getting me buzzed?" Delta asked, holding her hands up with an awed expression. "No, you've eaten so much gut rot, you have a liver and other vital organs of orichalcum. You're just easily impressionable and swept into mobs," New said, popping her bubble. "I never decided to eat them. I didn't choose the shrooms, they chose me." Violently, she shivered and hugged herself. "All the senior members are missing. Did they go ahead?" she asked, feeling around on the floor to feel if there was a lot of motion. "Ahead? No. Well, sort of stumbling in a direction they didn't control. Yes," New said with a nod of his avatar. Delta moved ahead to the garden at the center floor, connecting all the rooms together. To her surprise, one of the heroes had found a means to open the soul well that contained the pure essence of her mana. The older man stared at it, but didn't partake in it. Despite sweating and looking flushed with alcohol, he didn't seem like he was losing control of any of his functions. "Is he going to drink from the well?" Delta asked, worried about the consequences. She might have to call the gargoyles over. She didn't mind mingling her mana with people, but it was important to Delta that they be sober and clear-thinking before they made such a choice. Delta peered at the man, seeing how he was far older than most of the members, and had a sort of shabby look to him. He didn't have many teeth left, but he still looked to be healthy despite his age. "Lovely place, aye," the man mused to himself, and then made a toast with a private hip flask that looked very old and tarnished, but still gleamed with hints of pure silver. "To beautiful dungeon that grew despite the mad witch that was buried here, to the kind dungeon that grew in monument to a proud son that held virtues of Varloon through." He cheered and drowned a truly impressive amount of gulps from the flask. "May you rot in hell, you wicked thing! My poor heart still loves you so." He toasted to the ground as if to drink to a grave Delta couldn't see. Delta watched as he closed the well back up and began to do a really awkward hip thrust towards the ballroom where music poured out of the open doors. Delta enjoyed his enthusiasm, and despite his age, his manner still had a healthy golden tinge to it that spoke of a man who could tell some very dirty jokes if he wanted to. He had to be at least 80, maybe even 90. Manner is a heck of a drug, Delta joked and turned, but knew had vanished. Not just wandered off, but completely just shut his avatar down. He had removed himself from the physical space like he was going to room and shutting the door. Delta felt a bit worried, but didn't ignore his boundaries. She could wait until he was ready. For now she had heroes being hooked up to IVs in the medical room, horrible drunk dad dances in the ballroom. Some heroes were getting inscribed magic mugs made in the forge, and 3 of them had entered the boss room. Delta was worried how Jelligan was getting on when she discovered something both amazing and slightly disturbing. Delta could in fact make jello shots. The amazing thing was that Jelligan was so magical that he made even the most hardcore drinker stumble in shock at the potency of the drink. The disturbing part was how Jelligan remained fully in control of his swallowed pieces and knocked out the heroes with little effort from the inside out. Delta stared at him as he and his other puddles looked innocently back at her. "I thought you liked them," she asked slowly, and Jelligan gurgled once. In Slibian, it roughly translated to, "I wanted to win my first fight." If the heroes of Ale brought their full force and semi-coordinated numbers against Jelligan, they might have made a difference. However, the few left were slow dancing with Muffet and Farah in the ballroom, were smelling troll soup in the hall, or being lulled to sleep by a golem with soft books that played music when opened. The last one standing was the old man, who seemed both happy and a little sad while he watched the dungeon operate. He didn't ask for anything, and Delta had the strongest feeling that he wanted to fade away. As he swayed a little to the music, a pendant fell out of his shirt, a coin-like necklace showing 2 swords crossed over a round circle. It looked old, just like its owner. Princess Surma turned the pendant over nervously as a town seemed to be approaching in the distance. The shiny golden coin of 2 swords over a circle was familiar to her, but after learning about her father, she had lost some affection for the royal symbol. Across the space in the carriage, Lorsa was looking happier as they neared, as if some fresh air of the place was something that she was in desperate need of. Next to her, Mass snored as he hugged the similarly snoring orange slime in his lap. "Any 6s?" the tied-up demonic imp asked as he held up cards in his toes. Surma was glad that she wore gloves when shuffling the deck of cards. She put a 6 down, and the imp, using scary amount of flexibility and dexterity, collected a card and then put down 3 6s. "Demon flush," it grinned at her with the bloodshot yellow eyes. "That's not a thing," she countered. "It is," the imp said, lips trembling as if on the verge of a tantrum. Surma should have tossed the imp out, but Mass felt bad for the thing, and Surma didn't have enough reason to teach it yet. "It is, but only if you're bartering for souls. The demon stopped that a long time ago," Lorsa commented, and the imp nodded. "Human souls were overdone. The marker bubble grew too fast, and then a lot of demons ended up in the name debt. Horrible period for the economy," the imp sighed. Surma silently remembered her family still had over 30 names of demons they kept in reserve like precious wines. Great. Her father was tormenting both the people in debt of her country and literal demons in debt. She would release all the names just to spite him. The hole at the side of the road felt too nice. She could offer her father as collateral to a demon. Eternal glory for Mass for the soul of a king. It seemed fair. "What you thinking about?" Mass yawned as the carriage slowed around the bend. Surma smiled at him. "Political economics and investments," she answered, and he gave her a smile. "If it makes you happy, I've got 5 copper. What do you want me to invest in?" he asked, and the slime in his lap gurgled, forming something that looked a lot like a gold coin in his stomach before it vanished. Surma thought about it as Lorsa shot her a look, as if able to read her mind and approving of what she found there. "A better tomorrow, a cost is 1 smile," she teased. Mass grinned at her, and it seemed to melt away any evil thoughts in her heart like a hot metal on butter. Or a branding iron on her father's backside. The town of Durance was close at hand, and it seemed to be just a normal-looking place. A sleepy little village that could be anywhere. But it wasn't anywhere. It was named after her uncle, someone she knew precious little about. Lhasa seemed to inhale the air and know its secrets. The imp seemed to sense something familiar. The slime that Mass called Mule seemed hungry. And Surma wondered why there was a conga line of hungover people emerging from the forest. Delta felt a little lonely as the dungeon resumed being empty for the most part. Only the troglodytes that were inflexible fair play grunts were coming in now that they had finished trying to get information out of the heroes of Ale as they left. Delta could even hear the questions they asked as increasingly outraged tones by her entrance. How far did you get? Were there any new monsters? What did they drop? Did you find any secrets or things that indicate that the dungeon is secretly going to kill us all? Not great questions in Delta's opinion, but the answers. Oh, Delta lived for the answers. How far did we go? Not far enough in the drink. I only count 3 of you, and my record is 6. The only monster around here is the headache I'm going to have in the morning. It can be slain with a greasy breakfast. The dungeon is plotting to keep us here forever because I am in love. I got 8 weight. You didn't ask me anything, what? You don't think I'm good enough to be interrogated, you white pajama-wearing rear end? Perhaps not the answers Fairplay Company were hoping for, but Delta found them all very reasonable. The heroes of Ale might stick around for another try or 2, but Delta would understand no. She would insist that they moved on before long. They were a treasure, and Delta simply couldn't keep them to herself. That and Farah might revolt. Life was a party, and Delta, she was just a small part of that. They would go where they had to go. The heroes of Ale were not the heroes people needed, or perhaps wanted at all. But they were going to come anyway, because booze didn't grow on trees. It appeared in pubs after payment. She hummed as she managed to find a small moment between Fairplay people to install a new feature in the Hog's Head bar. It was on the wall that was a little in shadow, but Delta wanted it to be noticed by the right people, not just anyone. A medium-sized painting of men and women along a table, each holding a glass of wine or a mug of ale, with the old man she had seen in the middle, with his arms stretched out. The sun was high and the day was young, and the lightings gave it an almost sacred feeling to those that gazed upon it after 3 or 4 drinks. It was called the first drink. Delta winced as wine worked over a group of Fairplay people an hour later, her hangover making her usual cruel mood into a vicious snarl of vibe. The men in white were flung about, then crushed under the root-like heel. She did have to admit that Fairplay was making progress. They had begun to shift and only used force when it was deemed doable. It was a little disheartening to see that they disliked dungeons so much that they would refuse just to experience the place. But Delta knew that not all dungeons were like her, not even close. Between the drunken rambles of the heroes of Ale and the inside source they whispered about, hints about her second floor were beginning to leak. There was a slight flaw in her second floor that Fairplay could just continue throwing numbers at her floors until a workable solution could be found. They made their work twice as hard, but she had noticed more and more Fairplay teams were beginning to bend in regards to the rules. Some of them didn't even try to murder the pygmies this time. It took a little effort on Delta's part to ensure the pygmies didn't murder them all one by one like a horror film when they trampled over the monuments to her. But Fairplay wasn't the only one entering the dungeon. More and more outsiders were appearing, and they weren't novices like Kemi and Estelle's groups. She rubbed her head as YM has taken down simultaneously in 2 different mirror dungeons, not by Fairplay, but by adventurer groups who had turned up with some real experience under their belts. These were professionals, who were also not against just enjoying the dungeon. Some of them even tipped Farah before fighting Fran, who won some and lost some. The feeling of 2 YMs going down at the same time was like shooting a migraine that morphed into an infected tooth that pulsed down her neck. But it was more than enough to understand maybe why other dungeons didn't opt for the mirror copies as Delta had done. She really didn't want to know what 10 bosses going down at the same time felt like. Delta was just about to head back to the 4th floor to continue work when there came a peculiar feeling in her stomach. It started as a gurgle like she was hungry, but then shifted to a growing pressure. It quickly made her double over as she felt like she was growing a new organ in her chest. It was uncomfortable, like suddenly having a tail or a third eye, complete with forming nerves. She shivered in pain as her skin prickled to the 1000th degree. each second overlapping with another wave of the stretching feeling. It was like growing a new floor, but worse. Then it stopped, and Delta could slowly unclench her muscles as she stared at her hands. Then came Prim with an urgent scream.
Morning! Mana in the abyss has reached formation, attempting to reconnect back to dungeon as new entrance. Distance is causing fractures. There is no secondary core function at location to act as a relay. Dungeon will undergo immense danger.
What the heck is my mana doing in the abyss? She demanded, and the screen stared at her.
Most rejected items or destroyed dungeon items flow into the abyss to be purified and returned free of dungeon mana. Your mana did not purify. It went to war against the process and emerged the victor.
The abyss,
That's the demon world, right?
Delta asked, ignoring the implication that her mana was now breaking things without Delta even telling it to.
Correct. The new entrance is trying to breach unfathomed spaces between this world and the abyss. Unless a suitable core and/or relay core function is installed, you will suffer damage. You must construct more relay pylons.
Prim seemed confident in his answer, and Delta swallowed once.
Okay. Let's do it,
Delta encouraged. A door to hell wasn't a bad thing, right? Like a vacation spot.
Error. Cannot construct. Distance is too great. You will be able to do so when the new entrance is formed.
Delta blinked once slowly, then spoke even slower.
But then I'll be torn apart, she said, almost cautiously. Correct. You need the entrance to control the mana, but having the entrance will most likely tear you apart.
So I can't build it if I want to, and I can't stop it either. Can I turn my mana off? She asked, feeling a surge of panic rising in her.
No.
Delta had a horrible image of her ballooning up like a sausage, and then promptly exploding all over Durance. Fairplay would be happy at least.
However,
Prim's scream interrupted Delta's inner panic for a moment.
A secondary temporary core is arriving at the location shortly.
Delta tilted her head for a moment. I have a secondary core in hell, she questioned, not sure if she was even surprised by this point.
Not quite.
It burns, it quacks, it hisses, it quacks, it rains in hell, it quacks, Beta said, almost devoid of emotion as she trekked through the dark world, where geysers of fire occasionally erupted from the ground. On her head, a black duck quacked along. Beta's eyes looked haunted, and she stopped near the rock as a near-dead tiny plant grew on it. Its brown limb brittle, it danced in an ash-filled wind, like it was tempting her. Beta stared at it, then screamed, sending the whole thing on fire as she raged. It hides in a tree, it'll quack, she screamed in monstrous anger. The black duck on her head merely nodded. She turned back to the screen nearby her. It was covered in a little puppy and kitten paw prints. She glared as it glowed bright with a pale red light. Around the edges, vines and thorns had turned to stone and were flaking away slowly. Beta's Magical Menagerie, version 2. Important quest, rescue your beloved teacher from the consequences of her own actions. Reward, orange mushroom cap hat for all transformations.
Still don't trust you at all?
I really don't, she whispered, hands clenched, changing into black claws. The screen flickered.
I've accepted that, and I will never bother you if you wish after this. Please, just help Delta, sister. Also, I don't know who Delta is. Is she going to help me escape here? Is she smart and stuff?
Beta grunted, and she trudged through the sand and ash.
Indeed. So, I can trust her to take care of something delicate like the world tree.
Beta pressed on the screen.
Yes.
You hesitated. Beta twitched, but looked up at her escort.
What do you mean you heard she was bombastic from your prince? You guys are literally monster dragons that are also ducks. How can anything be bombastic to you all?
Beta demanded, throwing her hands up. Her screen just blinked. Just don't mention the mushrooms when you meet her, sis.
Why would I mention that?
Beta trailed off as the distance the ash storm shifted to reveal a massive black pulsing mushroom cap that was crackling with a dark orange lighting, trying to grow up to somewhere beyond this world. In a few seconds that Beta watched it, it let out a thunderous boom like a voice. What time does a duck wake up? The mushroom bellowed. Beta stared. At the quack of dawn, it finished. Beta turned in one smooth motion.
I'm going back to Hell Pond for 10 more years, she said bluntly, and she started walking. Wait, she needs you.
The screen tried to stop her.
I don't need that.
Beta jabbed her thumb over her shoulder.
I'll improve your reward.
No.
Triple reward.
No. Beta's footsteps crunched in the sand underfoot.
I'll introduce you to someone who can hurt the tree. He lives close to Delta, the screen said, and Beta rose. No one can hurt the tree. It's too powerful. Even I can't. Not sure I can, Beta said quietly. This one can, 'cause Fire Smasher has dedicated his existence to it. He has the means. Beta turned around to stare at the epic mushroom towering in the horizon. Fine. Beta sounded calm, but her eyes were shifting into a dozen different forms a minute. Beta didn't hope. She didn't dare let that stupid feeling bloom in her heart ever again. But she didn't reject the idea. Where do tough ducks come from? Hard-boiled eggs. Beta gritted her teeth. She truly was in hell. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Bitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and managers, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 185, Red Moons and Bad Jokes. Delta was moving through the garden, her face contorting as she howled her stomach. She was just far enough when the air grew hotter, and the scent of charred flesh filled the room. You smell of home, Runalik said as Delta slunk along the third floor to get to the fourth one, as she wanted to be close to her core as possible right now. She stopped as the demon blacksmith emerged from his workshop to speak to her. His body was covered in the customary soot and burn marks, and visible heat waves wafting off his skin. The demon was coming out for a casual chat. That was not something a demon did, nor did Delta force it. His presence was still a bit weird for Delta, as he felt the void as easily resisted her mana, and made her feel like she had a void inside herself. I may have barfed my way into the abyss and claimed some of it for myself by no fault of my own, she said bluntly, refusing to look embarrassed, and the blacksmith frowned as tasting something in the air around him. May dawn to the abyss, well. All I will say is that it's getting awfully thick with dungeon mana here. You'll need to slow it down. You're not nearly equipped to be opening permanent doors to the abyss, the blacksmith warned, and Delta shot him a look as he was slowing her journey down. She looked bloated, sick, and ready to burst into tears on the first sympathetic shoulder offered to her. The demon really needed to pick the timing of his pearls of wisdom better. It isn't by choice. I can't stop it happening, she admitted through gritted teeth, and the pain in her gut was like two rocks rubbing together after being dipped in car oil. Occasionally, she felt a piece of her dungeon shaking slightly before she got a grip over it. If this kept up, Delta didn't want to think of the consequences. Runalik rubbed his sulphur-like beard with a frown. Don't get worked up. I can't give you tips due to my confinement and bindings. The bastard who owns my name is still way under here. But I can tell you something. When opening the portal, or if the two sides are working in tandem or giving equal share, he said in a casual tone, it slows the process to a crawl, as the other side needs to work twice as hard. The blacksmith finished, and Delta tried not to politely shake the demon and beg him to skip the riddles. Pretend I'm in a lot of pain and thinking isn't a priority now. Just pretend for me, Delta finally managed as she was sweating. How long had it been since she had sweated out from pain? Runalik sighed as he teased out the snarls in his beard. You have too much dungeon mana here. Fix it. The less you have, the more time you have, he grunted, as black veins crawled up his neck like poison, making him curse as he fled back into his workshop, pulled back by whatever enchantments or promises that kept him there. It was a bit of a shame how much Runalik isolated himself. It made her think sometimes he had no problems or issues. She wanted to help him with these bindings or oaths. Delta could break one, but not the other. She would go to work on it as soon as she had her current issue under control. Thankfully, Runalik couldn't be clear at that time. She needed to spend mana, and a lot of it. The sheer number of people coming in and out made the pretty impossible for longer than an hour. Still, she had to try, and Delta knew where to begin. Heat, followed by a sensation of falling, ended the dream that she was having, and landing a golden three-headed shark that was made up of 10 other sharks. Greatly annoyed, Rudy sat up in her bed, her mother's monstrous snores in the next room soothing like bugs in the night, or birds to her ears. Rudy felt hot, then itchy and uncomfortable as she sat there for a moment. It was a strange sensation she hadn't much felt before, since Rudy simply didn't get hot outside of circumstances that would melt a normal man.
She climbed up and out of bed, her massive shirt bellowing around her knees. It was a good night shirt, and the half-giant she got it off made it a perfect size for someone as tall as Rudy. It was a very old brown stain on the side where the giant got stabbed in the kidney. But Rudy didn't know anything about that or how he was stabbed, with a special enchanted curved knife that would cost her 2 silvers. Rudy went to the kitchen and shifted a bunch of butcher knives out of the sink so that she could get a cup of water. The sink gurgled before drawing water that was pumped down from the mountains through the series of old pipes that should have needed replacing years ago but never had an issue. Growing up, the stuff always tasted stiff, but now Rudy eyed the water and sipped it again. It had a colder crispness to it. She even drank a second cup before she grew irritated at the itchy feeling of her skin wasn't going away. It was then she noticed her mother's snoring had stopped. She turned to see a looming shadow of a powerful beast standing near a window as the moonlight appeared. The monster melted away to reveal her mother staring outside, her yellow eyes glowing.
"You feel it too?"
Mila asked, and Rudy sighed and nodded. This sensation, this burning in her blood, made it clear that the abyss was swelling. Either a demonic invasion was coming, a highly unlikely event, since that meant any demon wanted something in this world, or... "Dad," she grumbled. She peered at her mother, frowning. "I got demon blood to warm me, but how do you know?" she asked suspiciously. Mila shot her a stony expression. "I had my first longing for a man in over 30 years, she said with a great annoyance, and Rudy slammed the cup in the sink and stalked off with her hands over her ears. Rudy didn't want to hear any of it. Even in the abyss, Rudy forced her dad to cover up the massive wall-to-wall paintings of her mother, covered in her enemy's blood and little else. Rudy didn't need to see that either. She got dressed and grabbed her sword, its edges glowing slightly at her annoyance. As she walked out, she became aware of a commotion coming from the direction of Delta's dungeon. It sounded like an argument, and it was loud enough to travel all the way to the town. Her yellow eyes narrowed and Rudy stalked through the woods. She emerged near the entrance to find a dozen groups outside, raising their voices in protest. At first, Rudy tried politely squeeze through, but after so many dirty looks, jabs to her chest and sharp elbows to people stamping on her feet, she began to pick up offenders and hurl them across the crowd as she moved. It didn't take her long to make it to the entrance properly, to find 2 goblins, a mime, a kobold, and an annoying little undead fairy trying to block the entrance with rope, buckets, and creative curse words. She stopped short as she ran face first into an invisible wall, and the ghoul raised one hand and made a gesture of pulling a door open. The pressure removed itself from Rudy's nose.
"And I will use your manias to rearrange your
Maharia stopped as Rudy loomed over her.
"The Blood Knight Maiden arrives," the fairy said with a sigh of relief.
That was worrying if Maharia had been concerned. She watched as the 2 goblins glared at the others behind her, as if daring them to get close as they held up gut-rot mushrooms as projectiles. Rudy felt the home sort of feeling growing thicker, and her alarm jumped 3 notches. "What's going on?" she demanded, and Jack the kobold looked up at her as he raised what looked like a dirty book for housewives as a weapon. Delta, she hawked too deep," he gasped gravely. "How did Delta hawk into another dimension of immaterial demonic energy and symbolism?" Rudy asked, voice deadly serious. "With the grace of a gazelle and the accuracy of a goat," Maharia said brightly. Rudy grabbed the fairy by the hand, turned dark, and energy leaked off her, causing the fairy's discomfort as her necromantic energy was slowly ebbed away by Rudy's part demon. Demons were not of this world and did not obey the same rules of decay. She was ejecting some rooms, and the normal process couldn't handle her deltaness. Maharia scowled and pulled herself free, some of her face melting off as her disguise slipped in front of everyone. There was screams from some of the adventurers and oohs of appreciation from death magic users, or were they goths with swords? Rudy always couldn't tell them apart until they fought. "I flashed the goods for free to so many. You made a scarlet woman of me," Maharia said with annoyance, as she put her face back on with a slopping motion. "Where's Delta?" Rudy asked, and the contract monsters looked inside with worry. "Needing space to work," Hob spoke up, and then came to clamorous arguments from the groups of people, wanting to get back inside for more treasures. A few of them wielded Fran and Bacon equipment sets like horned helmets, elegant armor, pig saddles, pig iron lances, long enchanted blonde Fabio wigs, fake pig snouts, and shields that had bacon faces on it. Some of them
had more exotic things such as pure black feathers tucked into hat after they fed the lake duck a bronze or silver dagger. Some had pots on their back for luck which were filled with clean water. Some of them had tiny little pigs with mushrooms on their backs and oinked in near chorus. The more experienced of the lot had authentic pygmy tribal gear, which they must have thought was magic, but she supposed all they did was make the pygmy mushrooms target other people first, before turning on the wearer. That was actually magical, if Rudy thought about it. Some had long stingers as swords, some of them had dyed red or blue, while having flasks of glowing honey on their hips. She even spotted some woman wearing what looked like a replica bob helmet, complete with a maw of teeth. It looked heavy and monstrous. Rudy stared at it and felt just a little bit envious. She sort of, maybe, wanted a bob helmet. Listen, the dungeon is currently experiencing a... She looked at the monsters for help. Maintenance, Maharia said. We're adding new banners and a summer bikini rail banner for 0.005% chance of rolling, she added sarcastically, then blinked at herself. Delta, your world is terrifying, she whispered to herself. We want a fairer summer with a plate of booze, a group called, and they looked drunk. Rudy liked the look of them. Right, so Delta is getting these banners and things I don't want to imagine in swimsuits, so you all need to wait outside so that your experience is improved. You want a better dungeon experience, right? Rudy demanded, her eyes looking over the crowd, and no one met her eyes. The drunk ones tried, but they were looking in two different directions. Why does it smell like a bad barbecue? Someone asked up, and Rudy hesitated. That's the smell of bikini banners, she said quickly. They could not learn Delta was connecting to the abyss. That would bring down some very unwanted attention from many churches. Some decent, others not. Nothing soured a good day like a church turf war. What if we don't want to wait? A strong-looking man asked as his sleeves torn off to show his muscles. Rudy crossed her arms, and her muscles were bigger without flexing. I suggest you find the desire quickly, she said simply. That shut up a lot of them, and Rudy got comfy, as she didn't want to ruin whatever it was Delta was doing either. If she was a contract. Rudy shook her head. That was a thought that led nowhere good. Delta was moving through her second floor, setting up small groups of trees that she shifted with her movement tools and created open groves of sorts. She was sweating from the pain in her gut, but it was far less pressing once all the people had been evicted from a dungeon. They didn't even know what happened as heroes in full form appeared in all dimensions. He swept them out with the black holes. It seemed her current pain and need to deal with many people counted as a raid. Still, she was needing to spend mana fast, but she wasn't going to let this pain and threat of imminent death ruin her schedule. There was dying, and then there was just panicking. The groves she made were empty in the middle, and she raised the stone pillars in each, trying to use her will and imagination alone to shape them instead of the system. It took more mana, and Delta could flex her art skills. An elegant figure of terror and beauty emerged with the long tendril-like fingers and terrifying forest hag which Totem created, Prim chimed. It was supposed to be Wyam, Delta said numbly. The screen turned to the totem and then back at Delta a few times. I hope she never sees this. Prim blinked away and Delta sagged as she patted the totem. People don't appreciate real art, she said sympathetically to the stone. She fiddled with her menu and found the totem was now a decoration, which she placed in each grove before opening the subsystem to allow Delta to give them purpose. Wyam witch statues, a powerful and memorable stone totem. Diplomacy suits you well, Prim, Delta murmured with side eyes. Allow Wyam to process these statues and stalk adventurers to a murderous heart's content, 50 DP. Turn these statues into anti-pygmy wards to allow adventurers tiny pockets apiece, 20 DP. Wyam's natural divine powers allows all medicine, healing magic, and druid magic to be empowered within a range of these statues. Alcohol is now 5% more effective, 40% DP. These statues actively burn away any parasitic effects of the god of Redacted, the World Tree, DP 150. Choices. Delta didn't know which one to pick. Nu, how's my resources? She asked, and a dark blue screen appeared. You make the 1% of the world weep in envy, Nu said bluntly. Fabulous, Delta said, and dragged her fingers down the screen with one smooth motion. Wyan looked up as she continued to peel dried honey off her branches. I sense a Delta thing, she muttered with wariness. Suddenly, her awareness began to spread and she saw some horrid-looking statues that form a spiritual bond to her power. So ugly they become cute, Wyan mused with a blink. They must be some sort of dryad hag made to serve her. Oh, The fun she would have with this. Delta looked over the second floor, rubbing her arms to fight off the ache she felt.
What the second floor is missing is a figure, a presence to urge them to hurry, she muttered and snapped her fingers, shifting the sky from bright sun to dark night. Second floor weather system. Make every hour shift to time forward. 6 hours of the day and 6 of the night. During the night, the first hour is a new moon and the 6th hour is a full moon. 40 mana. Delta purchased it, and the moon formed above the jungle, tinged slightly red. She went to the secret flower garden and opened a menu. It seemed Prim had been following her thought process, because several ideas were already waiting for her. Luna was nearby, collecting the herbs she needed for her springs.
Oh,
The young frog said, with a coy smile as she watched Delta work. Floor Guardian, colors of the bloody wind. A wind elemental that is made up of a dozen toxic flower petals. It has no defined form, but sometimes looks like a see-through fish. 200 mana. Big Hoop Bear, a monster bear that seems to move through the jungle without disturbing the trees. Those who have eaten honey in the last 6 hours will never be able to escape this bear's nose. 200 mana. Boss Bunter, a 12-foot-tall frog of demi-divine lineage. The combined skills of all the frogs on this floor become this warrior's tools. To bring it forth requires all the frogs to truly embrace this myth and believe it. 200 mana. Delta hummed, but didn't pick any.
this is sort of tough,
she admitted, not able to just buy them all this time, since it would only let her pick one. She would have to consider each strength in relation to her current floor's abilities, think of what she had and what she lacked. Now to suppose she could ask the other monsters for their opinions and...
Random floor guardian, 250 mana.
Oh, no. Someone stop me, Delta said in a very faint voice as her finger rose. I can stop you if you want, New offered, and Delta hit the Red Cross symbol on the corner of his screen. Shh, no adulting, only gambling, she said with a soothing voice. She hit the random option and waited with excitement. Before her, the flowers shifted and the winds picked up as above. The blood moon glowed ominously. Before her, what looked like a very pale but normal girl appeared in the midst of flowers. Delta stared at her simple, neck-length brown hair, scratchy-looking dress, and innocent expression.
I got a child. I'm sure this is terrifying to most young adults, but I wanted firepower, she called to the system.
The blood moon shone once more, and there came the sounds of tearing and fabrics ripping. Delta turned to see a maw filled with canine-like teeth belonging to a 10-foot-tall creature with white fur streaked with red lines. A dozen tails behind it whipping and lashing in a destructive manner as the glowing eyes snapped at her. It was hunched over, but clearly walked in 2 legs. It let out a roar that was part shriek, part scream, sending a dozen petals flying into the air as it shook the jungle.
I thought it was a pale moon that did this,
was all Delta could mutter.
Ha ha! Everyone's in danger,
Luna clapped her hands in delight. Liar, Red Moon Beast, Floor Guardian. Only appears in the final hour under the full moon. This creature has simple goals and to feed off others' fear and hunt the slow. Most of the time, she's just a normal-looking girl who doesn't think or do much, but any ill actions taken against her will be repaid double when she changes. On higher difficulties, the full moon lasts 6 hours. The creature bent down to allow Delta to pat her. It was undeniable, but when Delta looked into her eyes, she understood one thing.
Not much going on, but you do your best,
she praised, and the creature's tail thumped. This was helping, but she was wondering how his secondary core was getting on.
Did you hear about the girl and the 3 feet? Why did the chicken catch the bus?
You have contracted Beta was sweating, ready to end it all as she tore through the spongy black mushroom flesh with her transformed claws. Every inch was a new layer of worse jokes. She was moved slow, and the damn stuff was regenerating faster than she could cut it at times. Before, it had even trapped her, and she had to eat the foul stuff. It was the worst experience of her life, and she had been dunked in a vinegar pond by evil dragon ducks the day before. She paused to catch her breath as the flesh before her turned orange instead of black.
Why should you never sing in a shower? Said a much clearer voice and a woman's voice. Because if you get soap in your mouth, it becomes a soap opera.
She laughed, and Beta's heart twisted painfully, as if the voice meant something. She pulled out a new layer, and it was heavy, tough, and unyielding.
It is okay to be angry. You can be angry here. Your emotions are valid.
Shut up! I don't know you. I don't know anyone, Beta screamed.
It's okay if you want to hate me. As a teacher, if it helps, I can bear it.
Beta sagged, and her energy felt spent. But for some reason the mushroom had stopped regenerating.
I don't hate you. I don't hate you. I just don't remember why,
she whispered to the ground. She tensed. And not remembering is pissing me off. She roared and began to tear and rip. She would not be denied. She would get to the heart of this thing. It called to her. I asked a dog what 1 minus 1 was. He said nothing. Also, to murder the jokes. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Vitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakul, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and metal gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 186, Tanning in Puns. Beta struggled to the heart of the lumpy mass of bad jokes and mushrooms until she came to a massive pillar that emerged out of the ground. It was made of the same spongy material as the rest of the place. Veins of pure mana, something that Beta had desperately missed in the demon world, flowed up the pillar and to where something should have been. A round indentation at the peak of the pillar wanted something spherical shaped to be placed inside. Since it didn't have this thing, the mana was bursting to the air and causing mushrooms to form and grow uncontrollably in all directions. Beta stuck her hand into the pillar and let out a sharp hiss as the mana crackled in aggressive response, and sounds rushed through her. Pulled out and no retreat, is off to work we go, it's... Beta pulled her hand back and shook her fingers. The tips slightly blackened. Okay, she had forgotten her basic rules when it came to mana. Beta wasn't just a girl these days. When she focused on forming a strange crystalline claw and placed her hand, she was about to plunge the claw into the pillar when she stared at it. Where did I get you from again? Was it the Shattered Islands? I don't even remember, she said darkly and shook her head. How many years had she forgotten? How old was she now? How long had she been a toy for that tree monster? Beta thought she looked the same as always, but the Dark Drakes had a point when they spoke to her. Her current form wasn't her real form. It was a form she willed into existence based on what she thought she looked like. It wasn't quite shape-shifting, but more refusing to let go of a snapshot. When she wanted to reform to her real form, something stopped her. A terror. A glowing panic that some old woman might emerge covered in sins that she had committed and then forgot. That menu had clues, but it also had records of all the things she had done. Beta growled to herself and stabbed the pillar once more, arcs of green light surging forth from her body. Beta's powers were a little weird. She didn't technically absorb monsters or consume them, but her body wasn't made up of advanced mule cells. Beta was sure that they called something else upon a time, but that wasn't what they were called now when she looked inside of her power. Every piece of her was made up of the exact same stuff. There was virtually no difference between her strands of hair and her brain and her heart. To destroy Beta, one would have to fight her either with overpowered magic, or so long she eventually exhausted every single cell of energy. The only reason she had eyes or a mouth, and they worked as intended, was because Beta needed to feel human. She supposed, if she was honest, she was more amoeba-like or slime-like if one got down to it. Her arm flashed, and the orange mana crackled and was pushed back as Beta's own energy began to overtake the mushroom's flesh, replacing the spongy walls with hexagonal blue crystal formations. Soon, there was a stalemate between the two forces, and Beta's jaw nearly dropped. She had consumed dragons, living horrors, even she couldn't even remember, and a black pulsing sack of wrongness. It wasn't of this world, and every inch of Beta wanted to crawl away, threatening to break her into pieces. But as she thought about fleeing, vines emerged from her flesh and drove her forward, closer to the wrongness, the void of silence, the echo. Beta gasped, and her crystals were pushed back before she managed to get herself back under control. That was something that she would have to deal with later. Her efforts to convert all this mana into more of herself was utterly fading. Even worse, the orange mana was learning and breaking down her crystals. Beta switched tactics, forming from her other arm a slithery black tendril that pierced into the pillar. She was trying to turn the stuff into black sludge that she could control. That worked for a time until the mana learned and suppressed that attack too. Why won't this work? Beta demanded as she switched her hands through a dozen types of monster formations. each capable of utterly breaking down and converting materials into more of itself. Some worked with mana, while others worked with physical materials. But nothing was working. The mana was slowly taking back its losses, and Beta began to sweat, needing to cool down her body as she was heating up. There was a sudden pause after her question. Go the distance. Wait. Question. Student guest. Student guest. Question. Answer. What is the question again? Meow meow meow. What? Beta stared as she slowly touched the pillow once more. Meow 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 meow. Can you understand me? She asked, feeling like an idiot for talking to what was basically energy. Yes, understand much of what knows little. You are a student guest. Stop singing, stop getting distracted, Beta shouted, and the pillow went still for a moment, as if it was trying to focus. All at once, the walls, ground, and even the ceiling began to bulge and swell up, as if they were struggling to keep something contained, and Beta could feel an immense pressure of explosive energy forming. What's happening? Beta yelled, and the pillow answered her in a strained burst. Must not be distracted, pushing distractions to side. The mana said in a pained tone. This is why Beta just beat up monsters she wanted to handle. This talking stuff wasn't healthy for her well-being. Think about cats, she ordered, and all around her the walls split open, letting loose a little herd of cats with mushrooms instead of ears and spongy bodies. The near explosion seemed to shrink, but it was still building too quickly to disperse the area. Think about rock you can't move, she said, wanting this thing to waste all its energy in stupid tasks it couldn't possibly fulfill. A large boulder emerged from the ground near Beta and had a single word carved into its surface: responsibilities. Beta once again considered becoming a citizen of the Dark Drake community and being a duck for the rest of her life. The pros were few, but not having to be here and deal with this one was a big one. Mana, things, I need to get up to the top and pretend to be in charge. Will you let me do that? Beta said over the noise of yowling mushroom cats and the stone that loomed ominously over her shoulder. You are not the core. There was enough of a cohesion between the mana to make a near proper voice of concern. Please, I can be whatever I want to be. Monster, girl, puppet, duck, prisoner, or core. Easy, she said and waited. Before her, stairs formed out of the pillar with wet, slurpy sounds. This is a terrible idea. It could be funny. We should invent chips. Beta took a deep breath, and strangely sweet air began to climb. Her foot sunk deep into the step, and her sock got soaked. It wasn't a sock, but her flesh. But it acted as a sock, and Beta's face grimaced. Can these be less moist? She asked, and for once there was a single, unified voice. No. Delta felt just a little bit better. Something was happening to the mana in the abyss. It hadn't stopped trying to connect to her, but it was heavily distracted. Still, it wouldn't hurt to keep spending more resources. She stopped petting Lia's hair as the girl chewed on grass with a pleased look. The floor guardian didn't want much in life, and Delta was only too happy to grant what little she did want. Head pats and grass to chew. She cast her mind out for a new project to take up, bidding farewell to Lia, who clamped herself to Luna's leg. Delta vanished into the 4th floor. She peered over the island she made so far and cast her eye to the ocean instead. What if someone did make it through the Janigan? There was basically nothing here to defend the floor other than a crab. It also meant that she, just to be safe, couldn't just make one monster on a single island. It had to also be able to roam between them. What roamed between islands, seeking havoc and rich treasures? She bent over suddenly as her mind went fuzzy with jokes and near mindless chatter mixed with a vision of something green and angry. He was gone a second later, but she shuddered as she felt a strange urge to act like a fool. Well, might as well get it out of her system and sink some huge resources into this endeavor. On Cancer Island, she began the formation of a single monster that was actually a bunch of monsters serving under a much stronger one. It was a new process for her, but with new and prim, she didn't have to struggle on any one part for too long. Before her, floating in the shallow water, was a round shape with a single forward point. The round shape was made out of metal, and its seeding was made of liquid wood that flowed itself into the shape of Delta's design. Prim took control of the actual creation, which disappointed Delta a little, but she marched on. From above, she cut 4 slices into the roof, creating windows of sorts, before she focused and made a massive mast of wood rise up. It came with a complete set of pale pink sails and frilly edges that dripped what looked like icing onto the round roof. What followed next was a proper creation of the hull, and with a figurehead of a massive serpent coiled around a magical-looking staff. Delta stood back and her two systems stared at the creation.
"Now I have a bad feeling about this,"
Prim muttered as New just kept silent, being an old hand at Delta's games by now. Delta opened her menu and found new options had indeed appeared due to her newest creation. She shuffled through things around until she got what she wanted.
"But why is it a giant pie in the ocean?"
Prim had to ask, getting more outraged. Delta just hummed to herself as she created 4 monsters to be used in the creation of a wandering floor guardian. Delta started smiling with delight as 4 hunched hairy rat men appeared on the deck of the ship. They were wearing torn striped shirts and bandanas of different colors on their heads. That was when the options she was cultivating finally fit Delta's high standards. Pirates, scoundrels of the 4th floor that wander the ocean to seek unaware adventurers. While these ratty men may be scurvy dogs and tricky, their captain is something else. Aboard this Leviathan vessel, a far worse threat awaits. 60 DP. Delta stared at the suggested name of the ship and pursed her lips. "Let's call it," she trailed off. Inside the captain's cabin, a form wearing an oversized beige hat shifted as it came into awareness. It stretched and yawned as knowledge filled it and the crew. Slowly, the crew began to smile and laugh. "LOL! LOL! LOL!" she cackled as she kicked the door to the deck open and pointed her magic cutlass with a little rabbit chain hanging off of it. "Ratbird, Rathu, Ratmantha, and Perry, lower the sails and set to sea. I have a craving to feel the wind in my hair," the Captain Tane cried. Moments later, the ship began to cruise away. On the side, visible in sloppy paint strokes, was a name, the Lemonthian. Captain Tan and the Pirates, Floor Guardian, a special fighting vessel that seeks all things sweet and shiny. Each rat crewmate specializes in a different way of fighting and drops unique flavored loot. Perry's flavor is said to be the most mysterious of all, pie flavor. Depending on which island they are closest to, the ship gains a special new type of ammunition for its cannons and features. Example, Cancer Island. Cannonballs are actually very round crabs that, when they miss you, unfold and slam into your back. The ship also emits a constant low thrum of music that confuses all enemies or invites others to dance. Gemini Island. The cannons become dual shot. The ship has 4 rat crew, but their powers are split evenly and their flavors become niche. Delta felt like she had lost 10 pounds. She felt so much better, but she still had so much damn mana. If she couldn't get it spent before Fairplay got back in, she'd be back at square one. She followed Captain Tan for a bit, just to make sure nothing was malfunctioning. The only thing she noticed was Captain Tan kept pointing at things and going LOL, 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 and a near continuous laugh. Delta was pretty sure she wasn't even using the acronym, but just the sounds. Even so, this fragile-looking child captain could take on 5 Frans at the same time. She was no joke. Her strength was befitting the 4th floor, and she was also a floor guardian. If Fran was fully unshackled and in night mode, maybe Captain Tan could only take 2. Jedigan could take 2 Captain Tans at the same time, which showed that the boss on the previous floor could still eclipse a lot of the early threats on the next floor. Still, Fran has his own little core. Delta could never be sure where her first boss monster ever fit into things long term. She turned, and New stopped her. "Maybe we should have an end goal for all of these islands, or maybe a reward for getting all 12 orbs you seem to be setting up," he asked as Delta stared at him. She felt that little blue box was radiating concern for her behind his wall of indifference. "Because it'll cost the most mana in TP," she asked with a smile. "The floor is unfinished and it makes it look untidy," New said, not quite denying Delta's words. Delta looked over the floor with its half-completed islands and imagined the end goal of the floor. The idea was that if someone collected 6 orbs of any island, they would gain access to Star Island, hidden far above and in the sky, and be able to face the boss. But what if they collected all 12 orbs? If someone collected all 12 orbs, then they would have to be rewarded, wouldn't they? She clapped her hands together in front of her, and then slowly parted her hands, creating a great divide in the ocean below. The divide was skirting close to the plugged whirlpool hole to the abyss. The exposed ocean floor had sand, some shells, coral, and growing seaweed, but nothing to stroke anyone's imagination. With effort, she selected the section of the ocean floor and raised it upwards, forming a more rock to keep a piece of detached seafloor stable. Slowly, she shaped a simple island, but with a massive set of stone stairs on it, with 12 statues. 6 on each side of the staircase. Each statue had an open mouth, slot, or hand where something could be placed. It didn't take much coding to make the island rise to the surface when the group had 8 or more orbs in their possession. The raised island connected to the main island that led back to the 3rd floor. Now, there was a very neat little hack that Delta had discovered when she was making up the last floor guardians and such. The more complex and tricky the activation trigger was for an event, the more dangerous or powerful Delta could make the effect for only a little more cost. With focus, she brought up the mirror dimensions of the dungeon. She purchased the 3rd, the 4th floor mirror dimensions, emptying half of her DP cost in a single purchase. The pain was immense, but it was oddly set off by the fact that she was making it harder for mana in the abyss to reach her. The migraine pulsed, and she needed to put her head between her knees for a few minutes before she could move again. I'm a sunflower, I'm a daisy, I'm a tulip, I'm a friend to the bees, she chanted in a near song to help her pass the time. Once that was settled, she looked at the 4th floor's mirror dimension and reduced them by half. The 3rd floor, not having the same reduction, was forced to channel itself into narrower paths. For every 2 exits out of the 3rd floor, there would only be 1 4th floor entrance. A treasure hunt is no fun if you're the only one looking, Delta grinned. 2 different groups, maybe more, would likely head in different directions to outpace the others that appeared. Once that knowledge of the orbs became known, the other party would have to make a choice of hunting down the remaining orbs or take the other party's orbs. But she wasn't trying to make a battle royale that would turn the ocean red. With Noo's help, she only made a new enchantment on the orbs, but a new sign that rose that appeared on the 4th floor. The ocean before ye is free, to aid or hinder, only ye can make it be. But I, ye be forewarned of the curse of the orbs. The more blood ye spill, the more orbs absorb. Aye, the blood-soaked orbs may open the door, but they'll poison your reward. Aye, even worse, the more ye stink of blood of the man, the faster ye'll be found by Captain Tan. Noo went and ruined Delta's mysterious sign by adding a little hanging one. If you see Captain Tan anyway, just scream you have candy on the beach. Bonus points if you have a trench coat on. Noo. Once that was done, Delta turned to the still exposed island under the water. She bent down and went to the underside of the island, making the tiniest nest. Inside, a little snake was formed, split directly down the middle into black and white. It looked up at her and flicked its tongue. Delta gave it hay and anti-water barriers for its nest, a little stone hut, and a bowl of fresh water. And everything after all the orbs, the forcing competition, Captain Tan and more, this little fella was her activation trigger. I'm going to call you Phi, Delta said with a smile as the snake buried its head into the hay and emerged, looking like it only had 1 brain cell and it was stuck on loading. Ophiuchus has been created. Rank Critter. Delta, your room sucks, Beta screamed as she went waist-deep into a step. She slowly pulled herself out with a squelching noise as she reached up for the next step with her hand, and it sank into the step like a wet carpet. The wheels in the bus go round and round. I guess she doesn't want step-by-step instructions. Beta let out a shriek of rage and climbed faster. Beta had to do something. She had to fight fire with fire. That's great, but did you see me and the boys waiting for capitalism to collapse? She called out, and the manor went quiet from confusion. Beta grinned viciously. It's pretty sad when you email your teacher at 2 a.m. because you have no life, but it must be worse when they email right back. She kept finding power to climb faster. Miss Pac-Man thinks she invented woman power in video games. Insert picture of chessboard, Beta yelled, moving faster now that the manor was in disarray due to the confusion. Do you know when you're pretty screwed? When even the priest who comes to see you in the hospital has to put on a hazmat suit over their Bible before they enter, she yelled, each step yielding to her energy. She was nearing the top. Reject mushrooms, return to single cells, she roared and grasped the ledge on the top of the pillar. There was a pause. Is that a me? The manor asked, and Beta's fingers slipped as she slid down 5 steps with a scream of anguish. The war was on. End of chapter. I'd quickly like to thank the T5 peeps. Vitmori, Terran on Air, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Lightsjock, Dragzoon WRE, Lord Azrakal, and Arcadian. Thank you. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Holy Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 187, A, B, D, G. Beta was fighting an unwinnable fight. Everything about Delta seemed able to defeat her. Her adaptive powers, her variety of attacks, and more. Beta felt like it would be like her taking on a magic weapon that only had so many limited forms. In a dark moment of humor, Beta supposed it was almost like a game. Dungeon beat monster, monster beat hero, hero beat magic sword beat dungeon. Or was it the monster that beat the magic sword? Beta laid at the bottom of the central pillar, watching as every second the spongy mushroom flesh adapted, evolved, became redundant, and evolved again in a cycle that made it godlike in one moment and pitifully weak in the next. The pillar wasn't trying to stop Beta, but its very nature made it dangerous to traverse. Stairs became doorways, walls opened to experimental rooms, and things sometimes emerged from the wall half-formed. Grimacing, she turned to the system she had been doing everything she could to ignore and began to actually look at what it offered. Beta hadn't forgiven the siblings, would never forgive them, but her own grudge could wait until this was settled. They did free her from their parasite, so it was like a peace offering that Beta was only going to take as far as needed. The menu only had 3 main features along with a point counter. Core upgrades, monster form upgrades, mutations, monster points 468 million. Beta guessed she'd been busy over the years. She tapped the core upgrades and found the system worked in a manner that she was given 3 options to pick, and once Beta picked one option, the other 2 would vanish and might come back the next time she picked an upgrade. Her first selection made her glare. It's less painful to transform parts of your body. Insect monsters are 2% easier to absorb, able to eat slightly unpleasant foods more easily. Beta could transform her whole body with no pain. She could slurp up insects in seconds, and she ate raw witches at one point. What the hell was this? Beta picked the first one and saw the next upgrade cost had gone from 1 monster point to 2 monster points. She didn't feel any different, which she chalked up to being too badass on her own power. The next 3 options came. Improved coordination when using 2 monster parts at the same time. Able to store up 4 different monster blueprints. Improved tracking. Beta blinked. 4 blueprints? Beta had hundreds of monsters inside her body, ready to go. She remembered suddenly that she'd been eating, and it felt like she was constantly on the verge of throwing up, but something, tree branches and vines, forced her to keep eating until that wall broke under her constant consumption. It hurt terribly. She picked the additional blueprint, just to spite the parasite. Oddly, this one she did feel the difference with. Just for a moment or 2, something in her head stopped hurting. Beta hadn't even noticed that she was in pain, so the sudden lack of it made her jolt. The next core upgrade now cost her 3 points. Curiously, she tried the other 2 options before moving forward. They worked in the same manner that they offered a choice of 3 upgrades. Monster upgrades offered her a strange selection. All your goblin forms become 2% more perfected. Current goblin blueprint bugs 5,345%. Unlock silver salmon form, a low evolution form of the silver shark blueprints you own. This form is increased stealth and reduced stress on the body. Goblin Shaman form now gains lightning ball spell for use. Disturbed, she picked the first option and noticed something in a cluster of goblin forms shifted. New connections forming as old tattered strands were removed. The vague shapes of her many goblin forms suddenly snapped to a slightly more clear vision, and details about them shifted. Before, when Beta looked at the goblin form, she had it might have read Goblin Warrior. Now, it was just like it had expanded. Goblin Warrior Tier 1 evolution of Goblin. Strength, hit good. Magic, no thoughts, empty head. Speed, potato. Monster upgrades went from costing 1 to costing 3. That was something Beta noticed instantly. The last option made her extremely nervous as she tapped mutations. Once again, she was given 3 options. Due to owning a Tier 1 evolution of the forest spider, Fanged Forest Spider, you can now produce anti-venom for these species that works on Tier 1 and Tier 2 with various results. Constant creation will tire you. Due to owning the Deep Murk clam form, you can now slowly purify dirty water for others to drink. Constant creation will tire you. Due to owning 3 different types of skeletons, you can now produce and regenerate spare bones for various uses.
I don't remember eating clams,
Beta muttered as she chalked that up to the dark times when she was far gone.
But why do the mutations benefit people and are helpful? Aren't I a monster?
She asked, and to her surprise she got an answer. The ultimate monster is not just a destructive force. It is a challenge for others to meet. Until they come knocking, you aren't a monster. You are a mythical creature. Every action you take spreads and helps remove seeds within people. Beta just grabbed the water mutation and felt strange as something in the rough location where humans had kidneys suddenly bunched and formed a strange organ.
I just grew clam bits, she said in surprise.
But the thought the organs melted away, and when Beta thought of them, they reformed. She guessed that they would prevent her from becoming bloated with organs and features. Collecting the correct list of mutations will create a system in your body and grant a unique feature. Clam mutation. Unknown. Unknown. Find the missing 2 to unlock Beta well. Beta stood up slowly and grunted as she dusted herself off.
There have to be millions of mutations. How the hell am I supposed to find the correct ones?
She asked with a dark tone. Every unique system has clues that can be found in the natural world, from the highest mountain to the deepest dungeon. A well of knowledge can be found in the oddest of places. Beta sighed, noting the mutation cost jumped from 1 to 5.
How do I get more points? I should ask before I forget.
She looked around and waited for a response. Consume, learn, use creatively. Beta pulled a spongy mushroom off the wall and gnashed it between her teeth, as if to sarcastically agree. The thing stung her throat and made tears spring to her eyes. It was vile, and she coughed a few times. Hellish gut rot consumed, 5 points gained. Congratulations. This is the 3rd most toxic thing that you've ever consumed. Would you like to open your world record tab?
My what?
Beta said around violent coughs. Instead of an answer, a new window opened with 10 lists. Top 3 consumed tabbed. Evolved. 3rd, Ice Biome, Tier 6. 2nd, Spatial Goat, Tier 8. 1st, Unknown, Tier Undefined. Redeem records, total points gained 5,000. Rarest, 3rd, Golem Horned Rabbit, less than 4,000 in the world. 2nd, a 3-eyed fish of corruption, less than 500 in the world. 1st, a pure-hearted lawyer, less than 5 in the world. Redeem records, total points gained 3,000. The list went on to list the most violent, most magical, most toxic, and more. All in all, Beta could get 200,000 points there and then. It was like a reward for exploring and eating new things, like an open-minded tourist, but with more teeth.
Are there any, other systems I should be aware of?
Beta said, with a gritted teeth as she tried not to curse the tree aloud. Fixed clone production is unlockable for 1 million monster points.
Like evil clones?
Beta asked, suddenly interested. The Tiamat system will allow you to produce monsters that you have consumed with all upgrades that you have unlocked. Currently, if unlocked, you can make 1 clone. Every additional million points will unlock another clone. Each clone is independent, but is you. They will not betray you because you all share one mind, but the clones may develop quirks that display themselves differently.
So, I should upgrade myself first, and then make the clones, because they'll be more reliable?
Beta mused as she eyed the space. She left the mushroom tower to find a dark drake watching calmly from a distance.
Are there things in hell that I can fight and eat? I'm asking for a friend that also happens to be me, because I don't have friends.
Beta asked the duck seriously. She had points, but she had a feeling that testing them out where she got them would be a smart decision. The duck looked highly amused. It gestured to the entire land where the weird red sunlight touched. It might as well have said buffet that way. Beta nodded and focused, producing fresh water from somewhere inside her and letting it drip over the duck.
I give you my fucks. You may use it to grow some of your own, she said, and walked off as the duck shook itself.
With what she felt, the tower had less than an hour before it hit critical levels. Beta only needed 30 minutes to get good.
Listen, I've heard this story a dozen times. It's not going to help.
The girl stopped in the middle of the path with a long, dark expression.
They took everything from me. I won't stop until every last one of them is dead, she said,
her long, dark hair obscuring her face slightly.
And you swore to help me, she reminded.
The blade emerging from the strange religious cross handguard made a scoffing noise. No, I offered to help you deal with one particular vampire who we agreed on. Don't put words in my mouth. I really don't like it.
The sword warned, and the girl scoffed. I pulled you from the swamp. You owe me your help, she said with frustration, and stabbed the sword into the ground as she began to pace. Gamma let out an internal sigh. It was always me with people. And I am giving you help, but that doesn't mean that I'll devote my life to your endless crusade against vampires, which is a little racist. I'ma be blunt, Gamma said flippantly. The girl shot him an ugly look. What life does a sword have if not to kill things? She asked, and Gamma could have screamed at her, raged about his injustices, or even called her a parasite of her own type. But Gamma didn't do that. He was rather used to being treated as a thing and not a person. Besides, Esma was hurting, and Gamma enjoyed being a terror, but he knew what it was like to feel powerless and angry. He wondered if he pointed out that he had saved her from a dozen swamp snakes, 2 goblins, and a couple of bandits, that he had already paid her debt a dozen times over. No, that was rational, and people hated being rational. Gamma shifted his form until he looked like a kitchen knife with a chef's hat. Mademoiselle, let moi cut to the chase and serve up some desserts, he said in a horrible accent. He dropped it in the next second. You're hunting a vampire that you don't know the name of, the location of, or the destination of, or even the social security number of. Any other cutting knife would have split by now, he said gently as Esma looked down at the ground, biting her lip like he was going to run away. Gamma shifted to a spear so she could better lean against the tree Esma was also leaning on. Spear just felt more feminine to Gamma. Perhaps it was just a phrase, beat them off with a stick, that had cemented the idea. You got to pace yourself, or you'll be doing the vampire's job for him and dying before you even get started. Trust me, Gamma said, and turned into a wind-up crossbow. It's better to carefully take a shot then. He shifted to a mechanical crossbolt with a machine gun-like barrel that began shooting arrows with barely any force. Prematurely go off. Gamma joked, and Esma scoffed and looked away, a smile tugging at her lips. I didn't know that you could become a ranged weapon, she finally said, and Gamma turned into a slingshot with a strangely blue elastic sling. Might be one thing when I can be all things. Fluidity is key, Gamma said proudly, and then added a nonchalant voice. Besides, you didn't ask, they said casually. Esma hesitated, then sat down. Okay, tell me about your pals. I guess I needed a break, she admitted, and Gamma silently cheered at the win. Uptight wielders were nightmares. I am Gamma, the Swiss Army knife of weapons, he began as he turned back to a sword. What's a Swiss? Esma interrupted with a puzzled expression. A type of cheese, but if you ask me, way better rolls. Gamma tried to wink and only managed to make his edge gleam. I don't get it, the girl admitted, and Gamma sighed. Not everyone is an artist, but everyone is a critic, he joked before clearing his throat, as he explained how he could consume different weapons to take them into himself. As he spoke, he eyed his menu. Cutting-edge technologies, core abilities, weapon form abilities, weapon research, skills research, weapon points 120. Most of it was basic, like his core abilities enhanced his basic powers. Increase your durability to a higher standard. Increase your attack power on blade weapon forms. Improve your magical conductivity. He needed about 600 points for his next upgrade, and Gamma was aiming for that sweet durability. Nothing beats being the unbreakable spoon. There was a winning, and then there was Betty Crockering some idiot until they cried or ate cake. Weapon form abilities let Gamma learn some neat tricks with specific forms. Triple shot unlocked for all bow and arrow weapons, sling included. Any item turned into a weapon by picking it up off the ground becomes a weapon type that it most closely resembles and gains all passive abilities. Fans now enrage the foe if used to cool oneself in battle. Effect varies on the level of foe. Those cost a little more, so he needed around 700 for the next one. But Gamma had ended up accidentally becoming sort of Godslayer when he was in the potato peeler form. It was for the memes, but it then sort of became an addiction that he wasn't proud of. Weapon research took a little while for Gamma to grasp because it didn't come up with an option, just a request bar. But once he asked for a type of weapon and they input any amount of WP, then after some time, one of his weapons could evolve or splinter off into a new type of weapon. He once spent a year waiting on Spoon after he blew over 9,000 WP on it.
The result was something he couldn't use without a great cause. Spoons of absolute tasting. This weapon form comes in the form of a golden spoon. Its ability allows it to bypass all defenses to take a spoon scoop out of the foe at once. No defense in the world can block it. The wound will never heal. Once used, the spoon requires 100 battles to pass before it can be used again. Gamma had gotten more than a few unique tools out of this feature. Skill research was something Gamma didn't bother with since his time with her. It allowed Gamma to bestow his wielder with some instant masteries or neat tricks. A training montage with no cool music. All wielders have increased strength. You can sense what weapons would be best suit the new wielder. All your forms come in golden copies. Gamma didn't like looking at this menu. It would only cost him 40 points to get an upgrade. But he didn't trust wielders now. Only Gamma could look after Gamma. Suddenly, Gamma shivered and he turned in a direction. "Gam?" Esma asked, and Gamma shushed her. "Don't say my name aloud. Call me Sword for now," he said oddly, as he felt pieces of his old selves flowing back to him. "Sword? What's wrong?" Esma asked with concern. Gamma was too busy looking at another screen. Given forms: 1. Jolyn Javen Japes, 100 bigger than 85. Name redacted, Golden Queen, 20. Mr. Happy, 3. The Dark. What on earth? What was that weirdo doing now with his sloppy seconds? Japes. An image of a coyly smiling man with a shadowed face, as he took Gamma from the prison to the bank of Raloon, was vivid in his mind. That fair play guy. It had been years since he thought of that guy. 100 given forms for his freedom, and been the sweetest deal Gamma had ever made. That prison was the worst thing he had ever known. It drained his WP, and she kept Gamma in a glass box that prevented anything from touching him. The prison where he couldn't sleep, and he was in the darkness nearly every day until she came to visit him. He pleaded for his freedom, but she was sure that it had to be that way. Gamma could cause too many unworthy people to come into power. She wouldn't let her kingdom, her children, be threatened by such a thing. Gamma was pretty sure that he also went a little crazy in that box, and it still affected him to this day. She was a good reason why he never ever allowed a Silence member to wield him since that day. She ruined the whole group for Gamma. "I just got some old pieces back, but one of them..." Gamma stared at the bottom of the list of loaned weapons. 344, Delta, piece unrecoverable. It'll now produce gamma rays. It was a horrible joke. It was so bad that it soaked into Gamma's soul. "Gamma, you're so radiant today. You must be a gem." "I'm going to hang myself now."
"No, wait, come back. You're cold. Dirt." Sword, you just turned into a ruler. Are you okay?"
Esma asked slowly. Gamma took a slow intake of breath. "Esma, I'm going to unlock 10% of my power for you so that we can find your dog's killer today."
"He killed my parents, but carry on."
"And you're going to do me a solid and head that way." Gamma gestured with a nudge of his blade to the west.
"What's 10% of your power?"
the girl asked as she picked up the sword. Gamma focused on his form, shifted to a massive broadsword made of swirling silver liquid adorned with emeralds that flowed over the girl's body, making similar armor which exploded with 2 massive wings of metal that seemed to move on their own. "Valkyrie armor mode. Light magic unlocked. Divine aura unlocked. Pine-scented air freshener added," Gamma roared.
"You can give me wings. Why did you make me walk everywhere?"
Esma yelled as the wings began to lift them into the air. "I like seeing humans struggle for my amusement," Gamma added with a shrug of his tone. It also stopped the more crazy people wielding him from not wanting to let go. It was almost like Gamma acted like an unkillable piece of crap to stop people getting close. Nah, he just enjoyed annoying people.
"I don't even know where to go,"
Esma said as they cleared the treetops. "Magic light spell, sense evil," Gamma commanded, and his sword glowed with light. A few dozen miles in every direction revealed 2 swamp hags, a shadow stalker, 3 teens doing some heavy vaping action, some naval woman in charge of handing out fines for unkempt lawns and misaligned garbage cans, and, 1 vampire. No, wait, 2 vampires.
"How fast did these things go? Should we stick to the roads?"
Esma asked as the sword turned them like a compass. Gamma mentally flicked down a visor. "Honey, where we're going, we don't need roads." he said, as wings flapped once, causing a minor boom of air, and they were gone. End of chapter. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, only puns. If you're new to this series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 188, School's Out. With thundering steps, Beta returned, her body brimming with dense aura, as she strode into the now towering mushroom flesh castle that rose into the hellish sky, absorbing the occasional burning sulphuric cloud. Once again, she approached the rising mound of fungus and began to climb the uneven steps, her body floating inches off the ground as invisible energy platforms formed before she touched the ground. System purchased. Quiet ladybug streams are more controllable. When jets of water and air tried to push her off the stairs, her body turned immaterial, allowing her to climb higher while ignoring the sprays. System purchase. Increase the power of your Geist intangibility power. When parts of the flesh wall tried to snag her arms or body, her fingers turned to burning fire, causing them to burn black and retreat. System purchase. Develop your fire elemental form further. When gravity doubled in an attempt to make her fall, Beta became lighter than air itself. System purchase. Your cloud rabbit form gains more power. It had only taken her 20 minutes to make a dent in her system points, but in that time she had come to learn something very crucial. She hadn't even been tapping into her full potential. Not by far. That potential had scared the parasite so much that it stole who Beta was, reducing her to some attack dog. Space warped in front of her when Beta had a single step from the enemy core pedestal. Beta touched it, and her fingers began to bend and warp, stopping for a moment. Beta tried to see if the voices had become any clearer and was disappointed when she listened. The madness of the voices of this place had grown so fast that they had become a constant warble of overbearing nonsense. Eyeing the space warping of the air, Beta watched as her fingers turned to crystal that was almost black, but gleamed a dark, ominous purple as she turned her hand to the light. She had gotten upgrades for that. System purchase. Your gravity golem form has double resistance to space warping attacks. Her wrist and arm bulged as they turned to a deep purple rock, then a space vortex, before she ruptured like a balloon. The sound would have burst a normal person's eardrums, but the benefit of simply not having ears as an option was always nice as a shapeshifter. With the last line of defense gone, there was nothing left, allowing Beta to clear the passage to the heart of this place. The rising central pillar is missing its crown piece.
Now that I'm here, I have no clue what to do, Beta admitted aloud. She had never consumed a dungeon core in her many years of eating things weird and wonderful. She frowned and tried putting her hands in the empty round indent where something thick and round should have been set. The moment Beta did, the thing seemed to both reject her and try to adapt to her. The differences were just too much, but Beta held on. Her fingers curved into talons as the pedestal tried to reject her. With some quick thoughts, she began trying to shift her form into something more suitable. She went through ore golems and mineral monsters, finding that they were better suited, but they were still missing a crucial something. Back on the flat world, Delta stumbled on her fourth floor, plummeting into the ocean as her body felt a little prodding of something else. The feeling was alien and she felt her head swim as the approaching hell portal connection suddenly shuddered and pulled back as if something else was calling it. The being on the other side had been a standing core the system had mentioned, but it felt too different to be a dungeon. In fact, it felt annoyingly familiar, like a memory that was only half returning due to a sudden scent. A memory that did little more than inform Delta that it existed. Delta could only reach out in the vast distance as if she could take a hand of the not stranger. "Hello. Nice to meet you again, I think," she spoke gently. "I don't know you," Beta stressed as her fingers, hands, and parts of her wrist were turned into base form. A pale red gelatinous material that was Beta's base form. The flesh was speaking to her, using her power to boost some sort of signal across the void. There was a pause. "Then we can get to know one another," the woman's voice said, as if this was a good thing. Beta let out a derisive snort. "Nobody wants to get to know me. They all get disappointed when they see all that I offer," Beta said with a scoff as more of her flesh continued to form a half-sphere in the pedestal that was becoming redder by the second. "I don't expect anything, So how can I be disappointed? The only thing to disappoint me would be if you gave up without trying.
Who did this lady think she was, a shrink? Some saint? Beta wanted to sneer, but half her face was beginning to melt.
Everyone wants something, a pet, a fighter, a toy, a pawn, and whatever else. You're no different. I'm just here to pay off a debt,
Beta warned, and was almost done forming a sphere.
I guess I do want something,
the voice admitted, and Beta shook her head. Of course she did.
I just want to say thank you for helping me. You're really a nice person. You didn't have to do this.
I'm paying off a debt, Beta said, holding the reason up like a spiked shield.
And you agreed to do this particular job. Isn't that praiseworthy?
The other woman asked, and Beta rolled her eyes. That's just such bullshit.
Kalmak,
the voice corrected her, and the both of them froze as the memory of a classroom flashed before them over the connection. Beta knelt down and tried not to let out a whimper.
I don't know you. I don't want to know you. I don't want anyone I know to be in this world. No one else I know can have gone through what I did. I don't want that, she said,
eyes squeezing shut as her sphere began to wobble and drift.
There was once a classroom where a teacher was considered a failure because she didn't chase exam marks and mind-handling detention. She did weird science experiments and accepted cases that no other teacher would.
The voice began to say slowly. Stop it! I don't want to hear this, Beta warned, trying to focus, but her core was bubbling dangerously now.
One of the students didn't really get jokes. He took everything so seriously, and the other kids treated him cruelly, even if he didn't notice or mind.
A flash. A confused, quiet boy who looked at her as Beta offered him gum aggressively.
Are you stupid or what? Take it before I shove it up your nose.
Another student treated everything like a joke, because if they took it seriously, it would be too much to bear. Beta's head pulsed as she saw a memory of a girl in a boy's uniform painting Beta's nail. But it had to be black because Beta would punch the girl if it was pink.
And there was another student, I think, a boy that I can't remember. But I remember I loved him because he was my brother.
Beta did have another memory, but this was of a loud noise, a screech of metal, and the boy sitting at the front with the teacher. He looked back seconds in panic. The road dipped as blackness spread across the road, causing a truck to veer into the car. Beta couldn't remember what he looked like. Not really.
Then there was you. You treated every conversation as a battle. Nothing was simple because no one was simple. Every act of kindness was a trap. Every gesture was a deception to hurt you. The world had hurt you, and you bled in defiance. But before it all went wrong, you did one of my homework assignments. You only got a few marks, but you did it. I kept it on my desk. It was worth gold to me.
Shut up, Beta screamed, and the tower of fungus shook due to her power.
And you've been alone for so long. I'm so sorry, Beatrice.
Beta stilled and her flesh rippled. All along her form, a school uniform began to form. Her body shrunk, shaving years off her face as her hair grew to her neck with red highlights. Beta looked down at her hands, the young skin looking only slightly calloused. This was not a true form, not anymore. But this was her original body. It felt like a favorite t-shirt she had found after so many years. It felt just right.
Miss D,
she whispered, but then the voice in her mind began to radiate a sense of deep pain. Beta snapped back to reality. The towering mound of mushrooms were using Beta to grow much faster than she had noticed. She grabbed the pedestal and poured her form into it. She stopped trying to be one thing or a special kind of thing. Beta poured everything that she was into the slot because of her truest sense. Beta was growth and potential. She was unlimited works of art and horror. Beta was the next best thing to any complete object. Beta was ever a work in progress. But Miss D was the only one to ever give her a fair shot of faith. And Beta wasn't going to let some dark mushroom pit of hell make her teacher cry. Not hell, not the world, not the siblings. No one made her teacher cry. Beta had committed arson for less, and she saw no reason to stop now. Delta proxy entrance closed, connection severed, structure to be repurposed as Monster Gate. Delta sat up abruptly and head-butted news screen with a flash like a smacked television, flickering with static as the both of them groaned. There was a distinct lack of connection to other mana and the abyss.
No, I need to send more mana to hell. I need to do it now. I left Betty in hell,
Delta said in a panic as New continued to stumble in a daze. Who's Betty?
Nu mumbled. She's one of my students, and I left her in hell, Delta said with a slight shriek. Nu looked around the core room as if searching for inspiration. We don't have any influence in that. We don't even know how it happened in the first place, other than you being you, Nu pointed out slowly. And his words were not, I know how to help, and Delta glared at him. I can make utterly terrifying creatures by accident, but we can't figure out a way to open a door to the demon world on purpose. Betty is going to be, well, not terrified or scared, but really annoyed, Delta said as she stood up, feeling a lot better, which made her feel far more guilty. Why don't you ask the living demon? Nu said in what could have been a sarcasm, but the idea had merit. She moved so fast she created minor ripples at sonic speed as she arrived outside Runelik's smithy and began banging on the door with enough force that space shook. He opened the door and saw her serious face. His own smoldering one crumpled, as if the prospect of a quiet day just flew out the window. How do I get into the demon world? Delta asked quickly. Sell your soul and die, or perform a massive summoning ritual with one of the few remaining demonic names inscribed on tablets. We demons have been trying to cut your world off for ages, ever since you started summoning us out of boredom. You get that name of a powerful demon and promise to return it, and you'll get a door to the demon world before you ask. I don't count. I'm a prisoner. Runelik tried to close the door, but Delta stuck her face between the door and its frame. Is there a demon around here that I can ask? Do you know one? Delta asked, as her cheeks became squished as she spoke through puckered lips. Runelik gave her a pained look, as if talking to another living being was physically painful for him, without a drink in hand. I only know of one, he admitted. And that's why I decided the common Durant squirrel is the rarest monster around, because it doesn't attack you for your blood, but to defend itself. Thus it has the purest quality aside from its skull, which can be made into boots. Dio read awkwardly from the script, as he held up 3 squirrels that seemed glued to his face with mad chittering. Love, he concluded, and the class stared at Dio as Mr. Jones steepled his fingers. Mr. Brondo, this is the 4th time that you've done your presentation of monsters on the local squirrels, Mr. Jones said very slowly and deliberately. Dio just blinked back at him. But I wrote a new script, he said, and held up a piece of paper that just said fluff and love in big letters. Pass with minimal marks, Mr. Jones said after a moment, which made the boy beam and 3 more squirrels emerge from his shirt collar with squeaks. He turned to the next student and mentally prepared himself for a whole other sort of trouble. Grim strode to the front of the class, looking exceptionally pleased with himself. Dio sat down and gave Poppy a wide grin as the girl seemed to have accidentally grown squirrel teeth in the fit of teenage jealousy. The girl tried to play them off as saber-toothed fangs, a rare monster with swords for fangs. Hormones were so amusing to witness as a teacher. I have decided to do my talk of monsters on a most rare and horrific creature, Grim declared with enough drama to make the thespian roll their eyes. Mr. Jones was ready to make a remark if Grim produced a picture of Dio again, but to his surprise, he indicated the door where the clack of heels on tiles was loud. I am not getting paid enough for this, a woman scowled as she entered, her long legs leading up to a set of well-maintained light cloth armor and a staff in one hand. Woman? Dio asked curiously as Grim looked smug. The dark teen twitched and waved a hand dramatically. Humanity, he said with a red face. Grim turned the woman who was making Mr. Jones' teacher senses go haywire. And you're not getting paid, Estelle, because you snuck into the dungeon and got caught. You must be ecstatic to be of help to me, Grim said, and there was a pause in the classroom before Grim took a long, deep sigh of suffering. Sir, why are her legs naked? A student asked. For mobility, Estelle said quickly. Why is her armor only covering her shoulders? A girl also raised a hand. For temperature control, Estelle snapped. Why does she seem like a cool and powerful mage? Dio cried in amazement. Because wait, no. That was an actual compliment. What's your name, sweetie? Estelle said to Dio, and parts of her began to frost over as Poppy's skin turned dark blue. Technically, humanity isn't classified as monsters, Mr. Jones coughed, feeling very strange around Miss Estelle. Something about her was upsetting his sensibilities as a teacher. Technically, squirrels for the 4th time shouldn't be a pass mark, Grim said back in a flat tone. Carry on. I decided humanity and its many fellow race beings are indeed the greatest monsters of this world. I know of no other creature that would profit from imprisoning their own kind, Grim said, and Estelle examined her nails. Fairies. They all legitimately get power-ups by contracting their enemies into eternal servitude, she pointed out. As a demon, Mr. Jones could only think very impolite things about the Fae.
They and demons stepped on each other's toes a lot. A custody battle in court was nothing compared to when a demon and a fae both stake a claim on the same human. He and Goo had to give each other a wide berth, or they broke out into hisses at each other on the street. It was very unprofessional.
Sea hags imprison others of their kind and turn them into meat farms. Something goblins can get pretty nasty.
Estelle continued to list. Anyway, Grim said through gritted teeth. Estelle looked around the classroom, and instead of boredom or amusement, Mr. Jones was alarmed to see that Miss Estelle instead had a look of pain and loss, which he hid quickly behind a veneer of vapid boredom. No, the boredom was real, but that didn't matter. A space of learning had scarred this woman, and that was causing the unease in Mr. Jones. As Grim continued to talk about adventurers and their bloodlust for treasure, Mr. Jones casually asked Estelle something in a quiet tone. "Did you graduate from your magical institute?" he asked, and to his relief she nodded. If she had also flunked, then Mr. Jones wouldn't be able to help but chain her to a desk and help her with vigorous lessons of the world.
Full honors, but I didn't chase higher academies due to personal issues, Estelle said with a curled lip of something dark in her eyes. Besides, I'm glad I left. The road taught me a lot more than old books, she mused, and Mr. Jones was pleased to hear that. Learning was always important. How to apply lipstick on horseback, the correct heels for swamp dungeons versus skeleton crypts, and how to tell one-night stand barred from blossoming heroes who want to turn me into a woman that he'll never actually romance, but will string me along as he marries another woman as he takes 10 kids. The last one was a hard lesson, Estelle admitted. That was harsh. Love can be a tricky thing to navigate, Mr. Jones managed. Life skills were important, and he had to cling to that as he felt an urge to weep. It's fine. I think the other girl actually grew up with him and had the same problem. Way worse for her, Estelle said with a long look into space. And how did you find your school years? Mr. Jones asked, and Estelle's expression turned stony as she eyed the teacher as if to just fully noticing him. If I could burn memories in a brazier and warm my father's corpse over it like a spit roast, I would, she said succinctly, and Mr. Jones reached for a pen. What is the name of this institution? He asked, feeling a flicker in his old bones that he hadn't risen in a long time. Every demon of knowledge valued learning and facts. Such places that freely gave knowledge and housed it were akin to places of worship to knowledge demons. To think that such a place could cause such distaste in a clearly talented student was watching a temple priest push children down stone steps in an effort to impart wisdom. In fact, the reason Mr. Jones was even here in this world was the fact that he was so offended by one act of stifling education that the faculty became a propaganda machine. Jones had sold his name to that monarch to have binding laws put in place. All that had really cost Mr. Jones was the location of a sword of the gods, and he was free to go, but never go home. Mr. Jones was pretty sure his name was still somewhere in the Queen's old chamber, like so many other crimes. No point in going. You'd need approval of the Archmage, whose personal power provides protection over it. You need the miserable old man's permission to even set foot in the place, Estelle said with a sigh. But the Archmage wasn't a miserable old man. That was a fact, and now Mr. Jones knew it was true. The power of knowledge demons was to know the truth of a matter, but it was little binding in the fact that Mr. Jones couldn't ask himself the truth of any matter. He was a watcher and a fact-checker, not the asker. He just needed to find someone to casually talk about the new mage in charge. His classroom opened and a pair of goblins stood outside. Estelle let out choking noises as they looked around the classroom, as if it was a personal place of torment for small creatures. Pulling out what looked like a card, one of the goblins began to read. By request of the humble doubter, the one known as Mr. Jones, at least it's not Dr. Jones, because I don't want that song stuck in my head, to come visit my abode. No, wait, that sounds swami. My little home. Please come very soon. Better to be vague and understand this is an important matter. Like, very important. So I beg of you to come soon. Shut up, New. I told you to record this, and you better not miss a word. The goblin finished. Hi, Gob. Hi, Hob. Theo waved. The Mushroom Queen has come for my marbles. Estelle rocked back and forth on her heels with wide eyes. Mr. Jones was curious and wanted to go right away, but he couldn't just... An idea. A wonderful and delicious idea filled his mind. Dio, fetch the school wagon. We're going on a field trip, he said, standing up suddenly. Dio stood and looked confused. The one pulled by the bulls who can only be seen if you've suffered a second-hand embarrassment, or the one that pulls itself with its wheels moan like people in pain,
he asked after a moment. Mr. Jones smiled. The third one. It would be a shame to waste Grimoire's hired help, he said, and Dio looked wide-eyed as the class sat up. What's the third one? Estelle asked slowly, and Mr. Jones' smile stretched across his face, and the reality of the classroom shifted to something darker for a moment. We call it the Lunch Lady. End of chapter. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy Chapter 189, The Demon Diva. What sort of teacher has torture devices as a wagon? Estelle puffed as the wagon cheerfully made its way through the town with all the students aboard it, and Estelle at the front holding a spoon and ladle that glowed, absorbing her mana to power its momentum. It's not a torture device. It's legal in more towns than it is not. So by debatable means, it is a learning tool, Mr. Jones said brightly. Why do I have to wear this frumpy outfit? Estelle whined as the grey and white apron settled over the thick blouse, billowing in the passing breeze. It enables the wagon to absorb your mana better, as does the instrument in hand. The hat is just to complete the look, however, Mr. Jones admitted, as they left the town, having to slow down to let a confused but excited girl in a dress pass by, and the girl made Mr. Jones' nose itch, like smelling something familiar but not entirely pleasant. It was an interesting slime she carried. Mr. Jones hadn't seen that particular kind before. The woman, well, the thing that was pretending to be a woman was also interesting. Still, he had his lesson planned, and by hell, he was sticking with it. I can't go back into the dungeon. My punishment will get extended, Estelle said, and Mr. Jones waved her off, but stiffened as they passed a sleepy-looking inn where an old wrinkled hag was waving goodbye to a serious-looking boy. The two shared a look, and Mr. Jones' heckles went up, and the old woman's nostrils flared. Boil your head in cow urine, and then may you use your heart as a sausage-filling, horrible saggy sausage, Goo cursed, and a tongue so old that it was collecting benefits from the gods. I hope your customers rate you as unsatisfying 3 stars out of 5 every day, Mr. Jones yelled back in a language not yet spoken in this world. At least they chose to come here. Those innocent brats have no choice but to go to your hell house. Goo yelled back louder and slammed the door. Saucy old hag. It was weird to see her so alive again after the grey had been so persistent over the years. Weird, but annoying. Oh, the teacher has a crush, Dio said, and Mr. Jones gave him a look of such utter revulsion that a nearby bird fell to the ground dead. He sure does. That is pure love, Estelle said between sweaty huffs. Mr. Jones scooted away from her in horror as the students all began to giggle. The lunch lady is ready to serve, Estelle warned as she pushed the wagon over the hill. Before Mr. Jones could get too far, someone stopped the wagon and Mr. Jones smelled the scent of success. He turned with a smile to see Rudy glaring at him. You're outside the school. This alarms me, she said to him, and then blinked as she spotted Estelle, pale and sweaty in a large uniform. What are you doing here? I thought you called children ugly womb gremlins that were illegal to set on fire, she asked with a raised brow. The moody one bribed me with cake, Estelle grunted, and Grim shot her a shushing noise, as if to keep his bribing secrets private. We're on a field trip to Delta's dungeon as she requires the aid of a demon, and she called upon me, Mr. Jones said with a smile, and then blinked as Rudy seemed to glare at him, her foot digging into the wagon and causing it to groan. And why does she need you when I'm here? She asked curiously. Perhaps she needs history lessons. Do you have complete historical knowledge of the world? Perhaps she needs help with a math puzzle. Do you enjoy puzzles? Mr. Jones pressed, used to Rudy's temper, as he had taught since she was a young child himself. Rudy grumbled and pulled her foot away. I can research stuff and any puzzle can be beaten if you can just beat it hard enough, she argued. Rudy, join us! Dio patted the wagon. Kid, there isn't enough room for a spare set of my shoes, let alone, Estelle turned and blinked as the wagon now seemed to be much longer than before and had more ornate details on the wood. My class has exactly enough room as needed for my students, Mr. Jones said firmly. I graduated, Rudy protested, but climbed inside and sat next to Dio, who handed her a juice box. Rudy took it without complaining. You'll always be my student, Rudy, Mr. Jones said softly, and the woman actually looked troubled by the fact and not at all touched. Students, you chain them to a reality layer once or twice to force them to graduate, and they take it personally. But really, if Rudy hadn't somehow vanished into a pocket dimension for 3 months and become untraceable, Mr. Jones wouldn't have eaten 3 desks, 2 bicycles, and a whole novel about ducks using robots to fight evil. It had been a binge he wasn't proud of. However, since then, he had to teach Dio and Grimm. His patience had vastly improved. He only ate a desk or 2 every so often. I'm very busy. Oh, busy mayor things, the crazy old woman in a grey bathroom cried from the window, peeking out behind the curtains with wide eyes. Surma stared, feeling like she was intentionally being ignored. Mayor Darknessbane, please open up and welcome the Crown Princess Surma, Lawson said with a loud thumps on the door. I would rather not have so much paperwork about the repairs of the main road, the woman said, and then went quiet. Who the hell thinks this is worth my time? Who do they expect me to find to fix the road? This is why I use these as kindling. The woman roared, and the desk smashed through a nearby window with a dozen important documents floating away in the wind, as if to let out cries of mercy. Surma was almost sure that she could hear the paperwork cry freedom as they vanished into the distance. Larsa, this woman seems unstable. Should we leave? She asked, and the guard captain gave her a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Mayor Darknessbane is a respectable woman. She just doesn't like responsibility, or people, or official business, or people, or unexpected guests, or people, Lawser explained. We're people, Mass said as he took a turn holding Mule. Excuse me? Imps asked, looking insulted at the idea of being a people. He shooed a dozen butterflies trying to land on him, and Surma tried not to feel envious that butterflies didn't land on her. Was it her perfume? A second later, Mule sat on her head and formed a little gooey appendages with a small poi. It made Surma feel better, but it seemed the local wildlife took 3 steps back from her. Even insects were avoiding her now. The door suddenly opened, and the crazy old woman wearing nothing but fluffy boots and a robe emerged wielding a spatula like a knife. What is that? She sniffed a dozen times before coming near Surma. The girl stiffened as those intense yellow eyes locked onto hers. Lawser, you didn't tell me the princess was such a... Darknessbane took another steep whiff of enjoying the scent. Prolific monster, she almost growled with a grin. Surma was a what? Well, she isn't, Lawser tried to say, but Surma was suddenly whisked inside by the crazy old woman. What's your tool? Fish knife, great axe. Oh, I love a good double-ended blade and an army of mowdown. It's always nice to meet a fellow hobbyist in population control. The mayor beamed as she seemed to pour Surma a massive glass of putrid whiskey. Did you just confess to being a serial killer? Surma asked as the others followed them in. Psh, no, the woman said with a snort. Oh, good. That wasn't as bad as Surma thought. I don't have patterns or preferences, just that they're tough to kill, the mayor went on. Poi, Mule said with a hum as if singing. Mila, this is the king's daughter, Lawser said with a strange tone, and Surma tried not to grimace at the connection to that man. So many kings really, and they all suck, the mayor said, and Lawser sat down and slammed a wine bottle down with such force that it made a clear ringing noise. Look at her, Lawser seemed to do almost order, and Surma felt oddly exposed as Mayor Darknessbane looked at her fully for once, taking her all in. You see it. I think she has his confused nose, Lawser said, and Mila's voice had gone from cranky to moody to just flat instantly. Surma felt in danger, like she was sitting across from a wolf. Welcome to Durance. Now do what you came to do and go, the mayor said, and there was a tense silence. My father is, I get why you don't like me because of him. He's vain and cruel and hurts everyone around him. Surma stood up, holding Mule like a pillow to ease the tightness in her chest. Kid, shut up. Your father was an idiot and he was cruel because he did things without thinking of others. He hurt everyone he ever met and I'll never forgive him for that. The mayor stood up as well and turned as if needing to take a deep breath. Well, whatever. You can sit here and be a sad drunk or whatever, but I'm going to do my duty to complete the local dungeon and earn my throne. If you want to feel sorry for yourself and sit in the dark like a crazy cat person, then you can just, do that. Thing I just said, Surma said hotly while glaring at Mila's back. Yeah, Surma's a good person, because even though she's a princess, she ended up helping me out and letting me fulfill my dreams. I bet you never had a nice prince or princess ever just help you out, so maybe you don't understand, Mass said, and Surma shot him a warm smile. Ugh, they're making me want to hurl. Mila grunted and reached around for a pen and a stamp. She moved fast, scribbling on Surma's head what felt like a signature and stamping Mass's head with an official stamp that looked to be a sword, a fang, and a claw buried into a hunk of cheese. I have a condition before you go in. Find the one called Alpha and the one close to the anxiety attack. Gentle, of fair play. Get advice from them before going in. I'll pay for your in-rooms, Mila said. Soma smiled and was about to say something when she spotted the imp demon pressed against the wall, looking so pale he might faint. King Taker, he kept whispering over and over. Mila gave him a long look, then dismissed his existence so entirely, Soma had to convince herself to remember the imp was real. What's a king taker? Mass asked as they left the house with Mila watching them go. The precursor to a kingmaker, Lawson said with a snort. Soma couldn't see anyone with any sanity wanting to spend a night with that weirdo woman. Mila watched the group go, feeling the urge to drink until she woke up with a hangover under the kitchen sink again. Damn Gil was his clone. A little more fire to her, but that would be her mother, wouldn't it be? Oh, duh. You would have been wrapped around her finger, Mila said and shut the door, trying to keep out the guilt that wanted in. A voice at the back of her mind kept whispering, You had a chance to be the same, godmother. A nasty voice of her own making said. What had Duran said? Right, so it started. Mila, you can be a godmother of the first one to find you. That's your rule? Yep, that was what she had promised. Mila needed to stop drinking or getting attached to people. Mila eyed the whiskey in her hands, then snorted. People it is, she said, and went inside. Delta was being invaded by dozens of children, 2 demonic presences, and worst of all, Estelle, who knew a letter could be so effective. Rudy looked as good as ever, and Delta was pleased to see some of the stress on her face had eased off. The man next to her. Delta felt odd, and as she peered at him, and he back at her, she spotted pen ink in his fingers, tiny paper cuts and coffee stains on his tie. Well, he seemed on the verge of setting fire to the world or getting back to the kids he was in charge of. A teacher, they both said at the same time in surprise. Yeah, you learn a lot about how to hate pigs, hot springs, yappy trees, the little mushroom people here, the stall said briskly. Parent meetings, but the child didn't tell them about homework, the demon said. After-school clubs they didn't agree to, but can't quite turn down, Delta responded quickly. Punishing eating in class but having chocolate in your drawer. The man was heaving in excitement. Just giving everyone a pass on a test that doesn't matter because you're tired, Delta yelled. Teacher, they both screamed. You can skin 3 rabbits in a minute if you use a knife long ways instead of upwards, Rudy interjected with a smile. It struggled to last as both of them stared at her. I once counted an entire skeleton to make sure a skeleton ghost couldn't escape. Patience, master, Rudy continued to say. Skeleton ghost, Delta blinked. A spirit that haunts bones. Once it chooses a skeleton, if even one bone escapes, it can rebuild itself out of the other parts. Mr. Jones explained, and Delta looked impressed, but Rudy looked oddly moody. Taking the kids to the lake room, she sat the 2 down as everyone went for a swim in the high noon setting. Occasionally, the moonfish darted past, causing squeals of delight. Waddles was also present, but he didn't let any of the kids come close to his knife throne. Delta wanted to say that he was being nice, but likely he just didn't want child blood on his blades. Mr. Jones looked troubled. Opening an actual gate to the abyss is no simple matter. It requires a lot, and I don't even know if some of the demons in this world are still around or not. The duck is unhelpful, he admitted, making Delta's help swore. The need to recover a student is important, so I won't give up trying to think of a way to help. As a fellow educator, I value your commitment to your students, Mr. Jones said, and Delta giggled and waved him off. What a swell guy. Hey kid, Rudy muttered, and she seemed to be putting whatever was bugging her to the side and give it a serious thought. So you would be eternally grateful if someone was to rescue this little doe of a girl? Rudy asked, and Delta nodded. Indebted, Delta said seriously. Betty, I will suffer to see her safely returned. To know that she's in the abyss and can't get out is something that is hurting me, and I won't rest until she's out, Delta said firmly. Mr. Jones smiled slowly. Okay, first, don't say you'll do anything in front of a demon again. It sends the morally wrong message, Rudy said quickly. Delta winced, but Mr. Jones just winked at her, and Delta had to stifle another grin. Second, you could have just asked me. I have a legit door to hell cooked into me, Rudy said with a sigh. Delta stared at her. You do? I thought Mr. Jones here said that it was really hard to open a door, Delta asked, confused, and the other demon just giving Rudy a bewildered look of borderline close on horror.
Not hard, just annoying, Rudy admitted and rolled her neck.
Rudy, a proper door requires procedure and proper respect given to both the Demon King and the brother for the bridge to be, Mr. Jones began, and Rudy ignored him. You old goat, I need to speak to you now, Rudy boomed with a voice that was deeper and coarse as hot coals rubbing together. Her voice ripped into a space before her, pushing Delta's manor aside with ease. In the gap where the manor parted, a flash of red fire mingled with shadows before the door formed out of red gold and dark jewels. There was a painting of a near-naked woman wearing a wolf pelt and little else, holding a knife to a shadowy figure's throat and looking both attractive and dangerous at the same time.
Ugh, I told him to change that,
Rudy moaned. The doors parted to reveal a monstrous being of colossal size and pressing power that made Delta want to break into a mad gibberish speeches of random factoids.
Dad!
Rudy hissed, and the monstrous being shifted until a well-dressed man in a suit and tie stood before Rudy with impressively dark hair and brown eyes so dark they tinged them black. Other than a strange feeling of inhumanness, Delta only felt a slight. Delta's cheeks tinged hot pink, and she mentally began to recite the name of trees. This was Rudy's father, who was a super demon. Oh, King of the Abyss, I bow, Mr. Jones said, and Delta nearly screamed in panic. No one told her that she had royalty coming. What was the protocol?
Farah, tea and crumpets,
she hissed through the walls. Hello, love. You're looking more blood-soaked and beautiful every decade I see you, the man said and looked around the lake room with a slight curious smile. Waddles had lowered his dark head in the direction of the man as well. The man turned, seeing a dozen children splashing in the lake. Oh, look, offspring by the dozens. I didn't know they reproduced like frogs these days, the man said with a clap of his hands.
Dad, I need help,
Rudy said, but her voice was thick like she was swallowing a lemon. The man blinked, then looked on the verge of tears. It was tragically beautiful, and Delta wanted to paint a picture of the demon every time his face changed. Say the word, my little dagger. The kingdom shall be ash, their children orphans, their dogs free, and their stock markets crashed, he said with a sweet tone, and took Rudy's hands, who looked entirely done with the man already.
Dad, what have you got against soup stock?
Rudy muttered, and the man huffed. It's a sign of an inferior chef. A true chef needs only the bones of thine enemies, the king of hell said. Wait, if he was the king and Rudy was a kid, Delta's mind was exploding.
Dad, this is my very special friend, Delta,
Rudy said, and the handsome man turned to her and blinked. Oh, I will never forget a form like yours. I must have been nearly 10 or 12 years old. You look much more delectable in manner form. The king smiled and went to kiss Delta's hand, his own power making her avatar solid and firm. We've met? Delta managed to ask around the urge to make a cavewoman noises. You were unconscious, so sadly we couldn't meet as fate would have intended. You were a soul orb. It wouldn't have been right, the Demon King said with a sigh.
Dad, let go of her hand,
Rudy said stiffly, and the man laughed and obeyed. Delta felt as though she had been denied some inner treasure as his warmth faded. That was so not like her. What the heck? She hid behind Rudy, who seemed to grow more pleased with her father raised a brow. Is he an incubus? Delta whispered. He's the demonic avatar of lust, battle, love, treasures, and dreams. Pops can make people crave things so badly they'd bend a knee to him. He's also the strongest demon in 1 versus 1, Rudy explained. What do you desire? The king asked sweetly, and Delta used Rudy as an anti-seduction shield in a panic. Hey, child, Rudy said, and the Demon King stood up. Not possible. I can never truly allow myself to ever give myself to another as I did your mother, and I gave myself to her a lot, he said, and he visibly sighed like a lovesick teenager. Rudy closed her eyes and seemed to be regretting this meeting by the second, but she powered on. You, and we want one that's already in the abyss. A kid that's near the Duck of Wrath place, Rudy said quickly. Only if you agree to pass a message on to your mother for me, the king said, and Rudy hesitated and nodded. Her eyes are like exploding stars, her smile like fangs of marrow-sucking worm, her shapely body like a... He began to recite, and Delta was enraptured by the sheer passion. Write it down, you weirdo, Rudy ordered, and the man actually meekly turned to pull out a quill and parchment. The man actually slipped into a blood-soaked envelope and put a kiss on it to seal it. That much magic could turn a normal human into an upper-class demon, Mr. Jones muttered as the letter glowed.
But it's like a passionate letter from long-distant lovers of two nations. We have to respect it, Delta said quickly, and thought of the many books of the Demon King coming to seduce normal single woman with 3 cats. It was coming true. Give me a week to get her. I'll need to get a loaf of bread for the Duke and his ducklings. It has to be the good stuff, and for that I'll need to trade with the Governor of Greed, he sighed. But Betty might not last a week, Delta said in a panic, and he brushed a thumb across her chin and smiled. Delta was upset because of, Beetlejuice or something? No, wait, Betty. Back, you devious man of unholy unclean thoughts, she warned, and the man bowed as if it were a compliment. I'm telling Mum you're flirting with my friend who's like a teenager to you. I bet that'll impress her, Rudy said, and the king looked pained. I must go. I left the souls of the evil on Slowburn, he said quickly, kissing Rudy on the head and vanishing through the door where it vanished, with no hint that it had ever been there. Delta just felt worried about Betty. The girl was all alone. Feed me points, evolve me, fight me, give me a hug, Beta screamed as she hugged a flailing tentacle monster that crushed it, absorbing its essence into her as a near-endless horde of mindless beasts charged her. This was amazing. In the midst of the 100 monsters, she spotted a rotted tree monster, and her world went red. Tree! End of chapter. Greetings, ladies and metal-gents, and welcome to this latest narration in the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, only puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 190, Delta, the Last Earbender. Now, class, Mr. Jones began. His lecture in Ferris Bar was an odd choice, but Delta politely took a seat between Dio and some child that looked like she could be the star of her own young teen romance novel with silver hair. The kid's endurance were a little odd. Still, Delta was just happy she wasn't going to explode in a violent death anymore, so she was a little giddy just to enjoy the lesson. Mr. Jones asked, "What effects does Dungeon Mana have on demons?" And Dio shot his hand up. "It gives them wings so they can fight for the justice of the powers of Dio," he said eagerly. That's characters in a book you've read, Dio, Mr. Jones corrected. Delta suddenly had an idea to bring all the children down to the library. With a dungeon control, she could even thin the mana to prevent any incidents. Well, in churches, demons will sweat badly. In some lawyer offices, they also sweat, but differently. A memster, a quiet child with a strange light and dark manner or a scent. So, maybe they could have a cold sweat here? He shrugged. Rudy raised a hand seriously. Yeah, I bet you they just get fat, Poppy said, and Rudy's hand began to wave, desperately to be called on. No, dungeon mana must be a delicacy. I bet demons, even Mr. Jones, are getting outrageously drunk on the mana, drinking like they have demons to drown, Grim said as his tongue sparked orange while he spoke, causing a stream to rise into the air. I actually have raw booze right here, Farah grunted as she slammed a tray of sandwiches and soda drinks down for the kids. Then she handed Mr. Jones a smoking goblet and vaguely screamed in terror. Rudy was so far out of her chair, waving her hand in the air, that she was straining with her neck muscles pulsing with all her effort. Miss Darkness Bane, Mr. Jones asked with a smile. No effect. Demons and dungeons work on different wavelengths. Their energies pass through each other, she gasped, and she sagged down into the seat at the table beside her before she sought a smug grin at the teens around her. I see the newest crop of Mr. Jones' torture sessions aren't up to snuff, she bragged as the next to her, a goblin shot her a dirty look. Swan the fire mage snorted at her. As a grown woman, that's just sad. Rudy just ignored him as she sat there with a smile. Do you know why? Mr. Jones asked innocently, and Rudy stiffened, quickly busying herself with drowning 3 beers in one go. I have no clue either, Delta muttered, feeling like she should know this one as half of the subject in question. Not to fear, it is a bit of a rather obscure metaphysics, Mr. Jones said, as the pub door slammed open with a dramatic flare, and a breeze flooded through the bar, making the candles flicker. Obscure metaphysics is my thing, Yatina said with a smile as she looked around the bar. Delta blinked, having been too focused on Mr. Jones to even notice her approach. She smiled at the woman, having forgotten only Rudy and Mr. Jones would be able to see her. Yatina paused and looked where Delta sat with a wink and a new golden eye, as if she was trying to focus on something, but was distracted as she joined Mr. Jones at the bar. Delta blinked. That had been weird of Yatina.
Ah, I heard some fair play possessed a modicum of smart. I welcome you to this discussion and give you a chance to answer the question you heard while lurking behind the door, eavesdropping before you made your entrance. Mr. Jones smiled and Yatina sputtered, before waving him off.
I was not lurking, I was merely preparing for a lull in the conversation, she corrected.
Yatina cleared her throat.
Demons are beings devoid of what we humans would call a soul or essence of humanity. They likely existed long before we even appeared in this world. Dungeons take the natural world energy, aka mana, and take the essence of human souls, combining them into something uniquely their own. Demons can interact with us, humans, and vice versa, sort of like water in a trench, empty and something with content.
Yatina explained, as she noticed she was losing the more classroom-challenged students. Rudy was beginning to drool as her eyes rolled up in her head, and her brain was shut off.
Demons are rocks, humans are water, and dungeons are gas. People can, over time, interact with dungeons and be disturbed by demons. Dungeons and demons just can't interact with each other, she summed up.
Mr. Jones is drinking right now, Grim said,
pointing out the issue with Yatina's words. Delta could feel the demon drinking, taking in her mana and doing something with it.
That's physical interaction. We're talking about mana. Dungeons cannot contract pure demons, and demons cannot take the souls of dungeons,
Yatina said, as if the subject was fascinating, and Delta leaned in on her hand, enjoying her passion. Except there was one little issue. It was a duck-shaped issue. Delta had contracted a demon. She let her mind wander over to Waddles, who stared right back. The contract between them had barely done anything to the duck, unlike what it was doing to Remy and Jack. In fact, Waddles held up a bond between them, showing how easily he could break it, but chose not to. The form he was in was technically duck-shaped, but it was a mana construct. It was one of Quiss's accidents, so maybe that allowed for a loophole. In fact, Mr. Joe's and Runalik were also mana constructs. Delta just hadn't noticed because they were also so tightly woven together that it was like a real body. The more Delta actually paid attention to them, the more they began to feel off. She took a slight peek at her dungeon self. In an instant, Mr. Jones was gone, replaced by a three-headed mass of tendrils connected to exposed brains, each brain connected to a dozen eyes and a mess of pulsing veins carved with glowing symbols. The eyes moved in every direction, as if constantly reading something Delta couldn't see. The creature was bound with cords and chains, with a single lock that had no keyhole, but a missing word. Runalik's form had also changed into a being of ashen scars. His mighty hands blackened by a fire so hot they would have melted anyone else. Every bang of his hammer caused his bones to flash like a reaction of lightning. As he breathed, smog and bone dust wheezed out like an old tomb. His fire was barely a flicker, but it was an inferno all the same. He was also bound by chains, but these chains were much darker, as if made of shadows and silence. Almost a little afraid, Delta turned to look at Rudy. Trudy, looking at the woman for the first time, and saw that she was mostly the same, except that her horns and the darker skin mixed with glowing lines of fire. Her hair was more smoke than thread. But it was still life-loving Rudy. All the same, Delta had contracted Waddles. What made Delta different?
You keep forgetting how annoyingly human you are. Dungeon 2.0, now with anxiety pre-installed,
New said as he appeared with a flicker, as if she was sensing her concerns.
I only screamed in panic once or twice, she argued,
as Yatina went on to describe how some species of life had odd reactions to demons.
Spiders, mushroom spitters, people, mushrooms, New listed.
Reasonable responses, Delta said confidently. Pygmy mushrooms, Remy, Maestro, Bob, he kept going.
You make it sound unreasonable, Delta said, pointing at the screen with a glare. Wilhelm, Muffet, your secret garden results, hero in action, Jack's shrine, Jack's death, the gargoyles, he said, having no shame. I didn't scream at my critter mounds when I attacked Maharia, Delta said, smirking as if this made her the victor. Death, star, dragon, New said with a jab with each word. Delta stared back defiantly. I left the oven on, she said through clenched teeth.
And that is why dungeons seem to talk to themselves, Mr. Jones said as he gestured to where Delta was sitting.
Wait, what?
I want to see New,
Dio said excitedly. The rest of the class spoke up as Yatina was squinting hard to where New floated.
I would rather teach pygmies the art of love and pacifism than ever let one of these urchins bathe in my glory,
New said in horror. Delta didn't want New to have all the glory, but why was her body, her avatar, still too flimsy to be seen by normal people? Why?
Why couldn't she just be manifest? She focused, straining as her face turned red, and she grunted. Fists clenched as she stood with her legs apart, her voice beginning to climb into a primal yell. She was focusing her energy on pumping everything she had into the efforts, like she had 3 episodes to burn through in screen time. Delta felt her mana gather like a storm, filling her with a dramatic passion and an urge to defy all natural order. It felt a lot like eating cake in bed, delicious but risky. There was a feeling of her ears popping as she felt a little weighty. Delta's vision began to spin for a moment, but she was sure she had managed it. She had produced a physical avatar.
Sir, an ear just appeared on the table and it's bright orange,
someone screamed. Delta suddenly noticed her entire being was a left ear, detached from everything else. I would give you an earful, but I would risk actually smothering you, Liu said. She was thinking that it was weird to have eyesight as an ear. Delta tried to speak, but all she did was manage to vibrate her malleus and incus bones in annoyance. Class, we just witnessed a first-time avatar attempt. Please write a report on this event that's between 500 and 50,000 words, Mr. Jones said excitedly. Delta tried to let go of being physical, but all she managed to do was flop once and make someone panic in a high-pitched scream. It's eerie, Grim wailed, and Delta grinned and would have shot him a thumbs up if she had thumbs. Listen, Rudy began, then shot Delta a wince. Sorry, it just slipped out, she promised. Before she gently picked Delta up and Farah appeared with a broom, ready to fight anyone that looked to have ill intentions towards Delta or a piercing gun. I have heard and seen dungeons take smaller steps. Some do birds or fish before they go 4-legged, then better. Straight to human might be, well, this, Rudy explained, and Delta wished that she could hug the woman. Start small. Delta should have guessed that. Well, she couldn't quite figure out how to let go of the avatar state, but she could still muddle with it. She focused and tried to think small. What was small, cute, and her? Delta had to be something more than a worm. Would they still love Delta if she was a worm? She just had to go with what felt natural and simple. The simplest thing she had ever eaten was water, rocks, some wood, and gut rots. Gut rots were actually very simple. They were made entirely of hatred and despair. Even now, the taste. Her ear form began to bubble and glow with an orange light. Rudy stared down at the glowing mushroom that was bathing in the room in orange light as it formed slowly, opening up 2 milky white eyes and a tear near its cap. Delta, she asked slowly, and the mushroom began to wail with a deep sound of misery that slowly turned into a maddening scream of rage. Before the mushroom could let out a scream of curses, Farah put a jar over Delta's avatar, muting the flailing mushroom that seemed to be making some very suggestive actions of vengeance and tearing apart the very idea of God until he weeps and fades into the darkest recesses of terrified non-believers, like the deity never believed in arriving at their doorstep, bloodied and scarred. Rudy blinked and eyed her Delta surprise drink that she'd been given. It made her feel all educated from the nicest facility, as if she'd boarded with the upper crusts in their establishments of finery. Indubitably, she cheered. Nope, this is worse than second time around, Estelle said from the corner of the bar. 3 bottles of wine kept her company. Remarkable. She has the purest markings of any cutrot I've ever seen. She must love them, and have studied them so well, Etina muttered in awe as she stared at Delta. That's not infatuation, my lady of the cold facts, Rudy said with a grin, her tone amusing and noble now. That is mild case of absolute loathing, she explained. I think she looks pretty, Dio said, smiling as he leaned up close to the jar. Delta paused in her cursing to coo at Dio before looking defeated. Then the gut rot form popped like a soap bubble, and she was gone. I can't protest that thine form is more pleasing to my sight than you are yourself, Lady Delta. I enjoy your sick manner existence, I cannot deny. Rudy nodded to Delta as she reformed in a dungeon state, invisible to most. What? Delta asked. It's that refreshing drink. It makes me sound like I married my cousin for the money, Rudy winked. You should marry for love, because love is infinite while money is finite, unless you're a bad person, Dio said wisely. I'd sell you for a copper coin, Grim said with a snort, and Dio smiled at him. I can give you money, he said brightly. Rudy felt at peace. It was odd, but it was the truth. This scene with these people. Rudy liked it. She was just missing her enemy, Chris, so that they could drink and complain about people. Oh, and also her fishing rod. So why did she feel like something was coming, out of the sight but rapidly approaching? The town's layout is nonsense.
the twists lead to dead ends, but the dead ends open out into intersections when we turn around. There's a bakery next to a building that looks haunted, but the bakery smells so good. The bank accepts blood as money, and we've passed the same hat shop 4 times, but it's never the same place." Soma heaved, her eyes darting about the street that they were on, as if expecting a wild animal to appear. Mass gave her a worried look as he adjusted his free top hat he got from the said hat shop. Mass just happened to be the first customer in a decade. Soma also couldn't remember what the owner of the store looked like, or when they actually went inside the store. But they all had hats. Her sun hat was tailored perfectly and rather comfy, which Soma tried to take solace in. "Should we ask for directions?" Mass asked as he held Mule, the slime fast asleep like a toddler. Soma followed his eyes to a store that was entirely void of color, and paintings of little characters with round figures, and a bouncy appearance smiled out at them with goofy-looking large gloves. They looked cute, but there was something about their state, the way that they looked seconds from moving when Soma's eyes moved away from their frames, that made the hair stick up on the back of their neck. One of the frames was almost leaking, as if the concept of art had an immortal existence was oozing into their reality. It was horrifying. He was coming. He was... "Let's try over there," Lawson suggested quickly, and pushed Soma towards the store, where a cheerful woman that smelled like wet soil after fresh rain chatted to an old man with a gap-toothed smile and a selection of cheeses on a tray. "Hello," the woman said, and Mass waved. Nearby, Imp had stood to talk to the monstrous inky monster coming out of the frame like old friends. "Don't look, don't look," Soma ordered herself. She had come to win at the local dungeon and returned to rip her father's bony grip from the throne and shove him into one of the grandmother's golden torture devices they kept in the attic. Soma didn't have time for the strangeness. "Howdy, this is Soma," Lawson said as she was using that same tone when speaking with Mayor Darkness. Haldy didn't seem to be listening as he beamed at them. The old man had a gentle soul, and Soma instantly liked him. She didn't even mind the overwhelming smell of cheese. It felt more like a charming quality than anything bad. There was never any cheese at home. Her father had something against dairy products. "Have some cheese of the right arm. It's limited in sauce due to the disease, but it is delicious," he offered snacks to her and Mass. Soma's soul melted when she ate the offered snack, and she tried not to float off with a feeling of bliss as Mass just beamed. Cheese. Soma would wear a suit of this cheese when she locked her father in the Golden Maiden. "You smell of nobility," the woman said, her smile a little less bright, but no less kind. Yes, apologies," Soma said, blushing as she forgot her manners. "I am Princess Soma of the capital city." She did a polite bow. "Royalty," the woman said, her smile trembling as she turned stiffly like her legs were made of wood. "I must be going. I left an excuse to leave on the stove," she said numbly, and walked off quickly. Haldy waved her off and sighed. "Don't take it personally. She and royals have history," Haldy explained with a tilt of his head, making his snow-white hair move in the breeze. "Was it my father or my grandmother?" Soma sighed, feeling a headache coming on. "Surprisingly, it had little to do with them and a much older kingdom called Turtog," he said quietly, and Soma had never heard of it. She needed to brush up on her geopolitical knowledge, or she'd miss things like this. "It was an older kingdom that caused a powerful distortion by committing a deep wound on the world. A lot happened, but due to a lot of drain on the land, it became a gray zone," Haldy continued to explain, and the elder was definitely knowledgeable for a cheesemonger. "Where is it?" Soma asked, interested as Mass was given more snacks to enjoy by Haldy. "Oh, around, it collapsed, but the wound never quite sealed over," Haldy said vaguely. "A kingdom doesn't just collapse. There'd be ruins and signs of their history," Soma pointed out as Lawson snorted at the idea of something lasting. She was such a cynic. "Well, sure, if the collapse was done by decay and time, but there is a different way to collapse," Haldy said, then peered at her. Soma looked back, unwilling to blink. "You remind me of someone. They had the same sort of reasoning about things, and your nose is awfully familiar." Haldy mused, and Soma was going to start wearing a veil. The nose business was giving her a complex. "You knew her father," Lawson said slowly. Haldy continued to stare, and Soma raised an eyebrow. "I know a lot of noble fathers," Haldy said oddly. "They suck," Soma said bluntly, and Haldy staggered suddenly as if he struck by a memory.
I was informed I had an escort quest here. Someone spoke up, and Surma turned, blinking as she saw a sort of familiar face. Aren't you Perhal's apprentice? She asked, and the boy with stoic look gave her a look as if only noticing her. I retired, he said slowly. You must be Alpha, Lawsa said quickly, and the boy shot her a look, hand on his sword suddenly. You're, he said, and Lawsa was at his side, giving his shoulder a squeeze. Royal Knight Captain Lawsa, I'm glad you remember, she said with a wink. Delta is better, Alpha said, and Lawsa made a strange choking noise as Alpha turned to Surma, but Mas stood between them. Please be nice, Mas said, and Alpha frowned. My moral agreement is irrelevant for this escort quest. If it was, it would be listed before I accepted it, he said, and looked at Surma. I'm here to take you to Delta. Do you have any objections, and are you able to match my walking speed without pathing issues? He asked seriously. This is not how one escorts a lady, Surma said with a little bit of royal tightness in her voice. Your class is princess and rebel. You're not a lady, Alpha pointed out, and Surma's nostrils flared. I'm about to class change to murderer in a second, Surma said as she tried to square up to Alpha, but Mas held her back. Think of blood on your nice dress, Mas said, and Surma hesitated. The dress has no enchantments or law. It's mid at best, Alpha continued to speak. Do you have a problem with me? Surma asked, and Alpha suddenly made a strange smile. Heard a royal ruler must be advised by their head mage. I'm simply trying to be helpful by pointing out that the dress you're wearing has no protections built into it, nor does it allow you to activate any seduction skills to gain political power over your enemies, he said flatly. I'm about to seduce your ribcage into a meat grinder, Surma's eyes flashed. Alpha frowned, and Surma mentally felt like it had won a point in this strange game. I do not find you attractive as a ruler or as a girl. I'm simply advising you of your shortcomings as to prevent you from dying or committing an act so shameful that the royal city collapses. Also, my ribcage would break most meat grinders, as I have thick bones passive ability. It gives me thick bones, he added, as if Surma needed a clarification. Like a thick skull? Surma asked, voice sickeningly sweet. Yes, I can headbutt most things without an issue. Sometimes if I use it on trees, the creature will fall out, he said, ignoring her tone. That just made Surma feel worse. Princess, he's just bad at talking, Mas said quickly, and Surma was going to introduce him to some rudimentary social classes in the nearest blood arena. Perhaps Surma would feel better, Alpha, if you shared a weakness you possessed, Haldy suggested over the noise of the argument, but the old man was grinning. Alpha frowned and seemed to think, and think, and think some more. Humility, perhaps, Surma whispered. I could not wear a bad dress like the Princess Surma can, with confidence. I think a weakness of mine is this confidence, he said, and Surma went for his throat. Youth is the best cheese of all, Haldy said brightly, and Lawsa could only nod over the sounds of Surma's fingers creaking as they tried to squeeze Alpha's throat, but doing little more than causing indents in his skin. Your choking skills need to be grinded. I'll add it to the list. Surma was going to leave this town with the ability to crush metal with her bare hands, even if it killed her. Mas can help her, Lawsa said quickly. I don't want to be choked. Give it time, Lawsa said, and Surma's urge to strangle them all grew. A blond man with a peacekeeper badge turned the corner, took one look at them and pivoted on his heel and walked back the way he came. Harder, use your thumb more, Alpha instructed. Surma was seeing red and a little gold. End of chapter. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps. Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Light Jock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Asrigal. Thank you very much. Greetings, ladies and metalgents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, only puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 191, Carpe Diem. Mas found Alpha to be a very odd boy. Mas watched as Alpha stoically and repeatedly corrected Princess Summer's assertions and presumptions about the town or the dungeon. Mas was rather good at sensing hostility under words, since most people had either ignored him or spoke to him like he was a wild beast. Mas didn't sense anything from Alpha, not hostility or annoyance or even smugness, just a cool and firm aura of matter-of-factness. Banks can cause some to go into debt, but that doesn't mean that they're run by bloodthirsty monsters, Summers said with a scoff. Alpha stared at her outside the small bank.
Alpha reached over and rang the bell where the door was opened by a haggard-looking young woman.
"No more dancers, no more surprise axe murderers, no solicitors," she snarled. "I don't dance or use axes as my main weapon. I am unsure if I am now a solicitor. Miss Velke, who runs this bank?" Alpha asked politely. The woman let out a growl as if the sun was agitating her. "A blood-sucking son of a goat who could find alcohol or drugs in a desert, who is currently asleep in his coffin until I feel mentally prepared to remake the stake I plunged into his heart." The girl said seriously. You murdered someone?" Soma asked, sounding both aghast and weirdly interested. Velke turned to the princess with a wry smile. "I wish. Trust me, I regret ever accepting this apprenticeship," she grumbled and then sighed. "No. Even if I turn him into ash and chop off his head, I can't kill him. He's like a super vampire. He told me if I wanted to kill him, I would need a weapon forged out of a star-going supernova, soaked in hella amount of saint tears and then sprinkled with luck," the girl explained as Mass's mind raced as he imagined what such an amazing sword. It would go frush and yush, and he would swing it. "Vampires generally die in sunlight,"
Soma said, shooting Alpha a look as if expecting to see smugness, but Alpha was merely nodding along with Velke. "Mr. Von doesn't die in sunlight. He cooks and calls the sun rude names," Velke said, before there was a groan from deep within the bank. "Velke," the inhuman voice rasped. The hair on Mass's body stood up in alarm as the voice made some primal part of him squirm.
"Yes?"
Velke called back, bored. "Get the hammer. The stake hasn't made me feel like a bride on her wedding night, being nailed violently to a wall yet," the man complained. The girl turned to the group.
"Would you like to make a deposit?" she asked, and Soma backed away. No, thank you. We must move on," she said, with a forced smile, and Mass silently was happy that she wasn't that curious. Mass turned away and looked around suddenly. Where was Lorsa? Von stared up the ceiling of his room, the 3-foot snake made of holy wood burning a hole in his chest with enough purifying power to make the bishop look sleazy in comparison. "I do believe I smell something old and manipulative with a streak of hypocrisy," he called to the dark room, and from the shadow corner the slim form of Lorsa appeared with a frown. "Your tongue has gotten glib in these years, beast," she said, and Von rose, sliding off the stake that was pierced through the coffin and into the stone floor below. His wounds healed almost instantly. "My tongue has become many things, but that's neither here nor there, Lustra. How have you been?" Von asked as he poured himself a glass of white wine. He turned the bottle over and read this particular vintage was sourced in the Mermaids of the South. The taste was absolutely shattering. "Lorsa. My name is Lorsa now," the woman said, and Von shrugged one shoulder. "Then you can call me Aunt Flo, because when I'm around, blood always," he said, and the next thing he knew, he was on the ground and his fingers were being rearranged messily. The pain was liberating, the first serious jolt of sensation that he had in years. Lustra, Lorsa's manner was as brutal as always. "I already find you detestable as an existence, a blight on the land, so do not push me, failure," Lorsa said coldly, and Von grimaced. "And there goes my happy mood," he sighed and stood up, pushing his fingers back into place once he collected a few bone shards out of the floor. Von brushed his hair back as he poured himself more wine. "You know that refusal to perish is not a crime. The desire to live is a strong one," he reminded, and Lorsa just stared at him. "You murdered my daughter," she noted. Von snorted and gave her a look. "Your daughter flubbed the basic dungeon lessons. I didn't murder her. I survived her," he corrected. Lorsa let out a controlled exhale. "Besides, back then she was of my existence. You were more annoyed than upset." Von recalled, and Lorsa looked away, giving a slight hint of shame. Von blinked, then suddenly felt playful once more. "You've changed," he said, voice a purr of amazement. "I've grown, and recalling my firstborn causes me pain. I wasn't smart enough back then to really understand or even care, but watching over the humans, being their guard, their assassin, their friend, I did change," Lorsa admitted, and Von was loving this. What else was new with her? Did she gossip? Did she have a harem of some nobles? Did she knit? "And what? You've come to kill me, and my existence?" he asked. And Lorsa shook her head, and that was a little disappointing. Von was far past his end-it-all phase, but he did love a good scuffle with a beautiful monster. I was hasty in my reaction, but I do not regret what I did, she said stiffly.
Von batted his dark eyelashes. Don't be coy. You can say I created vampires in a fit of rage. I don't mind, he said innocently.
I created you, nothing more, she said, defensively, as she crossed her arms.
And I copied what you did, and made more, then more, and well, a lot more, Von grinned.
Even down to cursing them with their crippling weakness of the sister's manner. You can survive it, but few others can,
Lorsa pointed out, and Von had the decency to look embarrassed. It's a complicated process. You did it far better than I, he said, and then beamed.
Enough. I didn't come here to remember the good times. I don't care for you, or your firstborn you blessed with your name. You are the failure who couldn't even be a first-world blossom to my daughter, Lorsa warned, and her expression darkened.
What about that small issue of my little one, by a generation or two, Sarah von Altness, killing archmages too?
Von began, and Lorsa held up a hand. Your cursed existence will be important in fighting the wrongness that echoes. I've come to ensure that you haven't forgotten that, she said, and Von thought if he should insist that they talk about Sarah and her little thing of taking down archmages, when he decided that he was already distracted by her words. Ah, well, it wasn't like there were any archmages in town.
And you're just adorable,
the innkeeper gushed as he stared down at the pale girl with the frilly petticoat and hat. Sarah from Atnas stared at the innkeeper with glowing red eyes. Mistress, I have paid all of the other residents to sleep in the barn. We have the whole thing to ourselves. The mechanical creaking of a tall woman entered the inn with a smile. Sarah tapped her side twice. No real money. No, real money. Not the ultimate currency that is death. I promise. The maid beamed. Would you like the best room in the inn? It has beautiful arch windows and a balcony. The sunrises are to die for, the innkeeper offered. Would you like to die? The maid said back in the same jovial tone. Sarah tapped her side rapidly. This mistress is deathly ill to sunlight. Gives her a rush, Sarah heard Snug say with a sulky tone, the weapons in her body deactivating. Oh dear, is it a disease? The innkeeper asked. Sarah was getting exhausted at this pointless social talk. Yes, it's vamp, Snug began, and then Sarah tapped her hard. Vampicle's blood deficiency, Snug said quickly. The innkeeper looked between them and Sarah and could hear his neck creak as he moved it. He seemed to be getting ready to yell or inhale quickly. Sarah winced. She really didn't want to run away in the night if the man panicked. Oh, you're a vampire. You should have just said so. We have an excellent basement rooms and coffins made from the best yew trees. We keep a donation of blood chilling, and we can deliver it in the afternoon when you wake up. The price is very affordable, the innkeeper said with a pleasant tone. Sarah opened her mouth, even knowing her voice wouldn't work. Aren't you afraid? Snug asked in her stead. Oh, Starster, this isn't 200 years ago where we grabbed pitchforks and lit torches going. We're very progressive to all sorts around here. Just the other day, a forest yeti tried to book in while pretending to be a hairy grandmother. It's just horrible that you all feel the need to hide, the innkeeper said with a shake of his head. Sarah tried to not feel weird, but she didn't know how to handle this. People were being nice and weren't chasing her away. Sir, the miss has recently awakened after a long nap. Could you? She heard Snug whisper. Oh, of course, please, Mistress Vampire, I beg of thee to take the room at your behest and spare my life, the innkeeper said, and Sarah straightened up. She could work with this. Sarah coldly waved her hand to dismiss the man's pleading and moved along the hallway dramatically, leaving Mist in her wake. She's heading towards the cleaning closet, the innkeeper said softly. It's fine, she'll turn around when she hits the wall, Snug said brightly. That traitor. The cleaning closet was just where Sarah plotted her schemes. That was all. Von was sure Lawson could handle Sarah if she turned up. He was more worried about the toy he made her a long time ago. That thing was vicious. What was it called? Snaggle Butcher? Sarah had her own name for it, but all the same, terrifying dull. I am here, no. So I stayed in this place when even it could have turned me into nothing but a husk. Vampires feed off people's mana, and no one around here had much in the later years, Von pointed out, and Lawson could only nod in acceptance at that statement.
There were children, she said, and Von gave her a flat look.
Yes, because necking with a 10-year-old makes me look just perfect to a town of monsters and legendary killers, he said dryly.
They were about to speak when a rat scurried along the wall, only to be grabbed by a filthy hand with long yellow nails and dragged it into the shadows to commence in battle. Von and Lorsa stared. What was that? Lorsa began. Then there was a crash and a raspy voice sounded out.
100 rats are mine. Are you the secret boss?
A bloodshot eye stared through the wall. Von made a dismissive motion.
Your secret boss is in another castle,
he said dismissively, but Von couldn't seem to help a tiny bit of nervousness, and the eye vanished. Who was that? Lorsa asked, and Von sipped his wine.
Tommy, old boy. He was a right cad in the day, he said, and Lorsa frowned as she neared the hole.
I don't recall any Tommy endurance. She cut herself off and made a choking noise. The woman went pale and then tried to contain a sudden hatred. You don't mean Thomas Darkblade? She asked, snapping her head to look at Von, who had chucked the glass and was now downing the wine bottle by its neck. She pressed her face to the wall to listen. Faintly, in the distance, she heard him.
How about you? Your spider legs of +8 are impressive, but my fingers of +10 allows me to eat you with +10 modifier dividing attacks.
The man cackled, droning on in what was to her face was madness, but underneath lay so much worse. She listened for a moment longer.
Gad, your web of trickery has stunned me for 5 seconds. I resist your fear ability with my save roll,
he cried, and seemed to slam his head into the cave wall. Von walked past with something that looked like a bucket of still melted candle wax. The vampire began to patch the hole with a whistle. We can't leave him there. He's, you know what he is, she said, and Von just smiled.
Well, of course we can, and I do,
he said easily.
He invited himself to the town, and he drove everyone up the wall. It's safer for us all if he remains in the sewers of the flood switches and crate pushing, he said, and Lorsa looked pained.
Water levels, they never work out, she sighed. Von didn't know about that. He had explored many water levels with great pleasure. Water levels can be fun, Delta explained to the teacher, who repeated it for his class.
Blasphemy,
Grim cried. Mr. Jones shot him a look.
In the demon world, that is praise,
he said, and Grim looked horrified. Delta shook her head as they headed for her entrance. The quick tour of the floor had been very educational, and Mr. Jones, that handsome man who was really a mind-breaking demon, looked content like he had eaten a massive meal. In the demon world, a curse would be, your mother is coming, Rudy added casually.
That's just your mother, Rudy,
Mr. Jones mumbled. Well, it's her own fault for slaughtering a quarter of Dad's army before kicking in his throne doors and covered in blood. It was basically asking the man to fall in love, Rudy scoffed. Did they kiss at first sight? Dio asked, looking enchanted. Rudy pursed her lips. Dad kissed the floor a lot and the walls, and I heard he even kissed the river of lava nearby, she said vaguely. Why did they break up? Bobby asked in a soft voice. Rudy blinked as everyone was focused on her now, interested. They didn't date long enough to, Rudy began, and then Dio's face began to fall. Mother was a free spirit and Dad loved parties and politics. They separated amicably, she said quickly. Mr. Jones shot her a look.
Remind me to brush up on the 5 years of darkness, and the Demon King unable to get out of bed in the demon world for history class, he said.
He ate a lot of chocolate in bed and screamed at romantic theatre plays a lot, she admitted, recalling the scene with the Grimmins. Delta wanted to ask if her dad had an autobiography to read. She imagined they would be called The One That Got Away, or In Love in Hell, or something. It would be so juicy and filled with stories. I swear, next time you all come, I'll have my water level fixed, she promised, and Rudy looked excited. More fish? She asked, and Delta blinked. She hadn't shown Rudy the upgraded 4th floor yet. That was going to be awesome. Way more fish, she promised, making Rudy pump her fist and rush everyone out so Delta could get to work. Everyone bid her farewell, even if they all couldn't exactly see her. Delta grinned, without fear of the hell portal opening or fair play coming in tonight. She had plenty of time to brush up on her fish geon. So much to do, so little time, News said, and the screen looked rather relaxed. That was suspicious. Nu, where have you been? She asked as the screen just wandered off with an amused expression. The Trinity Dungeon.
Proposal for exploding frogs with eternal acid. Florida heaved. Interesting design, but exploding tulips could work, Herb argued. Living, consuming acid pile, Carnage hissed. They looked at the empty seat of Nu, where was the only mana sign left that changed the wording every few minutes. It currently read, I agree with Herb, but seconds later it switched to, I agree with Carnage. The acid ooze is acceptable, Carnage howled. Unacceptable, Herb frothed in rage. All will become mold, Florida said sagely. Nothing serious, I just set up a proxy to do all my work for me in a good enough manner, Nu explained without providing details. Delta narrowed her eyes but didn't ask. Nu was allowed secrets while doing his own thing, she supposed. Hey Nu, what comes after summer? She asked as Nu turned to her. Autumn, he said, and Delta shoved him into Waddles' lake with a smile. Fall! Water doesn't actually affect me, the screen said as he floated back up. Yeah, Delta grinned and nudged Nu. Why did the fish not play with the piano? She asked, and Nu made a noise like a sigh. Because it couldn't tune a piano, he offered. Delta stepped into the lake and floated to the massive moon catfish. Nope, because I haven't created any fish monsters to play the piano, she said, as they teleported into the floor 1.5, which was the dungeon inside the catfish. A little mini gauntlet, so to speak. The inside space was squishy and fleshy as before, but now that she was here, she focused and pulled up the menu. Even with her spending, she still had so much mana and DP to throw about. Catfish mini dungeon, yeah, it's that level. A gauntlet of rooms in between the first and second floor, which allows adventurers to skip the first floor by taking this alternate path. Walking on the floor is like sinking into cotton candy, if the candy was fish guts. The walls are warm and huggable, if they liked hugs that were Avanian wet. The ceiling is a concave and ribbed butt, not for their pleasure. Upgrades. The walls have eyes. The fleshy walls swallow people who touch them for too long, suffocating them in their folds. If their name is Kaori, this attack is extra lethal, 40 mana. Wishbones. Stepping in the wrong place causes bones to snap like a bear trap. Lethal, but if they break it, they get a wish. The wish is also a trap, 50 mana. Acid reflux, a rising tide of... Mate, this is all wrong, Delta insisted. She brought up the menu and flicked through the different screens until she came upon the issue. The between-floor rooms had been set to ultraviolet due to a precedent. What precedent? The only other between-floor with the between room is the... Delta began, confused, then clamped her mouth shut. Ah, the consequences of your own actions. How nice to see them. Nu said brightly. It wasn't my fault. I left the room on auto and it turned into a death room of evil deathness. Delta complained. She tapped the screen with a finger. I won't mess this one up. I'm going to make this work. I'm going to make this fun. And I'm going to do it on purpose, she insisted, tapping the screen harder with each statement. She turned to see the confirmation of purchase of the NISC section. Nu, why didn't you stop me? She asked simply. Boredom, mostly. Delta flicked her purchase history. Caramel coffee, ice cream, frappuccino, slippers. Aha, here we are, Delta said and brought up the item for inspection. Should you really be using mana to make unreproducible products to simulate your taste of home? Nu asked and Delta nodded. It's economical, somewhere, she said, distracted as she read. The more she read, the more she was relieved. She had only purchased a critter. Crimson minnow, a lively little fish that can extend the life of anyone by 10 seconds. They taste so bad that no one wants to eat them. Rumor has it that they can transform into a dragon if they overcome a waterfall. The room began to shake. Nu, she called out, concerned. Nu floated over and zoomed in on her purchase. There was a little box at the corner she hadn't seen. You have bulk purchased 1,000 crimson minnows. That seems fishy, she said, as the fish Gion opened its maw and inhaled a wave of crimson, drowning Delta and Nu in a scent so bad that Nu cracked. The fish were excited and lively as promised. Wow, but the smell. Delta retched and tried to cover her mouth. It was like a dead person had been set on fire, then rolled in garbage, then soaked in old gravy, then marinated in raw sewage. Congratulations, you've now experienced the worst taste in the world, Godrock, and the worst smell, Crimson Minnow. You have an air of sophistication. In the midst of the swarm of crimson, a single golden streak was just seen as it vanished. End of chapter. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps. Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Light Jock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Azricol. Thank you very much. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, only puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 192, Sky High, Scuttle Low. Delta wasn't mad. She was just disappointed. The fact that she was herself that she was disappointed in was another matter entirely. Put it away and suppress, she inhaled once as she set up a trigger for the flood of crimson. Trigger for the flood of crimson has been set to the phrase, fishy, fishy, fishy. Delta shunted the mass into her lakes and rivers until the trigger was tripped, and they would be summoned to the Fishtion to swarm whatever poor soul was inside. Delta even saw a few swimming in a small pond in the secret garden. New still hadn't recovered, so Delta powered on without him. Her experience with Cutron had taught her a valuable lesson. It was okay to be traumatized, and you could only ever be proud of yourself for surviving. Tastes would fade, scents would disperse, and memories would soften over time. Pride remained eternal. She spent a few minutes coaxing Prim to give her some more Delta options for the place. Bone bear traps and acid floods just felt a bit out of place for her design philosophy. Plato and Socrates would have definitely said bounce pads, not spike pits. Fishtion now 50% less deadly. Upgrades. The juice room opens a side room which is filled with a swimming pool. If you ignore the flesh room, it really is lovely. The juices have high medicinal properties for health and skincare, 40 DP. The Phantom or the Bone Opera, the bone keypad to escape the Fishjon now has hidden notes scattered about to spell the message Captain Ahab. If played correctly the first time, the adventurers are ejected with a treasure chest, 40 DP. The wrecks, old vessels of pirate fleet, are strewn about. Most of them are wrecks, but supply stable footpaths and places to loot. The wrecks all seemed to be the same ship, but different versions. The words pie and ats can be seen on some of the different wreckage. 30 DP. The pirate's treasure. One piece of special gold is hidden in a Fishtion. If collected, it can be used to bargain with the pirates. The pygmies highly seek this coin, 50 mana. The missing book. A book called Pine Oak Ye-O can be found in the chest. Returning it to the third floor library will yield an amazing book. The warning signs. A totem surrounded by crabs worshipping Bob is in the corner. Leaving an offering will greatly benefit people on the fourth floor. 10 DP. Captain Cutlery. If cursed by waddles, adventurers will run into the submerged skeleton covered in mana-glowing seaweed. This dead mariner will menacingly stand there. 5 DP. Delta nodded. By the mole Prim, she ordered. She was not going to act coy this time. All around her, wooden wrecks shifted into view with metal bands. Some of the ships looking so old they might collapse any moment. The ships were arranged like a hurricane had swept through, mixing and mashing pieces together until the walls looked like a garbage heap. A few crimson minnows swam in the ruins. Where the adventurers would emerge was on a collapsed crow's nest and formed on platforms of sorts. Collapsed masts and shattered hulls made a true maze of paths, and it looked rather interesting. On the plank walk to one of the ships, the wall formed an opening, which glowed green. Delta stuck her head into a massive room and glowing green liquid that was filling a natural dip in the massive fish's stomach. The liquid smelled oddly sweet and relaxing. The edges moved in gentle waves as if the fish itself was swimming in slow, soft motions. Pieces of planks and wood had also landed here, creating a place to change. Luckily, some of the wood even formed private changing rooms. There was some amazing changes for such a short time. Yatina stared as people around her panicked. These instruments attuned to Delta's mana were spiking in an odd pattern. If she squinted, it would almost look like a mew and a wah in repeating patterns. The machines had long been infiltrated by Delta's mana, and Yatina hadn't had any time to report it. She sighed as she laid back in her chair, sipping coffee. Mrs. Dabbergast had slipped her some amazing beans after she saw her eye. She seemed to smile at Yatina like they were in a secret club. Yatina eyed the amount of paperwork on her desk and scowled. Kayline had been neglecting so much of it, delegating it until the work simply came to a stop. Resource requests, proper report back, a ton of discoveries had to be logged. Kayline had done none of it, as if he had not expected to be dealing with any consequences. She twirled his badge around, well, her badge now. The hand symbol looked well polished, and it was the only thing Kayline seemed to take care of at all. The more she played with it, the more her eyes seemed to find a little piece of it that was out of place, a little piece of the badge that looked unnatural. She was about to press it or pry it off when the door opened by Lim, who looked confused by the chaos around the detect machines. "Lim!" she smiled, and the teen looked back, just as pleased to see her. "Commander Yatina," he said as she grimaced at the title. It felt so militaristic. "Distract me," she almost begged of the young man, who winced. "Okay," he said, and his stomach dropped. "What?" she asked, and he pulled out a report. "The cleanup crews and the adventurer groups under Estelle have been encountering something," he explained, as Yatina turned the detailed report around that even had maps and diagrams along with a sketch. Now this was paperwork. "In the sewers, Elder Darknessbane presumed there was nothing down there except a rogue cheese and some slimes," she said, confused, and pulled out a sketch of a skeletal man with nails as long as claws, shabby torn clothes made of rat pelts, and mad eyes that looked uncomfortably excited at being detected. Her eyes darted over a few of the comments from the workers. "Stranger cried initiative, then clubbed one of our workers and ran off with his shoes. I got caught in some discarded fishnets, and he hollered, 'Roll to resist seduction.' He blocked the way out because he refused to open a door, claiming that it was trapped, and he trusted nothing since that mimic incident. He stole my lunch, but he just fed it into some rats and barely kept any for himself. I felt a little bit bad." Yatina looked up. "Did no one bring him in? He clearly needs help," Yatina asked as she stood. We tried. He said that the party hadn't been gathered and ran off. He's really strong," Lim explained with a wince and rubbed his arm where the bruise could be seen. "There's more of him down there," she blinked. There was a secret society of slime lovers in the sewers of Durance. That should not surprise her by now. Not to our knowledge." Lim shook his head and pointed at the maps. "We've explored most of it, and it's only him," he said confidently. Yatina would take care of this personally. It would give her a break from the paperwork. Just as she started to walk with Lim down the hall, she felt a brush on her chest, and she jumped, seeing nothing there. Yatina looked down the empty hall, and the place seemed devoid of life. She focused her new eye and was about to look with a new sight when Lim asked her if she was all right. "Something is afoot," she muttered, and stalked off. Kayleen watched as the useless grunt reappeared as the potion of light bending wore off. "Sorry, sir, she's too on guard," the man mewed like a child. Kayleen plastered a fake smile on his face. "Next time," he said, and the man looked relieved not to be in trouble. Kayleen could use him a few more times before he would make the idiot vanish. Kayleen turned and walked into the office where the half-drunk cup of coffee remained. The poison should have turned her into an idiot and sick as a dog, yet Yatina was walking around untouched. It was becoming clear that she was getting some benefits from this disgusting relationship with the dungeon. A new eye, some stronger organs. Yatina must be a good groveler. The vile woman. Well, if poison and theft didn't work, Kayleen would have to keep escalating. "What are you doing here?" a voice called, and Kayleen spun to see a child that was already plotting to use as a pawn. "Argus, sir. I'm just looking for Commander Yatina to get my paperwork approved for a slight trip," he said and smiled. The brat didn't smile back. "You're up to something," Riptoy's little gem accused. "Why would you think that?" Kayleen asked, almost offended at being accused by a child. "Your core feels bad, even pale. It still feels green," he said, and Kayleen narrowed his eyes. "Don't speak of things you can't understand," he growled, and strode past Argus, who seemed to stare at his back. He would show them all. Kayleen would tear down Fairplay, and he was so close to doing it. "That's a nice totem. Isn't that a nice totem?" Delta asked the crabs who danced around the vaguely ominous statue of a leviathan-like worm wrapped around a stone pillar, consuming an apple or an orange with little shapes on it. "What do you think?" she asked the glowing skeleton covered in seaweed at her side, who had his arms stretched out as if it were about to take flight. I quite agree," Delta nodded and its jaw rattled. Delta went over to the bone organ and tapped a few keys. "Mary had a little lamb," she tapped, and the groaning organ turned the simple song into a spooky, haunting theme. Delta was loving this, but this whole place was missing something, a core aspect, something to make it stand out. It was missing life. "No offense, Captain," she said, and the skeleton rattled that it was no issue. She worked through her menus until she came upon something 7 or so pages back in the misc page. Para-mercenaries versus seagull warriors. Seagulls that rule the upper Fishtion are at war, not really, with the isopods of the bottom. Adventurers have a chance to join one side or the other for unique rewards. Both sides will use the adventurers as proxies for their fight. More games. One side will be led by King Trashlover and the other by Emperor Scuttlebutt, 50 DP. It was the names that sold me, she admitted to Captain Cutlery, who rattled in agreement. All around her, life burst onto the sea. A flock of seagulls, turning crow's nests and collapsed masts into battle barriers, while industrial isopods began to terraform the ground with trenches and tunnels. 2 massive forms emerged before Delta. One was a seagull, but so large that it was dinosaurish in style, in predator-like eyes and a beak tipped in red. Its little webbed feet had claws. Atop its majestic head sat a crown that looked like it came from a fast food restaurant. We whopping love it real and fresh. The other form was a monster of the deep with segmented shells and armored like a tank. The defining feature that stood out was the seagull's skull wore over its front and the knives it had taped to each side of the skull. There were also words in the skull like the crown. Scuttle into the abyss and weep. You're both, kinda cute, Delta said in surprise, and they both turned on spot as if dancing. Secretly, the para-mercenaries were sort of more scary. King Trashlover opened his beak with a song and the shark-like teeth on display sparkled, and from inside his mouth a knife-like tongue darted with a strange secretion of barbecue sauce and secret sauce. Emperor Scuttlebutt, King Trashlover, you put up a recruitment notices and train some of your folks to speak common, she instructed. Mine, Trashlover screeched. Snuffle, Scuttlebutt agreed. She looked over to see Captain Cutlery was being inhabited by isopods and roosted upon by seagulls. She formed him a giant butter knife, just to be safe. War could be unkind to bystanders. Nu watched closely as the little metal flower unfolded slowly near Delta's well on the 3rd floor. He had been keeping close tabs on this little development. He was suppressing the notifications for it from Delta for a while. Nu didn't want Delta to feel responsible for the fate of this little interloper. Nu had no qualms about removing a threat before it could take root. He circled it as the flower developed awareness slowly, like a light bulb turning on slowly. Who are you? Nu asked coldly. Dick, the flower responded. Excuse me? Nu reeled back in surprise at the crude little thing. My name is Dick, the flower said with a stronger voice. Nu stared as the flower moved this way and that, with what was utterly blank face aside from shiny petals. It seemed utterly blind. Sighing, he used mana to carve just 3 lines. 2 vertical lines for the eyes and a curved one for the mouth. Delta liked happy things. Am I your friend? Dick asked slowly, and Nu recoiled at the mere idea of having friends. No, I am your master, Nu instructed. Can we be master friends? The flower tilted to one side. No, we cannot, and how dare you? Nu retorted. He turned to leave. This flower was nothing to be worried about, it seemed. Don't cast me off! Don't dare leave me again! The voice of the squeaky boy turned harsh and grating, but when Nu snapped around, the flower looked innocent as always. Oh, that was odd. I just felt hot and mad. Then I wanted to hurt you. That's not what friends do, Dick said with confusion. Nu was moments away from nipping this all in the bud when Dick looked up at him. Do I deserve to be alive? It asked with doubt. Nu froze. After a moment, Nu released the grip that he had on the flower's connection to the dungeon. No one deserves life, but we are here together. You, me, everyone, and even Delta have the curse of awareness and feelings. It's not your fault, he said softly. What's a Delta? Dick asked. Sunshine and rainbows, rather sickening amounts of them, Nu said bluntly, feeling a headache coming along. I'm metal. I only need to be watered with iron fresh from corpses. Sunshine is optional. Dick managed to make his mouth curl further into a beam. What is this? Came a growl. Nu turned and looked up, and then more up, until the unique face of a less social troll of Delta's dungeon appeared. Nashly! Glad that you could leave your cave to join us for once, he said snidely. Jeb is handling things. I lay about and look at picture books. I like princes, Nashly sneered. Jeb has a job and earns his keep. You barely do anything, Nu pointed out, and Nashly snorted, looking unimpressed. I wake Jeb up for shifts. I do the hard work, she repeated easily.
Hi, pretty girl, I'm Dick. The flower spoke and Ashley blinked.
You're a flower,
she pointed out. But I'm called Dick. Want to be friends? The flower insisted.
What's friends do?
Ashley asked, and New watched the scene like a car crash in action.
Slaughter your enemies before they leave you,
Dick said, his eyes glowing dark blue, then perked up with a small shy smile. Ashley stared, then smiled back.
You shall read murder books to Ashley, the ones with lots of kissing,
she ordered. Dick beamed and looked happy. New's first order of business would be installing an age restriction on some of the library ASAP. I'll read all the murder, Dick said, and Ashley bent down to scoop up the massive chunk of earth along with Dick before patting her shoulder and planting Dick there.
Murder,
Ashley roared. Friends, Dick cheered back.
Murder friends,
Ashley continued. Murder friends, Dick yelled. New could see this being an issue, but also hilarious when Delta finally found out. Sense of responsibilities or morally correct thing. Responsibility or morals. New recoiled, and the flood of 1,000 crimson minnows, and he shuddered. It was time for a little revenge. Grim stared as birds, squirrels, and rabbits flocked to Dio as he sang his silly little song on the way home after school. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream, he said, and his voice was like balm to the soul, but Grim's soul was bitter, so it just itched. What's that noise? It's like some siren or song monster, some girl asked, and Grim turned on his heel. It's called singing. You city-dwelling snot-nosed brat. Respect his singing or I'll sue you, he warned, and the group led by a girl who looked spoiled or had everything just handed to her. Alpha, who is the sassy child who thinks I won't destroy him in a court of law? The girl asked stiffly. Oh, Alpha was here too. Alfie, Dio said excitedly, and the windows rattled from the vibrations. Princess, this is Grimoire. He's the local teen who has set up a successful dungeon guide business before Fairplay. This is Dio, and he is, my friend? Alpha said, sounding surprised at his own words. There's someone who can stand you? The girl asked, and Grim shot her a look. A princess? Well, if this didn't make his coin purse hum. Alfie is my friend, and you can be my friend. I'm Dio. Welcome to Durance. Dio held out a hand with a huge smile, and the girl lasted 3.4 seconds before she crumpled and took Dio's hand. Grim stared. This girl was formidable. Most only lasted 1.6 seconds. I am Surma, and this is my guard, Mass, she introduced while holding an orange slime. Ugh, why orange? Hi, I'm Mass, the boy said, and Dio grinned back. It was a long 10 seconds as they just kept shaking each other's hands, and the sun seemed to brighten and birds began to sing. Their contact was rising the local mood to happiness. Grim had to prevent this. At almost the same time, he and the princess pulled the boys apart, standing in front of them with icy auras. Your friend is a delight, and he has you as a friend. Interesting, Surma said with glinting eyes. I thought royalty had gentle auras, not their guards, Grim said back, smiling tightly. I own your lands, Surma said, leaning in with a hiss. I don't see the queen's crown yet, Grim said back just as quickly. I like swords, Dio offered. Me too, Mass said excitedly. I'm giving Surma the tour. We've been to the bank, the bookstore, the fountain, the confusing alley that never ends, and now we're heading to the inn so that they can book a room, Alpha said, ignoring the atmosphere as if he just didn't care for it. Oh, the royal treatment, Grim said, and Surma smiled back sweetly. Your village is so quaint and charming, I just have to see it all in one day, she simpered. Not everyone has the luxury of a castle and all their wishes granted. I'm glad you're coming off your throne to experience it, Grim shot back, and they squared up, eyes glaring at each other. Grim's making a friend, Dio said in awe. The princess is warming up to him, Mass responded, just as shocked. Princess, you can be catty with your new friend later. We must sign into the inn before night, a tall woman in night regalia said, as she appeared almost from nowhere. No, sir, you are right. Some things aren't that important, the girl said with a nod. Please do come back. I want to listen to your holy sermon all day. Grim said back, and the princess nearly stumbled at the wording. Grim was surprised at his own tongue. He had never seen a pun land so hard. I expect little of you, Grimoire, but puns, I'm truly shocked, Surma said, and stalked off. Dio patted Grim while beaming. Grim, do you like the princess? He asked, and Mass followed Surma, shooting waves at Dio. No, you idiot,
he scoffed and pulled Theo in the opposite direction with his hand. Snooty, bossy, arrogant girl, he muttered under his breath. End of chapter. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Light Jock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Azricol. Thank you very much. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 193, Tall Tales.
How reliable is this info?
A twitchy man asked as he sweated. The duck before them walked off with a small bag of sheathed knives, accepting their tribute.
Not super reliable,
The smaller man admitted, as he fiddled with a stone pedestal on the small island in the lake, connecting only by the thinnest of paths back to the shore. The first man looked at him with a grimace.
Don't tell me you went to Grimm's Tales of Woe,
he begged, and the smaller man continued to work on the mechanism, switching the ring from noon sun to dusk. The fake sun in the sky began to sink as the sky turned hues of orange and purples. The dusk settled in. One of their groups pulled on the rented fishing rods, bringing up a floppy disk that turned out to be just a decorated silver sock with glued-on eyes. The member chucked it back with disgust, and it seemed to vanish rather than sink.
The guild got it from the group that reached the second floor, the Howls of Eastar or something. I could only afford some of the puzzle hints.
The man worked the pedestal, continued to speak as the rest of them fished. And that was what? Play with unknown dungeon mechanisms and fish in uncharted waters? The first man grunted.
No,
the smaller one said stiffly.
It's said that the path unseen to the second floor can be accessed by either a flash of gold or a dish of silver,
he said, and there was a pause as the entire group stared at him.
And there's a device here to make a full moon appear. So we're uncovering both potentials. A golden fish or a full moon could let us skip that cheating first floor boss. It expects perfect teamwork or risking it all to pass, and I think we're smarter than that,
the man said as he finally slid the symbols to a full moon image, and a beautiful scene of stars poured across the ceiling in streaks of color. It's breathtaking, someone said, as a massive round moon shimmered into view and reflected on the lake's surface. Someone reeled in another fish, and the horrible stench filled the air as the energetic crimson fish hung off the end of the blunted hook. Gods, toss it back, someone wept, and the moment the fish went underwater, the smell vanished.
This place has some unique fish,
the tall man, the leader of the little group, muttered. The lake surface shifted as a single large ripple spread across the lake. The leader was distracted as another group seemed to be heading down their way. It was the scouts, searching for another path, and by the way they were arguing about the demon mouse, it seemed that they hadn't discovered anything. That wasn't good. No other adventuring group or fair play folks had mentioned this in any of the bars or shared spaces, but there was a drumming in the walls, a deep primal thundering of distant drums that never stopped. The leader had hoped to find out where it was coming from. The room suddenly darkened, and they all stared up as the moon seemed to vanish at both ends by the shadows of a massive moor.
What in the abyss?
Someone said as the lake suddenly heaved as something rose up. The scouts rounded the corner and entered the lake room as a full moon reappeared from behind the dark cloud. They came to a dead stop and stared as instead of seeing their party making progress and discovering the secrets of the dungeon, there was only a single abandoned fishing rod rattling to a stop on the island in the middle of the lake. No one from the main group could be seen. It wasn't until they left the dungeon, stopping to look for their names on that creepy memorial wall on that way out, they returned to town and were drinking at the bar when their missing group members showed up a few hours later. Two of them looked feral with skull helmets, and their smart guy was decked out with a feathered coat and craving food of other guests in the bar. That was when the tale began to spread. If you conjure the full moon on a still lake, a gateway to the underworld will appear. Enter the fleshy fields of combat and choose angels or demons. Play in their war to earn passage, fail and be washed away. Thus is the tale of the King of the Skies and the Emperor of the Shadows. Fishing rods can be rented from Grimm's Tales and Woes Guildhall for a reasonable price, bait sold separately. It's coming, someone cried as the moon began to vanish and the massive catfish arose, its mouth glowing from the swallowing moonlight. It looked smooth-skinned rather than scaled, with two long dragon-like whiskers coming off its face with deep, unfathomable eyes. "Staghorns, charge!" their leader cried, and they all leapt as one into the massive catfish's maw while sending up prayers. In another mirror for all one. "We've been fishing here for 3 hours. Where is this damn fish?" A woman scowled as she held up a massive spear under the full moon. All the group had caught was a silver sleek fish, and now a flapping golden fish. It was rumored that not every instance activates at the same mechanics. "It's like the dungeon wants to be unpredictable," one of her men muttered, as he held the silver and gold fish close together, with a baffled expression. "Captain, these fish," he said, and she shot him a sharp look, knowing he must have noticed something. "They have the shape of keys in their bodies," he said, holding them up so they reflected the moonlight. The moment he did, the two fish began to glow. Their shape shifted, and the middle of the lake, beyond the island, began to swirl with a whirlpool, pushing water aside as it laid the lake bed exposed to the moonlight. In the sand, surrounded by rocks and plants, was a tunnel rapidly emptying of water that soon began to emit the scent of flowers, followed by the sounds of a waterfall. We discovered another path," someone cried as they raced over and began to set up a rope to lower themselves into the tunnel. "Time to see if it tries to flood and kill us," the woman muttered as she followed her group. On days when the great fish slumbers, 2 stars come out to play. A silver and gold fish that dance like moonlight. Catching them is a feat of patience and pride. It is also a secret. The lake can offer many paths. The question is, do you have the keys? Grimguild sells rope and sensible shoes for traversing rocky tunnels. Sold as a bundle with fishing rods for a fair price. If a fisher can bring back a key as a loot drop, Grimm's Guild will nail it to a plaque with your name on it for free. "Nah, I feel stupid," a bald-headed woman sighed as the other two in her group listened to the regal-looking mushroom man instruct them on how to weave their pots together, with dreams and honor. "Less talking and more passion," her comrade chided as he made a lovely flower pot. Soon all 3 of them had basic but usable pots. They were nice, and maybe she would send it back to her mother back home. Her mum enjoyed fresh flowers and pots. The friendly mushroom walked off, and the woman sighed, using her new pot to collect water from the lake to boil. She blinked as a splash of gold leapt into her pot with almost celebration, and swam happily in the water with its key-shaped marker clear on its side. Quickly, the group tried to use their other pots to lure the silverfish, but it seemed uninterested in their vase-like pots. The bald woman quickly got to work and made something that could have been an earthen basin, or a massive pan made out of mud and water, using the techniques from the regal mushroom. The silverfish had drawn to the pan like a fish to a frying pan. The tale of the lake grew. The wise mushroom man could teach people to make alluring arts. The woman really did end up sending a vase back home. She crudely carved a key inside a heart on it. The meaning was lost on her mother, but was still dearly beloved by the woman. A tankard of ale slammed down as the goblin boss and a bear of a man tried to outdrink each other in the goblin bar. It was quickly becoming a hangout spot for the more experienced adventurers who could handle the constant pressure of the Flaw's Manor. It turned out that if you just asked to go to the bar, the dungeon didn't take them off into groups and sent an escort. "If I win, you will need to come back and give me a proper challenge. But what do you want?" Bran slurred as Bacon let out a noxious fart that the bartender fanned away grumpily. "Your helmet," another one of the men said quickly, sticking to soda. Bran seemed amused and accepted, but despite his strength, his power to hold his drink was not actually that great. The helmet was won, and the adventurers returned the next day to beat Fran barely, and moved through to the 2nd floor, where they found the keys needed to reach the point where very few adventurers ever passed. The 2nd floor bathroom was filled with a mist, and just as the shadow of the Tree of Pain formed, they held up Fran's helmet, an offering. Even after a day, Fran's musky scent was still coming off of it, indicating that it was given, not dropped as a loot item. "Is that," the tree woman said slowly. "The helmet of Sir Fran, earned in a friendly match," the leader said, and the tree swooped down, all smiles and dimples. "And you would give me this treasure," she purred. "We would even regale you with the tale of our battle, how Sir Fran charged into the arena like a hero, and what he said," the slimmer boy said, adding to the deal. The tree took the helmet and let out a sound like a demonic chortle. Tell me Tell me of the rippling muscles of my knight. Spare no details. I want to hear about every drop of sweat, every time he broke your bones and crushed your dreams. Then you may pass, she ordered, and hugged the helmet to her chest. Thus the tale spread. On the second floor, a demon of pain and cruelty can be harrowing to fight, but like all curses, the tale of true love can break it. Bring this tree an offering of the night upon his mighty swine, and you may have a chance to pass her wicked thorns. Be warned that if your tale does not contain copious amounts of flexing, you may lack content to pass. Grimsguild sells artist renditions of Cern Fran along with actual mugs he's strung from. This costs a fortune to buy. These increase your chance of not getting splinters in unsightly places. Bed-length cushions for the body are in development.
We're ready,
the members of the healer-only group cried as they charged into the third-floor boss room with their staves raised. As a group, they were treated like a joke since they struggled to clear dungeons, but this dungeon was allowing them to fulfill their dreams of a healer-only run. The Heelys had challenged Fran, finding him hard but not crushing. Wyam, the demon of pain, just choked in laughter until she passed out, which they took as a win. They did cast healing magic on her in case she had hurt her throat before they left. We are prepared to lose, but we'll avoid it as best we can, Daffodil Blue said as she was backed up by Starchild, Warm Duvet, and their newest member, Skullcracker. They were still working on the Orcs healer name. It was like a fun healer name to take the burden off people screaming for them to do their jobs and heal them from their thoroughly avoidable damage. The massive throne room was empty except for a small bubbling creature moving across the floor under a skull. They gathered around it, and the little guy bubbled up at them with a wave of a tendril made from its body.
Ah, you're adorable. Here, I brought a magic talisman to help strangers,
Daffodil Blue said, and put a sticker of Happy Cat with words perfect under it on the forehead of the little guy. I now crush your skull. I salute your warrior passion, and will be king of this realm. Skullcrusher raged, then settled down.
That's the spell. Inspiring word, someone praised, and all the Heelys applauded for Skullcrusher, who looked shyly down at their feet.
Isn't that a bad thing? Starchild wondered.
It heals emotions.
We can claim it, someone else argued. At their feet, the little slime glowed and put a coin in each of their pockets without their notice. On the third floor, people seemed to keep being defeated by different things. The tale is hard to pin down, as it could be harmless slime or a dragon of eldritch nightmares. So far, only healers have had any chance, and we've now seen an uptick of class changes. The healthcare system is booming. Grimsguild does not offer insurance for adventurers, and that a lot of you are risky and idiotic. If the owner wished to throw his money away, he would at least throw his coins at people he didn't like. The inside of the Beast of the Lake was a mess of wrecks and ruin. The fearful bird with a weird crown screamed at the two adventurers as the smaller demure seagull spoke in common.
The king would be willing to allow you to keep your eyes if you serve in the war of ours. Your rewards will be grand,
the little black seagull said wisely. The two adventurers shared a look. Like, what kind of treasure? One asked. The king gestured to a plate covered in half-chewed chicken bones. Another reward was a heap of ruined plants. The rewards went on in this vein with food, a massive nest, broken eggshells, blood-covered weapons of those who had decided to attack rather than serve, and a dozen leftover boots.
The heavenly treasure of our kind,
the seagull proclaimed. What about those? The adventurer pointed to a pile of gleaming gems and jewel-encrusted vases. You want those? The translator spoke for the king, conveying his weirded-out tone. Yes, they said eagerly. King Trash Lover stared at his hairless primates, danced and hoarded the shiny rocks that would do nothing for them. Not protective feathers, or food that could heal wounds, or boots that could increase their speed. The king waved one wing. A strange people would have their shiny rocks. They would serve for their pretty pebbles. Down in the depths, the two other adventurers, who'd been separated in the transition from the lake room, sat around a blue bonfire as his hidden base moved with dozens of armored formations. You are anointed. Your soft skins and thumbs are gifts of the goddess. You arrived here by great providence. A pale white isopod spoke for the menacing emperor above. We paint you in sludge on the ground, we mark you with the rust of the vessels, and we grant you the symbol of power. The little guy chittered as two large creatures placed a piece of pelion, a segment of their armor, atop their head like crowns. You are now bottom feeders. You are now squiggly bodies of the shadows. You are evolved, the translator cried, and the base was filled with chittering.
But, we get the chest of gold, right?
One spoke. A box of metal that tastes bad. Yes, that is yours, the Empress said, and was translated with amusement. After all, the two had rejected the sludge piles, the fetching seaweed togas, and the wretched armor of those who refused to serve, and the massive pile of boots that would only go on their right feet. With excitement, they were given their tasks and sent out to a central platform, where they stared in shock as their teammates emerged down the ramp covered in grease and feathers. The bird had jewels, one said embarrassed. The bugs have gold, the other side muttered. Fight! The translators cried and threw weapons on the platform. Confused, each adventurer picked up a pole with rounded ends that was made of a strange patterned material. The bird warriors had white clubs, and the isopods had black. What are these going to... Ow! One of them said, as the black club hit him in the chest and knocked him back a few feet. That's for snoring all night, the attacker said with a grin. The smile was wiped off as he was hit in the face and landed on his rear. I would hit you for some coin, friend, so a whole bunch of jewels. I could go all night, his teammate beamed. I have no reason, I just like hitting people, the second isopod warrior cried and charged. The para-mercenaries and the sea golf warriors let out the cries of their people as the battle went under. This was only the first round. Next up was the obstacle course and then the seaweed ball race. Wyam stared at the haggard adventurers. We laid offerings at your groves and humbly ask you to let us pass, they said, and Wyam reached out, finding a little bit of desperation and belief in her new groves. It was nice that she could only nod in surprise. It begs belief that you have actually found them all, she said in utter surprise. Will you be soft? A man asked, looking hopeful, if a bit delirious. Does your mini-map look like 100 hours of pointless markers? She asked huffily, not even sure why Delta's memories made that image pop up. No? Someone said. Then scram before I change the genre to Sholzburn. She warned, and the group rushed past in panic. She was cute, Wyam heard one of them mutter. You're courting death if you go after her, was the response. Now that made her heart flutter. The tale spread. End of chapter. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps. Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Lightjock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Asrigal. Thank you very much. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest narration in the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 194. It's not all doom and gloom. What is that? Someone asked as the latest group left the unpredictable dungeon, staring at the bottle in the leader's hand. The adventurer hiccuped. Your mum, he giggled. There was some scuffling before Rudy reached over and took the bottle like a toy from an argumentative children. She eyed the reddish bottle with the decorative crab legs. Coconut crab tastes good and it's not alcoholic. Crab support you not drinking. Rudy read, and the group let Rudy keep it, as they had about 20 other bottles. She popped the unopened lid and sipped it, feeling the urge to find a nice beach and sway. Maybe even click her fingers. Wait, if this is non-alcoholic, how is he drunk? Rudy asked as she continued her guard over Delta's dungeon. His teammates looked embarrassed. He can't read, one of them whispered. Rudy's mouth opened, then closed before she shook her head. Takes all types, she said, before Alpha emerged next, and almost every adventuring group parted before him. The kid seemed to scare the big, tough adventurers due to his aura of utter disinterest, if they existed or not. Gripping him tightly by the shoulder was the most attractive goblin Rudy had ever seen. She was sure that it was a goblin because he was handsome and orcs had more of a rugged thing going on. The goblin was also sort of familiar. Where is the ceiling? The goblin asked, looking mildly disturbed by the expansive open sky. There is no ceiling out here unless you're being suppressed at a job by an older man. Then it's a glass ceiling, Alpha said with a neutral tone. I would not be suppressed by no man, the handsome goblin challenged the open sky. I agree with that, Rudy spoke up, and the goblin beamed at her with a perfect smile. And she had a sudden flash of a much smaller form, with a thicker skull, with that same smile. Num? She asked in shock, and the goblin nodded. Looking pleased, Rudy recognized her. Is this dungeon becoming an abomination? Someone asked in a serious tone. Rudy's spine tingled with a cold feeling, and the relaxed mood in the open meadow turned tense. No, I simply have the ability to tame monsters for a short while, Alpha spoke up briskly, and he looked very serious as he gazed into her angry glances. I am training it so that I can, he frowned and looked around for how to continue. He's going to be a leader and challenge the yearly Beast Violet League, Rudy interrupted, remembering the tournament held on the left foot, too close to where Everland existed in its strange pocket dimension. Instantly, the mood became jovial again, and people spoke about the tournament and how many people would bring rats only to see someone bring a dragon. Alpha, Rudy whispered, trying not to look worried, because Num should really not be here. She would never call Delta an abomination, but she would need to know how hard she needed to cover up and make a few suspicious people vanish. I have the power to mimic dungeon manner. He can only be out here as long as he's in contact with me, Alpha assured her with a small smile, and it was really good news. Rudy took a moment to exhale, to nod. She eyed Num, who was just standing there, but she could swear that there was an aura around him extending into the world. What happened to him? Rudy asked, more curious now. Delta called it himbification, Alpha reported. Rudy was about to ask what that even meant when she left a tickle in the air. A white dove landed nearby as it looked exhausted and then passed out, dropping a scroll into Num's open hand. He eyed it curiously. Royal wedding invite, dear reader. This is my last chance to escape the evil advisor I'm engaged to. I set the stuff free to find my one true love. Num read, and Alpha took the thing and set fire to it with a silent spell. Delta said Num is not to read any letters, talk to any old men, or go towards any caves or tombs, and especially lakes with potential women in them, Alpha explained, without any hint that he found its strange request. Oh, is that all? Nothing else? Rudy asked sarcastically. A magic circle appeared under Num for a moment, with a faint girl's voice calling for a hero of another world to aid them, but Alpha stepped on the circle and smudged it out of existence. A few other things, Alpha admitted. I've seen heroic auras, but this is far too powerful for your run-of-the-mill hero, Rudy said, as she watched the sun catch on Num's face, making him look good and pure. It's a mix of Deltaness and my own reluctance to answer the call, Alpha said, and looked at Num with some shame, but the goblin simply patted his head. I don't mind, he said, as if he had to say this a lot already. 4 girls walked out of the tree line, looking both lost and utterly confident in their location. One was a scowling girl with glaring at everything. Another tripped over thin air. The next was stuttering so bad, despite talking to no one. And the last was an elven princess of sorts who glowed with the power and talked to everyone and anyone about her village, died due to the lack of men. Alpha, how strong is this aura exactly? Rudy asked slowly, reaching for her sword. When it was down to me, I tempered it by being so indifferent that they just wandered off. When one refused to leave, I put them on mute and ignored them, Alpha said bluntly, pushing Num back towards the dungeon entrance. Num wants to be social, Alpha added, and that explained a lot. Mute them, Rudy asked as an angry-looking girl, followed by Grim of all people, protested that she couldn't seem to stop her feet moving towards the dungeon. Alpha looked at one of the strange girls that appeared, hitting any and all men as she came across, being perverts. Instantly, a red cross appeared above her head, and her voice vanished. It's supposed to stop magic users, but I found a better use, Alpha said simply, and walked back inside with Num, who waved at everyone. Damn, Rudy wanted that spell when Quiz started going off about brute woman, broken staves, and bruised wizard orbs. That man could complain so much over drinks. Do you have something to make all of this go away? Rudy asked, wondering if she was about to be dumped on clean-up duty. Alpha answered her by returning with a very different goblin. 2 of them, actually. The sky! What a waste of space! Swar screamed and waved his staff around, setting fire to patches of grass. The other goblin made Rudy's skin crawl as everyone stared at him. He lowered his scarf, revealing his evil mouth while wiggling his fingers in greeting. Hi! He stressed out like a curse word. Rudy didn't like that smile, but she couldn't argue that it made any romantic feelings wither faster than a sober advocate before Quiz.
Oh, that's fantastic, a weird girl said as Grim looked pale at the sight of the goblins that tormented him so long ago. Rudy would have paid to see that dungeon run personally. Maybe she could talk Delta into building some sort of memory theater. Rudy had no idea if a memory theater was a thing, but she would bet gold on Delta making one happen. She would hold off on asking because Delta had a plan and Rudy didn't want to rush things. Spin the wheels of choice, I'm no longer going to hell. Spin the wheel, Delta chanted, as the wheel made her mana spun so fast. Sparks flew off in the air. It slowed down to show the pointer landing on finishing floor 4. The other options consisted of improving the fish Gion a little more, creating a secondary path to the 3rd floor from the 2nd, creating more challenges on the 3rd floor, and the last section was simply filled with the words Frogzord. No, thank the sister, New sagged, and Delta would honor the wheel. We could finish the Zodiac Islands. None of anyone has gotten past Jelligan. Even the Heelys turned back because the mana was so thick it made them feel lightheaded, Delta mused. It is a simple stopgap. Eventually people will adapt. It's like pressure training, New warned, and Delta could see that. It bought her time to get the basics into place and hope for the best. To think she could maybe even develop a 5th floor in a short while. New seemed to urge her past the 3rd floor with an odd nervousness before they reappeared back on the 4th floor. Instantly, a small form emerged from the waters and curled around Delta's shoulders with a lazy slump. Hello, Ophiuchus, Delta said with a smile as she petted the snake's head. The critter looked a little bigger than before, and his eyes were beginning to look the same shape as the orbs of the Zodiac Islands. I enjoy not doing any work here. I am going to relax, New said, and his screen flickered, being replaced by a green color, indicating a reluctant Prim. Hey, Prim, Delta greeted the primal menu. Dungeon Core, Delta, Prim responded as New's screen floated near Crab Island with a little care. Ready for work? She asked, and Prim brought up the map of the 4th floor. According to the order of creation, the next island would be the squat goblin with a cannon on his shoulder. No, wait, it's, Prim said, all business. First, it's an elegant woman or man holding a vase that is pouring water, Delta said, remaining serene and calm. I thought they were shooting napalm. I was looking forward to this island, Prim said, sounding heartbroken. Second, Delta decided to just not address Prim's words. It's the Waterbearer Island, she explained and dropped until she stepped on the empty island. She focused, creating a massive statue with the help of Prim. A cracked and old statue of an unidentified person holding a vase that seemed to contain a void of darkness within rose up from the ground with vines and moss growing on it. Delta was feeling Greek today, so created more stone pillars that she laid on the sides to mimic collapsing structures, along with the bird baths and a mess of walls. The entire island was a complete wreck, but also chaotically interesting. Waterbearer. So we should create water elementals that would drown those who tread here, or perhaps the water can be boiling, Prim offered, trying to be a part of the process. Love and energy, Delta praised, while mentally discarding those ideas. She placed a deep lavender color orb inside the vase. Something in her mind twitched because Sheep Island had a red orb and it felt like there should be a shade between them, but she was also sure the Waterbearer should be a lavender. Next, she considered the types of people that this island represented and smiled. In seconds, the entire island was filled with a dozen holes that led deep into the island. Death holes, finally, something I can get behind, Prim said eagerly, until she noticed that they were only the size of a frying pan, barely able to make someone sink into them. Humming in delight as Ophiuchus tasted the air in curiosity, Delta opened a menu and watched the system and Prim catch on to her desires and the possibilities form. Water Cannon Island. Water is healthy. This much water is less so. Waterbearer Orb upgrade automatically integrated into island formation. Dark dank hole. Adventurers cannot simply reach into the statue's hole and expect results. If the vase gushes water, the orb will become dislodged. Otherwise, cannot be physically felt. 20 DP. Water Island. Across the island, dozens of holes gush streams of water. They all seem connected to the statue's vase, and by blocking one hole, a little bit of water begins to leak. Blocking them all causes a deluge. 30 DP. Gopher flowing. Water-loving gophers live in the holes and don't take kindly to having their holes messed with. If the holes aren't covered fast enough, these little creatures unplug them. 30 DP. Natural order. If the gophers are removed or destroyed, the island begins to change. The more that are destroyed and gone, the more likely the Waterbearer's face begins to pour out Gopheragon, a slime with massive teeth. The flow does not stop. 40 DP.
Pat a hole. Once in a while, a gopher will emerge to laugh. Patting 10 in a row will cause the orb to dislodge. Also, you win cow points to spend on Cow Island, 20 DP. Water bear. If you cheat the pat a hole, the statue becomes a bear made of seething water that'll chase the cheaters, 40 DP. Delta clicked on 1 with a serious nod.
All of these are important, she insisted. If they're all important, then none of them are,
Prim argued. Or, if nothing matters, then everything is great, Delta said with a sagely nod.
Does being positive all the time make existence more enjoyable?
Prim asked after a moment, as little brown balls of fur with big teeth erupted from the ground on watery geysers, chittering happily with one another as they played in the spray of water and rainbow mists.
It's not because I'm positive that things are better. It's because I try to always be better, so I end up feeling positive, she tried to explain. So the production of work in progress allows you to feel at peace with your existence?
Prim pressed, almost demanding an answer. Delta thought about it. Work was nice, but with work she could make bars and pools with fish so Dio and Rudy could visit. When they visited, Delta felt like she had friends outside of her dungeon, and the connection made her want to please those people and her creations, which often developed into her creating rare rooms, drinks, and delicious foods. Unless it was a troll soup, then it was more that she was just happy for Jeb to enjoy his food.
I'm happy as long as I don't eat troll soup,
was Delta's final answer. Prim seemed lost, so Delta just smiled at her.
So find a hobby, something that appeals to you,
Delta said, as she was soon surrounded by gophers, and happiness welled up inside her.
Murder.
That's not an acceptable hobby in society, Delta responded without looking. Extreme maiming. Less bad than murder, still bad, Delta said. Mental anguish. Why, already owns that, Delta continued, lining up her gophers so that she could pet them in an organized manner and efficiently.
May I browse your memories for an acceptable hobbies?
Prim asked, sounding actually fed up with her choices being shot down. Go for it, Delta offered, the idea far less intrusive than it was when she first became a dungeon. Sharing information with her system, which just felt more normal now. She then felt a small existence that was Prim flowing over her head. It was so easy to reach out and damage Prim because she was so new, undefined in her existence. New was like a tangle of barbed wire that burned all his thorns away when she approached, but Prim was closer to air.
I found a hobby, Prim declared proudly.
Delta shivered as it felt like Prim was using a tiny bit of her thinking space to place a system folder which unpacked itself. The thing was deep in the menus, and Delta only knew Prim was interfacing with it because of 5 folders out. Delta could hear the music. Wait, Delta knew that music.
This takes up surprisingly little space,
Prim praised as she lost herself in the game.
What are you running that on?
Delta asked in alarm.
You!
Oh.
If you can't have real violence,
you're going to settle with virtual violence? Delta asked as she moved over to the next island.
Most life is a simulation created by ambient energies of brother and sister and the lost one.
Oh,
I can reset at any time. These beings cannot ever escape my wrath.
Prim laughed with a dark tone. Use the shotgun, Delta offered with a bemused tone.
There's weapons other than my meat clubs.
As Delta touched down on Fish Island, Prim shyly spoke up.
I will finish this run with my meat clubs. I have grown fond of their ability to perform violence.
The system said and went quiet. Delta was now left utterly alone to do the making and creation. I can do this. I can make art and beauty, she said with a proud nod. She rubbed her hands together to make a manna gather. New floated in the water, working on a signed blueprint number 2477. This one said something along the lines of don't burn books or the books will burn you for the 3rd floor. Sign making was soothing. Telling people what to do without actually talking to them was a thrill. He felt Delta trying to do solo work and frowned. He searched and found piercing death rattle of a sound and screeching followed by Prim's delighted laugh.
Return to the bisque, clean ones,
she giggled as she had a massive technicolor screen playing ultra-violent scenes of creatures being punched to bloody puddles.
Aren't you supposed to be doing something?
He loomed. Usually finding his looming made Prim behave. Prim shot him an annoyed look, then punched him in the side. New was so taken back that he didn't stop himself from floating out of Prim's space, where she slammed the metaphorical door in his face.
Do not make me come in there and remove that thing from Delta's system. I have stronger permissions than you, New warned. I didn't ask to be born, New,
Prim called over the noises. New would have to tackle this a different way. Prim was but a child, really. Thankfully, training the Trinity Dungeon had prepared New for this. You know, since I have most of Delta's public memories, I could tell you there's a sequel to your little game, improved in many ways, Nu said casually, leaning on the symbolic wall of Prim's space.
I can wait. I actually finished my projects,
Prim said back without much care. Nu couldn't be saddled with Delta when she was making so many insane islands. What do you want? Name it, he said through the door, hiding his desperation. That was when Prim finally emerged, looking more solid than before, less like thin air and more like a thin shell of light.
We suffered together. Delta is too much for either of us alone. If she feels outnumbered, we can convince her of many things,
Prim said, and Nu could see the logic in that. But I don't want her to feel miserable when working. That'll put her off, he countered.
We must only remove the most inane and weakest of changes. A little nip there and a tuck here. Then we shall be providing the dungeon with the BFG of threats,
Prim nodded. Unless she really wants them, Nu said, and Prim nodded slowly.
I do not object to Delta's fondness for odd choices. I just wish for more input,
Prim admitted, and Nu knew that feeling far too well. Go back to your game. I shall handle the next island, Nu said gravely.
I must complete the 65th run with the handgun. I set the challenge that I can only move backwards to progress and disable all forward motions. It makes it more fun,
Prim explained and vanished in a cloud of joy. You can shoot demons all day, but you still won't handle Delta, Nu snorted. Demons can be shot. Delta's ideas are eternal, Prim shouted back. Touché. End of chapter. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps, Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Light Jock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Asrical. Thank you very much. Greetings, ladies and metal gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you are new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 195, Tax Evasion, Plus 2.
This can't possibly be that upsetting,
Nu said, and Delta stubbornly refused to look at him as Prim surveyed what was left of the island.
I don't know if mana vibrated. It exploded, she said with a mutter.
Vibration energy, continuous energy, must be put to use. Rapid vibration with no output produces a... Say it, Nu said with an annoying sing-song tone. Delta refused and glared at the scorched black earth.
I'm deeply impressed. I shall record mana bombs for possible traps or, if nothing else, mods for my game,
Prim praised, and somehow that only made Delta feel even more embarrassed.
Remind me to get Prim into farm simulator games, Delta told Nu, and the blue screen hesitated.
She already modded the Starsap Gorge to allow her to murder those that try and romance her avatar. She uses their empty homes as more chicken coops, he explained, and Delta stared at him.
Why chickens? Aren't there a lot of other things? Delta asked, tilting her head. Chicken Only Run. It's where I kill the village every time one of my chickens produce a golden egg,
Prim interrupted, as the land around them slowly began to heal and become slightly less decimated.
But if you've been keep building more chickens, doesn't that mean statistically that you're going to get more golden eggs?
Delta pointed out, and Prim made a strange sound that was almost pleased.
Numbers go up, she hissed.
I tried to bond with her and make signs for her town, but she murdered my avatar and used my bones for a chicken coop, Nu said dryly, as the island slowly returned to a more normal appearance with the aid of the two systems.
Your signs were creating disharmony in my town. It made me feel unpleasant,
Prim argued, as Delta watched them interact, mildly bittersweet, as she watched the once robotic beings argue like real siblings. It was strange how much things changed when Delta wasn't looking. Delta clapped her hands as she was about to get ready to correct a mistake. Fish Island should have come before Waterbearer Island, but Delta's excitement in the act of creating had made her forget the proper order. Forgive me, people of the fish, Delta sent a silent apology to the stars.
Wait,
Nu said, and Delta looked at his screen and blinked, hands still raised in the air.
We have formed a union and wish to have a bigger stake in the dungeon,
Prim added quickly. Delta looked between the blue and green screen. But I don't pay you. How can I pay you more? She asked, and then sucked in air. Oh my god, I don't pay you. I'll set up a compensation buddy account. Give me a moment. Delta turned, reaching for Nu, but let out a yelp as Nu yanked her back. We don't want useless currency, he said quickly as Prim peeked around his side. Unless I can purchase firearms for my private use, she said, but Nu shot her a look that made her sulk away. We just want some of our ideas to be used instead of discarded, Nu explained, and Delta smiled weakly.
Your ideas are a bit murdery, she reminded him. The two screens shared a look, communicating silently. Delta could listen in, but she wanted to give them the respect of their own space. We promise to tone it back if you try to work with us, New offered, and Delta smiled. I can do that. I don't hate your ideas. As a whole, they can be very clever, Delta said and crossed her arms, as the idea of cooperation was always appealing to her. Sharks with lasers should be the theme of this island, Brim said instantly. Tone, New muttered. Cutfish with handguns? Delta decided to throw them a lifeline. So you want some sort of fish creature with projectiles to be a hindrance to people? She asked, and Prim began to vibrate as small explosions flowed over his screen. New looked over the mostly green island. The edges refused to change from their charred blackness, much to Delta's dismay, and spoke slowly. We can wait until you set up the core orb challenge, he said, and Delta looked at Prim, who seemed to agree. Delta thought about the strengths and weaknesses of this island, allowing an idea to come to her along with a smile. I have an idea, she grinned. Grim didn't think being employed would be so dull. The following sponsors would like to set up around the guild hall in return for monthly rent fees to the guildmaster. He read off a piece of paper in his office. Paperwork seemed to be growing by the day. Mouth chompers, white tear teeth, pot insurance, protect your curves, living the lich life, insurance for your undeath. Ah! Grim threw it aside and then pushed the whole pile of similar requests off his table. Elegant, Soma said as she sipped on tea in the corner of her entourage and Dio. Why are you here? Grim asked darkly. Your building is the closest to the dungeon, and you have over a dozen rooms unused, which I can use as free rooms. Whoever built this place is truly a master craftsman, Soma praised, as she ran her hand over the nearby fireplace, which had images of Dio's mother carved into them like a divine being. Every room had some sort of monument to the woman, and thankfully they were all modest figures of love. So, you're freeloading, Grim summed up. You ignore my freeloading, and when I become queen, I'll forgive the freeloading you're doing on taxes by being underage but still owning a business, Soma offered with a sweet smile. You can use the cramped closet in the basement. I put some old swords I got as collateral from some adventurers who took my floor 1 package but ignored my warnings, Grim said as he stood up and looked around the paper-covered floor for something. No need, I found this darling little room with the heroic action figures and maps on the wall, she said, and Grim nearly choked. That's my room, he said, and Soma met his eyes. Grim was willing to perform some regicide. No one took his action figures. In anger, he reached down, he took a rather thick stack of papers and inhaled them like candy, causing Soma to sit up in alarm. Grim grinned as he made another threatening gesture to inhale more kingdom paperwork when he paused. Did you know the code to reform your father's reign says that you technically have no power until you're 18? He said, and looked down at the paperwork in shock. Yes, I am rather aware of my rights being taken away by the many laws my father made, Soma said in a tight tone. Tea? Leo asked as he poured more tea for everyone. Grim ignored her as he got on his knees, beginning to inhale the paper around him with a mad gleam in his eyes. Laws, reforms, technicality, tax codes, area codes, rules, regulations, limits, grey areas. Grim shuddered as he digested it all. I know tax exemptions, he said, slowly looking at Soma, who put her cup down with an odd expression. Show me, she beckoned. Moments later, Grim was walking down the stairs and opened the front door to the Grimtail Guildhouse, where a dozen people suddenly began to demand entry or more secrets on how to get past this or that. Grim nudged Dio, who whistled, making people cover their ears in pain, which is a blessed silence followed. Now, I know I haven't been doing things as clean as a whistle, Grim said, and almost winced at his own wording, but powered on. I have learned much, and I want to say things are going to get a lot better from here on out, Grim promised. Many adventurers perked up while Fairplay's officers smiled, as if they were waiting for this. For me. Things are going to get better for me, Grim's tone said with an air of utter greed. He began to recite codes and laws that particularly lent themselves to dungeons and adventurers. It turned out that adventurers were a bit of a liability for any town or city in the long enough duration, due to their habit of things that required peacekeepers around. Testing magical items on private property, setting hedges alight with some new amulet, messing up a new spell they learned and blowing up the local orphanage, accidentally animating an ex-residents of the orphanage into underage and unalive warriors, and so on. Heck, Grim was even learning as he spoke that adventurers were banned in some places due to being menaces and dangers to society.
Under the Jai law of the capital city, Grim could brand any of these oafs as devils or menaces, which could carry a fine of a whole silver or private property if they were poor. Grim chewed on another piece of paper with amusement, getting odd looks. As for private companies like Fairplay, they had to adhere to the rules even more so due to the fact that they had government-granted grounds and agreements. Entry to the guild is now 5 copper, Grim added, placing a bucket down by the door. Someone let out a sudden bellow of rage and leapt out of the crowd, a near-naked warrior who seemed to have lost all of his equipment somehow. Grim thought he looked familiar, but these saps sort of began to blend together after 3 days. The knife he brandished made Grim alarmed for a second, but Dio slapped the attacker's hand down like a swatted fly, and he crashed into the steps, the wood undamaged despite the force of the slam.
Grim, they love the rules. He couldn't wait to pay,
Dio said brightly as he held out the bucket to the sobbing man. The clink of coins was music to Grim's ears. He turned to Soma and her god, Mass. Soma looked mildly impressed.
I suppose the room with the ensuite bathroom and actual view from the balcony would do for me, she shrugged.
Grim knew that he'd win over her. Wait, what room? Grim hadn't explored all the floors yet. There was a room like that. It was rather scary that Dio's father had installed indoor plumbing and hooked it all up to the sewers in a short few days. Still, despite that, the adventurers in Fairplay were still advancing to the guild with coins held out, and Grim wilted at the idea of talking to them. If only he had someone who liked people who wouldn't steal from Grim to undercut the guild.
Should I get the entrance bucket ready?
Dio asked happily, and Grim waved him off.
Dio,
not now. I'm trying to think of a schmuck that I can rip off for free labor, he said with annoyance.
I can work,
Dio said, sounding confident.
Dio, you still have 10 essays due from Mr. Jones.
You're not allowed to have a hobby, let alone a job, Grim said, and Dio looked put out. Then smiled as the people began to tip him an extra copper upon entry.
We have homework,
Dio asked after a moment, looking thoughtful. Grim was about to sigh when he saw someone approaching. It was Quiz, but Grim didn't care about the blonde man, as he tended to ignore any problems, unless it was suddenly his problem. No, Grim knew that wherever Quiz went, he scanned the tree line and found the out-place bush with an odd team trying to blend in down the road from Quiz, inching forward shyly.
I do believe I found my vastly superior option,
Grim said with delight, then frowned at himself. Name puns now.
Can I hold the entrance bucket if I do my homework?
Dio asked while prodded Grim's side curiously. Sure, Grim agreed, seeing there was no chance in the stars or the abyss that Dio would ever do all his homework. Now, he had to bark up the right tree. From above, the circular island looked like 2 circling fish that gave a little space in the center for a small pond. In the pond, a little shadowy shape circled the water as Ophiuchus watched it with open curiosity.
It's not exactly a shark,
Prim said slowly. Delta admitted that it wasn't a shark, but this was as close as she could mutate a fish into one. Guitar fish, a shark on a budget.
It's more of a ray, a sort of diverse skate species. This one has very shark-like dorsal fins.
New encouraged Prim, who perked up.
It's like an Easter egg, she exclaimed.
Delta focused on the fish, and seconds later, it swallowed a deep pink orb that made its stomach glow. With a nod, she borrowed some food from Farrah's kitchen and tossed it into the pond as she began to talk with the 2 screens.
Fish Island is going to focus on kindness with compassion and demanding sympathy to the point of being a victim. Overindulgence in anyone is going to be a bad thing, she said,
as she weaved a few bushes of berries that grew on the first floor along with some of the actual edible mushrooms that she had developed. Delta made a mental note to get back to the secret garden and mushroom grove later, along with the checking on the flower garden on the 2nd floor. Those rooms could not be left alone for too long.
The fish will kill them with kindness,
Prim guessed as guitar fish emerged and spat water around before splashing water about messily.
No, to get the orb, I'm going to set it up so that they need to feed the fish the right food, ignoring the easy fattening food and stopping before it gets too big. The fish will beg for junk food, but if it grows too large, it'll swallow the orb and then escape into the ocean around the island, Delta said, and looked at the 2 screens, awaiting their response.
I suspect some food will have an interesting reaction for the fish, New asked, and Delta could feel him imagining an innocent bowl of troll soup being laid nearby for someone to find. Delta just grinned as she opened the menu to reveal a set of upgrades, courtesy of Prim sorting them. Fish Island, you're in the barrel, not the fish. An island set to test the rationale and self-control of adventurers by giving them tasks of looking after something other than themselves. Cursed Orb. If the fish is killed and the orb retrieved, those adventurers will automatically ascend to threat level 1. Cost 50 mana. Mushroom Buffet. The following mushrooms will grow. Cost 10 DP. Lava Shroom. If fed to the fish, causes it to belch light fire and eye-searing spice. Frost Shroom. If fed to the fish, causes it to belch snow and freeze the surface of the pond, forcing the adventurers to remove it and feed the fish more. Star Shroom. If fed to the fish, causes it to glow majestically and feel happy. Troll Soup. A bowl of troll soup sometimes appears to be offered to the fish. If fed to the fish, it'll become enraged and slap one or two of the adventurers before returning to its pond. It'll feel like being slapped by a troll. 30 DP. Nutritious Berries. A small but nice meal. The fish will only eat so many before ignoring more. 5 DP. Honey from the bees. An assortment of honeys can be offered. 20 DP. Red honey causes the fish to develop a taste for meat. Blue honey causes the fish to turn invisible. Green honey causes the fish to become money hungry. Yellow honey causes the fish to fire bees at the nearest people. Divine Popcorn. A special food that appears rarely. If offered to the fish turns golden and blesses the adventurers with an orb and good fortune. Almost strong enough to cancel Waddle's curse. 50 DP. The Trophy of the Fishtion. If one adventurer has any item won from a faction inside the Fishtion, the fish of this island enchants it. 40 DP. The Stink of Vengeance. If on any threat level other than base, this fish's pond becomes a deep tunnel that transforms this fish into a megatar fish. 50 DP. Delta watched as the mushrooms popped out of the soil, followed by lush berry bushes that brought life to the island, along with dripping hives of honey with a distinct lack of bees. Hidden between some rocks is a bowl filled with troll soup, curdling the manna that came near it. The fish in the pond looked hungrily at all the offerings, but they were formed well outside of its reach. Delta felt a little sad, so she built a secret little food dispenser at the bottom of the pond that would give it some snacks with no effects to get it through the hunger pangs. The fish wriggled and looked to be dying in an effort to convince Delta to hand over some honey or maybe some leftovers from Ferris' kitchen. It was cute and pathetic, but Delta knew that it was only faking it for the attention and food. "I made you. I know you're acting," Delta said, her hands reaching for berries despite her words. Somehow, the fish's eyes began to shimmer and sparkle like a little puppy dog, and Delta's steel resolve began to corrode. That's when Nu dumped the troll soup into the pond without any hesitation. Over the screams and the sounds of screens being slapped, Delta considered Fish Island a success. End of chapter. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps: Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Light Jock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Azrakal. Thank you very much. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, Only Puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 196, The Argus Story. That dream came again. It had dulled over the years, but always willing to rise when his guard was down. It always started with a hand clamping on his child's self's shoulder. "It's okay. You're going to see your home grow like never before," the kind voice promised. The image seemed to almost melt away before him. The green trees and healthy earth becoming rotted and wrong. Life blended together in horrible amalgamations, while the very air boiled. A friendly hand still gripped his shoulder. Caitlin looked up at the blank eyes of Riptoy. "You're going to grow like never before." Then the hand began to melt into his skin, bringing them closer as one being before Kayleen shot awake from his nap in the barracks cots. In a flash, he brought forth the core weapon, a silver blade instantly dulling his panic and fear until it cooled to a controllable determination. The tool he had was a key to putting dungeons in their place, but the lesser-known effect was that it halved your emotions when it was active. A handy tool when you were 40 floors deep in a dungeon watching your men get massacred by monsters or devious traps. It kept you grounded. He climbed out of the cot, putting the core weapon away for now, as he was awake. Such night terrors had become rarer, but he had a feeling that they would never truly go away until he made certain wrongs into rights. He scowled at a mirror as he tried to sum up the results of trying to get his badge back. Yatina didn't sleep. She barely ate, and she had the social graces of a scorpion that adopted field mice. It was impossible to get close to her. It was becoming impossible for him to do it, but he wasn't close to giving up. A knock sounded and Kayleen called for them to come in, revealing the suspicious face of Yatina's little apprentice, Lim.
"Can I help you, sir?"
he said. The title said with clear distaste. Kayleen had such an urge to admonish him, but was simply too tired to care right now. Technically, they were the same rank, but he didn't focus on that other than to indicate for Lim to join him at the table. "I'll stand," he said. Kayleen nodded as he went to his private specialty sealed lockbox. It would have been a good hiding place for his key, but he couldn't watch the lockbox all day and night like he could his badge. Like he once could. He returned to the table with a simple book that opened using a special protective spell and a drop of his blood. "Let me tell you why I think you should help me and help your commander for your own benefit," he said simply, and Lim scoffed, looking ready to turn and leave that very minute. Kayleen placed 3 photos down on the table, taken at great expense with technology that was still being developed too slowly to be used commercially. Lim gave them a brief look, already dismissing them when he paused and then looked back at them again. Kayleen didn't say anything, just letting the pictures speak for themselves. "Who is that?" Lim asked slowly, turning so he was fully facing Kayleen. "Director Reupload in all 3, he said, and Lim picked up one of the pictures. "That can't, no. That isn't right," Lim said, as he gestured to the picture down of Reupload smiling and the opening of official Fair Play HQ, surrounded by people clapping and beaming faces. "I have no reason to lie about this, nor did I expect to have to show you this. The second picture was taken over 30 years ago. Reupload is a little heavier, a little grayer." Kayleen pressed on, sliding it closer to Lim. The picture showed Reupload in a secluded resort place, looking like he was taking time off with some close people. He was clearly past his prime, but not what one would dare to call to his face old. Reupload looked tired, but happy. "These have to be fake," Lim accused, and Kayleen ignored the stupid idea. He would waste a small fortune on making pictures to convince Lim. The audacity. "The last was taken about 5 years ago, at the 50th anniversary of Fair Play HQ being opened. It had just finished its renovations and manor piping. It was a big event," Kayleen continued, looking down at the very much old Reupload, who looked grumpy and sour like a war commander. It was obvious his closed circle had shrunk again, and Lim swallowed hard. "I don't," he hesitated, and looked at all 3 pictures. There was a knock, and Kayleen swooped up the pictures, pushing them back into his book. The next moment, Gentle entered with a letter. "Lim, Commander, Yatina wants us to go to the sewer. Gear up," he said excitedly. Lim nodded, still looking harrowed. Lim gave Kayleen one last strange look and quickly left with Gentle. Once the door was closed, Kayleen looked at the pictures himself. The first of the opening of Fair Play, where Reupload held the shy hands of a young boy. The next one, where he tossed a ball of sorts to the same boy. And in the last one, where the same boy stood alert behind Reupload. August Gentle was as old as Fair Play itself. Older, perhaps. And it was the thing that haunted Kayleen's nightmares when Reupload was too busy. If it was Gentle and not something else, the boy acted blissfully unaware that he was close to 70 years old. A dozen movements that would be impossible to fake every second of every day. Gentle was a child in mind, but clearly not of body. Director Reupload was hiding some very old skeletons in his closet, and one of the bone pals murdered his family. Kayleen would burn the boy, the company, this town, and so much more to bring that man's sins to light. Then they would all burn together. His stomach began to gurgle, and he grimaced. "I didn't say anything aloud about his backwater hov," he yelled, then began to gag. Seconds later, a detailed swan made of Southridge cheese landed on the table, and Kayleen sank into the ground. He hated cheese so much, especially the kind that had pointy bits carved on them. "Argus?" Argus blinked as Lim hesitated to follow him down the dark corridor to the main hall. "Are you a demonic elder being who pretends to be a young child?" he asked, and Argus stared at him. I can't even handle being a teenager," he said back with a flat tone. "But you would tell me if you were 40, 50, maybe even 70 years old?" Lim pressed. "Yes, Lim. I will inform you when I find out that I should be collecting kingdom-wide elderly support money," he said, finding this amusing, then confusing. "Why the questions?" he asked, and Lim hesitated.
I saw pictures of you when Fairplay opened 50 years ago, he blurted out, and Argus blinked once. I was there, he said easily as they walked. Oh, good, I was what? Lim stopped, dead in his tracks, boots making squeaky noises as he slid. Argus winced, but tried to put on a smile. I'm not well, I'm sort of sick in the incurable bloodline way. I've been since my stepfather found me. I should be dead, but Dad has this amazing friend who built him a ceramic chronostasis lockbox, and I would go to sleep in it until medical developments were made. It was extremely costly. Dad had to build this HQ over a massive mana line just to power it. I never liked the box. It was always more of a pot, Argus admitted quietly. I wake up in every time it's my birthday, so I would spend the weekend together or something before I get back to sleep, he explained. Oh, Blim muttered. I know. Apparently my dad and his friend fell out because the trade was that the man would be able to study the Fairplay maidens, but then they all sort of just vanished together. He was supposed to study me, but Dad was against it, Argus mused as they found Utina waiting in the hole. So, you're not an elderly demonic being waiting for the right time to stab us all in the back and reveal your master plan and rule the world, Lim asked again. Lim, I'm a double watch duty tonight. I can't fit sleep into my schedule, let alone all that, Argus said, throwing his hands up. Elderly demonic beings don't come to this world due to the rampant music festivals. Hurts their ears, Utina said without looking up. Lim perked up and they began chatting about demons and the power of loud music as they exited the Fairplay doors. For a long moment, Argus lingers to the back and down the dark hallway, his exasperation now a tight frown. Then he was gone into the light. Farah put down a plate of golden eggs from the second floor's jungle, crispy bacon while Dalton knew that it came from the cute little piggles. Farah put it in a smiley face, so it was okay. Next time, it would be big juicy sausages and various vegetables pulped together to make what looked like a toast. Strangely, no one had ever bought bread, buns, or given wheat or flour to Delta to get the basic foodstuff down. The most ready things they made came from Farah's creative ability to scare food into looking like other food. I can't wait to pretend to eat this, Delta exclaimed as a cup of tea was added to the selection. She poked a piece of cute bacon, and it broke apart into bacon-flavored motes, which she passed her face through a few times, getting the scent of bacon. Did she make it herself? Delta would make food she could eat, but anything made by others, it was a work in progress. She had continued to work on an avatar in secret, but the results were nightmarish. Mushrooms just kept creeping into the process somewhere, and it was disarming to say the least. New, how's the updates? She asked around the cloud of tea. Her blue screen unfolded much like a newspaper. 5 more groups reached Fran. Only 2 got through. None beat Wyam. One was left crying, curled up like a ball in the corner after Wyam recited things she would do to him. One got lost in the honey pools, and one had a cathartic session at the hot springs and decided to quit being an adventurer to become a dentist. Delta blinked. What did Wine even say? She asked in both dismay and slight admiration. Something about paper cuts, finger webs, and slits, New said airily. And here I thought she was going to go more mentally offensive than torture, Delta said with a shake of her head as she enjoyed some eggs. She did. She just went into very graphic detail, New promised. Wyam's existence is graphic, Delta countered. I appreciate her creativity, New said and carried on to the next section. Rudy left a message saying that a new group had come into town. She wrote it on a napkin and tossed it down the stairs. She said that they're either excitedly wrong or extremely strong. It was hard to decipher the message around her lunch stains, New went on. I think people just stating things and refusing to admit they're wrong would hurt me more than being thrashed, Delta said slowly as she put the plate down and stared at the ground. The horror, the very idea of experiencing such a character. I cry for you. Delta eyed the blue screen. I was never wrong. I just had misconceptions and panic attacks, she said succinctly. Speaking of panic attacks, your dragon is ready and Hero said it's taking up a lot of space. You might want to do something about it, New said, reading a message Delta couldn't see. New, where on earth am I supposed to put a Death Star dragon? She demanded, then froze. Well, tactfully, it would be... Delta stood up. Delta! I know that look. I have an idea, she mumbled and moved. In no time at all, she appeared on the 4th floor. She looked around and found her target. Oh, futures, she cried with a wide smile. The little snake eyed her with sleepy eyes as it emerged from the subterranean cave underwater. She held it and focused very hard on what she wanted. Warning, critters are not monsters or nor traps of the dungeon, messing with their base blueprint.
the sort of default warning popped up with over 600 pages of conditions and issues known to appear. Skip, she announced, and there was a new screen with 20 suggestions on what else to do with the dragon. Skip, she said brightly. There were now 2 pages of dire warnings and suggestions. Skip, Delta said, becoming a little impatient. The box was reduced to a single choice. Do you accept the consequences of your own actions in the event of dire outcomes and unpredictable disasters? Remind me later in 30 days, she said, and flicked the box away to reveal her idea. Raid Boss Creation, Ophiuchus, the Death Star constellation, can be brought forth by one or more of the following conditions. If a group has killed every being, more than 98% of monsters of the dungeon up to the 4th floor. If a threat level 5 or above is activated. If the number of people on the floor rises above 30. If at least 12 people of different star signs enter the floor at the same time. If someone enters the dungeon while Manu is in retrograde at the same time their birth star is in the 5th house. If someone collects all 12 orbs, Ophiuchus becomes a life-star constellation that has minor but powerful wish-granting ability. While active, the 4th floor expands to twice the size, and Ophiuchus covers the sky with massive serpentine body. These abilities include Suck, Condense, Comet, and Unstoppable Fortune of Ill Omens. Its powerful black hole ability can trap and eject beings into the world, making this one of the few beings able to eject someone from your reality and reinsert your own with style. The comet it can summon down bears one of the 12 star signs. Each will explode in a different manner. Some will explode with force, others with soul-shaking effects, and one with confetti. The confetti comet still hits with enough force to crush powerful defenses. The Condense ability allows Ophiuchus to create gravity wall in front of it, eco-friendly in its ability to crush trash into a small portable state or a solid orb the size of a baseball, but with the mass of a horse. Unstoppable Fortune of Ill Omens will cause all in the area to be cursed for the next year of their life. These curses will cover a wide range of effects, including always stubbing one's toe, losing a pen at the worst time, finding worthless currency, winning the lowest possible prize in any competition, swallowing one's drink down the wrong way in an average time frame, being 3 minutes late to everything, and other omens. They can only be broken by the most powerful of religious rituals or moderately powerful gods. Ophiuchus is a servant of Waddles the Duck. If someone is under Waddles' curse and comes to this fight, they will have their chances of winning reduced to 50%. Note, this does not increase the chances of winning if below 50%. Waddles does not hand out participation trophies. "No, what is luck, in dungeon terms?" she asked curiously, never having really thought about it before. "Technically, all luck is doing the opposite. Making someone lucky or unlucky is actually the process of inserting stricter limits over the random elements that will affect them. Good luck will actively cause certain things to be repelled or attracted. Money or lovers is a common one. Bad luck directly pushes someone into negative experiences with subtle influence." Delta mulled this over for a moment. "So there's no chaos involved?" she asked. "Sort of. Luck magic only inserts control over if good or bad things happen. Those exact things are still left up to chance," No explained. "So all luck magic is chaos but really ordered," Delta tried to grasp. "Oh, or look orderly but just a series of messy coincidences that fall into a pattern that looks semi-reasonable," Nu countered. "Who even designed this?" Delta asked, rubbing her head as she had create. She would have her dangerous sky noodle. Brother continued to fish as he relaxed. His new whale friend was fast asleep. His nose itched, and he followed the sensation to some of his older magics, notably the luck series. He was on the fritz again due to people overindulging in luck charms, rituals, practices, and wistful thinking. That stuff stopped working when the population of people got too large and the magic was running constantly. Brother shook his head. "Luck, that stuff will kill you," he told the whale with a somber tone as the magic rock sparked and cracked. It was good luck that they found someone to make their friend. It was bad luck that they were so inept at making gods they drove him insane. It was good luck that they managed to take his eyes. It was bad luck the god blindly lurched into the abyss and found home. It was good luck the only souls it took were in a little metal box on wheels. It was bad luck that it learned that it could take more. Luck, luck, luck. Terrible stuff. Brother would stick to marine life that could shoot light beams and horses with combat horns. End of chapter. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps. Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholt, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Light Jock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Asrigal. Thank you very much. Greetings, ladies and metal-gents, and welcome to this latest narration of the web series There Is No Epic Lucha, only puns. If you're new to the series, there is a playlist listed down below in the description. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 197, A Slippery Slope. Mayim felt a bark creak in the mirror dimension. Her other body was currently breaking apart due to the force brought upon it. She almost casually watched as a massive plated armor man pulled back his warhammer for one more slam. But honestly, Mayim didn't need much more than a small gentle caress to topple. But Mayim would always prefer the other to finish with sweat and effort. "Is it over?" ferrety-looking archer at the back called, already readying their 1000th arrow. Spatial quivers were a lot like spatial bags, a lie in the fact that they were not big in the inside, but those portals to some bank service. Not that the little archer would admit it, Mayim suspected. They all enjoyed looking smug as they pulled out an arrow for any event or foe. Mayim suspected inadequacy in other parts of their life, mostly their love life. Alright, she was supposed to be dying. "Curse you, soft skins," Mayim held as she fell back slowly, with the force of an ancient oak being toppled. "Curse you, out-of-season shoes, your awkward group love pentagon of unspoken crushes," she wailed. "Pent, there's 6 of us," the mage who wielded her air like a sword. "No one likes you," Mayim continued in the same wail. "We do," the woman used guns of all things. The mage turned to her with a smile, which made her backpedal fast. "As friends," she added hastily. Mayim could see Nu drooling from the prime dungeon, wanting to study the woman's rifles hooked up to different elemental crystals, all plugged into Wyvern's hearts of all things. Mayim could appreciate looking good and using it to kill others. "Silence, Tree, go quietly into the night," the healer of the group said. He didn't use magic, but had 3 different belts of pre-made potions and ingredients on hand to make more on the fly. Half his bags were filled with honey or flowers from the secret garden. They were lucky they were in a mirror dimension, or Luna would have had their heads on pikes. "Now go quietly as you did in the cave behind the waterfall with the gunsmith." Mayim was nearly 90 degrees to her topple now, barely hanging on by the bark. "How did you even hear us?" the gun user demanded. "I paid the pygmy mushrooms for gossip." Mayim finally landed with a massive crash, her focus fading from the mirror version. "You were a tough lass, but not a bad one," the warhammer user said to Mayim. Mayim didn't like him. He had the stench of landing the final blow on Sir Fran. It cost an instant debuff that shrunk his likability by 90% and shrunk other things. The debuff was still in the waiting to be approved stack for Delta, but Mayim was optimistic for its chances. "Sir Fran went easy on you," she said coldly. "Aye," the man mused, rubbing his dirty beard. "If my knight deemed you worthy, you would have seen true power," Mayim huffed, one of her eyes going dark and the energy used to maintain her rapidly depleted. "So it only gets easier from here?" the last member of the group asked. Mayim eyed them and tried to be cordial. He hadn't really done anything, but Mayim was of life, passion, and growth. Cough, alcohol, cough, and nature. The necromancer was an other end of existence. He was a man, not many good ones around. He was pale and skinny, a nerd. He was also a necromancer. The least offensive thing about him, honestly. He didn't use human skeletons, but a lot of animals, dogs, cats, and even some snakes. With one nook, Mayim saw they were indeed possessed beings, having the original spirit instead of being mindless animated servants. And weirder was that the animals liked their master. "Easier," Mayim laughed thickly. "You've beaten the knight and now the lady, but you're still a few inches too short for the king," Mayim warned. They'd been entertaining, so a little hint was what they deserved, other than the loot that she might drop. Mayim was leaning towards the woodstaff of the bird. It had a lovely figurehead. Mayim turned to the archer, the alchemist, and the gunsmith. She eyed the taken honey, the plundered stringers, and the shards of a pot, and a few bottles lifted without Ferris' permission. They had other small crimes to their name since arriving, but Mayim could suspect a lot of the small crimes rapidly outshone one large one. She suspected that he would be the king of dark justice, but Jelligan would be no gracious host to them. Mayim closed her eyes with a smile. Yes, she would have to ask Jelligan in the Prime to share his vision. She would enjoy the stream of violence.
What was that? The gunsmith said with a frown as she picked up one of the 3 items then dropped. The dungeon had been weird with treasure, but each item they found was undeniably powerful. The silk glove she found after they took down the powerful Spider Queen was both beautiful and functional, letting her grip the handles of a gun recoil so much better than her leather ones. The gunsmith definitely preferred them over the web veil and beige got. He wasn't hideous, but he had an unfortunate case of acne in his youth that he tried to cure with Troll's solution. The result was regenerating pimples for the rest of his life, but he more than made up with it by being smart as a whip and able to cut steel with the air and some finger gestures. The pig knight, Sir Fran, had even dropped a new hammer for their warrior, the pig cloak of blending for the archer. The cloak smelled like fried food, but it made the archer very hard to spot in the mud. The tree, the Wyam, the undeniable beauty who will never have a chance with, as she introduced herself, had dropped 3 items. One was a sort of pistol that gunsmith would have used, covered in lush vines and made out of wood. When she checked its chamber, the thing was powered by a green crystal that reeked of wet earth booze. On the side of the gun, the name Lady Wood was carved into the barrel. She fired it experimentally, finding a massive problem. The gun was hard to handle. Even with the new gloves, it fired a wicked thorn instead of a bullet. That wasn't the problem.
Your gun sounds in pain when you fire it.
The mage frowned in concern, trying to see the issue as the gunsmith held it at arm's length in horror. Lad, that isn't pain. The warrior grinned at the alchemist, who flushed. The next item was a single arrow that had a green shaft and a deep amber arrowhead. The archer took it, trying it out. Only one, he frowned as he fired it. The arrow sailed normally enough in the air. Looks good, if nothing else, the warrior said, and the archer watched him speaking, focusing mostly on the man's mouth. The gunsmith didn't go for lots of muscle, but the gunsmith could see the appeal. A second later, the arrow that was buried in the earth pulled itself out and flew towards the warrior's face. Some sort of tracker, the archer said, and used it again, focusing hard. The arrow failed to move when it was fired again. Frowning, the archer slowly looked through the warrior, and then the arrow began to tremble in the earth. He looked at the gunsmith, and the arrow went inert.
Oh look, you've got drake arrows, beast arrows, goblin arrows, fire arrows, and now lava arrows,
the alchemist said with delight. The archer glared at the alchemist, and to all their surprise, the arrow wobbled just a little.
Shut up,
the archer warned the arrow, and stuffed it away with a flush.
We can only hunt hot bounties and monsters now. Our archer's needs must be accommodated,
the necromancer said pleasantly. I hate this place, the archer groaned, and they turned to the final item. It was a rock. If the thing hadn't appeared in a flash of light, it would have just been a rock.
Shame we don't have that druid we met a while back. He always was like looking for smooth rocks,
the mage said regretfully as he picked it up. It's not magical beyond being from a dungeon, he reported. May I? The necromancer asked, and he turned the thing over before he focused and cracked it in half with some magic. In the core of the rock was a strange set of brown patterns ringed in the stone's protective rock. An ore could be worth something, the warrior pointed out as they gathered around. Not an ore, the necromancer reported, and his hands glowed green as the patterns became infused. Slowly, the complete skeleton of a small bird emerged. It looked like a normal creature until its mouth formed something akin to dragon fangs.
What is that?
The archer asked as the thing clicked. It says, I'm a fossil, a super mineral infused rock with the shape of life. I won't be translating that, the necromancer said to the skeleton bird with a small smile.
Why does it have teeth? The gunsmith asked. Maybe it's a swan-like being, the alchemist guessed.
What does it do? The mage asked and poked it. The bird promptly bit the finger, and the mage squealed and clamped on harder. Bite people, I presume, the necromancer said calmly. A moaning gun, a love-seeking arrow, and a biting rock. This is definitely some of the weirder loot that we've ever gotten, the warrior said brightly, but his eyes were trailing back the way they came.
You want to fight that goblin at full power?
The archer guessed. The warrior smiled but merely began walking to the stairs to the 3rd floor. This was the deepest that most people ever got sober. They were going to be rich, not in coin or treasure, but information and that sort of thing could be traded for some very rare privileges.
It's a shame that this place is light on the more lasting treasures. I wouldn't mind a few books or art to be gained,
the mage told the alchemist, who shrugged.
I'll take rare ingredients, he grinned.
I'll take a challenge, the warrior called back, urging them on.
I just want a gun that doesn't moan when I jostle it, the gunsmith muttered. She had wrapped the thing up in one of the socks, and it was still audible. It was like it was being louder because she tried to gag it. What a weird weapon. The air changed from hot, humid jungle to cold, contained breeze of castle corridors. The mage felt his neck prickle, as if they were stepping into some place ancient, which was not normal for a dungeon that only had 4 floors. Many dungeons could try to emulate the concepts of old, wild, dark, and other themes, but one would gradually see past it. There were a dozen things that a dungeon just didn't account for when making their floors that could ruin the illusion eventually. But not this floor. It was almost like the dungeon had found some hollowed-out husk of an ancient castle this far below the ground and moved in. It was possible, but he didn't announce it since he didn't have any evidence. Honestly, nothing about this dungeon was normal. In an hour, maybe 2, the mage would have to announce that he would have to head back to the entrance, mainly because the mana was so thick it was giving him mana poisoning. He hadn't had mana poisoning since he got stuck on the 36th floor of another dungeon for 3 days. "Any trouble?" the warrior asked seriously to him, and the mage had to blink for a second to refocus. He was getting sloppy. He held out his sword hand and dispersed the air sword into thousands of smaller air currents that roamed all over the floor and walls around him. To him, they were like gossamer strings that he could feel with. It took hours of practice for him to sort out the feedback, but eventually he could sniff out holes and indents where traps could be. It was a trick that let him predict that strange signboard near the entrance, but it still stole one of the archer's arrows. The trick was not to be too forceful, or he might activate a trap with careless fumbling. He had done that once in another dungeon. That fumble had set off a cascade of boiling water to fill the room. The mage had felt shame about that, despite his team saying that there was no such thing as a perfect run. "Clear, but the air is weird," he announced. "Weird like the alchemist's concoctions, or weird like smells like terrible monsters about to eat us?" the archer asked, getting an annoyed look from the alchemist. The mage smiled. If they were outside, he would use their names and tease the archer about the arrow, but they were in a group, so proper mental defenses, like using code names and other business-like demeanors, helped them handle some of the nastier tricks a dungeon could pull. The Ruby dungeon had ensured that they didn't let their minds stray to family or friends. The Twin dungeon showed them how it would feel to murder each other in real time with coffees. The recently discovered snake dragon taught them that it didn't matter if a person in danger was their lover or someone that they were upset with outside. The team was the team until it was disbanded. The line between rookies and experienced was not in their destructive power, but in the way they acted in a dungeon. Casual names and lax approach worked on a dungeon falls 1 to 10, and a moderate close-knit group who let arguments and personality clashes affect their work might survive floors 11 through 20. They normally didn't survive beyond that due to the team members' losses, making many groups break and fall apart. Those who could be themselves on any floor, those who were monsters, the knights and the legends. "Thick with fumes, nothing poisonous, or we'd all be dead by now," the mage promised. "Smells familiar," he added, confused. The scent was tingling something in his memory, but nothing came forth. It was almost like he was too traumatized to get that memory back. They approached a massive set of double doors, where 2 gargoyle statues seemed to be carved out of the rock wall on either side. They stopped as both statues started cracking and shaking off excess flakes of rock and dust. "Visitors, sober ones," one of the gargoyles mused with a thick, rounded snout and jaw. He looked much bigger than the other one, which had a more draconian inspiration in his making. "They got past Wyam. We might have to be serious," the dragon one pointed out. "Do you guys do riddles?" Gunsmith called. Her gun readied, but no one was rushing as he let the alchemist mix bottles discreetly behind his back. The crafty man had each of his bottles marked with different raised symbols so that he didn't need to see as much as feel to use them. "Riddles? That's more of Doc's thing," the dragon one admitted. "Not riddles. You just can't understand science jargon," the bull one retorted. The dragon one went to say something, then clicked his massive claws as if coming up with an idea. "I've got a riddle. Guess my name," he declared. The group stared at him. He looked like a dragon, but that was too obvious. "That's not really a fair riddle," the necromancer pointed out, and the gargoyle deflated like a punctured his fun with a sharp needle. "You can just pass if you want, but if you want a riddle, how about this then?" The bullish one grinned as he leaned down off his perch. "What is a question you can never answer if it's true?" the bull asked, and the dragon one looked surprised.
Where'd you learn that? He asked curiously. A book. They're this small rectangular thing with paper, the other retorted. Ha ha. Do I look fat in this, partner? The alchemist offered first. The gunsmith eyed him. You better answer with an emphatic no, she warned. Do I exist? The warrior announced. The mage thought that was a good one. The gargoyles just looked at them, so he supposed that wasn't the answer. Are you dead? The necromancer said, and the mage thought that was both clever and fitting for his teammate. But they could answer if the necromancer wanted them to. Still, no response from the watching monsters. Are you asleep? The archer answered slyly. Usually they say yes if you're the one asking in bed, the alchemist muttered, causing the gunsmith to shoot him a withering look. Oh, your time ran out an hour ago. Get out, the warrior added. The mage thought about it and then decided to answer. Do you hate yourself? He said, and the rest looked at him in surprise. He flushed and pulled his pretty spider veil down over his face. There was a long pause. Well, the dragon gargoyle asked the other. Oh, I don't know the answer. All the answers were in the back, and I fell asleep on page 2, the bull admitted. How can you ask a riddle that you don't know the answer to? The archer demanded. Yeah, it was riddles like those that put me to sleep. Glad you got a riddle of your own too, the bull one beamed at them. The only riddle they have is riddled with a headache. Let them pass, the dragon one announced. The mage was sure they're just confused as the rest of his group. Oh, and my name is Dragon. You'd never have gotten it, the draconian gargoyle yelled as they moved through the doors, watching their backs for an ambush. Before he could respond, the mage felt a strange pulsing of energy, and he turned to see the most powerful blinding magic he had ever seen over something that looked like a rounded map. Why was the map rounded on the stand? The world was clearly flat. The 4 protective pillars projecting the magic were made of such tough material that not even the strongest hammer swing of the warrior or the most acidic solution of the alchemist could affect them. Only one reason someone guards something, the gunsmith said, and looked at the doors leading left, right, and forward speculatively. Oddly, the traumatizing smell came from the right door, and a little from the door leading forward. The other door didn't smell of anything the winds could carry except very new books. The winds of fate say this, he said quickly, and headed to that door. The winds of fate, the necromancer asked dubiously as he patted his new bird. Like how death's gentle hand guided you to the pet store, the mage said, and the necromancer was suddenly distracted by tapestry. The mage couldn't wait to lift some books. Surely, no one would mind. In a dark throne room, a small pudgy form rippled as it expanded slightly once more. The skull it wore was now properly fitting, and the small arms flexed. King Jellican exhaled, breathing out green fire in short bursts. Poi, he rumbled. Oh, I think a cleaver would be dashing, the nearby Moharia said, as she looked over the dozens of weapons she got from the demon blacksmith. The king thought about it and then reached down for another weapon, a firm leather shoe with an open back to allow one comfortable to slip into. That's not a weapon, that's just something for guests to wear when they're in a library but have boots on, Moharia began, but Jellican focused, causing runes of power to appear on the surface of his weapon. The runes were an inverted delta symbol. It invoked displeasure, uncomfortable attention, and disapproval. Perfect for his weapon. These intruders did not yet deserve the sword of arrogance to fall upon. They deserved the slipper of punishment to slip up on. End of story. I would just quickly like to thank the T5 peeps. Dragon Soup, Cold War Boomerwaffen, Severin Cerberus, Red Panda 121, Leslie 517, Bushmaster 177, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Sans the Skeleton, Light Jock, Dragzoon WRE, and Lord Azrakal. Thank you very much.